dead warrior awoke in the body of a crippled teenager. Betrayed centuries ago, he was now the last hope of a broken family. But his weakness hid a terrifying power. What happens when a man with nothing to lose sets out to destroy the world's greatest liar? Heartfrost Reborn, a web novel. Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The coins clinked against each other like frozen leaves. Mu Zhao counted them twice, her knuckles white against the worn table where 3 generations of Mu women had balanced ledgers, prescriptions, and the slow calculus of survival. 9 silver pieces, 11 copper, enough for rice and medicine for another 10 days, maybe 12 if she stretched the broth thin enough to see through. She did not look at the boy on the pallet by the wall. He had been burning with fever since midday, the hollow vein scar over his heart pulsing faint and wrong beneath sweat-sheened skin. The physician had come, taken her last jade hairpin as payment, and left a bitter decoction that did nothing. By dusk, Mu Zhao's breathing had grown so shallow she had pressed her ear to his chest twice, certain she would find silence the second time. The ancestral jade hung above him on a frayed cord, a thumb-sized shard of milky stone no merchant had ever valued enough to buy. It had sat in the Mu Shrine Hall once, before the Shrine Hall was sold. Now it kept watch over the last young master's sleep, heavy with 3 centuries of dust and forgotten oaths. A crack ran across its surface without sound. Mu Zhao did not see it. She was knotting the coin pouch, rehearsing which merchant would give her the best price for her remaining winter cloak, when the jade split fully. The sound was not a crack. It was the snap of a seal breaking 3 centuries cold, and it traveled through the floor, through the walls, through the marrow of the boy's bones. Mu Zhao spun. The cord had snapped. The jade lay in 2 halves on Mu Zhao's chest, dark at the center, where the fracture had opened something that had not seen light since the year of his murder. Her nephew opened his eyes. The black of them was the same black that had always been there, ordinary and deep. But the thing that looked out from behind them had not been sleeping. It had been waiting. Zhao? The boy blinked slowly, as though counting the distance between his eyelids and a time when they had last closed. His hand moved to his chest, fingers brushing the scar over his heart. A pale glow flickered beneath the skin and died. He sat up. Mu Zhao stepped back before she could stop herself. The movement was too fluid. Mu Zhao had never moved like that. He had always risen in stages, shoulders hunched, brace against the wall, apology already forming on dry lips. This was a single coiled motion, spine straight, feet finding the floor, the cracked jade halves sliding from his chest and landing in his palm without a sound. He looked at the stone, at the fracture, at the faint smear of light still dying inside it. "Aunt Zhao." His voice was his voice, the same cadence, the same pitch, but the weight behind it was wrong. It carried the authority of someone who had not asked for anything in 300 years because he had not needed to. The Shrine Hall. When was it sold? She stared at him. "Zhao, you were burning with fever. You need to lie. 7 years ago," he said, not asking, reading the answer from something only he could see. "The armor went first, then the land registry, then the hall itself. The Pang family took the Frostridge deed in year 42 of the current Sect calendar, 3 months after the death of—" He stopped. His jaw tightened. "After my father's younger brother was found dead on the mountain road. No witnesses, no investigation." Mu Zhao's hand had moved to her throat. She did not know when. "How do you know that name? You were not born when the deed—" "I was." He set the jade halves on the table beside her coin pouch with deliberate care, the gesture of a man handling relics rather than rubble. "I was there when it was signed." The room was cold. It had always been cold, the winter draft weeping through the cheap wall clay, the stove barely fed. But the cold that filled the silence between them was different. It came from inside him. Mu Sukin took a breath that shook. "You are not my nephew." "I am." He said it without hesitation, and that was the strangest part. There was no guile in the claim, no deflection. "I am Mu Zhao, and I am also the man who died on the Frostridge peak 3 centuries ago. Both things are true. The Jade held what was left. The boy's body was dying when I woke, and the hollow vein that made him a cripple is the same structure the true Heartfrost art was written for." She pressed her palm flat against the table edge, steadying herself. "The true Heartfrost art does not exist anymore. Shen Gaoming stole it. He watered it down. He built a sect on the imitation." Mu Zhao rose from the pallet, and she saw for the first time how thin he had become, how the shirts hung loose on shoulders that had never carried more than shame. But the way he stood made the weakness look like camouflage. The version he teaches is wrong. It has always been wrong. That is why no Mu cultivator has broken through the 4th realm in 200 years. That is why the Pang family believed they could take Frostridge without consequence. He walked to the window, pushed aside the patched curtain, and looked out at the courtyard where a single frost-bent plum tree marked the boundary of everything the Mu clan still owned. "I trained in that art for 40 years before he poisoned me. I know every flaw he built into it. I know every gap in the seal he is using it to maintain." His voice dropped. "And I know why he has been feeding disciples into Frostridge to keep it stable while the continent calls him saint." Mu Sukin's hand left her throat. She moved to the table, picked up the 2 halves of the jade, and turned them over in her fingers. The inside was still warm. "If you are who you say," she said slowly, "then you know my brother's name." "Mu Tingwei," he said it without turning. 7th of the 11th month, year of the Scarlet Frost. He died holding the left flank against a beast tide he should never have faced alone. The reinforcement orders were delayed by 3 hours. Shen's signature was on the delay. She set the jade down. Her eyes were wet, but her voice held. "Can you bring the hall back?" Mu Zhao turned from the window. The moonlight caught the scar over his heart, the pale line that glowed when his breathing changed. And for a moment she saw the old man inside the boy, the sword saint whose name had been erased from the city's memory. "I can bring it all back." His voice was quiet and cold and certain. "But I need you to understand what that will cost." "Cost us what? We have nothing left." He shook his head slowly. "That is not what I mean." The silence stretched. Somewhere in the city, a bell tolled the night watch. The plum tree's shadow trembled against the frost. Mu Zhao looked down at his own hands, calloused from training with a broom handle he had never told her about, and let out a breath that fogged the cold air. "I will not lose this family again," he said. "Not to Shen, not to the Pang, not to my own pride." His fingers curled into a fist. "But I will burn half the city's contracts and every piece of goodwill Shen has left before I let him keep what he stole." Mu Sukin looked at the coin pouch, at the broken jade, at the boy who was not only a boy. "Then you had better start," she said, and her voice did not shake. "Because the lantern tournament is in 3 months, and Pang Juyan has already sent word that he intends to make the Mu Heir his entertainment." Mu Zhao's expression did not change, but something in the air around him shifted, a pressure that had not existed a moment before, and the candle flame on the table bent sideways as though yielding to a wind only it could feel. 3 months, he repeated. His gaze went to the courtyard, to the frozen ground where no sword form had been practiced in living memory. His lips curved, just slightly, not into a smile. "Then I will need to train before dawn." Mu Sukin watched him walk to the door, moving through the dark room as though he knew exactly where every shadow lay. He paused at the threshold. "The merchant who gave you half price for the jade hairpin, was his name Wen? How did you—" "Write his name down. I will visit him tomorrow." A pause. "He owes the Mu clan a deck from before you were born. He has been waiting for someone to collect it." He stepped into the night. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and Mu Sukin was left alone with the broken jade, the meager coins, and the terrible hope that had begun to kindle in her chest like a fire she had forgotten how to feed. She pressed her palm against the stone halves and felt the warmth still bleeding out of them. 3 centuries, and he had waited in silence until the boy was dying to break through. Chapter 2. Frost edged the courtyard stones. The plum tree's shadow lay flat and black against the frozen ground, and the air bit so deep that Mu Zhao's first breath burned down his throat like splintered glass. He stood barefoot in the center of the space that had once held 80 disciples drilling simultaneous sword forms. Now it held 1 frost-bent tree, 3 cracked flagstones, and a 17-year-old body that trembled before he had lifted anything heavier than a bull. The broom handle was cold against his palm. Good. Cold meant honest. Cold did not lie about what a grip could hold. He closed his eyes and let the memory rise. The 8th form of the Heartfrost opening sequence. Tingfeng had created it in his 32nd year, standing on a frozen lake after slaughtering a rogue cultivator band that had thought a lone swordsman meant easy prey. The form demanded a low horse stance, weight driven through the left heel, spine coiled like a serpent's spring, the sword rising from the hip in a crescent that broke the opponent's guard and opened their throat in the same motion. Mu Zhao stepped into the stance. His left knee buckled instantly. The underfed muscle could not support the torque his mind demanded, and he pitched forward, catching himself on the broom handle with a jolt that rattled up through his wrists and into his shoulders. The impact sent a dull ache through bones that had not healed properly from a winter fever 2 years ago. He straightened, reset his footing, tried again. The knee held for 3 breaths this time before the trembling started, a fine vibration that spread from his thigh into his hip and then his spine. And he recognized the warning with a cold clarity that belonged to the old man inside him, not the boy who had never pushed this body past shame. "Stop," the boy's instincts whispered. "Rest. Eat something first. The sun will be up soon and they will see you failing." "No," Tingfeng answered. "That is how you lost everything." Stopping. He forced the form through. The broom handle arced upward, but the trajectory sagged halfway because his shoulder lacked the strength to complete the crescent. The tip wobbled and dropped, and the form that had once cut through armored qi barriers ended as a clumsy wave that a child could have deflected. Mu Zhao stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, his chest heaving with a rhythm that had nothing to do with heartfrost and everything to do with a body starved of oxygen and dignity. The scar over his heart did not glow. The hollow vein sat silent, unmoved by his effort. He had expected this, knowing it did not soften the humiliation. Tingfeng had been a 7th realm cultivator at his peak, his meridians so saturated with frozen qi that he could stop a river's flow by laying his palm on the surface. He had stood on Frostridge's highest peak and watched blizzards break against his breath. He had killed Shen Gaoming's senior disciples in a single exchange, their blades shattering before they reached his skin. That man had died 3 centuries ago. This vessel had never held a sword. This vessel had pawning it to buy medicine for an aunt who sold her hairpins to keep him fed. This vessel had nothing but resentment and a body that quit before the mind finished giving orders. Mu Zhao dropped the broom handle. It clattered against the frozen stone and rolled to a stop against the plum tree's roots. He stood still, let the cold air fill him, listened to the wind scrape along the courtyard walls. "You are not the body," he told himself. "You are the art. The art does not need a perfect vessel. It needs a willing one." He picked up the broom handle. He tried the form again, and again, and again. By the 15th repetition, his left leg gave out completely. He hit the ground hard, his hip striking the flagstone with a crack that sent pain shooting up his side, and he lay there staring at the gray sky while his breath fogged and faded, and fogged again. The scar over his heart throbbed once, a flicker of warmth, so brief he almost missed it. He pressed his palm against it, the hollow vein, the flaw that had made Mu Zhao a cripple in the eyes of every teacher, every elder, every cultivator who had tested his meridians and walked away shaking their heads. The sealed path that refused all ordinary methods, that absorbed qi only to let it dissipate like water through a broken cup. But the true Heartfrost art had never been ordinary. Mu Tingfeng had written it for a body exactly like this one. He pushed himself up. His arms shook, his hip protested, his lungs felt like they had been scoured with ice. He assumed the stance again. This time, he did not try to force the form through muscle. He let the brew handle rest against his hip, closed his eyes, and reached inward, searching for the channel that should not exist, the meridian that every other cultivator in the world would call a dead end. He found it, a thin, cold thread running from his heart down through his left arm, then branching into his core and up into his throat. It was barely open, narrower than a hair, and it pulsed with a faint, aching hunger that had been waiting for 3 centuries. He breathed into it. The Heartfrost opening sequence was not a series of movements. It was a breathing pattern that shaped the movements. The forms were only the shadow cast by the art. The true substance lay in the way the air entered the lungs, the way the chi followed the breath, the way the meridian opened like a frozen flower accepting the first light of spring. He drew air through his nose, slow and controlled, letting it settle in his lower belly before releasing it in a measured stream. The cold bit deeper, but this time he did not fight it. He welcomed it, let it fill the hollow vein, let it press against the walls that had been sealed for so long he had forgotten what open felt like. The scar began to glow, a pale, silver light, dim as frost catching moonlight, spreading from the center of his chest in thin lines that traced the path of the meridian beneath his skin. The warmth returned, stronger now, flowing through the channel with a rhythm that matched his breathing. He lifted the broom handle. The 8th form flowed through him, not as a struggle but as a release. His body remembered. The muscle fibers, starved and weak as they were, fell into the pattern the way water falls into a channel carved by 1,000 storms. The stance held. The arc rose. The brew handle cut through the air with a sound that was almost a whistle, and for 3 heartbeats, the courtyard was not a frozen ruin but a training ground alive with purpose. Then the chi hit the blockage, a knot in the meridian, some old injury or congenital flaw that had never been cleared, sat just below his right collarbone like a dam across the river. The flow stopped. The pressure built. Pain exploded through his chest, sharp and white, and he doubled over, the broom handle falling from his grip as he gasped for air the Heartfrost rhythm could no longer provide. He vomited. Thin, watery bile splattered against the frost, and he knelt there, shaking, spitting the taste of copper from his tongue while the glow faded from his scar and the cold returned to claim the space the heat had briefly held. He stayed on his knees until the trembling stopped, until his breathing steadied, until the boy's instincts stopped screaming and the old man's patience reasserted itself. Then he looked at the broom handle lying in the dark pool of his own sickness, and he laughed. A quiet sound, hollow, not without warmth. 3 months, he thought. 3 months to open a meridian that has been sealed since birth, rebuild a body that has never known a full meal, and walk into a tournament against a cultivator who has had every advantage for 17 years. He picked up the broom handle, wiped it clean on his sleeve. Good thing I have nothing better to do. The sky had begun to lighten, the deep black shifting to a bruised purple along the eastern wall. A rooster crowed somewhere in the city. The first merchants would be opening their stalls, and the merchant Wen would soon be counting his morning receipts, unaware that a ghost had him on a ledger that predated his grandfather's birth. Mu Zhao walked to the well, drew a bucket of water so cold it numbed his fingers, and washed his face. The reflection that stared back at him was gaunt, dark-eyed, and utterly unremarkable, but the scar over his heart still faintly pulsed, as though something had woken that could not be put back to sleep. He set the bucket down and turned toward the gate. Behind him, the courtyard was empty again, but the frost on the ground bore the imprint of footprints that traced the outline of a form no one in Liuyan City had seen in 300 years, and the plum tree's branches, bare and brittle all winter, had begun to bend toward the east. Chapter 3. The well water had frozen in the bucket by the time Mu Zhao finished washing the sickness from his chin. His reflection stared back from the dark surface, a 17-year-old face with ancient eyes, and he let himself feel the mismatch for a long moment before turning away. Inside, the main hall smelled of dust and cold ash. Mu Suqin sat at the low table where she had counted coins the night before. She had not slept. The evidence was in the shadows beneath her eyes and the way her fingers kept returning to the cracked jade shard she had placed beside the ledger. She looked up when he entered, studied him. "You walked differently when you left," she said. "Now you walk like someone measuring distance." "I am." He crossed to the table and sat across from her. The ledger lay open between them, its pages yellowed and cramped with the handwriting of 3 generations. He had not opened it yet, but he had watched her write in it last night, and he had seen the shape of the numbers without needing to read each entry. A cultivator's memory did not fade. Even 3 centuries in Jade could not dull it. "Feed me," he said. She blinked. "What?" "The household accounts. Who supplies us, what we owe, what they owe us. Tell me everything you know without opening that book." Mu Zhao's hand moved toward the ledger, then stopped. She understood the test, not of him, but of her. He wanted to know how much she remembered, how closely she had watched the threads that held the Mu name together while the rest of the city assumed it would unravel. "The miller," she said slowly. "Gao Yang. We owe him for 3 months of grain. He has stopped extending credit. And he overcharges by 5% because he knows we cannot go elsewhere." "He does not," Mu Zhao said. "He overcharges by 8%. The extra 3 is hidden in the weight. He marks bushels as full when they are not. You stopped weighing them yourself after the second winter." Her jaw tightened. She had known. She had let it happen because the alternative was walking across the city with a scale and making a spectacle of a woman counting grain like a market fishwife. Better to swallow the theft than air the poverty. "The herbalist," she continued. "Lin, we owe 12 silver for last winter's medicines. She has not pressed payment, but her son looks at me differently now." "How differently?" "The way a man looks at a roof he knows will collapse." Mu Zhao nodded. He had expected worse. A clan reduced to 3 centuries of slow bleeding could have been hollowed out entirely, but his aunt had held the walls up with nothing but stubbornness and a good memory. "One more," he said. "The merchant, Wen." Her expression flickered. "Wen Liang. He supplies oil, salt, and ink to the house. His account is current." "Is it?" "We pay him every month, on time. He is the only supplier who does not increase his rates." Mu Zhao said nothing. He reached for the ledger and pulled it toward him, opening to the section marked with Wen's name. The entries were neat, regular, and entirely unremarkable. He read them anyway. 12 lines of payment, 12 lines of delivery. The amounts matched, the dates aligned. To anyone counting coins, it was an honest exchange between a struggling clan and a patient merchant. Mu Zhao let his finger rest on the 4th entry. "Before he was a merchant," Mu Zhao said quietly. "Wen Liang's father was a clerk. He worked in the Mu clan's records office during the last years before my death. He witnessed the original Frostridge deed." Mu Zhao went still. "He is not a Wen by blood," Mu Zhao continued. "He married into the family and took the name. But before that, he was a Liu. And the year after the Frostridge deed was signed, someone paid him to destroy the house's copy of the mining rights renewal clause. He did not destroy it. He hid it. Because even then he knew the Mu clan might one day be worth collecting a debt from." Mu Zhao turned the page, past the current accounts, past the recent payments, past the neat hand of Wen Liang's receipts. He found what he was looking for. A single line, written in a different ink, buried so deep in the ledger that only someone who knew exactly where to look would ever find it. Clause 7. In the event of clan reclamation or head of family succession, all outstanding debts to the Mu name revert to a single consolidated obligation, enforceable upon presentation of the original witness document. The witness document was a separate scroll. Mu Zhao had never seen it, but he knew it existed because he had watched Wen Liang's father, then Lu Guang, write it, fold it, and seal it with trembling hands. He had also watched Shen Gaoming tell the man he would be killed if the clause ever surfaced. Lu Guang had died of a lung sickness 3 months later. Natural, the physician said. But the scroll had never been found, and Wen Liang had inherited his father's trade, his wife's name, and a secret he did not fully understand. "You are going to collect Mu Zhao said. It was not a question. I am going to ask him to honor a debt he does not know he holds. And if he refuses? Mu Zhao closed the ledger. The sound was soft, final, and utterly without hesitation. Then I will show him what it costs to keep a secret that belongs to a dead clan. The market district of Liuyan City woke slowly, the way a winter river thaws, reluctantly, in patches, with no guarantee that the ice would not reform overnight. Mu Zhao walked through the morning crowds with his hands tucked into his sleeves and his gaze fixed straight ahead. The body he wore was too thin to command respect, too plainly dressed to draw attention, too young to be feared. That was good. Fear came later. First came underestimation. He found Wen Liang's stall at the corner of the oil and grain lane, set between a soy brewer and a seller of dried fish. The merchant was a round man in his 50s, his face creased by years of smiling at customers he did not trust, and he looked up as Mu Zhao approached. A flicker of recognition, a pause, then the smile, broad and practiced. "Young Master Mu, early start today." Mu Zhao stopped before the stall, did not return the smile. "Merchant Wen, I have a question about the accounts." Wen Liang's hands, resting on a jar of oil, did not move, but the smile thinned. "I send the receipts to your aunt every month. Everything is current." "It is." "Then, current does not mean complete." Mu Zhao reached into his sleeve and withdrew a single sheet of paper. It was not a copy of the clause. It was a copy of the fourth receipt, the one where the numbers did not quite match the pattern an honest merchant would follow. He placed it on the stall counter. "You have been overcharging the Mu household by a consistent margin for 11 years, Mu Zhao said. His voice carried, not loud, but precise. "You did not increase the rate after my father died. You simply never lowered it when the market price dropped. The difference compounds to roughly 6 silver per year. Total, 66 silver, owed to the Mu clan in full." Wen Liang's smile had frozen. The customers near the stall had begun to turn their heads. "Now," Mu Zhao said, "you can pay it back, or we can discuss the other matter." The merchant's eyes sharpened. "What other matter?" Mu Zhao leaned forward just slightly, close enough that only Wen Liang could hear. "The scroll your father hid, the one with clause 7. You do not know where it is, but I do." The color drained from Wen Liang's face. Mu Zhao straightened. Let the silence breathe. "I will return at midday," he said. "You can have the 66 silver ready, and you can tell me whether you want to find the scroll together, or whether you want to explain to the city why a clan that has been paying you on time for a decade was never charged the correct price." He turned and walked away. Behind him, the market had gone quiet. A few traders stared. A woman selling dried peppers whispered to her neighbor. Wen Liang stood frozen behind his oil jars, his hands gripping the counter, his breath shallow and uneven. Mu Zhao did not look back. He had given himself until midday to find the scroll before Wen Liang realized he had no idea where it actually was. The bluff was clean, but it would not hold forever. Chapter 4. Mu Zhao reached the end of the oil and grain lane, stopped, and let out a measured breath. Then he turned around. Wen Liang was still frozen behind his stall, both hands braced against the counter as though the wood might keep him upright. The crowd had not dispersed. A few traders lingered, pretending to inspect jars while their ears stayed tuned to the corner where a ruined clan heir had just accused a merchant of 11 years of theft. Mu Zhao walked back. Not quickly, not slowly, at the pace of a man who had already decided how this conversation would end. Wen Liang's chin lifted. The fear in his eyes had calcified into something harder. "You forgot something, young master?" "No." Mu Zhao stopped at the stall. The sheet of paper lay where he had placed it, the ink still dark against the cheap pulp. He picked it up, folded it once, and pressed it flat against his palm. "I forgot to name the witnesses." Wen Liang's mouth opened, closed. Mu Zhao turned to face the nearest stall, the soy brewer, a man with thick forearms and a face that had learned years ago not to take sides. "You remember the price of pressed oil in the autumn of the year the mausoleum roof was being repaired, the 8th month, when the river road was closed?" The brewer's hand stilled over his vat. "Speak," Mu Zhao said. "No one will touch your business for telling the truth about oil prices." The man glanced at Wen Liang, at Mu Zhao, at the silver glint of winter light on the frozen ground. 2 silver, 8 copper per jar, he said. Normal market. And the spring after? 3 silver, 1 copper. Road was open again. Mu Zhao nodded. He turned to the other neighboring stall, the dried fish seller, a woman with sharp eyes and a wrap tied tight against the cold. The winter of the same year, the month the temple burned, 2 silver, 6 copper, she said. Dropped when the river iced. Mu Zhao faced Wen Liang again. You charged my household 3 silver, 2 copper throughout that year. Every delivery, every receipt. You never adjusted when the market fell because you knew my aunt was too proud to compare prices with neighbors and too tired to wonder why her oil cost the same in glut as in shortage. Wen Liang's throat moved. The prices varied. Transport costs, storage. For 11 years? It was not. You collected the difference, Mu Zhao said. His voice carried, but it did not rise. 6 silver per year for 11 years. 66 silver. You told yourself it was a rounding error, a convenience, a small tax on a family too weak to notice. He paused. You told yourself that my father's death made the debt meaningless. Wen Liang's face had gone gray. You did not need to. You only needed to keep collecting. The market was quiet now. A few carts had stopped. A cluster of porters stood watching, their loads forgotten. The laughter had not yet come, but it was gathering, the way frost gathers on a blade left outside overnight. Mu Zhao placed the folded paper back on the counter. The 66 silver will be delivered to the Mu courtyard by dusk. You will also sign a statement acknowledging the overcharge. You will date it to the year it began. You will keep the original in your stall and send a copy to my aunt. That document is a record of your honesty in correcting an error. It is not a confession of theft. Wen Liang blinked. And the other matter? Will be discussed when I decide you are ready to discuss it. Mu Zhao stepped back. You have a clear choice. Pay what you owe, correct the record, and continue your trade with an untarnished reputation for having made things right when the error was discovered. Or refuse, and I will present the full accounting to the Merchant Guild Tribunal, along with the names of everyone in this market who watched me prove the discrepancy. He let the silence stretch. The tribunal takes fraud seriously. They will seize your license. They will auction your stall. They will set your name on the wall as a warning to other merchants who believe weak clans make easy prey. Wen Liang's hands had begun to tremble. Behind him, a low murmur rippled through the crowd. Someone laughed, not at Wen Liang, but at the sheer audacity of a boy in patched clothes dismantling a merchant in his own stall before the morning buyers had finished their tea. The dried fish seller chuckled. Pay the boy, Liang. You were getting fat on that oil anyway. A few traders snickered. Wen Liang's jaw tightened. He reached beneath the counter, pulled out a leather pouch, and began counting silver. His fingers fumbled. A coin slipped, rang against the frozen ground, and rolled to Mu Zhao's feet. Mu Zhao did not pick it up. He waited while Wen Liang counted the rest, placed it in a smaller pouch, and held it out across the counter with a hand that would not stop shaking. The market watched. Mu Zhao took the pouch. He did not weigh it. He did not count it. He simply tucked it into his sleeve, nodded once, and turned to walk away. Impressive, the voice came from the edge of the crowd. Pleasant, amused, carrying no malice and no respect. Mu Zhao stopped. A young man stepped forward from the cluster of porters. He was dressed well, but not richly, in a padded coat of dark blue wool, and his face carried a smile that had been practiced so long it might have grown permanent. He was not tall, not striking, but his eyes moved like a player's eyes, scanning the board before the pieces had finished settling. Indoro, he said, offering a slight bow. Broker of deeds, wagers, and introductions, occasionally of secrets when the price is right. Mu Zhao regarded him. I did not ask for an introduction. No, but you just made an enemy of a man who knows every back-alley grain dealer in Liuyan. And you did it with a receipt, a memory for prices, and a willingness to let the crowd laugh at a merchant who thought he was safe. Yin Maro's smile widened. That is not the behavior of a cripple who spent the last 3 years hiding in a courtyard. That is the behavior of someone who has been watching the city for a very long time. He tilted his head. So I am curious, young Master Mu. Who taught you to read a trap so cleanly? Chapter 5. Mu Zhao did not answer. The question hung in the frozen air between them, and Yin Men'er let it hang, his smile fixed in place like a lantern painted on silk. The market had begun to move again around them, porters bending back to their loads, buyers returning to stalls. Wen Liang stood frozen behind his counter, counting the silver that remained as though he had forgotten how to stop. Mu Zhao turned and walked, not fast, not slow. He crossed the market square with the pouch of silver tucked into his sleeve, and he did not look back to see whether Yin Men'er followed. The broker followed. He caught up within 20 paces, falling into step beside Mu Zhao as though they had arranged to walk together. His breath steamed in the cold. His coat was good wool, well kept, but his boots were scuffed at the toes. A man who walked the city more than he rode it. Wen Liang will recover, Yin Men'er said. He will spend the next 3 days telling everyone who listens that you tricked him with a false ledger. By the 4th day, no one will care. By the 7th, he will have raised his prices to cover the loss, and the story will become that you bullied an honest merchant into paying a debt that existed only in your head. Mu Zhao said nothing. I am not telling you this to discourage you. I am telling you so you understand. The truth does not travel faster than the lie here. It travels at the same speed, and the lie always arrives with more friends. They reached the edge of the market square, where the stalls gave way to narrow streets that twisted between timber houses. Smoke rose from cooking fires. The smell of roasted chestnuts drifted from a cart parked at the corner. Mu Zhao stopped. You did not follow me to warn me about Wen Liang's recovery. No. You followed because you want to know whether I am useful or dangerous. Yin Mara's smile flickered, just barely, at the edges. Useful is interesting. Dangerous is expensive. But I have found that the two are usually the same person, and the only question is which side of the table they are sitting on when the bill comes due. Mu Zhao studied him. The broker's eyes moved constantly, scanning the street, the rooftops, the faces of passers-by. He was a man who read rooms before he entered them. There is a tea house on Fragrant Leaf Lane, Mu Zhao said. The one with the cracked bell at the door. I will be there for the next quarter hour. If you want to continue this conversation, you know where to find me. He walked on. The tea house was small, cramped, and warm. Cheap tea, worn tables, a fire that burned too hot for the size of the room. Mu Zhao chose a table against the back wall, where he could see both the door and the kitchen entrance. He ordered nothing. The owner glanced at his patched clothes and turned back to the stove. Yin Maro arrived before the quarter hour was up. He slid into the seat across from Mu Zhao, placed both hands flat on the table, and leaned forward. All right, you have my attention. Now tell me who taught you to read traps like that, and I will tell you whether I already know the answer. Mu Zhao met his gaze. No one taught me. I watched. The city is not a mystery if you are willing to sit still and pay attention for 3 years. 3 years of sitting still in a courtyard does not teach a man to spot a price discrepancy in a grain merchant's ledger from across a stall. No, but watching a city for 3 years teaches a man which merchants overcharge the desperate, which officials accept bribes in teacups instead of coin, and which brokers smile at everyone but only make money from the ones who cannot afford them. Yin Maro's hands went still on the table. For the first time, the smile wavered. That is a dangerous thing to say to a man whose livelihood depends on being liked by everyone. I did not say it to threaten you. I said it to save time. Mu Zhao pulled the silver pouch from his sleeve and set it on the table between them. He did not open it. Wen Liang's 66 silver is a fraction of what the Mu clan is owed. I need access to deeds, wager records, and introductions to people who handle Frostridge shipments. You broker those things. I want to hire you. Yin Maro laughed. It was a short, flat sound without humor. You want to hire me? A boy in patched clothes with 66 silver and a family that cannot afford to heat its own main hall. I do not need you to believe in my future. I need you to believe in your own profit. Mu Zhao leaned back. The chair creaked. There is a shipment of white iron ingots moving through the southern gate every 7th day. The manifests list them as raw ore from the eastern range. but the ore from the eastern range is gray, not white. Someone has been switching the load at the way station near Frostridge and pocketing the difference. The profit margins on that scheme are large enough to make a broker's hands shake. Yin Maro's face had gone carefully blank. You know about that. I know more than that. I know the man who forged the way station seals is a clerk named Bao, with a gambling debt that runs through a house on Serpent Street. I know the switch began 9 months ago, after the Pang family expanded their claim on the Frostridge lower slopes. And I know that the person who discovered the discrepancy did not report it. He chose to file it away, because the profit from the switch was not his only reason for keeping the secret. Silence. The fire cracked. Yin Maro's eyes had stopped moving. They were fixed on Mu Zhao with an intensity that had nothing to do with amusement. What do you want from me? Information, introductions, a warning when the Pang family starts asking questions about me. In return, I will not mention the white iron shipment to anyone who might act on it, and I will pay you a finder's fee on every debt I recover through your network. That is not a partnership, that is blackmail. It is a contract. You provide services, I provide discretion. The only difference between this and every other arrangement you have is that this one requires you to trust that I will not collapse before you collect. Yin Maro stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed again, and this time there was something real in it. 3 years in a courtyard. Watching. The broker shook his head. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, folded paper, placed it on the table, and slid it across. The address of a man who keeps copies of Frostridge transfer records. He does not know what he has. He thinks he is storing old harvest ledgers from his grandfather. Tell him Yin Maro sent you, and that you need access to the chest with the broken lock. He will let you in. Mu Zhao did not pick up the paper. And your warning? Yin Maro's smile returned, but it was thinner now. Your name reached the Pang household before you finished collecting Wen Liang's silver. They know someone in the Mu courtyard is moving. They do not know it is you yet. But Pang Juoyan has a long memory and a short temper. If you keep winning, he will stop laughing and start watching. He stood. And if you keep watching, young Master Mu, you should watch the road to Frostridge more carefully. The ore is not the only thing moving at night. He turned and walked out of the tea house, leaving the folded paper on the table and the smell of roasted chestnuts fading behind him. Mu Zhao sat alone. The fire popped. He picked up the paper, unfolded it, and read the address. A district he knew. A name that matched a memory from 3 centuries ago when a different family held those records. He folded the paper and tucked it into his sleeve beside the silver. The midday bell rang. He had until dusk to find the Clause 7 scroll before Wen Liang's terror hardened into resistance. And now he had an address that might lead him to the Frostridge truth before the Pang family tightened its grip. He stood, stepped out of the tea house, and walked north. Behind him, a shadow detached from the corner of the roof. It followed. Chapter 6. The frost had begun to melt in the alleys by the time Mu Zhao reached the physician's street. He had walked north from the tea house with the folded paper still in his sleeve, but he did not turn toward the address Yin Maro had given him. The scroll could wait another hour. What could not wait was the knot below his collarbone, the freezing backlash that had driven him to his knees that morning, and the fact that his body would shatter before the tournament if he kept training blind. The Qiao dispensary sat at the end of a narrow lane where the shadows stayed damp year-round. A faded wooden sign hung above the door, painted with a single needle and a sprig of snow herb. The window displayed clay jars labeled in careful script: hollow root, silver moss, bone-bind paste. Mu Zhao pushed the door open. The interior smelled of dry roots and aged wine. Shelves lined every wall, packed with paper packets and stoppered bottles. A low table sat near the back, covered in the debris of preparation. A mortar half full of crushed seed, a bronze scale, a stack of prescriptions weighted by a polished river stone. Chao Ling's Shu sat behind the table, grinding. She looked up when the bell above the door chimed. Her hands did not stop moving, but her eyes took him in with the kind of patience that belonged to someone who had learned to read bodies before words. Mu Zhao, you know me. I know everyone in Liuyan who has not bought medicine in 3 years. She set the mortar down. You look healthier than the last time I saw you carried past this window, which was not healthy. I need herbs. Everyone who walks through that door needs herbs. The question is whether they can pay for them. He placed 4 silver coins on the table. Not the full 66, but enough to show he was not begging. Qiao Dingshu looked at the coins, then at him, then at the coins again. Her hands stayed still. Those are new. The silver is not new. The silver has been sitting in Wen Liang's strongbox for 11 years, overcharging my family's grain and oil. She waited. I collected it this morning, with witnesses. A long silence. Then she picked up one of the coins, bit it, and set it back down. What do you need? He described the herbs carefully, using the old names: frost petal, bowbind root, silver thread moss. Not the common names the city used, but the names from 3 centuries ago, when the Qiao family had still been apothecaries to the Mu household. Her hands stopped moving. Those names are not in any modern formulary. I know what they do. I need enough for 4 weeks of treatment. Treatment for what? He did not answer. He pulled up his sleeve instead, revealing the pale scar over his heart and the faint discoloration spreading along the meridian line beneath his collarbone. Qiao Lingshu leaned forward. Her expression shifted from wariness to clinical focus. She reached out and pressed 2 fingers against the scar, then against the knot below his collarbone, her touch precise and unhurried. Your meridian is obstructed. Yes. This is not a childhood injury. This is a deliberate seal. Someone blocked this channel years ago, and the blockage has been pressing against your heart meridian ever since. She pulled her hand back. Who did this to you? I do not know. I intend to find out. She studied him for a long moment. Then she stood and walked to a shelf, pulling down 3 clay jars. She set them on the table without opening them. The frost petal will cost more than 4 silver. 2 weeks of treatment will run at least 12. I can pay in stages. Can you? She tilted her head. The Mu courtyard has not bought medicine in 3 years because your aunt has been stretching coins she does not have. I know this because I keep records, and I remember every household that stops coming. She paused. You walked in here with old names and new silver, and a meridian seal that should have killed you before you turned 12. Explain. Mu Zhao met her eyes. I have been training. The seal is breaking. I need herbs to keep the channels from collapsing while they open. Training what? He did not answer. He picked up the brush she had set aside, dipped it in the inkstone, and wrote a single character on the edge of a discarded prescription sheet. The character for frost. But written in the old stroke order, the one that had not been taught in Liuyan for 3 centuries. Qiu Lingshu's breath caught. She stared at the character, then at his face, then back at the character. That style is older than your grandfather's grandfather. I need the herbs, Physician Qiao, and I need your silence about what you see. She was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled in the brazier. The scent of crushed seeds hung between them. 12 silver for 4 weeks, she said finally, and you submit to my examination before each treatment. If your channels rupture, I will not have my name attached to a corpse. Agreed. She opened the first jar and began measuring powder onto the bronze scale. Her movements were sharp, efficient, controlled. But her eyes kept flicking to the character he had written, as if she could not stop reading it. The frost petal needs to be steeped in boiling water for 3 breaths, no more. The bonebind root must be chewed raw, then swallowed with cold water. If you heat it, it will crystallize in your throat. I remember. She stopped measuring. You remember. Mu Zhao did not correct himself. He took the paper packets she wrapped and slid them into his coat. One more thing. She waited. That prescription on your table, the one weighted by the stone. The handwriting has a tremor at the downward stroke, which means the writer was cold or afraid. But the seal at the bottom is pressed cleanly, which means the seal was applied after the ink had already set. The prescription was written by one person and stamped by another. Qiao Lingshu's face went very still. That is a Pang household prescription for winter sickness. What of it? Look at the 3rd ingredient. She picked up the sheet. Her eyes scanned the characters. Silver moss, hollow root, Bone-bind paste, night bloom petal. Night bloom petal, she said slowly. It is a common febrifuge. Night bloom petal ground with iron dust produces a delayed toxin. The fever breaks, then returns 3 days later with organ damage. The ratio required is precise. Too much dust and the patient dies on the first night. Too little and the toxin does not bind. He watched her face change. The Pang household has been buying iron dust through a Serpent Street intermediary for 6 months, the same intermediary who processes Wen Liang's overcharge payments. She set the prescription down. That is a very specific thing to know, young Master Mu. I watch. You watch like a man who has been watching for longer than 3 years. He did not answer. He tucked the herbs deeper into his coat and turned toward the door. Physician Chow, the treatment begins tomorrow at dawn. I will pay the remaining silver when I return. The clinics open at the 4th bell, at dawn. He did not turn around. The channels will not wait for your schedule. He stepped out into the damp lane. The shadow was still there. It had not followed him inside. It waited at the mouth of the alley, a silhouette against the brighter street beyond. A man in a gray coat, leaning against a wall with the studied casualness of someone who did not want to seem like he was waiting. Mu Zhao walked past him without looking. He headed north again, toward the address Yin Maro had given him, the paper packets rustling in his coat and the taste of frost petal already sharp on his tongue. The shadow followed. The sun had begun to slant westward when Mu Zhao reached the storage house. It was a squat stone building at the edge of the river district, wedged between a tannery and an empty warehouse. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of dust and dried ink, and wooden crates were stacked to the ceiling in uneven towers. He found the chest with the broken lock in the corner, buried under a pile of moth-eaten blankets. He opened it. Inside were ledgers, dozens of them bound in cracked leather, the pages yellowed and brittle. Harvest records, as Yin Maro had promised, grain yields, planting schedules, rainfall measurements. But the bottom layer was different. He lifted the first false ledger and found a stack of papers bound with twine. The handwriting was cramped, careful. The seals at the bottom belonged to the Frostridge way station. Transfer records, actual manifests, dates, weights, destination stamps. He pulled them out and began reading by the thin light from the window. The first entries were clean, routine, white iron ingot shipments, logged and sealed, moving through the way station on schedule. Then, 9 months ago, the pattern changed. The ingot weight stayed the same, but the ore quality notation shifted. The word white was crossed out in one entry and replaced with mixed, then crossed out again and returned to white in a different hand. He turned the page. A separate sheet, tucked between the bound pages, written in a hand that shook. I have seen what comes down from the mountain. They are not ingots. The night shipments are wrapped in tarpaulins and they drip when the men carry them. I have seen the stains on the wood. I will not write what I think they are. I will only write that I am afraid. The signature was a single character. Bao. The clerk. Mu Zhao stared at the sheet. The shadow shifted in the doorway behind him. He did not turn. He folded the paper and slid it into his sleeve beside the herbs. You can tell Pang Juoyan that I know, he said quietly, or you can tell me who pays you to follow children through the city. Silence. Then a voice, low and amused. I am not paid by Pang Juoyan, young Master Mu. Mu Zhao turned. The man in the gray coat stood in the doorway, arms crossed, head tilted. His face was plain, unremarkable, the kind of face that could stand in a crowd and be forgotten in the same breath. I am paid by Elder Kirit of the 9 Pillars Sect, and he wants to know who taught you to breathe like a dead man. Chapter 7. The man in the gray coat did not move from the doorway. Mu Zhao held the folded paper in his sleeve and let the silence stretch. He had faced worse interrogations in his first life, across tables where the wrong word meant a knife before dawn. This one was a servant, a watcher, the kind of man who reported but never decided. I do not know what Elder Kirit expects me to tell him, Mu Zhao said. I breathe the way I breathe. The air in Liuyan belongs to no sect. The gray-coated man smiled without warmth. The elder has watched many boys breathe, young Master Mu. Yours is the first that made him send a man to stand in a river district doorway. Then he is easily impressed. He is not. Mu Zhao stepped past him into the lane. The man did not try to stop him, but the footsteps followed, steady and unhurried, as Mu Zhao walked northward of the city gate. The sun was still high enough to cast short shadows. He had hours before dusk. He had a deadline for Wen Liang's fear to harden, and a mark on his back that would not peel off by wishing. He did not go home. He took the Frostridge road. The road ran north out of Liuyan, through packed earth and cart ruts, past the last market stalls, and into open ground where the wind carried the bite of the mountain. The snow line started low this time of year, creeping down the slopes like a stain. Mu Zhao walked until the city sounds faded. The gray-coated man kept his distance, but he was still there. Let him watch. Let him report. Every step that took Mu Zhao closer to Frostridge was a step toward the truth Elder Kirit feared, and the truth Shen Gaoming had buried for 3 centuries. He found Tingfeng at the way station. The man was bigger than Mu Zhao remembered from the courtyard years ago, shoulders thick from hauling, arms scarred from rope burn and ore dust. He was loading ingots onto a cart, working alone, his breath clouding in the cold. He did not look up until Mu Zhao stopped 3 paces away. "Young master?" The voice was flat, not hostile, not welcoming, a man who had learned that courtesy cost nothing and meant less. "Dage," Mu Zhao said. "It has been a long time." Tingfeng set down the ingot and straightened. He was a head taller than Mu Zhao, his face weathered into something that looked carved rather than grown. "Your aunt sent you out here?" "I came on my own." "Then you wasted the walk. I haul ore for the Pang claim now. There is nothing here that belongs to the Mu name." Mu Zhao did not answer immediately. He looked past the man to the cart, the ingots stacked in neat rows, the seal on the tailboard showing the Pang family crest. Then he looked east, toward the ridge line where the old boundary marker used to stand. "The boundary stone at Black Ox Ridge," he said, "the one that marked the Mu claim for 200 years. Do you know when they pulled it down?" Tingfeng's face did not change, but his hands stilled. "I know the one. It was gone before I started hauling. It was not pulled down, it was buried. The Pang family did not want to destroy it, because destroying an old boundary marker requires a witness declaration. Instead, they dug a hole at the base of the ridge and covered it with rubble. The stone is still there. Any surveyor who knows the old lines can find it." Silence. The wind carried the sound of creaking cottonwood. "How would you know that?" Tingfeng asked quietly. "You were not born when that stone went under." "I read old records. I listen." "Listening does not tell a man where a buried stone sits." Mu Zhao met his eyes. "Then perhaps I remember more than I should." Tingfeng held his gaze for a long moment. Then he looked away and picked up another ingot. "Young master, I do not know what game you are playing, but I know the Pang family has ears on every road, and I know the Mu clan cannot afford to lose another member to a convenient accident." "I am not playing a game." "Then what are you doing here?" Mu Zhao stepped closer, close enough to see the frost clinging to Tingfeng's collar, the calluses on his fingers, the old Mu clan tattoo faded on the inside of his wrist. "I am rebuilding what was stolen, and I need men who remember where the stone stood." Tingfeng set the ingot down again. This time he did not pick up another. "Young master, I have a wife and a son. I haul ore for men who pay silver on the 1st of every month. I do not have the luxury of memory. I am not asking you to quit your work. I am asking you to watch." "Watch what?" "The night shipments." Tingfeng's jaw tightened. "There are no night shipments on Frostridge." "There are. They started 9 months ago. They come down from the upper slopes wrapped in tarpaulins, and they drip when the men carry them." The wind picked up, carrying a scatter of snow across the cart track. Tingfeng was very still. "Young master, if you know about those shipments, you know more than is safe to know. I know that a clerk named Bao wrote a testimony because he was afraid. I know the way station seals have been forged. I know the ore quality notations were altered. And I know that what comes down from the mountain is not ingots." Tingfeng's hand moved to his rope-burned wrist, a nervous gesture, unconscious. "Young master?" "Daga, I am not asking you to fight. I am not asking you to leave your post. I am asking you to remember which things you have seen and which things you have not. And when the time comes, to say them aloud in front of witnesses." Hidekong stared at him. "You sound like someone else," he said slowly. "You sound like the stories my grandfather told about the old master." Mu Zhao did not flinch. Perhaps the stories were truer than anyone believed. Hidekong was silent for a long breath. Then he picked up the next ingot and loaded it onto the cart. "The night shipments come on the new moon," he said, his voice low, barely audible over the wind. "2 carts, sometimes 3. They are sealed with the Pang stamp. The drivers do not speak. They do not stop at the way station. They go straight through to the city." "We're in the city." "The old tannery district, the building with the iron doors." Mu Zhao filed the information away. "Anything else?" Hidekong hesitated. "The last shipment, 2 nights ago. Something dripped onto the road and froze before morning. I walked past it at dawn. It was not ore dust." "What was it?" Hidekong looked at him. His eyes were dark and tired and afraid. "I do not know, young master, but it was the color of old blood." Chapter 8. The light was thin and gray when Mu Zhao reached the city gate. Frost had settled on the cobblestones overnight, and the merchants setting up their stalls breathed clouds into the cold air as they laid out bolts of cloth and baskets of dried fish. He had not slept. The walk back from Frostridge had taken most of the night, and the image of Hidekong's face, the fear, the worn hands, the faded tattoo, stayed with him through every step. But he pushed it down. There would be time to feel later when the pieces were in place. For now, there was only the next move. The courtyard was quiet when he slipped through the side gate. No one had raised the shutter on the main hall yet. A single thread of smoke rose from the kitchen chimney, thin and pale against the winter sky. Mu Zhao was in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up, kneading dough on a cracked stone counter. She did not turn when he entered. "You were gone all night." "I had business north of the city." She stopped kneading and looked at him. Her eyes searched his face for a long moment, reading the exhaustion he could not fully hide. "Your business had better include breakfast. You have been running on empty for 3 days, and this body does not have the reserves you think it does." He almost smiled. Almost. "I will eat." She nodded and went back to the dough. "A messenger came while you were out, from the Pang household." Mu Zhao's hand stilled on the doorframe. "What did it say?" "It was not a letter. It was a servant. The servant said there is a gathering at the Harmony Pavilion tomorrow evening. All the major families of Liuyan have been invited. Peng Juoyan intends to announce the final roster for the Lantern Tournament, and he has requested your presence." Mu Zhao let the word settle. Requested. That was the word the servant used. It was not a request. Mu Zhao's hands kept moving through the dough, but her shoulders tightened. "I know. I told the servant you would attend." He turned to face her fully. "You accepted for me." "I said you would be there." She met his eyes without flinching. "Because if you hide, they will call it fear. And if you refuse, they will call it weakness. Either way, Peng Juoyan wins before you have said a single word." She was right. He had known this moment would come. The shadow on the rooftops, the watcher from Elder Curate, the night shipments dripping through tarpaulins, all of it had been leading to this. Peng Juoyan had been waiting for the chance to make the Mu Heir his entertainment, and the Harmony Pavilion gathering was the stage he had chosen. "You are angry," Mu Zhao said quietly. "I am calculating. There is a difference?" He did not answer. The difference was that calculation left room for precision. Heir left only room for mistakes. He ate breakfast in silence, chewing the flatbread Mu Zhao had baked while his mind ran through the geometry of the coming confrontation. Harmony Pavilion, the major families, the tournament roster announcement. Peng Juoyan would want an audience, something public enough to humiliate the Mu name in front of everyone who mattered in Liuyan. That meant the insult would come in front of witnesses, and witnesses could be turned. He finished the bread and stood. "I need to see Yin Maro." Mu Zhao wiped her hands on her apron. "The broker from the market? He knows the city, he knows the families, and he owes me enough to talk." She did not argue. She simply nodded and turned back to the counter. The gate will be unlocked. He found Yin Maro in a narrow tea-house off Fragrant Leaf Lane, seated alone at a table near the back, a porcelain cup steaming in his hands. The broker looked up when Mu Zhao entered, and his practiced smile widened. "Young Master Mu, I was wondering when you would come." "You were expecting me." "I was expecting someone." Yin Maro gestured to the empty seat across from him. "The Harmony Pavilion invitation went out this morning. Half the city is already talking about what Pang Juan plans to do when you arrive." Mu Zhao sat. "What are they saying?" "That he intends to make a wager. Something public enough to draw the crowd, humiliating enough to cement the Mu clan's ruin." Yin Maro leaned forward, his voice dropping. "I have heard a rumor that he plans to challenge you to a spar in front of the gathered families. A friendly exchange, he will call it. Everyone will know what it really is. A spar. With an audience, with stakes." Yin Maro's eyes glinted. "He wants to defeat you in full view of the city, young master. He wants to prove that the Mu clan's last heir cannot even hold a sword properly." Mu Zhao was silent for a long moment. The tea-house was warm, the steam curling from the cups, the murmur of conversation from the other tables a low hum beneath the quiet. He felt the hollow vein pulse beneath his scar, a faint warmth that had not been there 3 days ago. "When is the gathering?" "Tomorrow evening, the hour of the dog." "Then I have 1 day." Yin Maro raised an eyebrow. "1 day to do what?" Mu Zhao met his gaze. "To choose the terms." He stood, leaving a copper coin on the table for the tea. "Young master," Yin Maro's voice stopped him at the door. "There is one more thing you should know." Mu Zhao turned. "Pang Juan has been bragging about this gathering for weeks. He is not just planning to humiliate you, he is planning to make you an example." Yin Maro's smile had faded. "He has already told his friends that the Mu heir will beg before the night is over." The words hum in the air. Mu Zhao felt something cold settle in his chest. Not fear, not anger, something older, something that had been waiting for 3 centuries to be unleashed. "Let him plan," he said quietly. "A trap only works if the prey does not know it is there." He walked out into the cold sunlight, leaving Yin Maro staring after him. The market was busy, the streets filled with merchants and buyers and the constant hum of transactions. Mu Zhao moved through the crowd without haste, his mind running through the possibilities. Peng Juizhang wanted a spectacle. He would get one, but not the one he was expecting. The question was how to turn the trap. He needed leverage. He needed something that would make Peng Juizhang hesitate, something the young master did not know existed. He needed the warehouse. De Dekong's words came back to him, the building with the iron doors in the old tannery district. If the night shipments were connected to the Pang family's wealth, and if that wealth was built on fraud, then the iron-doored building was a vulnerability Peng Juizhang did not know he had exposed. Mu Zhao changed direction, heading east through the market toward the river district. The old tannery district was quiet, the streets lined with abandoned workshops and crumbling storehouses. The smell of cured leather still clung to the stones, mixed with the damp rot of neglect. Mu Zhao found the building easily. It was the only one with new hinges on its doors. He circled it once, twice, memorizing the layout. No guards visible, no windows on the ground floor. The iron doors were sealed with a lock that would take more than a pick to open. But he did not need to open them, not yet. He needed to know what was inside, and he needed to know before tomorrow evening. The sun was beginning to sink toward the rooftops when he returned to the courtyard. Mu Zhao was in the main hall, lighting the single oil lamp that served the room's dim illumination. She looked up when he entered. "Did you find what you needed?" "Not yet." She did not press. She simply poured a cup of tea and set it on the table between them. "There is something I have been meaning to ask you," she said. He took the tea. Asked. "When did you learn to read the city like this? The accounts, the debts, the hidden records. The boy I raised could barely add 3 numbers without making a mistake." Mu Zhao looked at the steam rising from the cup. "The boy you raised was not the man who returned from the fever." Mu Zhao's hands tightened on the table's edge. "I know. I have known since the morning you woke up and looked at me like you had not seen my face in 300 years. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were wet. I just needed to hear you say it. He set the tea down. I am still Mu Zhao, but I am also the one who wrote the original Heartfrost art. I am the one whose sworn brother poured poison into his cup and watched him die. He met her gaze, and I am the one who will restore this clan, or spend every last breath trying. Mu Zhao was silent for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand. Then let me help you, uncle. You cannot do this alone. The word hit him harder than he expected. Uncle. She had not called him that since the morning he woke from the fever. She had been careful, respectful, calling him young master or Zhaoer like the rest of the household. But this was different. This was family. He did not pull his hand away. There is a gathering tomorrow evening at Harmony Pavilion. Pang Juoyan will try to humiliate me in front of the city. I intend to let him. Mu Zhao's eyes widened. Let him? Every trap has a trigger. I need to know where his attention is focused. Once he commits to his plan, he will not see the other pieces moving. What other pieces? He told her about Hidekong, about the night shipments, about the iron-doored building in the tannery district. When he finished, she was very still. You are planning to destroy the Pang family. I am planning to reclaim what was stolen. The Pang family happens to be holding it. Mu Zhao released his hand and stood. She walked to the window, looking out at the darkening courtyard. My brother used to say that the Mu clan did not need to be the strongest family in Liuyan. We just needed to be the one that outlasted everyone else. Your brother was a wise man. He was a dead man. Her voice cracked. He was a dead man, and no one ever answered for it. Mu Zhao stood and walked to stand beside her. They will? She turned to look at him. Tears were falling freely now, but her jaw was set. Promise me. There was no room for calculation in that word. No room for strategy, for waiting, for the careful weighing of costs. She was not asking him to be a tactician. She was asking him to be her family. He looked at the hollow vein scar pulsing faintly against his skin, the mark of an art that had waited 3 centuries for this body to be born. I promise, he said. The word felt heavier than any sword he had ever carried. Chapter 9. The Harmony Pavilion sat at the crown of Lantern Hill, its 3-tiered roof curved like wings, folding over a flame. Torches lined the stone path up the slope, their light catching on silk robes and polished ornaments as Liuyan's elite climbed toward the main hall. Mu Zhao walked through the outer gate alone. He had dressed in his best, a patched, dark coat brushed clean, his hair tied simply with a strip of faded cloth. No jewelry, no retinue, no servant to carry his name ahead of him. The courtyard buzzed with clusters of young masters and their attendants, voices bright with wine and anticipation. They parted when he passed, not out of respect but out of instinct, the way a crowd edges away from something that might carry sickness. He heard the whispers before he reached the main steps. Is that the Mu cripple? He actually came. I thought he'd hide behind his aunt's skirts. He's wearing rags to a lantern gathering. Mu Zhao kept his pace steady, his breathing even. He had walked through worse crowds in a worse life. 3 centuries ago he had stepped into Shen Gaoming's victory hall, with the poison still burning in his gut, and smiled at his sworn brother over the wine cups. This was nothing. The main hall blazed with light. Paper lanterns in red and gold hung from every beam, casting warm pools over polished floors and low tables laden with dishes. Clan elders sat at the far end on raised cushions. Younger cultivators lined the walls, cups in hand, eyes sharp with calculation. And at the center of the room, surrounded by a cluster of admirers, stood Pang Juoyan. He was exactly as Dean Marrow had described him. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in deep blue silk embroidered with silver thread. His smile was easy, practiced, the smile of a man who had never needed to earn anything except the pleasure of taking it. When he saw Mu Zhao enter, the smile widened. There he is. Pang's voice carried across the hall, silencing side conversations. The last master of the Mu clan. I was beginning to think you had not come. Mu Zhao stopped at the edge of the lantern light and inclined his head. Not a bow, a courtly dip, precise and shallow, the kind of greeting one gave to an equal one did not particularly respect. The room noticed. A few elders shifted on their cushions. I received the invitation, Mu Zhao said, His voice was calm, unhurried. It would be discourteous to decline a host's hospitality without cause. Pang's smile flickered, just for a moment. The response had not landed the way he expected. No stammer, no defiance, just polite refusal to engage on the terms offered. "I am glad you value courtesy." Pang stepped forward, his entourage parting around him like water around a stone. "I was worried the Mu clan had lost its manners along with its land." Laughter rippled through the hall. Mu Zhao did not react. "Courtesy is not lost," he said, "only misplaced. It can be recovered with attention and care, much like anything else of value." The laughter faltered. The words were polite, the tone was neutral, but the implications settled into the room like frost creeping under a door. Pang's eyes narrowed. He recovered quickly, spreading his hands in a gesture of magnanimity. "Well said. Perhaps there is hope for your clan after all." He turned to address the room, voice rising. "I have invited young Master Mu here tonight because I believe in giving everyone a chance to prove themselves. The Lantern Tournament is only 3 months away. It would be a shame if the Mu clan missed it entirely." Murmurs of agreement. A few younger cultivators exchanged knowing glances. Mu Zhao said nothing. Pang walked closer, circling him slowly, the way a cat circles something it intends to bat at. "Of course, participation requires a certain level of cultivation. I assume you have been training?" "Every morning," Mu Zhao said. "Every morning?" Pang stopped in front of him, eyebrows raised. "With what? A broom handle?" The hall erupted. Laughter, sharp and cruel, bounced off the painted beams. Someone near the back shouted, "Did he practice with the chickens?" Mu Zhao waited for the noise to settle. When it did, he spoke in the same even tone. "The implement matters less than the intent. A broom handle steeled by purpose can cut as cleanly as a forged blade, but I would not expect every practitioner to understand that distinction." The laughter died. Pang's smile had frozen. He had started this as sport, but the sport was turning sour. The cripple was not playing his role. "Bold words for someone who has never held a real weapon," Pang said, his voice dropping. "I have held weapons," Mu Zhao replied. "I simply chose not to sell them for comfort." The room went very still. Someone had told the story. Someone had heard that Mu Zhao's sword had been pawned months ago, that the Mu household had been selling heirlooms just to keep the gate repaired and the roof from collapsing. The knowledge had been a private humiliation until now, a thing whispered in tea houses and markets, never spoken aloud in polite company. Mu Zhao had just spoken it aloud himself. Pang stared at him. For a moment, the mask of easy confidence cracked, and something uglier peered through. Then Pang laughed. A loud, forced laugh that filled the hall and dared anyone not to join. "So the cripple has teeth." He clapped his hands together. "Excellent. Then you will not mind a small wager." The room leaned in. Pang gestured to the elder's platform. "The Lantern Tournament is 3 months away. Let us make it interesting. I will face you in the opening round. If you win, I will personally sponsor the Mu clan's entry into next year's gathering. But if I win," he paused, letting the anticipation build, "you will publicly acknowledge that the Pang family's claim to the Frostridge land was fairly earned, and you will never contest it again." Gasps, whispers. The elders exchanged glances. It was a trap. A beautiful, perfectly baited trap. Pang was asking Mu Zhao to gamble away the only piece of the Mu legacy that still had legal weight, the right to challenge the Frostridge theft. If he refused, he would be branded a coward before the city. If he accepted, he would lose everything in a single bout. Mu Zhao lifted Pandrae's confident smile. He looked at the elders, watching with cold curiosity. He thought about the iron-doored building in the Tannery district. He thought about He Dekung, watching the new moon road. He thought about the scroll he had not found, the seal that had been pressing against his heart since childhood, the flawed breathing patterns that the entire 9 Pillars sect believed were the true Heartfrost art. Then he smiled. It was not the smile of a boy cornered by a bully. It was the smile of a man who had been waiting for an opponent to show him exactly where they planned to strike. "I accept," Mu Zhao said. The hall erupted into noise. Pang looked taken aback for half a breath, then recovered and spread his arms to the crowd, basking in their cheers. The elders began discussing terms. A servant rushed to fetch wine for a toast. No one noticed that Mu Zhao had not touched his cup. No one noticed that his fingers had not trembled once. No one noticed that when he turned to leave, he walked out the same way he had entered, alone, calm, and carrying the weight of a war that had only just begun. Chapter 10. The morning sun did not warm the Mu courtyard. Mu Zhao stood at the gate, watching the street. The gossip had traveled faster than he expected. Merchants who usually ignored the Mu household now slowed as they passed, their eyes sliding toward him with the particular weight of people who had heard something delicious and wanted to see if the ruin matched the story. A woman carrying vegetables stopped to stare. She did not bother to hide it. 3 young men in good coats walked past, loud enough to be heard. Heard he smiled, actually smiled, like he wanted to be destroyed. Maybe the hollow vein finally reached his head. Their laughter trailed behind them like smoke. Mu Zhao watched them go, his face still. He had known the wager would spread. That was the point of a public humiliation, to make the victim carry the shame everywhere, to let every street and stall and doorway remind him of his folly, until the tournament itself became a formality. Pang Juyen understood spectacle. He had chosen the terms perfectly. Win and reclaim nothing but next year's entry fee. Lose and surrender the only legal claim the Mu clan still possessed. The city saw a cripple who had gambled his family's last hope on a joke. Mu Zhao saw a young man who had just agreed to fight without knowing what he was facing. He turned and walked back inside. Mu Suqin was in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled to the elbow, kneading dough with the same steady rhythm she used for everything. She did not look up when he entered. "The whole city is talking," she said. "I know. They say you have lost your mind, that the fever damaged you more than we realized." Her hands worked the dough, folding and pressing. Of them of placing bets on how quickly Peng Juan will finish you. They will lose their money. She stopped kneading. For a long moment she stood there, flour dusting her forearms, her back to him. Then she turned, and her face was not angry. It was not afraid. It was the face of a woman who had spent years carrying a dying name and had learned to recognize when someone else was carrying something heavier. "Will you survive?" she asked. The question landed like a blade between ribs. Not how, not why, not what were you thinking, just whether he intended to live through it. Mu Zhao opened his mouth, closed it. He had prepared answers for accusations, for tears, for the cold silence of a woman who had trusted him with the last of the Mu silver and watched him gamble it away before the city. He had not prepared for her to ask if he meant to survive. "I will," he said. She nodded once, as if that settled everything, and returned to the dough. The restraint made it worse. If she had screamed, he could have matched her with steel. If she had demanded explanations, he could have offered strategy and let the cold logic of the plan soothe her. But she asked only about survival, as if that was the only thing that mattered, as if she had already decided that the rest was beyond her reach. He stood in the kitchen doorway, watching her work. Mu Suqin was not Mu Tingfeng's blood. She was Mu Zhao's aunt, a woman who had inherited a ruin and refused to abandon it, who had sold her own ornaments to keep the gate repaired, who had never once expected a miracle because she had learned to survive without them. And now she was trusting him, not his plan, not his power, him. The thought sat in his chest like a stone. He wanted to tell her about the pipe dream, that he had not found the scroll, that his deadline had passed, that every day without it was a day his bluff weakened. He wanted to explain that the iron-doored building might contain the evidence he needed, but he had not opened it yet, and he did not know what he would find inside. Instead, he said, "I need to visit Yin Maro again." "Eat first," she said, without turning. "You will not win anything on an empty stomach." The market was louder than usual. Mu Zhao walked through it with the same measured pace he always used. But the crowds parted differently now. Some looked away, embarrassed for him. Others stared openly, hungry for any sign of the ruin they had been promised. A fruit seller spat as he passed. "Should have stayed in your courtyard, cripple. Now you will lose the last bit of dirt your family owns." Mu Zhao kept walking. Another voice, younger. "My father says the moon name will be gone by winter." "Good riddance," someone answered. They have been dead for 3 centuries. This one just has not realized it yet. The laughter followed him to Fragrant Leaf Lane. Yin Maro was waiting at the same tea-house table, a cup of untouched tea cooling before him. His smile was thinner than last time, more assessing. "You have made yourself famous overnight," he said. "I am not interested in fame." "No, you are interested in survival." Yin Maro gestured to the empty chair. "Sit. I have news you will not like." Mu Zhao sat. "The Pang household has doubled its watchers. They are watching your courtyard, the market, the road to Frostridge. They know someone is gathering information. They do not know it is you yet, but they are narrowing the field." "And Elder Kirit?" Yin Maro's smile flickered. "His man is still reporting. I do not know what he has said, but Kirit has not left his lodgings. That means he is awaiting. He wants to see what you do before he acts." Mu Zhao absorbed this. The Pang family tightening their watch, Elder Kirit holding position. The city laughing at him. The scroll still unfound. The Iron Door building still unopened. And 3 months until a tournament where he had to face a trained cultivator in a body that could barely sustain 10 heartbeats of true Heartfrost breathing before his meridians screamed. "I need you to find someone for me," he said. Yin Maro raised an eyebrow. "Clerk Pao, the one who forged the way station seals. He wrote a testimony about the night shipments and then disappeared. I want to know if he is still alive." "You think the Pang family silenced him?" "I think if he is dead, the testimony is worthless. If he is alive, he is the only witness who can tie the shipments to the iron-doored building directly." Mu Zhao leaned forward. "Find him. Quietly. If he is hiding, tell him the Mu clan will offer protection." Yin Maro studied him for a long moment. That is a bold promise for a man whose clan is currently the city's favorite joke. Mu Zhao met his gaze. The joke will not last. He left the tea house with the morning sun climbing higher, and the streets filling with merchants and laborers, and the idle rich who had nothing better to do than watch a cripple fail. The gray-coated man was not following him today. That was worse. If Elder Kirit had pulled his watcher, it meant he had decided. Either Mu Zhao was not worth watching, or the watching was no longer enough, and the next step would be intervention. Mu Zhao turned toward the tannery district. The iron-doored building waited, silent and locked, its new hinges gleaming in the pale light. He had scouted it once, memorized the layout, left it untouched. But time was running, and he still did not know what was inside. Chapter 11. The dispensary smelled of dry roots and bitter steam. Mu Zhao pushed through the hanging herbs and found Chao Lingshu at her workbench, grinding something dark in a stone mortar. She did not look up. "You came back. I need your help." She set the pestle down and wiped her hands on her apron. "You paid me 4 silver for herbs. That bought treatment for 1 session. It did not buy my silence or my loyalty. I am not asking for loyalty." He stepped closer, letting the weak winter light fall across his face. "I am asking for treatment, real treatment, the kind that will let me survive what I have to do." Chao Lingshu studied him with the same assessing stillness she had used in their first meeting. Her eyes moved from his hollow cheeks to the faint scar over his heart, visible at the collar's edge. "You are burning yourself open," she said. "I can see it in your breathing. You are forcing Heartfrost through channels that were never meant to carry it at speed. I do not have time to go slow. You will not have time to go anywhere if your meridians tear." She turned to her cabinet and began pulling jars down with precise, economical movements. Dried angelica, white peony root, something dark and resinous that she wrapped in cloth before setting it aside. "If I agree to treat you," she said, "you submit to my methods. You do not push harder than I allow. You do not hide injuries from me. And you tell me what that breathing technique actually is." "The technique is what killed my ancestors," Mu Zhao said. "The incomplete version. The true one might keep me alive, or it might finish what the flawed art started. I do not know yet." She turned to face him, the wrapped resin in her hand. "That is the most honest thing you have said to me. It will probably be the last honest thing I say for a while." Her mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Then we understand each other." She cleared the workbench and laid out her tools with the precision of a ritual. 13 needles, each a different length, laid in a row on clean cloth. A small brazier of coals, the wrapped resin which she unwrapped to reveal a lump of dark amber substance that smelled of pine and old snow. "This will not be pleasant," she said. "I did not expect it to be. Take off your coat and your shirt. Lie face up on the bench." Mu Zhao obeyed. The bench was cold against his bare back. The winter air bit at his skin, and he could feel every weak point in his body as if they were exposed to the wind. The hollow under his ribs, the knot below his collarbone, the old burn scar on his forearm. Xiaoling Shu moved to his side. She held a needle between her fingers, its tip catching the brazier's glow. "I am going to open the channel around your heart first," she said. "The seal is pressing against the meridian wall. If I release it too fast, the pressure will rupture the vessel. I need you to breathe exactly as I tell you, and do not move." "I understand." She placed the first needle. The point slid into the skin just above his hollow vein scar. The sensation was not sharp, but deep, a pressure that seemed to reach past flesh and into the meridian itself. Mu Zhao held still and let his breathing slow. Now the second. She worked in silence, placing needles along the path of the hollow vein, heart, left arm, core, throat. Each insertion sent a ripple of cold through his body, like ice water threading through channels that had been dry for years. When she reached the blockage below his right collarbone, she paused. "This is the one that concerns me." "How bad?" "The seal around it is not natural. Someone shaped this deliberately. It has been compressing the meridian since you were a child." She met his eyes. "Whoever did this wanted you to die slowly. They wanted it to look like a defect, not an injury." Mu Zhao said nothing. He had known the seal was deliberate since their first meeting. Hearing it spoken aloud, with such clinical certainty, made the truth heavier. "Can you break it?" "Not today, but I can soften it." She picked up the wrapped resin and placed a bead of it on the brazier's edge. The substance melted and released a sharp, medicinal smoke. "Breathe this, deeply. It will numb the channel and let me work the needle in without tearing the wall." Mu Zhao inhaled. The smoke tasted of pine and something metallic, like a blade left in snow. It spread through his chest, and the cold of the needles began to feel less like pain and more like pressure, a deep ache that waited at the edge of sensation. Xiaoling Shu placed the final needle. The effect was immediate. Mu Zhao's hollow vein scar flared pale silver, and the Heartfrost breathing he had been holding in a tight reserve pushed forward of its own accord. The qi surged through his left arm, branched into his core, and climbed toward his throat, and hit the softened blockage. The pain was a white blade. He did not scream. He locked his jaw and let the current drive against the obstruction, feeling the meridian wall flex and strain. The silver light beneath his skin pulsed once, twice, and then the pressure eased as the qi found a narrow path around the knot. Mu Zhao gasped. "Hold," Xiaoling Shu said. "Do not stop the breathing. Let it settle." He obeyed, forcing the Heartfrost to slow, to deepen, to spread like water finding its level. The cold light stabilized, and the pain faded to a dull throb. He was alive. More importantly, the meridian was open. Narrow, fragile, but open. While he lay recovering, Xiaoling Shu moved to her desk and began sorting through a stack of prescription slips. Her hand paused on one. "Interesting." "What?" She held up the slip. "This is a prescription for one of Peng Jueyan's cousins, a woman named Peng Yue. She was treated for a qi deviation 3 months ago." Mu Zhao sat up slowly, his ribs aching. "And?" "The prescription lists night bloom petal as a sedative. That is unusual enough, but the dosage is wrong." She turned the slip toward him. "This prescription was written for a cultivator in the 3rd realm. The dosage listed would not sedate her. It would cause organ damage over time, starting with the liver." "Like iron dust." "Exactly like iron dust." Xiaoling Shu's eyes were sharp. "Someone in the Peng household is either incompetent or deliberate. And given the iron dust purchases you found, I am inclined to believe it is deliberate." Zhao took the slip and studied it. The handwriting was neat, professional. The seal at the bottom bore the stamp of a physician he did not recognize. But the dosage was wrong in a way that only someone who knew the interaction between night bloom petal and iron dust would notice. Who wrote this? A doctor named Zhao. He works out of a clinic near the East Gate, mostly treats Pang family retainers and minor officials. Zhao. Mu Zhao memorized the name. If the Pang family is using him to poison their own people, he is either a patsy or a conspirator. Or both. Qiaoling Shu took the slip back and filed it in a separate stack. I keep copies of every prescription that passes through this room. If you need to trace the pattern, I can help. Mu Zhao looked at her. She met his gaze without flinching. She was not offering loyalty, she was offering information, which was more valuable and less binding. Why are you helping me? Because I do not like people who poison their own kin. She picked up her pestle and returned to grinding. And because you paid me. That was 4 silver. That was enough. He dressed slowly, his muscles stiff and his chest still humming with the residue of the Heartfrost surge. The hollow vein scar felt warm beneath his shirt, a sign that the meridian was still active, still healing. He paused at the door. Pang Yue, he said. What is her relationship to Pang Juiyan? Cousin, younger by 2 years. She is not a cultivator of any note, but she is close to the family matriarch. Then poisoning her is either an accident or a message. Qiaoling Shu shrugged. That is your problem to solve. I am just the woman who remembers the numbers. Mu Zhao stepped out into the cold. The street was quiet. The sun had passed its peak, and the shadows were lengthening. He had a name, a pattern, and a fragile meridian that might hold long enough to see him through the tournament. But as he walked, a thought pressed against his mind like a needle. If the Pang family was using doctors to poison their own relatives, the iron-doored building might not hold ore at all. It might hold bodies. Chapter 12. He walked through the narrow market lanes with the prescription slip folded inside his sleeve, feeling the hollow vein scar pulse with each heartbeat. The cold air cut against his face, but the warmth beneath his collarbone told him the meridian was still open, still fragile, still alive. He did not go straight to the courtyard. Instead, he turned east, following a route he had not taken since his first week in this body. The street narrowed past the tinsmith's row, then opened onto a gravel yard behind a long, abandoned granary. Weeds pushed through cracks in the paving stones. The walls were stained with old damp, and the roof sagged at the center like a beast too tired to stand. He had trained here, once. The morning after he woke in Mu Zhao's body, before the fever broke fully, before Mu Suqin knew what had crawled out of the jammed shard. A broom handle and a heart full of cold rage. Now he stood in the same yard and pressed 2 fingers against his collarbone. The qi moved differently. Not stronger, not yet, but deeper, as if the channel had been scraped clean of a film he had not known was there. The Heartfrost breathing spread through his left arm without the usual resistance, and when he lifted his hand, the motion carried more weight than his muscles could explain. He needed to test it. He needed to know what the broken seal had cost him, and what it had given. There was no sword. The Mu clan had no sword for him. He found a length of scrap iron behind the granary, rusted along one edge, heavy in the hand, and he weighed it once before assuming the opening stance of the Heartfrost first form. The movement was familiar. He had practiced it 10,000 times in his first life, and nearly 1,000 times in this failing body. For the form he knew was the true form, the breathing sequence that shaped the sword before the blade ever moved. The public version was different. He had seen it at the Harmony Pavilion, in the way Peng Juoyan carried himself, in the flourishes the younger cultivators tried to copy. Shen Gaoming's theft had not only stripped the art of its hidden structure, he had added gestures, embellishments, ornamental shifts that looked powerful but created weak points in the deep flow. Mu Zhao stopped mid-form. The rusted iron hung in his hand. He closed his eyes and reconstructed the public version from memory, the way he had seen it performed by 9 Pillars disciples 3 centuries ago, the way it was taught now through the elite networks. The differences were subtle at first glance. A wrist rotation that did not carry the qi correctly, a weight shift that left the core exposed for a half-beat, a finishing sequence that looked devastating but broke the meridian connection on the recovery stroke. The flaws were not accidents. Shen Gaoming had designed them. He had left the surface intact, enough to make the art seem genuine, enough to give practitioners real power in shallow combat. But every cultivator who pushed deeper into the Heartfrost would eventually hit the same wall. Their chi would lock, their channels would strain, and the art would kill them before they reached the level where they could see the truth. Mu Zhao opened his eyes. The cold anger settled in his chest like a blade sliding home. He ran the first form again, slowly, deliberately, holding the true breathing beneath the surface while his body traced the public shape. The difference was immediate. The wrist rotation that looked elegant in the Flawed version created a gap in his guard. The weight shift that should have anchored his stance left him leaning forward, off balance. If he fought Pang Jueyan using the public forms, he would lose. If he fought using the true forms, he would win, but he would reveal exactly what Elder Kirit was looking for. He needed a third path. The training yard grew cold around him as the sun slipped behind the granary roof. He worked through the first form 12 times, then the second, then the third, stopping at each transition to mark where the public version diverged from the true. The patterns emerged like veins in stone. The public Heartfrost was built for spectacle. The true Heartfrost was built for killing. Every embellishment Shen Gaoming had added was a weakness disguised as strength. A flick of the wrist that looked impressive but left the meridian exposed for a counterstroke. A pivot that gathered chi for a flashy finishing blow but emptied the core of defensive reserves. The flourishes were not flourishes. They were traps. And Mu Zhao had been walking through them for 3 weeks without noticing, because he had been too focused on his own body's limits to examine the enemy's art. He stopped training and sat on the cracked step of the granary, the rusted iron laid across his knees. The air was cold, his breath plumed in the fading light. He thought about Pang Jueyan. The young master was tall, strong, well-fed, trained from childhood by the best instructors the Pang family could buy. His technique would be clean, his footwork precise, his confidence absolute. He had been winning before he stepped into the ring, because the crowd expected him to win, because the art he practiced was the art of a saint, because no one in Liuyan City had ever seen it fail. But the art was broken, and Pang Jueyan had never faced anyone who knew where the cracks were. Mu Zhao rose and took up the stance again. He moved through the public Heartfrost forms, not the true ones, but with his eyes open now, his awareness tuned to the gaps. He let his wrist turn too far. He let his weight drift forward. He let the finishing sequence empty his core. And then, at the instant of maximum exposure, he stepped inside the gap and struck. The rusted iron stopped an inch from the imaginary opponent's throat. He held the position, breathing hard, feeling the cold burn in his newly opened meridian. The tournament did not require him to match Pang Jueyan power for power. It required him to survive long enough to let Pang overcommit, and then to show the crowd exactly where the saint's art failed. He stayed in the training yard until the sky turned deep blue and the first stars appeared above the granary roof. His muscles ached. The hollow vein scar pulsed with a low, steady warmth. He had a plan. Not a complete plan, not yet. He still needed the Clause 7 scroll. He still needed to open the iron-doored building. He still needed to find Clerk Bao before the Pang family buried him in an unmarked grave. But the tournament itself was no longer a question of whether he could win. It was a question of how much truth he was willing to show. He left the rusted iron on the granary step and walked back toward the courtyard through the darkening streets. The market stalls were closing. A woman with a basket of dried fish gave him a glance that held no recognition, no contempt, nothing at all. He was still nobody in this city. But in 3 months, when the lantern tournament opened and he stepped into the ring against Pang Jueyan, the nobody would show this city that the foundation of its arrogance was built on a lie. He reached the courtyard gate. The lantern above the entrance had not been lit. Mu Suqin was saving oil again. Mu Zhao pushed the gate open and stopped. The courtyard was empty. The kitchen door stood ajar. A faint smell of burnt bread drifted from inside, and he caught the sound of his aunt's voice, low and strained, speaking to someone he could not see. "Do not know where he is. I have not seen him since midday." A pause. Then a man's voice, smooth and unhurried, carrying the weight of someone accustomed to being answered. "Then you will tell him that Elder Kirit requests the honor of his presence at dawn tomorrow. The envoy does not like to wait." The wooden door creaked. Mu Zhao stepped into the light. Chapter 13. Dawn came gray and windless over the Mu courtyard, the air carrying the smell of wet stone and cold ashes. Mu Zhao stood at the gate before the envoy arrived, his patched coat pulled tight against the morning chill. He had not slept. The meridian beneath his collarbone still pulsed with the warmth of Chao Lingshu's acupuncture, fragile but open, and he had spent the hours before first light running the public Heartfrost forms in his mind, marking every flaw, every trap, every moment where Shen Gaoming's embellishment became a killing stroke. The envoy came alone, no gray-coated watchers, no escort, just a man in a plain brown robe with the 9 pillars sigil embroidered at his collar in muted silver thread, walking through the empty market street as if he owned every step of the ground. He stopped 3 paces from the gate and inclined his head. "Mu Zhao, the curate awaits you at the Spider's Head Tea House on South Market Lane." No request, no question. Mu Zhao returned the incline with the same precise courtesy he had used at Harmony Pavilion. "Lead the way." The Spider's Head Tea House occupied the upper floor of a narrow building wedged between a rope merchant and a seal carver's workshop, its sign painted in faded red characters that had once curled like spider legs. The stairs creaked. The windows were shuttered against the morning light, oiled paper glowing pale gold where the sun pushed through. Elder Curate sat alone at a table near the back, a pot of tea steaming before him, his hands folded over his knees in a posture of patient stillness. He was older than Mu Zhao had expected. Not old in the body, the envoy's face was smooth, his bearing straight, his cultivation level humming at a depth that pressed against the air like distant thunder. But his eyes carried the weight of decades spent watching, judging, reporting. He did not rise. "Sit." Mu Zhao sat. The tea was poured. The cups were plain ceramic, unadorned, the kind a working man would drink from after a long day. Mu Zhao did not touch his. Elder Curate studied him for a long moment, then said, "You breathe like someone who has been taught by a master." Mu Zhao kept his hands still. "I practice what my clan preserved." "Your clan has not produced a cultivator above the 4th realm in 2 centuries. "I am aware." "And yet here you sit, newly awakened, with a meridian that should have killed you before you reached adolescence, breathing in a cadence I have only ever heard described in old records." Mu Zhao met his gaze. "Perhaps the records are incomplete." Elder Curate's mouth tightened, almost a smile. "Perhaps." He lifted his tea and drank, the motion unhurried, deliberate. When he set the cup down, his fingers lingered on the rim. "I am not here to interrogate you, Mu Zhao. If I wanted the source of your technique, I would not need to ask you for it. I would simply take the information from the people you care about and let you watch." The words were calm, clinical, as if he were describing a routine procedure. "But that would be wasteful. The 9 Pillars Sect is always searching for exceptional talent, and you have drawn my attention at an opportune moment. The Lantern Tournament is 3 months away. If you survive Beng Joyan's opening round," he paused, "and I suspect you will, then I may have use for a young man with unusual training." Mu Zhao said nothing. Elder Curate rose, adjusting his sleeve. "The invitation is not binding. You may accept or refuse when the tournament ends, but I suggest you consider what doors a sect patron can open for a clan that has fallen as far as yours." He walked past Mu Zhao without another word, his footsteps soft on the wooden floor, then down the stairs, the creaking fading into silence. Mu Zhao sat alone at the table, the tea growing cold in the cup. He left the tea house with the taste of ash in his mouth, and walked through the market lanes at a pace that looked unhurried, but was not. Elder Curate knew. Not everything, not the full truth, but enough to recognize that Mu Zhao's breathing did not match the broken version the world had been taught. Enough to watch him, enough to offer a patron's hand before the trap closed. The offer was not kindness. It was a leash offered in velvet, and refusing it would be just as dangerous as accepting, because a man who refused a sect patron's interest became a problem to be solved instead of a resource to be cultivated. He turned north toward the archive district. The old harvest ledger contact Yin Maro had mentioned lived in a room above a salt merchant's shop, a retired records keeper who had spent 40 years copying transfer documents and had never thrown a single sheet away. Mu Zhao found the address painted in faded ink above a crooked door, knocked twice, and waited. The man who opened the door was thin, stooped, his fingers stained with the permanent gray of old ink. He looked at Mu Zhao's patched clothes and said, "The Mu boy." "Yes, I do not do charity. I have silver." The man studied him a moment longer, then stepped aside. The room was stacked floor to ceiling with paper, ledgers bound in frayed string, loose sheets bundled by year, scrolls stuffed into wooden crates with their edges curling from moisture. A single oil lamp burned on the desk, casting shadows across the clutter. "The Frostridge records are in the back," the man said, jerking his chin toward a corner where the piles rose highest. "Transfers, deeds, harvest tallies. I kept copies of everything the way station sent through between the years of the handover and the Peng takeover. No one paid me to do it. I just do not trust men who change seals too often." Mu Zhao pulled the first bundle from the pile and began to read. The work was slow, precise, and it took him the rest of the morning. He read through transfer tallies, noting the shift in ore quality notations that matched what Yin Maro had described. He found the name of the way station clerk who had signed off on the first altered shipment, a man named Cho, now dead according to a marginal note in a different hand. He traced the chain of ownership for the Frostridge claim from the original Mu grant to the Bang family's current deed, following each transfer seal, each signature, each witness line. And then, 3/4 of the way through a deed copy dated 34 years ago, he stopped. The first transfer seal was clear. The second was clean. The third had a signature that matched the provincial land office's register. The fourth was missing. Not erased, not tampered with, simply absent, as if the clerk had forgotten to stamp it before the document was sealed and filed. Mu Zhao held the page to the lamplight, turning it at different angles, looking for the ghost impression of a seal that had been pressed and then removed. There was nothing. He sat back, the paper cold in his hands. A missing transfer seal in a chain of claims was not proof of forgery. It could be a clerical error, a rushed filing, a lazy official who had signed off without checking. But the rest of the deed was too clean, too carefully matched to the older handwriting, too perfect in every detail except the one omission that would render the entire transfer open to legal challenge. It was a forgery. Not a clumsy one, not a recent one. A forgery elegant enough to have survived for 3 decades, placed in the records before anyone thought to look, signed by men who had long since died or been paid to forget. The Pang family's claim to Frostridge, the source of their wealth and their power over Liuyan City, the foundation of Pang Jian's arrogance and the leverage that had crushed the Mu clan for 3 generations. It rested on a single missing seal. Mu Zhao folded the paper carefully, tucking it inside his coat. He left the old man an extra silver for his trouble and walked out into the afternoon light, the missing seal burning in his thoughts like a live coal. The city had already begun to wager against him. The market crowds whispered his name as they passed, pointing, laughing, counting down the days until Pang Juan destroyed him in the opening round. They did not know what he carried. They did not know that the mountain their new master stood on was built from a forgery so clean that no one had dared to look too closely for 34 years. He reached the courtyard gate as the sun began to slant toward the rooftops. Mu Suqin stood in the doorway, her hands white with flour, her face carrying a question she did not ask aloud. Mu Zhao met her eyes. "How much do you know about the Frostridge transfer deed from 34 years ago?" Her hands stilled. "Why?" He pulled the folded paper from his coat and held it out. "Because I think the Pang family never actually bought the mountain. I think they stole it with ink." Chapter 14. The lantern tournament grounds sprawled across the eastern market plaza, 100 paper lanterns strung between bamboo poles, their flames casting ripples of gold and red across the packed crowd. Winter smoke curled from braziers placed at every corner, mixing with the smell of fried dough, hot wine, and the particular sharpness of anticipation. Mu Zhao walked through the main gate alone. He had left the courtyard before dawn, Mu Suqin's hands stilled on the dough she was kneading, her question unspoken. He had only shaken his head once, a gesture that meant, "Do not come," and she had nodded because she understood what it cost her to stay behind. The crowd parted around him like water around a stone. He wore the same patched clothes he had worn to Harmony Pavilion, clean but faded, the fabric thin at the elbows. His black hair was tied simply, as always. His lean frame moved with the careful economy of someone who had learned not to waste strength on unnecessary motion. Whispers followed him. That's the Mu boy. He actually showed up. Pang Julian is going to destroy him. Mu Zhao did not turn his head. He walked through the crowd toward the registration tables, his expression flat, his shoulders carrying the slight inward curve of someone who had spent years learning to take up less space. A cultivator in Pang colors stood at the registration table, a young man with a sharp jaw and bored eyes. He glanced at Mu Zhao, then at the name list, and his lips curled. You are actually here. I am. The cultivator dipped the brush and marked Mu Zhao's name without looking up again. Third ring, after the noon bell. Mu Zhao took his token and stepped away. The tournament grounds were divided into 6 rings, each one a raised wooden platform surrounded by rope barriers and packed earth. The third ring sat near the center of the plaza, flanked by the honored seats where clan elders, city officials, and visiting cultivators watched from under silk canopies. He found a place near the edge of the crowd, where the shadows pooled against a brazier's glow, and he waited. The morning passed in a blur of matches. First ring bouts were quick, junior disciples testing each other with wooden blades and restrained technique, their masters calling corrections from the sidelines. The crowd cheered for flashy finishes and groaned at cautious retreats. Coins changed hands between bets. Mu Zhao watched each match with his eyes half-lidded, memorizing footwork, measuring the gap between what the public Heartfrost forms taught and what these fighters actually did. The noon bell rang. The crowd shifted, energy sharpening, voices rising. The honored seats filled. Clan elders in embroidered robes settled into their places, their faces arranged into expressions of measured interest. Elder Kirit walked in during the last moment, his robes pale gray, his face smooth and unreadable. He took a seat at the center of the honored row, flanked by 2 attendants who did not smile. His eyes swept the crowd once, found Mu Zhao, held for half a breath, then moved on. Mu Zhao felt the weight of that glance settle in his chest like a stone. Pang Julian arrived with an entourage. He strode through the main gate surrounded by friends and retainers, his deep blue silk embroidered with silver thread catching the lantern light, his broad shoulders squared, his smile easy and wide. The crowd parted faster for him than it had for Mu Zhao. Hands reached out to clack his shoulder. Voices called his name. Pang Julian! Pang Julian! He acknowledged them with lazy waves, stopping to exchange words with a merchant, then a minor official, then a cluster of young women who giggled behind their sleeves. Every gesture was practiced, every pause calibrated for maximum visibility. By the time he reached the third ring, the crowd around it had thickened to 3 deep. Mu Zhao stood at the edge of the ring, his token in his hand, his patched clothes stark against the bright silk and polished armor of the other contestants. Pang Julian saw him and grinned. Mu Zhao! He said the name loudly, drawing the crowd's attention. I thought you might send someone to withdraw for you. Mu Zhao did not answer. He stepped onto the ring platform, his movements slow, his breath visible in the cold air. The wood creaked under his weight. He looked thin, pale, almost fragile, standing across from Pang Julian's solid frame and easy confidence. The crowd murmured. Pang Julian turned to the honored seats and bowed, a formal gesture of respect that also served to remind everyone watching that he knew how to perform for elders. Then he turned back to Mu Zhao, his grin still in place. I will make this quick, he said, loud enough for the front rows to hear. No need to drag out what everyone already knows. The referee raised his hand. The bout will end when one fighter yields, is thrown from the ring, or can no longer stand. No killing blows. No weapons beyond personal cultivation implements. Pang Jian drew a short blade from his belt, its edge catching the lantern light. It was not a tournament weapon. It was a real blade, honed and oiled, the kind of steel that had drawn blood before. Mu Zhao looked at it without expression. He did not draw anything. The referee's hand hung in the air, waiting for both fighters to signal readiness. Pang Julian settled into a stance, his weight low, his blade held at an angle that matched the Heartfrost first form exactly. The public version. The beautiful one. The stance the crowd had seen 100 times in demonstrations, taught in every minor sect across the prefecture. The crowd recognized it. A ripple of approval moved through them. Mu Zhao stood straight. He did not assume a stance. He did not lower his weight or bring his hands up. He stood as if waiting for a meal to be served, his arms at his sides, his breath steady, his black eyes fixed on Peng Juyan's face. Peng Juyan's grin flickered. "What are you doing?" Mu Zhao did not answer. The referee looked between them, his brow furrowing. "Fighters, assume your positions. The bout begins when both—" "I am ready," Mu Zhao said. His voice carried. It was not loud, but it cut through the crowd noise like a blade through silk. The laughter started somewhere in the back. A young man in Pang colors, then a merchant, then a cluster of off-duty cultivators. The sound spread, rolling across the crowd like wind through dry grass. Peng Juyan's grin returned, wider now, edged with contempt. He wants to die standing. The referee dropped his hand. The match began. Peng Juyan moved first, as everyone knew he would. He surged forward with the speed of a trained cultivator, his blade cutting a silver arc through the lantern light, the Heartfrost first form executed with textbook precision, beautiful, flawless, and wrong. Mu Zhao moved sideways, not backward, not into the attack, sideways, a half-step that placed him exactly outside the arc of the blade, his body rotating as if he had known where the strike would land before Peng had decided to throw it. The crowd's laughter stuttered. Peng Juyan recovered, pivoted, and struck again, the second form flowing into the third, a combination that was supposed to be unbroken, taught in every 9 pillars sanctioned manual as the foundation of advanced Heartfrost combat. Mu Zhao stepped through it, not around it, through it. He moved inside the arc of Pang's blade, close enough to feel the wind of its passage, close enough that Pang's follow-up strike had no room to develop because the target was already somewhere else. The crowd went quiet. Peng Juyan's eyes widened. He stepped back, resetting his stance, his blade held higher now, his confidence cracking at the edges. He had expected Mu Zhao to retreat, to block, to fumble. He had not expected to swing at empty air. "What are you doing?" he said again, his voice losing its theatrical edge. Mu Zhao looked at him, and the faintest smile touched the corner of his mouth. Chapter 15. Peng Juyan's blade swept again, and Mu Zhao stepped through it like water finding a crack in stone. The crowd had stopped laughing. Peng's attacks came faster now, the Heartfrost third form collapsing into the fourth, each strike carrying more weight than the last. The blade sang through the air. The footwork was clean, drilled into muscle by 17 years of privileged training. Any observer from the 9 pillars sanctioned academies would have called the form perfect. Mu Zhao read the flaws like he had written them himself. The wrist rotated 1 heartbeat too early on the recovery, a fraction of a breath that left the guard exposed between forms. Peng's weight shifted onto his rear foot before the thrust, a telegraph Mu Zhao had spotted in the first exchange. The stance looked balanced, but the center had already drifted, pulled by the embellished flourishes Shen Gaoming had woven into the public version like poison laced through honey. Mu Zhao did not counterattack. He yielded. Step backward, then another, his feet finding the edges of the ring platform without looking down. His hands stayed at his sides. His breathing remained steady, each inhale measured, each exhale controlled, the rhythm of the true Heartfrost cycling through the hollow vein beneath his scar. Peng pressed forward, his confidence rebuilding with every step Mu Zhao gave. The grin returned. "Rutting already?" Peng's voice carried across the silence. "I thought you came here to fight." The crowd stirred. Some of the younger spectators laughed, but the sound was thinner now, uncertain. They had come to watch a cripple be humiliated. Instead, they were watching a man who refused to be touched. Mu Zhao did not answer. He took another step back, his heel finding the edge of the wooden platform. The boundary. One more step and he would leave the ring, forfeiting the match, losing the wager, surrendering the Frostridge claim forever. Peng saw it too. His eyes lit with predatory glee. "No more room," he said. "Nowhere left to run." He lunged. The attack was the Heartfrost 7th form, the finishing sequence, the one taught in every manual as the art's crowning movement. A 3-strike combination designed to overwhelm any defense, ending in a sweeping cut that would throw an opponent from the ring. The crowd drew a collective breath. Mu Zhao watched the blade come. He saw the flaw in the first strike, the shoulder dipping too low because Shen had added an unnecessary flourish to the entry. He saw the flaw in the second, the core rotating open because the weight transfer had been corrupted by a decorative pivot. He saw the flaw in the third, the finishing sweep that severed the meridian connection on recovery, leaving the user exposed for a full heartbeat afterward. The heartbeat Mu Zhao had been waiting for. He moved, not backward, not sideways, forward, inside the arc of the blade, his body dropping lower than Pang had anticipated, his hand rising not to block, but to guide. The crowd saw what happened next in pieces, too fast for any single witness to assemble into a coherent picture. Mu Zhao's palm met the flat of Pang's blade a handspan from the guard. The contact was precise, almost gentle, but the angle was wrong for Pang's follow-through. The blade's momentum, instead of completing the sweep, was redirected upward, slicing through empty air where Mu Zhao's chest had been. Pang's weight, committed to the strike, carried him forward. Mu Zhao's other hand found Pang's wrist. The grip was not strong. Mu Zhao's fingers could not have overpowered a trained cultivator's arm. But the leverage was perfect. The pressure applied exactly where the flawed recovery had left Pang's structure unbalanced. The wrist turned. The blade point drifted. Pang's eyes went wide. Mu Zhao twisted, using the momentum Pang himself had generated, and drove the young master's own blade into the wooden platform between them. The steel bit deep, locking into the grain. Pang's arm extended, his body angled forward, his stance broken completely. He was open. His sword arm was trapped, his core exposed, his weight uneven. His entire body stretched across the gap between them like an offering. Mu Zhao looked at him. The silence in the arena was absolute. Pang Julian's mouth opened. His free hand clawed at the weapon, trying to wrench it free, but the blade was lodged too deep. He pulled again, panic flickering behind his eyes. "Yield," Mu Zhao said. The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. Pang's face twisted. Your blade is disarmed. Your stance is broken. If I wanted to end this, your throat would be open. Mu Zhao's voice was calm, the tone of a teacher correcting a student's mistake. "Yield." The crowd stared. Pang Julian looked at his trapped sword, at Mu Zhao's empty hands, at the faces in the front row, his father among them, his father's face carved from stone. He would not yield. He released his sword and threw a punch instead, wild and desperate, his chi surging without form, without technique, a child's tantrum dressed in cultivation strength. Mu Zhao sidestepped. Not a martial move, a courtesy step, the kind a junior used when yielding the path to an elder. His foot crossed behind his other foot, his body turning with the grace of a formal dance, and his empty palm came up to meet Pang's wrist as the punch passed. He did not strike. He pushed. The pressure was light, almost dismissive, but it caught Pang's momentum at its weakest point, the transition between the failed punch and the recovery. Pang's body twisted. His feet left the platform. He fell sideways, crashing off the edge of the ring and into the dirt below. The sound of his landing was wet and ugly. Silence. Mu Zhao straightened his sleeves. He looked down at Pang Julian, sprawled in the dust, his fine blue silk coated in mud, his face white with shock and rising humiliation. "Your form improves," Mu Zhao said quietly, "but the finishing sequence is weak." He turned and walked toward the referee's station. Behind him, the silence broke. Not applause at first, but a sound more dangerous. Laughter, low and spreading. The laughter of a crowd that had come to watch one man be shamed and instead watched another. It rippled outward from the front rows, growing louder, fed by the memory of every boast Pang had made, every sneer he had thrown, every public humiliation he had orchestrated over the years. The laughter rolled across the tournament grounds like a wave. Mu Zhao reached the referee's table and placed his token on the wood. The referee stared at him, his face unreadable. "The match is concluded," Mu Zhao said. "Please record the result." He did not look back at Pang Julian. He did not look at the honored seats where Elder Kirit sat motionless, his pale eyes fixed on Mu Zhao's back, his expression giving nothing away. He walked toward the edge of the arena, past the staring spectators, past the merchants, past the young cultivators who had mocked him an hour ago, and now could not meet his gaze. The laughter followed him, and in the honored seat, Elder Curit raised one hand to stroke his chin, his fingers moving slowly, deliberately, as if weighing a question he had not yet decided how to ask. Chapter 16. The referee's brush hovered over the ledger. His eyes stayed on Mu Zhao a beat longer than protocol demanded, then dipped. The brush scratched across the page, recording the result. No preamble, no flourish, just ink and fact. Next bout in 1 hour, the referee said. You advance. Mu Zhao inclined his head. He turned from the table and walked through the gap in the railings, past the boundary ropes, past the staring faces that parted before him like water around a stone. The laughter had not stopped. It rolled across the tournament grounds in waves, fed by fresh witnesses who had not seen the fight but heard the result, who repeated the story with embellishments that grew with each telling. Peng Zhuiyan, thrown from the ring like a sack of grain. The Mu cripple, untouched. His own blade buried in the platform. The finishing sequence, weak. Mu Zhao did not smile. He walked through the crowd the way he had entered, head level, hands empty, patched clothes drawing stares that no longer carried mockery. A merchant in a fur-lined coat caught his eye and looked away first. A cluster of junior cultivators fell silent as he passed, then whispered the moment his back was turned. Did you see the wrist trap? He never even raised his hands. Where did the Mu boy learn to move like that? The names drifted past him like smoke. The Mu boy, the cripple, the Heir. He reached the edge of the arena where the crowd thinned, where the lantern strings sagged between poles and the grass was trampled flat by spectators who had not quite decided whether to stay or leave. A stone bench sat beneath a winter bare elm, and Mu Zhao sat. He pressed his palm against his collarbone. The newly opened meridian pulsed warm beneath his skin, steady and alive. But the warmth did not reach his fingertips. The qi flowed, yet the channel remained narrow, a frozen stream carving through rock. One wrong move, Jialing Shu had said. One surge of force he could not contain, and the meridian would tear. He had not thrown a single effective strike. He had not needed to. The fight had been won before Peng Zhuiyan drew his blade, won in the space between the corrupted forms and the true art, won in the gap Shen Gaoming had left open 3 centuries ago. Mu Zhao had merely stepped through it, but stepping through it had shown everyone what he could do. He looked up. Across the arena, past the rings and the gathered spectators, the honored seats sat elevated on a wooden platform draped with red silk. Elder Curit still occupied the central chair, his pale robes catching the winter light. He had not moved since the match ended. He was watching Mu Zhao, not glancing, not observing from the corner of his eye, watching, with the stillness of a predator who had already marked his prey and was waiting only to see what it would do next. Mu Zhao held the gaze. 3 heartbeats. 4. Then Elder Curit inclined his head, a fraction of emotion that could have been acknowledgement or dismissal or nothing at all, and turned to speak with the attendant at his side. Mu Zhao did not relax. He shifted his attention to the eastern edge of the honored platform, where a different figure had drawn his notice. Peng Zhuiyan's father, Elder Peng, stood at the base of the steps, his back to the arena, speaking in low tones with a steward in dark wool. His face was composed. His posture showed no agitation. That was the most dangerous sign of all. A man who raged in public could be predicted, baited, turned. A man who calculated in silence could not. Elder Peng did not look toward the ring where his son had been humiliated. He did not look at the crowd still laughing at the memory. He handed something to the steward, a folded paper or a seal, and walked toward the tournament gates with the unhurried stride of a man who had already decided his next move. Mu Zhao watched him leave. The paper in the steward's hand would not be a complaint. It would not be a challenge. It would be a contract, a deed, a debt recall, something written in the language of ledgers and seals and legal force, the language the Pang family had used to swallow the Frostridge claim 34 years ago. The tournament was not the battlefield. The battlefield was the archive. Mu Zhao rose from the bench. His legs ached, his chest ached. The hollow vein scar pulsed faintly beneath his tunic, a silver glow hidden by the patched cloth. He began walking toward the city. The crowd parted again, but this time the whispers had changed. They carried his name wrapped in a tone he had not heard in 3 centuries. Not pity, not mockery, not the careful distance afforded to the dying. Respect. Startled, uncertain respect, the kind given to a man who had done something no one believed possible. He did not let it settle. Respect was currency. It could be spent, saved, or squandered. He needed it to hold until the auditor's office opened at dawn, until the forged deed could be filed, until the missing transfer seal was challenged before a magistrate who might still remember the Mu name without contempt. Ahead, the tannery district's chimneys rose against the gray sky. The iron-doored building waited, and behind him, from the honored seats, Elder Curate rose at last, smoothing his pale robes with both hands, his eyes still fixed on the distant figure of the Mu Heir as it disappeared into the narrow streets of Liuyan City. The attendant beside him leaned close. "Should I follow, Elder?" Curate was silent for a long moment. "No," he said. "Send word to the Sect. Tell them the boy in Liuyan breathes like a dead man. Tell them I will know by the end of the week whether he is a weapon or a threat." He turned and walked toward the gates, his steps measured, his face carved from the same cold stone as the mountain. Behind him, the laughter finally began to fade. Chapter 17. The tannery district smelled of lime and old blood. Mu Zhao walked its narrow lanes with his hands loose at his sides, the hollow vein scar pulsing a faint, steady warmth beneath his tunic. The afternoon light had begun to fail, casting long shadows between the drying racks and the low buildings where hides soaked in stone vats. He did not look back, but he felt the weight of the honored seats behind him, the memory of Elder Curate's nod, the stillness of a predator who had already decided to watch. The iron-doored building stood at the end of a dead-end lane, where the chimneys thinned and the stink of curing leather gave way to something older, rust and damp stone, and the cold breath of disuse. He had scouted it 3 days ago, memorized the hinge placement, the unpickable lock, the absence of guards that meant either emptiness or a trap too obvious to need watching. He stopped 10 paces short. The door was ajar, not wide. A finger's width of darkness between the iron edge and the frame, a gap that had not been there when he first walked this lane. Mu Zhao did not move closer. He stood in the center of the lane, his breath visible in the cold air, and listened. Silence. Not the silence of emptiness, the silence of something waiting. He turned and walked back the way he had come, his steps even, his face blank. The iron-doored building would keep. Whatever waited inside it would still be there when he returned with the right tools, the right witnesses, the right leverage. But the gap in the door meant someone else had entered first. That changed the calculation. The message found him at the courtyard gate, just as dusk began to stain the sky the color of old ink. A boy in plain wool, no older than 12, stood waiting with his hands tucked into his sleeves. He did not bow. He held out a folded slip of paper and left without a word. Mu Zhao unfolded it. The characters were brushed in a steady, unhurried hand, the strokes of a man who wrote as he breathed, without wasted motion. Spider's Head Tea House, South Market Lane, the hour of the dog. No signature. He did not need one. Mu Zhao did not tell Mu Suqin where he was going. She stood in the kitchen doorway as he passed, her sleeves rolled up, flour dusting her forearms. She did not ask. She only watched him with that quiet gaze she had worn since the fever broke, the gaze of a woman who had learned to measure a man by his silences, not his words. He paused at the gate. "I will return before the watch changes," he said. "Before the watch changes," she repeated. Not quite a question, not quite an answer. He nodded and walked into the gathering dark. The Spider's Head Tea House occupied the upper floor of a narrow building wedged between a dye shop and a closed chandelier. Its sign bore a faded, 8-legged creature carved from dark wood, the paint worn to ghost lines by wind and rain. Mu Zhao climbed the stairs. The room above was small, lit by a single lantern, its flame turned low. A man sat at the single table, his pale robes arranged in careful folds, a cup of untouched tea cooling before him. Elder Curate looked up as Mu Zhao entered. He did not smile. "Sit," he said. Mu Zhao sat. The table between them held nothing but the teacup and the lantern. No documents, no witnesses, no attendants. The privacy of the room was itself a statement, a space cut from the world where words could be spoken without echo. Elder Curate studied him for a long moment. "You defeated Peng Juan today," he said, "without a weapon, without a stance, without a single offensive movement." "I did." "You did not use the public Heartfrost forms." "No. You used something else." Mu Zhao did not answer. Elder Curate's eyes did not waver. They were the color of river stones, gray and patient and worn smooth by currents that had run longer than Mu Zhao's borrowed life. "I have been in the Nine Pillars sect for 67 years, Curate said. "I have turned under 3 sword masters. I have watched 1,000 matches, 1,000 cultivators, 1,000 boys with more talent than sense. I know the difference between a technique learned from a manual and a technique learned from the bone." He lifted the teacup, did not drink, set it down again. "The way you moved today was not learned from any manual circulated in Liuyan City." Mu Zhao held still. "It was not learned from any manual at all," Elder Curate said. "It was remembered." The word hung in the air between them, sharp as a drawn blade. Mu Zhao did not flinch. "I do not know what you mean, Elder." Elder Curate's mouth curved, a motion that was not quite a smile. "Yes," he said, "that is exactly what a man would say if he did not want me to know. And it is also exactly what a man would say if he wanted me to believe he did not know, while knowing perfectly well that I would not believe him." He leaned back. "The question is not whether you remember. The question is what I do with that knowledge." Mu Zhao met his gaze. "What do you intend to do, Elder?" Elder Curate studied him, his fingers resting on the rim of the cup. "The Nine Pillars sect recruits talent," he said. "Boys and girls from every prefecture, every clan, every scrap of dirt where a cultivator can grow. We find them, we test them, we take them in, or we let them go." He paused. "Sometimes we watch them first." Mu Zhao said nothing. "You are not a normal talent," Elder Curate said. "You are a problem I have not yet decided how to solve." He reached into his sleeve and withdrew a small token, a disc of pale jade no larger than a thumbprint, marked with a single character carved in deep relief. "Pillars. If you survive the tournament," Elder Curate said, "present this at the Sect's recruitment hall in Frosthaven before the autumn equinox. You will be admitted as a probationary outer disciple. You will be tested, observed, and evaluated. If you prove useful, you will rise. If you prove dangerous, you will be contained." He placed the token on the table between them. "Or you refuse it, and I report that the Mu air in Liuyan breathes with a dead man's rhythm, and the Sect sends someone more thorough than me to ask questions." The lantern flame wavered. Mu Zhao looked at the jade disc. It was not an offer. It was a leash, draped in silk and handed over with a smile, the same velvet restraint Elder Curate had dangled at their first meeting. Accept, and the Nine Pillars would watch him openly. Refuse, and they would watch him in the dark. "I will consider it," Mu Zhao said. Elder Curate's eyes narrowed, a fraction of emotion that revealed nothing. "You have until the tournament ends." He rose, his robe settling around him in pale folds. He did not take the teacup. He did not look back. At the door, he paused. "The cadence inside your breathing," he said without turning. "I noticed it during the first exchange, the way you drew air before the redirection, the pause between the exhale and the strike." He turned his head, just enough for the lantern light to catch the edge of his face. "I have only heard that rhythm once before, in a record from 3 centuries ago, describing a sword saint who died before I was born." The door closed behind him. Mu Zhao sat alone in the dim room, the jade token on the table between his hands, the weight of Elder Curate's words settling into his chest like frost. He had not thrown a single offensive strike today, but he had shown the wrong man exactly the right thing. The question now was whether he could make that mistake into a weapon before it became a chain. Chapter 18. The jade token sat on the table between his hands, pale and cold as a chip of frozen river. Mu Zhao did not pick it up. The lantern flame threw his shadow across the wall, thin and still. Outside the tea house window, the last light bled from the sky, and the spider's head had fallen quiet, the other patrons gone, the serving girl leaning against the far wall with her eyes fixed on nothing. He had 90 heartbeats to decide. The offer was a ladder. Elder Kirit had handed him a rope and called it a path, but the rope led into a cage. Accept, and the 9 pillars would watch him openly. Every breath, every step, every cultivation advance would be noted, measured, filed. Refuse, and they would watch him in the dark. Mu Zhao's fingers closed around the token. The jade was worn now. His palm had done that, not the stone. He rose. The serving girl straightened as he passed the counter. He placed 2 copper coins beside the empty teacup, enough for the pot and a little more. "Tell the elder," he said without turning, "that I will keep his token until the tournament ends." Her face flickered, confusion or calculation. He did not wait for her answer. The street outside had grown dim, the lanterns of South Market Lane casting long pools of yellow light across the cobbles. A few merchants still packed their stalls. A dog slept in the doorway of a shuttered noodle shop. Mu Zhao walked east. He did not check whether anyone followed. If Elder Kirit had watchers on him now, they would be good enough to stay hidden, and checking would tell him only that he had noticed. Better to let them think he did not see. Better to let them think he was exactly what he appeared to be. A crippled boy who had won a single lucky match and been given a prize he had not earned. He turned down a narrower lane, the walls pressing close on either side. The air smelled of frying oil and wet stone. The jade token sat in his pocket like a second heart. He had not refused it, that was the important thing. He had neither accepted nor refused, leaving the door open while keeping his hands free. If Kirit wanted to read that as submission, let him. If he wanted to read it as defiance, that served too. But the clock was running now. The autumn equinox was still months away, but the tournament would end in weeks, and once it did, he would have to choose. Walk into the Sect's recruitment hall under Kirit's sponsorship, and he would be inside Shen Gaoming's fortress before the snows fell. Or stay in Liuyan and wait for the Sect to send someone more thorough. Either way, the leash was tightening. The Mu courtyard was dark when he reached it. No lamp burned in the main hall. The kitchen door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of warmth spilling across the threshold. He pushed it open and found Mu Zhao sitting at the table, her hands wrapped around a cup gone cold, her face lit only by the banked embers in the hearth. She did not ask where he had been. She looked at him, and he saw that she already knew something had changed. "The tournament," she said. "You won." It was not a question. "I advanced," he said. "Then why do you look like a man who lost something?" He sat down across from her. The table between them was scarred with years of knife cuts and heat rings, the wood worn smooth by elbows that had rested there through hunger and fear and the long patience of survival. "The 9 Pillars Sect has noticed me," he said. Her hands tightened on the cup. "Noticed you how?" "An envoy named Kirit. He watched the match. He recognized my breathing technique from a record 3 centuries old." Mu Zhao's face went still. The embers crackled. "He knows," she said. "He suspects. There is a difference." "Will he act on it?" Mu Zhao pulled the jade token from his pocket and set it on the table between them. The pale disk caught the ember glow, the character for pillars standing out in deep relief. "He offered me probationary outer disciple status," Mu Zhao said. "Present this at the recruitment hall in Frostridge because the autumn equinox, and I enter the Sect." Mu Zhao stared at the token. Or he reports me, and the Sect sends someone more thorough to ask questions." She did not reach for the jade. She looked at it the way a woman looks at a snake that has crawled into her kitchen, measuring the distance between where it sat and where her hands rested. "You are considering it." "I am considering the angle of attack." "The angle." Her voice was flat. "Shen Gaoming built the 9 Pillars Sect," Mu Zhao said. "He sits at its center. If I want to reach him, I need to walk through his own gates. This token is a key. And if the gates close behind you, then I find another way out." Mu Zhao set down the cup, the cold tea sloshed against the rim. "You speak of walking into the fortress of the man who murdered you," she said, "wearing a token he does not know you carry. To fight a war you have not finished planning, in a body that can barely lift a real sword. She leaned forward. And you expect me to nod and wish you well? Mu Zhao met her gaze. I expect you to tell me if I am wrong. She held his eyes for a long moment. The fire popped. Somewhere in the courtyard, a loose shutter tapped against the wall. I cannot tell you if you are wrong, she said. I can only tell you that when my brother left to confront Shen Gaoming, he said almost exactly the same words. I need to walk through his gates. It is the only way. She paused. He did not come back. The silence stretched. Mu Zhao looked down at the jade token. It sat between them like a grave marker. I am not your brother, he said. I know. And I am not the same man I was 3 centuries ago. I know that too. She rose, pushing back the chair with a scrape of wood on stone. She walked to the hearth, picked up a piece of kindling, and prodded the embers until a small flame caught. I did not ask you to promise me revenge because I wanted a monument, she said without turning. I asked because I wanted you to stay alive long enough to see the clan restored. She turned, the kindling burning in her hand. If this token is the path, then take it. But if the path leads you into a grave, do not expect me to forgive you for making me watch. She dropped the kindling into the hearth and walked out of the kitchen, her footsteps fading across the courtyard. Mu Zhao sat alone. The jade token glowed in the firelight. He picked it up, felt its weight, and slipped it back into his pocket. Then he rose, walked to the main hall, and lit the lamp. The forged Frostridge deed lay where he had left it, the missing 4th seal a wound in the paper that could bring down an entire family. He spread it across the table. Kirit's leash was tightening, but the deed was still his to play. The iron-doored building was still unopened, Clerk Bao was still missing, and Yin Maro was still watching. He had pieces on the board. He just needed to move them before the watchers noticed he was playing at all. Dawn came gray and cold. Mu Zhao stood at the gate, his breath pluming in the still air. He had not slept. The deed was folded inside his coat, the jade token tucked against his ribs. He did not know who would find him first. Kirit's watchers, Pang's retaliation, or the slow unraveling of a plan he had not yet finished building. But he knew one thing. He had accepted the ladder. Now he had to climb without letting anyone see his hands. Chapter 19. The morning air carried the scent of burning fat from the butcher's yard 2 lanes over. Mu Zhao stood at the gate, the jade token cold against his ribs, watching the city wake. Merchants rolled up shutters. A dog barked somewhere near the river market. Normal sounds, ordinary rhythms, the machinery of a day that did not know it was about to be broken. He had not moved from the gate in an hour. The forged deed sat folded in his coat, its edges sharp against his palm. He had spent the sleepless night tracing the missing 4th seal in his mind, weighing whether to strike now at the archive or wait for the Peng family to show their hand first. The decision came for him. A boy appeared at the end of the lane, rutting hard, his breath pluming in short bursts. He skidded to a stop before Mu Zhao, chest heaving, and thrust a folded note into his hands without a word before turning and vanishing back the way he had come. Mu Zhao unfolded the paper. Yin Maro's handwriting. Compact, careful, no wasted strokes. The Peng have moved. 3 grain suppliers pulled their credit this morning. 2 medicine shops refused Mu orders. A debt collector is already at your aunt's door with fresh copies of old ledgers. Come to the tea house, before they finish tightening the rope. Mu Zhao folded the note and slipped it into his sleeve. He had expected retaliation. The speed of it surprised him. The courtyard gate stood open when he reached it. 2 men waited inside. One held a ledger, the other carried a long paper scroll, its seals dangling like dead leaves. They had positioned themselves between the main hall and the kitchen, blocking Mu Suqin from passing. She stood in the doorway, her hands gripping the frame, her face composed but pale. These debts are older than my father's father, she said. You cannot call them due in a single morning. The man with the ledger smiled. It was not a kind smile. The Pang household has acquired the notes, he said. They wish to consolidate. Standard procedure. The debts are not new, merely reorganized. Mu Zhao walked past them without slowing. He entered the hall, picked up the lamp he had left burning the night before, and returned to the courtyard. He stopped beside the man with the ledger and held the flame close to the paper, close enough to singe the edge. "You have 3 breaths to explain which debts you mean," he said. "Or I will assume you are speculating on land rights you do not possess, and the fire will correct your assumptions." The man's smile faltered. "The Pang household has—" "I know what the Pang household has. I want to know what you have." Mu Zhao tilted the lamp. A curl of smoke rose from the ledger's corner. 1 breath. The man with the scroll stepped forward. "We are agents of the city audit office. These records are official. Destruction of them is a crime. And I am a tournament-eligible cultivator who has not yet been eliminated from the lantern bracket," Mu Zhao said. "If you touch me, you assault a registered competitor. If I touch you, I am defending the clan compound from intruders who arrived before dawn without invitation." He lowered the lamp. 2 breaths. The man with the ledger looked at the man with the scroll. They were not prepared for this. They had expected Mu Zhao alone, a woman who would argue terms and yield under pressure. They had not expected a 17-year-old with a lamp and a voice that carried the weight of execution orders. The man with the scroll folded his paper and walked toward the gate. The man with the ledger followed. Mu Zhao watched them go, then turned to Mu Zhao. She had not moved from the doorway. Her hands were still gripping the frame, but her knuckles had turned white. "They will be back," she said. "Before noon," Mu Zhao agreed, "with more paper." He set the lamp down and walked past her into the kitchen. The fire had gone cold. He lit it with practiced hands, then filled the kettle and set it to boil. "You are making tea," Mu Zhao said from the doorway. "I am thinking. Tea helps." "What are you thinking?" He stared at the flame. That the Pang family did not have these notes prepared overnight. They had them ready before the tournament. They were waiting for an excuse to use them. Mu Zhao stepped into the kitchen. Then the tournament was never the real battlefield. It was the opening move. He reached for the tea leaves. The real battle was always in the archive. Morrow was waiting at the South Market tea house, a pot of black brew steaming between his hands. He did not smile when Mu Zhao shot down. "Your aunt handled the visit well," he said. "I had a boy watching. She did not yield a single copper. She did not need to. The debts are old enough that a third party cannot enforce them without the original witness seals. The original witness seals have been lost in a storeroom fire," Morrow said. "Happened 3 nights ago. Small fire, contained damage, but enough to make those seals ash." Mu Zhao picked up the cup. The warmth spread through his fingers. "They are tightening the net quickly." "Because they are afraid." Morrow leaned forward. "Your boy humiliated their heir in front of the city. The old men know that if you win the tournament, the crowd's mood swings your way. They need to break you before the next round." "Then we break them first." Morrow raised an eyebrow. "You have a plan." "I have a deed with a missing seal, and I have a rumor that one Pang steward is moving nervously enough to be baited." The broker's eyes sharpened. "Which steward? The one who signed the first altered ore shipment. Shou is dead." "I know, but someone else is signing now, and that someone is leaving traces." Mu Zhao set down the cup. The tea rippled. "The Frostridge records are the cleanest path. No one dares inspect them too closely because everyone benefits from the fraud. But if one steward thinks he is about to be exposed, he will move the evidence. And when he moves, we follow." Morrow was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, slow and sharp. "You want me to leak a rumor? I want you to make one steward believe his own forged seals are about to be audited. Give him 3 days to panic, then we watch where he runs." The broker picked up his cup and drank. "I know a man who can whisper in the right ear. It will cost you." "Name the price." 50 copper now, another 50 when the steward moves." Mu Zhao reached into his coat and counted out the coins. They clinked on the table between them. Morrow swept them into his sleeve. 3 days, he said. "If your steward does not panic by then, I will find another way in." Mu Zhao stood. 3 days. He walked out of the tea house into the cold morning, the forged deed pressing against his ribs, the city stretching out before him like a board of pieces waiting to fall. The Pang family had struck first, but he had seen the pattern. He knew the sequence. and he knew that the steward who signed the forged ore shipments was not the one who would break under pressure. It was the one who had been signing since Cho died, the one who had believed himself invisible. Mu Zhao smiled, thin and cold. Tomorrow, he would make sure that man learned he had never been invisible at all. Chapter 20. Hidegong was waiting at the city's north gate before dawn, his breath clouding the air in thick white bursts. A cart stood beside him, loaded with empty ore baskets and bundled tarpaulins, the ox stamping against the cold. Mu Zhao approached through the half-light. He wore patched clothes, a heavy coat borrowed from the courtyard stores, and no visible weapon. "You came early," Hidegong said. "You said the road takes half a morning." "It does, but most young masters wait until the sun shows itself before they move." Mu Zhao climbed onto the cart seat without answering. The wood was cold beneath him, the ox's flanks steaming in the gray air. Hidegong climbed up beside him and took the reins. "Your aunt know you are coming out here?" "She knows I left the courtyard." "That is not the same thing. It is all she needs to know." The cart lurched forward. The wheels groaned against the frozen ruts, and the city gate slid past them like a closing mouth. The Frostridge road ran north through flat farmland that gave way to scrub, then to broken ground where the wind cut without mercy. The cart moved at the ox's pace, slow enough to let the cold seep through every layer of cloth. Hidegong did not speak for the first mile. He let the silence sit, his hands loose on the reins, his eyes scanning the road ahead. Mu Zhao watched the land. He remembered it differently. 3 centuries ago, the approach to Frostridge had been lined with Mu clan markers every half-mile, carved stones bearing the frost flower crest that signaled cultivation territory. Now the road was bare. No markers, no crests, just the gray dirt and the wheel-cut ruts of carts that had hauled ore for 20 years under pang seals. "They pulled the boundary stones," Mu Zhao said. Hidegong glanced at him. "You noticed that from the cart." "I noticed it before we left the city. Most people would not know what was missing." "I am not most people." The ox plodded on. They passed a shallow quarry where men worked in the cold, their breath rising in ragged plumes, their picks striking stone in a rhythm that never broke. Hidegong nodded toward them. "Those are pang laborers. They work 12-hour shifts, sleep in barracks at the base of the ridge, and earn enough to keep their families alive, but not enough to leave." "How many?" 2 shifts of 60, plus the haulers, the loaders, the clerks at the way station, and the overseers who walk among them with bamboo rods. Mu Zhao watched the men. Their faces were gray with stone dust. Their hands were wrapped in cloth that did not look thick enough to keep out the cold. "How many of those were Mu retainers?" Hidegong was quiet for a moment. "Before the takeover?" "Nearly all of them. Nunko clan ran Frostridge with clan labor. Every man in those quarries is the son or grandson of someone who worked for your family." The rhythm of the picks continued. Mu Zhao said nothing. They reached the base of the ridge as the sun climbed above the eastern slopes, pale and weak behind a veil of cloud. The road split here, one branch curving toward the main quarry face, the other climbing into the narrow passes where the older claims lay abandoned. Hidegong pulled the cart to a stop beside a collapsed stone wall. "This was the old Mu boundary," he said. "The stone that marked it was buried about 20 paces east of here, beneath a pile of rubble the Pang men dumped when they widened the road." Mu Zhao climbed down. His boots crunched against the frozen ground. He walked east, counting paces. The rubble was still there, a heap of broken rock and packed earth that had settled over the years. He crouched and began pulling stones aside. Hidegong joined him. Together they worked in silence, clearing the debris until the edge of a carved stone emerged from the frozen dirt. Mu Zhao brushed the dust away. The frost flower crest was still visible, worn by weather and time, but unmistakable. Below it, 3 characters: Mu, clan, boundary. He traced the carving with his fingertip. "This stone has been here for 400 years, he said. "Longer than the Pao family has existed in this city." "They buried it because they could not move it," Hidegong said. "Too heavy, too deep. The old foundations run farther than any cart can dig." Mu Zhao stood. "Who remembers where the other markers were?" Hidegong wiped his hands on his coat. "I know a few. Old men who worked the ridge before the takeover. They still live in the barracks or the village at the base of the mountain. They will talk if you ask the right way. Take me to them." The village at the base of Frostridge was a cluster of timber huts huddled against the wind, their roofs weighted with stone to keep the thatch from tearing. A narrow track led between them, frozen mud cracking underfoot. Tingfeng stopped at a hut near the center. The door was patched leather stretched over a wooden frame. He knocked twice. An old man opened it. His face was a map of creases, his eyes milky with age, but his frame still carried the width of a man who had spent decades hauling stone. "Tingfeng," the old man said, "you bring company." "I bring the Mu Heir." The old man's eyes sharpened. He looked past Tingfeng at Mu Zhao, standing in the gray light, his breath misting, his patched coat hanging off his lean frame. "That boy?" "That boy," Mu Zhao said, "is the one who threw Peng Juan off the tournament platform yesterday." The old man stared. Then he laughed, a dry rasp that turned into a cough. "Come in, then. Come in before the cold takes what is left of me." The hut was small and warm, heated by a fire that burned in a stone ring at the center. 3 other men sat around it, their faces weathered, their hands scarred by years of labor. Tingfeng introduced them by old names: Luo, the surveyor, Chen, the roadman, and a thin man with a missing ear who called himself only Old Wen. Mu Zhao sat among them, accepting a cup of hot water that tasted of bark. "You want to know about the old boundary?" Luo said. He had a voice like gravel shifting. "The Pang men buried every stone they could find, but they missed one." "Where?" "High Pass, the northern fork, where the old claim goes into the mountain. It is hidden beneath a slate outcropping, but the carving faces inward. You would not see it unless you knew where to look." "Can you show me?" "I can draw you a map, but I will not take you there myself." "The Pang overseers watch that pass. They do not like people wandering where the ground is unstable." Old Wen shifted. His missing ear gave his face an unbalanced look, and his voice was barely above a whisper. "They take people up there," he said. Mu Zhao turned to him. "Who?" "Sect people, disciples, young ones, wearing the colors of the 9 pillars. They come down the road in closed carts and they go up into the mountain, and they do not come back." The fire crackled. "How many?" Mu Zhao asked. "I have seen 4 in the last year, maybe more that I did not see. The overseers talk when they think we are too tired to listen." Luo looked at Old Wen sharply. "You never said this before." "Because no one asked, and because saying it aloud makes it real." Mu Zhao set down his cup. "The closed carts, do they carry anything else?" Old Wen shook his head. "Just the disciples. I saw one of them once, when the tarp slipped. A girl, maybe 16, wearing the pale gray robe of a sect candidate. She looked drugged. Her eyes were open, but she did not see anything." Mu Zhao felt the cold settle deeper than the wind could reach. Ruri Chunyi had told him her brother vanished after being taken toward Frostridge. She had given him names, transport dates. This was the place. "Draw me the map," he said to Luo, "and keep what Old Wen said between us for now." Luo studied him for a long moment. "You are planning something," the old surveyor said. "I am planning to reclaim what belongs to my clan. That will cost blood." Mu Zhao looked at the fire. "It already has." Tingfeng walked him back to the cart as the sun began its slow descent behind the ridge. The ox stamped in the cold, its breath clouding, its eyes patient and dull. "The disciples," Tingfeng said. "You know something about that. I know enough to be careful." "That is not an answer." Mu Zhao climbed onto the cart seat. "It is the only answer I have right now." Tingfeng took the reins. The cart lurched forward, turning back toward Liuyan, the road unwinding before them like a thread pulled through frozen earth. The wind carried the sound of picks striking stone. Mu Zhao did not look back. But he counted the miles in his head, marking each one by memory, and when the city walls finally appeared on the horizon, he was already thinking of the high pass, the hidden stone, and the girl in the cart who had seen nothing because she was never meant to see again. Chapter 21. The cart entered Liuyan through the north gate as dusk bled across the rooftops. Mu Zhao sat beside He Dakeng, the cold wind drying the sweat from the Frostridge road, his mind still turning over everything old Wen had described. The closed carts, the drugged girl in the pale gray robe, the mountain that swallowed disciples and returned nothing. He Dakeng pulled the ox to a stop at the edge of the market lane. "You want me to wait?" "No. Go home to your family." He Dakeng studied him for a moment, then nodded. "The map Luo drew is in your coat." "I know. Do not lose it." Mu Zhao stepped down from the cart. His boots hit frozen mud, and he walked toward the narrow streets without looking back. The city was settling into evening. Lanterns flickered above doorways. Cook fires sent smoke curling into the gray sky. Merchants pulled down their awnings, and the last of the day's foot traffic moved in thin streams toward the warm glow of tea houses and wine shops. Mu Zhao kept his pace unhurried. He passed the mouth of an alley and caught a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision. Someone standing in the shadow of a rain gutter, watching. He did not turn. He continued walking, counting steps, listening for the rhythm of a following footfall. When he reached the corner where the market lane opened into the square before the old auditor's office, he stopped. "You have been following me since the gate," he said without turning. "Show yourself." A pause, then footsteps, light and deliberate, crutching on gravel. Mu Zhao turned. The woman who stepped into the lantern light was young, maybe 22, with sharp cheekbones and a mouth set in a permanent line of held-back words. She wore a threadbare coat that had once been the pale gray of a Nine Pillars candidate, faded now to the color of ash. Her hands were bare, and the fingers trembled slightly, though not from cold. "Ri Chanyi, you are harder to find than you should be," she said. "I was not hiding." "No, you were asking questions. At the Frostridge village, about closed carts and missing disciples." Mu Zhao felt the cold settle deeper. "How do you know that?" "Because the man who drives the supply cart to that village is my cousin. He recognized your description," said a young man in patched clothes, traveled with a giant ore hauler, and spent the afternoon with the old men. She stepped closer. The tremble in her hands became more pronounced as she neared, and Mu Zhao noticed the faint scarring along her wrists, the kind left by meridian damage that had not healed cleanly. "I have been waiting for someone to ask those questions," she said. "I thought it would be a Sect investigator, or a parent with enough coin to bribe the right ears. Instead, it is a tournament boy who should have been crippled, but somehow threw Peng Zhiyan off a platform. You know who I am. Everyone knows who you are now. The question is whether you know what you are stepping into." Mu Zhao did not answer. Rui Chanyi reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased and softened from being carried close to her body. "My brother's name was Rui Cheng. He was accepted into the Nine Pillars cultivation trials 2 years ago. He was talented. Not exceptional, but good enough to matter. After the first selection phase, he was assigned to a closed meditation camp. Where? They did not say. But his last letter came from a way station on the Frostridge road. He wrote that the mountain air was clean and that he would return for my mother's birthday." She held out the paper. Mu Zhao took it. The sheet contained 5 names, written in a cramped, careful hand. Beside each name was a date and a transport number. The oldest entry was from 14 months ago. The most recent was 3 weeks past. Rui Chang's name was the 3rd. "I copied these from the dispatch ledger at the Sect's recruitment hall in Frosthaven," she said. "The clerk there owed me a favor. He did not ask why I wanted them." Mu Zhao scanned the list. The transport dates aligned with old Wen's observations. The numbers matched the rhythm of the closed carts moving up the mountain. "These names are all candidates," he said. "Yes." "All assigned to Frostridge?" "Yes." "And none of them returned." Rui Chanyi's jaw tightened. "The Sect says they were transferred to advanced training in the northern provinces, but I wrote to every northern hall. No record of them exists. They vanished." The paper felt heavier in Mu Zhao's hand than it should have. He thought of old Wen's description, the girl with the empty eyes, the tart that slipped, the carts that went up the mountain and never came back down. He thought of Rui Chanyi's brother, riding home about clean mountain air while someone prepared a closed cart for him. "Why are you giving this to me?" he asked. "Because you are the first person in Liuyan who has shown any interest in what happens inside that mountain, and because I cannot climb high enough to reach the truth myself." She held up her hands. The tremble worsened as she extended them, and Mu Zhao saw the full extent of the damage. The meridian lines along her wrists were ruptured, the channels severed in a pattern he recognized from old battlefield injuries. She had been deliberately crippled. "The selection trials," she said. "My qi channels were deemed insufficient. They said my body could not handle the cultivation load. They said it was a natural defect. It was not. No, it was not. The prescription they gave me before the trial contained a suppression agent. I did not know until after the damage was done." Yu Zhao looked at the paper again. 5 names, 5 vanished disciples, and Rui Canyi standing before him, her cultivation ruined by the same system that had swallowed her brother. "You want me to find out what happened to him. I want you to make it stop. Whether he is alive or dead, I want the truth to exist somewhere outside the Sect's records." She met his eyes. "I know you have your own war with the Pang family. I know you are climbing towards something larger than a mining dispute. But the mountain does not care about clan boundaries. What is happening up there will consume everything if it is not stopped." Mu Zhao folded the paper and placed it inside his coat, next to Luo's map of the High Pass. "Where can I find you?" "I sleep in the attic above the old copridge on Rope Street. I do not have coin for better." "Stay there. Do not tell anyone you gave me this." Rui Chanya nodded. She turned and walked back into the shadows, her thin coat blending with the dark, her footsteps swallowed by the cold gravel. Mu Zhao stood alone in the square. The lantern above the auditor's door flickered, casting his shadow long across the stones. He touched the paper inside his coat. 5 names, a hidden pass, a buried boundary stone, a closed cart carrying drugged disciples into a mountain that never released them. Shen Gaoming's fortress was not built only of lies and stolen sword forms. It was built on bodies. And Mu Zhao had just found the grave. Chapter 22. The lantern above the auditor's door had not burned out. Mu Zhao stood beneath it, the folded paper pressed against his ribs, and watched the flame gutter behind the smudged glass. The building was dark, the hour was wrong, but the lock on the side gate was old, and he had spent 3 centuries learning how patience opened things that force could not. He circled the building twice before he found the seam, a service entrance, half hidden behind a rainwater barrel, its latch rusted thin. He worked it with the blade of his belt knife until the metal gave with a sound no louder than a mouse breaking a seed. The door swung inward. Cold air rolled out, thick with the smell of pressed paper, ink, and the particular dust that gathers when years of documents sit undisturbed. Mu Zhao stepped inside and pulled the door closed behind him. Darkness. He stood still, letting his eyes adjust, listening to the silence, no guard footsteps, no night watchman clearing his throat. The auditor's office had never warranted protection. No one stole ledgers in Liuyan. They stole land, ore, and futures. Ledgers were just the proof. He moved forward, one hand trailing along the wall, counting door frames the way he had counted paces through the Frostridge dark. The main registry hall was on the 2nd floor. He remembered the layout from a different life, when the building had belonged to the Mu clan's own record keepers, and the shelves had held the deeds of a family that ruled the Frostridge road. That memory was 3 centuries old. He found the stairwell, climbed, and entered the registry hall. Moonlight fell through a high east window, painting the shelves in pale stripes. Rows of bound ledgers stretched from floor to ceiling, their spines marked with years and jurisdictions. The Pang family's entries would be in the section reserved for mining claims, organized by the year of registration. Mu Zhao pulled the forged deed from his coat. He held it up to the moonlight, reading the date stamped on the first fold. 34 years ago. The year the Pang family had claimed Frostridge. The year the 4th seal had gone missing. He turned to the shelf marked with that year. The ledger was there, thick, bound in dark leather, its spine cracked from decades of handling. He pulled it free, laid it flat on the reading table beneath the window, and began turning pages. The handwriting was neat. Clerk's hand, trained in the standard style taught by the prefectural archive. Each entry recorded a transaction, a boundary adjustment, a transfer of claim. The Pang acquisition should have been near the middle, where the year's major holdings were listed in order of value. He found the page and stopped. The entry existed. The date matched. The boundary description was correct, matching the forged deed in his hand. But the seal at the bottom of the page was wrong. Mu Zhao leaned closer. The impression was crisp, official. It bore the mark of the prefectural auditor who had certified the transfer, the Peng manly seal, and a third seal he did not recognize. A small emblem, shaped like a frost flower with an extra petal, pressed into the space where the fourth transfer seal should have been. He had never seen that emblem before. Not in his past life, not in any record he had studied since awakening. It did not belong to any official registry, any clan, any sect he knew. He took out the forged deed and laid it beside the ledger page. The seals matched. Every detail, the placement, the pressure, the slight crack in the lower right curve of the frost flower emblem, visible only under close inspection. The deed in his pocket and the ledger on the table had been stamped by the same hand, which meant the forgery was not just a missing seal, it was a replacement. Someone had inserted a false emblem into the official record decades ago, and the document had sat in the archive ever since, unchallenged, waiting for someone to notice that the seal did not belong to any authority that existed in Liuyan. Mu Zhao's pulse did not rise. His breathing did not quicken. He was too old for surprise to show on his face, but his mind moved faster than it had in weeks. The missing fourth seal had been a weakness he planned to exploit, a gap in the chain of ownership, proof that the transfer was incomplete. He had assumed the Pang family had simply lost the final seal, or bribed the clerk to omit it, and that a direct challenge would force the deed to collapse under scrutiny. This was not carelessness. This was design. Someone had prepared the forgery before the Pang family ever set foot in the archive. They had created a seal that did not exist in any registry, pressed it into the ledger, and built a legal fiction so clean that no auditor would question it unless they knew the seal was false. And the seal was false. Mu Zhao was certain of it. He had memorized every official emblem in the prefecture during his first life, the years he had spent studying boundary law to secure the Mu clan's holdings. This frost flower with the extra petal was not among them. It had been invented. He turned back to the ledger. The pages before and after the Pang entry were intact. The dates flowed. The handwriting remained consistent. Nothing else in the book carried the false seal. Only this one entry, this one transfer, this one theft. He closed the ledger and stood in the moonlight, the forged deed in one hand, the list of vanished disciples pressing against his heart. History had drifted. The names he remembered from 3 centuries ago were gone from the records. The officials he had known were dead, replaced by men whose signatures he did not recognize. The boundaries of Frostridge had been redrawn twice, each adjustment pushing the Mu claim farther into the margins. And now this. A sealed lie, waiting in the archive for 34 years, guarded by a registry that had never noticed. Mu Zhao placed the forged deed back inside his coat. He left the ledger open on the table. He did not bother to close the side gate behind him when he stepped back into the street. The cold air hit his face, and he stood in the dark, looking up at the lantern above the auditor's door, its flames still burning, and thought about what it meant when the past could be rewritten so cleanly that even the dead could not tell the ink from the truth. He touched the paper inside his coat. The frost flower with the extra petal burned in his memory. Someone had prepared this before the Pang family took Frostridge. Someone with access to the registry, knowledge of the boundary laws, and the skill to forge a seal that would pass inspection for decades. Someone who knew, before the transfer ever happened, that the Mu clan would never come back to check. Chapter 23. The false seal stayed with him through the cold streets, through the dark market lanes where the only light came from shuttered windows and the occasional oil lamp swinging above a door. He walked without hurrying, letting the night settle around him, letting the image of the frost flower with its extra petal burn deeper into memory. Someone had prepared that lie before the Pang family ever set foot in Frostridge. Someone with access to the registry, knowledge of boundary law, and the skill to forge a seal that had passed inspection for 34 years. He reached the South Market tea house before the last lamp went dark. Yinmaro sat alone at a corner table, a cup of untouched tea cooling in front of him, watching the door as if he had known Mu Zhao would come tonight. "The rumor," Mu Zhao said, sliding into the seat across from him. "Spread it now." Yinmaro raised an eyebrow. "The steward has not moved yet. I was planning to whisper tomorrow morning. Tonight, the streets are half empty. No one will hear it until dawn. The night watch changes at the third bell." Mu Zhao leaned forward, keeping his voice low. "The steward's clerk will pass the gate on his way home. Let him hear it from a man who shares his shift. Let him carry it to the steward's ear before the household settles for sleep." Yinmaro studied him for a long moment, then nodded. 50 copper now." Mu Zhao placed the coins on the table. Yinmaro swept them into his sleeve and stood. "The audit rumor," he said. "I will make sure the clerk hears it from 2 directions. By the time the steward wakes, he will believe the prefecture has already sent a man to check the seals." He left without finishing his tea. Mu Zhao sat alone in the empty tea house, watching the lamp gutter above the door, and thought about what came next. The steward would panic, that was certain. Men who signed forged shipments for years did not have the nerve to sit still when auditors were mentioned. He would move the evidence tonight or tomorrow night, trying to hide it before anyone looked too closely. And Mu Zhao would be waiting. But that was only the first step. The false seal in the registry meant the forgery went deeper than the Pang family. Someone else had prepared the ground. Someone who had access to the prefectural records, who knew the boundary laws, who understood how to build a legal lie that would hold for decades. He needed to find that person, or at least he needed to understand their signature. He spent the next day watching, not from a rooftop or a shadowed alley. He sat at a noodle stall across from the Frostridge ore depot, eating a bowl of broth so thin it barely counted as food, and watched the steward's clerks come and go. The depot was a wide, low building, with shuttered windows and a loading platform that faced the Frostridge road. Wagons arrived every few hours, their drivers handing over papers before the ore was weighed and stacked inside. The clerks worked in pairs, one checking the paperwork, one marking the ledger. Mu Zhao watched them until his broth went cold. The steward did not appear until late afternoon. A heavy-set man in a blue robe, carrying a leather satchel pressed against his chest as if it held something that could not be left unattended. He walked fast, head down, not meeting anyone's eyes. Mu Zhao set down his bowl and stood. The steward disappeared into the depot, and Mu Zhao waited. The 4th bell rang. The 5th. He was still waiting when a clerk hurried out of the depot, crossed the street, and disappeared into the alley that led toward the old tannery district, a street where Yinmaro had once said certain documents could be moved without questions. Mu Zhao did not follow. He had already seen enough. The steward was afraid enough to send a clerk running before the sunset, afraid enough to move the forged evidence tonight, just as Yinmaro had predicted. Now, he needed someone to catch it. He found Kong at the village below Frostridge, sitting outside his family's hut with a pipe and a cup of cold water. The big man looked up as Mu Zhao approached, his weathered face unreadable. "You came back fast." "I need you to watch the ore depot tonight," Mu Zhao said. "The steward will move papers after dark. I want to know where he takes them." Kong set down his pipe. "The steward has 6 men on his payroll who carry blades. Then do not fight them." "I was not planning to fight." Kong stood, his shoulders rolling, the old Mu clan tattoo catching firelight. "I was planning to watch." Mu Zhao nodded and turned to leave. "Young master," Kong said behind him. Mu Zhao stopped. "The storehouse," Kong's voice was low. "The one your aunt kept hidden from creditors. Old Luo's father built it. It holds the last of the clan's winter stores. Grain, salt, dried meat, enough to feed the courtyard through the cold months." Mu Zhao turned. "If the stewards find it during the sweep," Kong said, "they will strip it clean, and there will be nothing left for your aunt to distribute." Mu Zhao said nothing. He had known the creditor sweep would cost something. He had planned for it, but the storehouse had not been on his list of risks. It was hidden, quiet, a secret the old retainers had kept for years. If the Pang men found it, The Mu courtyard would starve. He stood in the cold dart, the forged deed pressing against his ribs, the Foss seal burning in his memory, and felt the weight of what he was about to lose. "Watch the depot," he said finally. "Tell me where the papers go." Hidekang held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded and turned away, heading into the dark. Mu Zhao stood alone on the Frostridge road, the wind pulling at his coat, and thought about what it meant to win a battle while the people around him paid the price. Chapter 24. The storehouse door hung broken from its iron hinges. Mu Zhao saw it before he reached the courtyard gate. The wood was splintered inward, the lock snapped by a blade driven through the hasp. A trail of spilled grain led across the frozen ground, mixed with salt and the crushed leaves of dried herbs. He stopped at the threshold. Old Luo knelt in the ruin of the hidden room, his hands moving through the debris as if he could piece the spilled stores back together by touch alone. The shelf his father had built lay on its side. The clay jars that had held oil and pickled vegetables were shattered, their contents soaking into the dirt floor. Nobody spoke. The retainers stood in a loose circle around the doorway. Chen had his arms crossed, his face a mask of stone. Old Wen stared at the ground as if he could will himself somewhere else. Where Mu Zhao did not know clutched a bundle of salt-dusted cloth to her chest, her knuckles white. They did not accuse him. That made it worse. Mu Zhao stood in the cold air and watched Luo's hands sift through the wreckage, and he felt something shift inside him. Not guilt. He had prepared for the creditor sweep. He had known it would cost something, but he had not stood in the room with the cost before. He had calculated the storehouse as a variable, a risk factor, a piece on a board that could be sacrificed if the timing required it. The old retainers had not calculated anything. They had built this room with their fathers, filled it with their winter stores, and trusted it to hold. "They came at dusk," Chen said, his voice flat. 6 men, Pang colors. They did not ask, they did not announce, they just broke the door and took what they wanted. Mu Zhao said nothing. "Your aunt tried to stop them," Chen continued. "One of them pushed her aside. She is in the main hall now. She has not come out since." The words landed like a blade between his ribs. He walked past the broken door, past the spilled grain, past the retainers who would not meet his eyes, and crossed the courtyard to the main hall. Mu Suqin sat alone at the table where she had once counted the clan's last coins. The lamp was unlit. The room was dark except for the gray light bleeding through the paper screens. She had not changed her clothes. Her sleeves were still rolled up from where she had been working when the men arrived, and her hands lay flat on the table, palms down. She looked at him when he entered, and her eyes held everything she would not say aloud. "I heard what happened," he said. "Then you know more than I do." Her voice was thin, controlled. "Because I still do not understand why a rumor of an audit would bring 6 armed men to our storehouse before the sunset." Mu Zhao stood at the edge of the table, the distance between them feeling wider than it had ever been. "The steward panicked faster than I predicted," he said. Yin Maro's rumor reached him, and he moved his evidence earlier than expected. The creditor sweep was supposed to come tomorrow at the earliest. "Supposed to," she repeated the words as if testing their weight. "You set a trap for the Pang steward. You baited it, and instead of catching him, you woke the hornet's nest." "Yes." "And the storehouse?" Her voice cracked on the last word. "Did you know it existed?" He hesitated. That was answer enough. "I knew," he said. "Dagong told me. I did not warn you." She closed her eyes. Why? He had prepared for this question. He had rehearsed the answer in his mind on the walk back from Frostridge. The audit rumor had to reach the steward before nightfall to force the move. Warning the courtyard would have slowed the operation. Hidekang was watching the depot, not the storehouse. The timing was tight. The margins were thin. All of it was true. None of it mattered. "I chose the operation," he said. "I chose the timing. I did not account for the steward striking back at a target I had not protected." Mu Suqin opened her eyes and looked at him the way she had looked at him that first morning when she had knelt beside his fever bed and seen a stranger looking back at her. "You did not account," she repeated. You did not account for salt and grain and the hands of an old man who spent 20 years keeping that room hidden. You did not account for the people who would stand between your plan and its consequences." He said nothing. She stood slowly, her hands gripping the table's edge. "I do not know how much the Sword Saint ruled," she said. "I do not know if he commanded armies or cities or an entire sect at his feet, but I know he did not command this courtyard. He did not count coppers through the winter. He did not watch the retainers go hungry because the stores were emptied by men he should have anticipated." She stepped around the table, stopping a pace away, close enough that he could see the wear lines at the corners of her mouth. "A plaque restored means nothing, uncle." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Nothing, if no one beneath it can breathe without fear. If the hall is rebuilt, but the people who fill it are hollowed out by the cost." Mu Zhao felt the words land, not like a blade he could parry, a blade he had been trained to meet since the first time he picked up a sword 3 centuries ago. This was a weight, a cold, sinking weight that settled in his chest and would not dislodge. "I am trying to save this clan," he said. "You are trying to avenge the dead," she replied. "And you are using the living as fuel for the fire." She turned and walked past him, through the doorway, into the darkening courtyard where the retainers still stood in silence around the broken storehouse door. Mu Zhao stood alone in the dark hall. The silence pressed against him. The absence of accusation was worse than any shout. He had walked into battlefields where the air reeked of blood and found it easier to breathe than this room. He had known the storehouse was a risk. He had chosen to let it burn. Because winning meant moving pieces, and pieces could not feel, and he had trained himself for centuries to treat the campaign as the only thing that mattered. But Mu Zhixin's voice stayed in his ears. "You are using the living as fuel for the fire." He looked down at his hands, the hands of a 17-year-old boy who had pawned his sword to buy medicine for his aunt. The hands that had built calluses on a broom handle before dawn. He did not know whose hands they were anymore. A shadow moved in the doorway. He looked up, expecting Mu Zhixin, expecting Luo, expecting anyone but the figure who stood there with a folded paper in his hand. It was Yin Maro. "The steward moved the papers," Yin said quietly. "He Dakung followed them to a locked room above the old tannery. The address is written here." He held out the paper. Mu Zhao stared at it. The evidence he had been hunting, the documents that could break the Pang claim, the proof that would win the legal battle, reclaim the Frostridge deed, and restore the Mu clan's standing before the city. The first step of his revenge. He reached out and took the paper. It was lighter than he expected. Chapter 25. The address sat in his palm, ink bleeding slightly where his fingers pressed against the fold. Above the old tannery, the same district as the iron-doored building, the same warren of alleys where night shipments moved without witnesses. He tucked the paper into his sleeve and walked. The compound was silent behind him. No footsteps followed. No voice called his name. The retainers had dispersed to their huts, and Mu Zhixin had not come out of the main hall. He did not look back. Chao Ling Shu answered her door on the second knock, a lamp in one hand and a needle already between her fingers. "You look worse than last time," she said. "I need something for pain," he replied. "The meridian is pulling." She studied him a moment longer, then stepped aside. The clinic was warm. Herbs hung from the rafters in bundled rows, and a small brazier glowed in the corner. She set the lamp on the examination table and gestured for him to sit. "Remove the coat." He did. The cold air bit through his thin shirt, and he felt the faint ache beneath his collarbone where the newly opened meridian had been straining all day. The hollow vein scar was pale against his skin, barely visible in the low light. Chao pressed her fingers to his throat, then his left arm, then the space below his collarbone where the blockage had been. Her touch was clinical, impersonal. "You have been pushing it," she said. "I have been moving. There's a difference." She withdrew her hand. "The channel is inflamed. If you force it again tonight, you will tear it." He said nothing. She turned to her cabinet, pulling out dried root and a small pot of resin. "I can prepare a compress that will reduce the swelling, but it will leave you slow for hours. If someone is waiting for you in the dark..." They are. She paused, her hand on the jar. Then you should not be here. I needed to know if the meridian would hold. Qiao turned to face him fully. The lamplight carved shadows under her cheekbones, and her eyes were sharp, unreadable. It will hold, she said. Barely. If you rest until dawn and do not use the breathing, if you fight tonight, it will tear. Mu Zhao nodded slowly. Then I will not fight tonight. He rose, reaching for his coat. Sit down, she said. He stopped. You came here for treatment. Sit down and let me treat you. He hesitated, then lowered himself back onto the bench. The compress was warm against his chest. Qiao worked in silence, her fingers precise, her breath steady. She did not ask where he was going or why the meridian was inflamed. She did not ask about the storehouse or the raid or the look in his eyes that had not been there a week ago. She just worked. The stillness settled around them like snowfall. Mu Zhao closed his eyes. The warmth of the compress seeped into his chest, loosening the tightness that had been building all day. The hollow vein scar pulsed faintly, a rhythmic glow beneath the skin, and he felt the damaged channel ease. Thank you, he said. She did not look up. You will owe me another 4 silver. I know. She finished binding the compress in place with a strip of clean cloth, her fingers brushing his collarbone. The touch was deliberate, professional, but it lingered a heartbeat longer than necessary. She stepped back. Stay until the bell, she said. Then you can leave. He nodded. She banked the brazier and sat across from him, her hands folded in her lap. The lamp flickered between them. You are carrying something heavier than a sore meridian, she said. He did not answer. You do not have to tell me, but you should know that it shows. He looked at her. The lamplight taught the lines of her face, the set of her mouth, the faint furrow between her brows that was not anger and not pity, but something between. I made a choice today, he said. It cost someone I should have protected. She waited. I knew the risk. I chose to let it happen, because winning mattered more. Qiao studied him for a long moment. And did you win? He opened his mouth to say yes. The evidence was in his sleeve. The locked room above the tannery held the documents that would break the Pang claim. The campaign was advancing, but the words would not come. I do not know, he said. The bell rang from the north gate, a single deep note marking the second watch. Mu Zhao stood. The compress had cooled against his skin, but the warmth lingered in the channel beneath it. The pain had dulled to a low thrum, manageable. If you run into trouble tonight, Qiao said, do not use the breathing. Use your feet. He almost smiled. I will try. She walked him to the door. The night air hit his face, cold and sharp. The street was empty, the lanterns dim. Mu Zhao. He turned. She stood in the doorway, the lamp behind her casting her shadow long across the threshold. Come back if you need to. He nodded. Then he walked into the dark. The first sign came 3 streets from the clinic. A shutter clicked closed in a window above him, too fast, too deliberate. Mu Zhao did not slow. He kept his pace steady, his breathing even, his eyes tracking the shadows ahead. Second sign, a boot scraping stone in an alley to his left. Third sign, the silence. The street had been alive with distant noise a moment ago, a dog barking, a drunk singing somewhere near the river. Now it was dead quiet. He counted his steps, 7 paces to the next intersection, 3 alleys branching off it, 1 main road leading toward the tannery district. They had chosen the ground well. He reached the intersection and stopped. I know you are there, he said. No answer. Then they came. 2 from the left alley, 2 from the right. Dark coats, short blades, faces hidden behind cloth wraps. The 5th dropped from a roof beam behind him, landing light as a falling leaf. Mu Zhao did not reach for a weapon. He had none. Instead, he stepped sideways, let the first blade pass his ribs by a handspan, and drove his elbow into the attacker's throat. The man dropped. The others closed. The meridian screamed. He had not used the breathing, but he did not need to. The channel knew he was fighting. and it responded with a lance of white-hot pain that shot through his chest and down his left arm. His fingers went numb. A blade cut across his forearm, shallow but bleeding. He pivoted, caught the second attacker's wrist, and twisted until the bone cracked. Behind him, footsteps. He turned too slow. The third blade caught him across the ribs, slicing through his coat and the edge of the compress. Warmth spread down his side. He staggered. The meridian tore. It was a small tear, a fraction of a hairline split, but the pain dropped him to one knee. His vision blurred, the cold cobblestones pressed against his palms. This was how it ended. Not in a hall of justice, not face to face with Shen Gaoming. In a frozen alley, bleeding onto stones, killed by Pong thugs in the dark because he had pushed too hard and had nothing left. A hand grabbed his collar. He was yanked backward, through a doorway, into blackness. The door slammed shut. Blades rang against wood. Silence. Mu Zhao lay on his back, staring at a ceiling he could not see. Breathing hurt. Everything hurt. "You absolute fool." Chao Lingshu's voice, sharp, angry. He tried to sit up and she pushed him down. "I told you not to fight." "I did not intend to." "Then you are bad at not intending." He heard her moving, the rustle of cloth, the clink of glass. A lamp flickered to life, revealing a small storeroom lined with shelves. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the rafters, a secondary storage room, connected to the clinic. She had pulled him inside through a back entrance. "They will find this door," he said. "Not before I finish." She knelt beside him, cut away his coat, and pressed a cloth against the gash on his ribs. The sting made him hiss. "The meridian tore," he said. "I know." She worked quickly, efficiently, her hands steady despite the anger in her voice. She cleaned the wound, applied a paste that burned, and bound it tight. Then she sat back. "You cannot keep doing this." He met her eyes. "I know." The silence stretched. Her hand moved almost unconsciously and rested on his chest, over the spot where the hollow vein scar pulsed beneath the bandages. "You feel it," she said. "The cost." It was not a question. He reached up and covered her hand with his. Yes. They stayed like that, his hand over hers, her palm against his heart, the lamp flickering between them. The sounds of the attackers faded into the night. He could not remember the last time someone had touched him without wanting something. She pulled her hand back slowly. Then she stopped. "There is something in the paste," she said. He frowned. She lifted her fingers, sniffed them, then bent over the cloth she had used to clean his wound. "Not my paste. On the blade." She held the cloth to her nose. "Poison," she said. "Faint, night bloom extract mixed with iron dust." He went still. The same combination Gio had traced to Pang intermediaries. The same compound used in the prescription that had damaged Peng Yue. The same pattern. The attackers had been ordered to kill him, but they had also been ordered to make sure the wound carried a signature, a message, a warning. "They wanted me to know who sent them," he said. Chao looked at him, her face pale in the lamplight. "Then they expect you to live long enough to understand." He lay back, staring at the ceiling. The evidence was in his sleeve. The address, the locked room, the documents that could break the Pong claim. But the meridian was torn. He was bleeding through fresh bandages, and the night was only halfway done. "Help me stand," he said. Chapter 26. Mu Zhao rose with his hand pressed against the bandages. The storeroom tilted. He caught the shelf frame and held. "You cannot walk to the tannery," Zhao said. "I can." "Your meridian is torn. You are bleeding through the compress. The poison is in your blood." He turned to face her. The movement cost him. He did not let it show. "Then I will crawl." She stared at him. The lamp carved shadows under her cheekbones, making her face look carved from something harder than flesh. "What is in that room," she said slowly, "that is worth dying for before dawn?" He reached into his sleeve and pulled out the folded paper Yin Maro had delivered. Held it out. She took it. Read it. Her expression did not change. "Proof," he said. "The documents Pang moved tonight. The forged deed and the registry entry stamped by the same hand. If I retrieve them before the steward can destroy them, the claim breaks." Ed, if you bleed out in a locked room about his tannery, then someone else will have to finish it. She set the paper down. Her hand hovered over it, then pressed flat. I am coming with you. He started to refuse. She cut him off. You need someone to hold a lamp while you search, and someone to drag you back if you collapse. I am the only person in this city who knows which herbs keep a torn meridian from killing you before sunrise. He studied her, the sharp lines of her face, the set of her jaw. You will be in danger. I have been in danger since the night I first treated your channel. I simply did not have the sense to run. A ghost of a smile crossed her lips. It vanished before he could name it. She gathered a leather satchel, filled it with jars and bandages, and slung it over her shoulder. Move slowly, she said. Tell me if the bleeding worsens. They took the back alleys. Mu Zhao moved with his left arm pressed against his ribs, each step sending a pulse of heat through the torn channel. The streets were dark. The second watch bell had not rung yet. The city was waiting, holding its breath between the attack and whatever came next. Chow walked beside him, her satchel bumping against her hip, her eyes scanning the gaps between buildings. The attackers, she said. They used night bloom and iron dust. I heard you. That combination is not common. It requires preparation. Someone knew you would be on that street. He kept walking. The steward from the Pang Ore Depot, she said. The steward does not have the knowledge to compound that poison. He buys it. From Dr. Shao. He did not answer. He did not need to. They passed the old market square, empty now except for a single dog nosing at the base of a cold brazier. The tannery district lay ahead, its roofs low and black against the sky. Chow moved through the alley like a shadow, her hand catching his sleeve at each turn. The building stood at the end of a dead lane, 3 stories, boarded windows on the ground floor, a single lit crack on the second. The door was locked. Mu Zhao studied the frame, the hinge pins, the gap between the planks, old construction, weak jam. Give me your belt knife. She handed it over. He slid the blade into the seam between the door and the frame, found the latch, and worked it open with a single twist. The door swung inward. Stairs rose into darkness. He climbed, one step at a time, his breath shallow, his hand on the wall. Chow followed close behind, her lamp held low. The second floor opened into a narrow corridor with 3 doors. The second door was new, fresh hinges. He pushed it open. The room was small. A desk, a locked chest, a shelf with ink pots and blank paper, and a stack of ledgers on desk. He crossed to them, opened the first one, and saw the handwriting. The same hand that had signed the Frostridge ledger. The same false frost flower seal, stamped at the bottom of every page. This is it, he said. Qiao set the lamp on the desk. She pulled a folded sheet from her satchel and laid it beside the ledger. Rui Chinya's list, 5 names, 5 dates, 5 transport numbers. Look, she said. She pointed at the first entry in the ledger. A shipment of ore recorded on the same date as the first disappearance, the same transport number. He turned the pages. Every vanished disciple matched an ore shipment. Every transport number aligned with a ledger entry. The same hand, the same seal, the same pattern. It is not mining, Qiao said quietly. No. He stared at the ledger, at the names that were not written there. 53 years and 9 months since the seal required the first sacrifice. That was what Shen Gaoming had done. He had turned Frostridge into a prayer mill, feeding human lives into the frozen ground to buy more time. The theft of the Heartfrost codex, the corrupted forms, the meridian seal on Mu Zhao as a child, the forged claim on Frostridge, all of it tied to one purpose: the seal beneath the mountain. Shen Gaoming had not stolen the codex for power. He had stolen it because the true Heartfrost was the key to the seal, and Tingfeng had refused to use it that way. A faint vibration passed through the floor, deep, subsonic. Mu Zhao turned toward the window. The frost on the glass had grown thicker. Patterns swirled across it, forming and reforming like breath on a winter pane. The mountain was awake, and someone had been keeping it fed. He reached down and picked up the ledger, the stack of papers, and the seal. "We cannot kill him," he said. Xiao looked at him. "We cannot kill Shen Gaoming," he repeated, "because if he dies before we understand the seal, the mountain will swallow everything." She did not argue. She did not ask how he knew. She simply gathered the remaining papers, folded them into her satchel, and waited. The frost on the window pulsed. Once, then still. Chapter 27. The courtyard was dark when Mu Zhao reached the gate. The evidence sat wrapped in oilcloth against his chest, the stack of papers and the seal pressing against the torn meridian with every step. He had left Qiao at the clinic with strict instructions to stay inside until dawn. She had not argued. She had only looked at him with that steady, unreadable gaze that made him feel seen in a way he could not afford. He pushed the gate open. The main hall was dark. The kitchen was dark. But a thin thread of light escaped from beneath the door of the side room where Mu Suqin kept her sewing box and the old lockbox that held what little remained of the clan's coin. He did not call out. He crossed the courtyard, his boots leaving dark prints on the frost-hardened earth, and stopped at the door. He could hear movement inside, the soft scrape of a needle passing through layers of cloth, the shift of a body leaning forward, the sound of someone working through the hours that belonged only to those who could not afford to sleep. He pushed the door open. Mu Suqin sat on the low stool beside the lamp, a pile of winter clothes spread across her lap. The mending basket at her feet held torn sleeves, patched collars, a pair of trousers that had been darned so many times the original fabric was barely visible. She did not look up. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The room smelled of wool and tallow and the faint, clean scent of the soap she used to scrub the floors before dawn. A clay bowl sat on the table beside her, half filled with a thin broth that had gone cold. A piece of bread beside it, untouched. He sat down on the floor across from her, his back against the wall, the papers rustling against his chest as he moved. She threaded a new needle with the same steady hands that had counted coins in the dark on the night he woke, the same hands that had pushed against Pang raiders and been shoved aside. "I found the documents," he said. She did not answer. The forged deed, the ledger, the seal that does not match any official registry, all of it. She pulled the needle through a torn sleeve, drawing the edges together with even, practiced stitches. "Dekung tracked them to a room above the tannery," he said. "Qiao helped me retrieve them." Her hand paused, the needle hovered. She did not ask whether he was hurt. She did not need to. She had already seen the way he moved, the way his hand pressed against his ribs when he thought she was not looking. She pulled the needle through again. "The seal is failing," he said, "beneath Frostridge. Shen Gaoming has been feeding disciples into it for 53 years. The people who vanished, the closed carts, the ore shipments that never reached market." She set the needle down. For a long moment, she did not move. Her hands rested on the mended sleeve, her fingers still curved around the fabric as if she were waiting for something to finish. Then she looked up. Her face was not angry. It was not soft either. It was the face of a woman who had learned to measure her hope in spoonfuls and her grief in years. "And you?" she said. "I am standing." "That is not what I asked." He said nothing. She picked up another piece of cloth, a winter coat that had belonged to one of the younger cousins, the one who had outgrown it 2 seasons ago. She spread it across her lap and began unpicking a loose seam. "I was 17 when the Pang family took the last of our fields," she said. "Not the Frostridge land, that was gone before I was born. The small fields, the ones by the river where we used to grow barley." He listened. "My father tried to fight it in the courts. He spent a year traveling to the prefectural seat, submitting petitions, paying clerks, waiting in halls where no one would serve him tea. He came back with nothing but thinner clothes and a cough that never left him." She worked the seam open with careful fingers. "He died believing he had failed, that the clan would end with him, that everything our ancestors built would dissolve into debt and dust." She folded the seam flat and began restitching it with even, continuous thread. "But it did not end with him. Because I was here. Because your mother was here. Because the cousins and the retainers and the children who grew up in this courtyard all kept reaching for the same thing he reached for, even after he stopped breathing." She pulled the thread tight. Do you understand what I am saying? He knew. He had always known, but hearing it spoken aloud, in her voice, in this room where the lamp burned low and the cold crept through the cracks in the walls, it landed differently. The storehouse, he said. She did not react. I knew the sweep would come. I chose not to warn you because I needed the Pang steward to commit to a visible move. I calculated that the loss of the storehouse was acceptable if it meant securing the evidence. She kept sewing. I was wrong. Her needle paused, just for a breath. Then she continued. You are not wrong about many things, she said. You read people. You read contracts. You read the city better than anyone I have ever known, but you read the courtyard like a stranger who learned the language from a book and never heard it spoken aloud. She tied off the thread and bit through it. We did not survive 3 generations of ruin because of strategy. We survived because we kept choosing each other, even when it made no sense. Even when there was nothing to gain. Even when the only thing left was the choice itself. She set the mended coat aside and picked up the next piece, a scarf with a frayed edge. I will not absolve you, she said, because you do not need absolution. You need to learn that the people in this courtyard are not pieces on a board. She stood. The lamp flickered as she moved, casting her shadow long across the wall. She walked to the door, the mended clothes folded over her arm, and paused. The food will not last the winter, she said, even with rationing. The storehouse was our buffer. Without it, we will need to buy grain on the open market at winter prices, and we do not have the coin. He nodded. I will find a way. She looked at him for a long moment. I know you will. She stepped through the door, and then she stopped. She turned back, reached inside the room, and adjusted the lamp so that it burned a little brighter. Then she set it on the floor just inside his doorway, where its light spilled across the threshold and into the dark hall beyond. She did not say anything. She did not need to. She walked away, her footsteps fading across the courtyard, and left him sitting on the floor of the cold room with the lamp burning at his door like an invitation he did not yet know how to accept. He sat there for a long time, the evidence pressed against his chest, the ledger, the seal, the names of the dead, and beneath them, the steady, relentless pulse of the mountain, waiting, breathing, counting down the days until the seal broke. He reached out and touched the lamp. The glass was warm. The frost on the window beside him began to spread, slow at first, a thin lace of crystals creeping across the pane, branching outward like veins, like fingers reaching from the cold beyond. He watched it grow. It had not stopped. The mountain was still awake, and if Mu Zhao had seen it, if the frost was reaching into Liuyan itself, then the seal was closer to breaking than he had allowed himself to believe. He had the evidence that could break the Pang claim, but the mountain did not care about clan disputes. It cared about what was fed to it. The lamp flickered. The frost kept spreading. Chapter 28. He sat with the lamp. The warmth of it bled against his palm, slow and steady, while the frost crept across the window pane in branching veins. He watched it spread, crystal fingers reaching, grasping, climbing toward the frame as if the cold outside was testing the seams. He should sleep. His body demanded it, the torn meridian singing its protest through every breath. The wounds from the assassins pulling tight when he moved, the exhaustion pressing against the inside of his skull like a blade held too long. But the mountain was awake, and he could not afford to close his eyes without understanding what it meant. He reached into the space behind his ribs where the true Heartfrost fragments lived. The breathing, the forms, the principles that Shen Gaoming had stolen and corrupted, reshaping them into a weapon that could maintain a seal without ever revealing the cost. The lamp flame bent, not from wind, from the cold bleeding off his skin as he pulled the memory forward. The first fragment surfaced like a splinter rising from old wood. The seal is not a wall, it is a hand. Open fingers cannot hold, closed fingers cannot breathe. His master's voice. Old stone peak, 312 years ago, standing above a frozen lake while Tingfeng, the boy who would become Sword Saint, shivered through his first true lesson in the Heartfrost Foundation. He had not understood then. He understood now. The seal beneath Frostridge was not a barrier slammed into place. It was a grip, a sustained grasp maintained by continuous, precise pressure through the Heartfrost channels. The breathing, the circulation. The art itself was the hand that held. And Shen Gaoming had been holding for 53 years, with a corrupted art, with missing nodes and misaligned channels and intentional flaws that forced the practitioner to compensate through brute force instead of precision. The lamp flickered. Mu Zhao's breathing changed. He let the old memory unfold, layer by layer, sinking deeper into the architecture his master had taught him when the world was younger and his body had not yet been murdered for its knowledge. The prison beneath Frostridge had been designed by the first generation of Heartfrost masters. Not one seal, 3. A foundation seal, keyed to the mountain's natural cold channels, meant to drain and neutralize whatever was contained within. A transit seal, keyed to the flow of offerings, meant to regulate the exchange between the prison and the outside world. A living seal, keyed to the practitioner's own meridian network, meant to hold the shape of the entire structure together so long as the breath continued. 3 seals, 1 codex. The complete Heartfrost sword art was not a cultivation method. It was a lock, a living lock that required the practitioner to become the core of the seal, breathing the prison's rhythm, circulating the mountain's cold through their own meridians until the boundary between self and seal dissolved. Shen Gaoming had stolen the codex, but he had not stolen the understanding. The understanding required years of guided instruction, gradual immersion, the slow fusion of practitioner and seal, until the Heartfrost became not something performed, but something inhabited. Tingfeng had spent 23 years learning to inhabit it. Shen Gaoming had spent 53 years improvising. The lamp flame steadied. Mu Zhao opened his eyes. The frost on the window had reached the top of the pane. He saw it now. The shape of the failure. The reason the seal was breaking, despite 53 years of sacrifices, despite the disciples fed into the mountain, despite every brutal compromise Shen Gaoming had made to keep the grip from slipping, the corrupted codex could not sustain the living seal. It could only approximate it. And approximation required constant supplementation. Human qi. Life force. The burning of living meridians fed into the transit seal to compensate for what the corrupted living seal could not generate on its own. The disciples were not sacrifices in the traditional sense. They were fuel. Burned alive through prolonged exposure to the mountain's cold, their qi drained and fed into the seal to keep the grip from failing, their deaths disguised as meditation accidents or ritual advancement, or any of the 1,000 lies a sect could tell to cover the truth. 53 years. How many disciples? How many names on Rui Chinese list? And how many lists that had never been written? The mountain rumbled. A low vibration passed through the floorboards, through the walls, through the glass of the window where the frost still spread. Deeper than sound, older than language. The prison beneath Frostridge was not merely awake, it was hungry. The lamp flame leaned sideways. Mu Zhao pressed his palm flat against the floor and felt the pulse of the mountain through the frozen ground. A rhythm that matched nothing human, nothing alive, nothing that should exist in the world above. He understood now why he could not kill Shen Gaoming, not because the false saint was too powerful, not because the sect would hunt him, because Shen Gaoming was the only thing holding the grip. The corrupted living seal had fused to his meridian network over 53 years of continuous maintenance. He was not merely the practitioner, he had become the core, the anchor, the hand that held. If Shen Gaoming died, the seal would open, the mountain would empty, and whatever had been imprisoned beneath Frostrum for longer than the Heartfrost lineage had existed would rise. The lamp flame died, not extinguished, absorbed. The cold in the room had become so dense that the light itself seemed to drown. Mu Zhao sat in darkness, his breath fogging in the air, his torn meridian pulsing with the mountain's rhythm, his hand still pressed to the frozen floor. He had the evidence that could break the Pang claim. He had the knowledge that could expose Shen Gaoming. He had the art that could restore the Mu clan to its former glory. But none of it mattered if the seal broke before he could learn to replace Shen Gaoming's grip with his own. And he did not have 53 years. He did not have 53 months. The frost on the window pulsed. Once. Twice. A third time, synchronizing with something beneath the ground. And in the silence of the frozen room, with the lamp dead and the mountain breathing beneath him, Mu Zhao understood the true shape of the war he had been fighting. He was not racing toward Shen Gaoming. He was racing toward the moment the seal failed. And if he could not reach the living seal before the grip dissolved, then everything, the clan, the codex, the revenge, the future he had begun to imagine with people who still drew breath, would vanish into the cold that had been waiting beneath Frostridge since before the first Heartfrost master ever learned to hold. He closed his eyes and began to remember. Not the fragments, the whole, the living seal in its complete, uncorrupted form. He had learned it once, he would learn it again, before the mountain took everything. Chapter 29. Dawn came gray and windless, the frost still clinging to the window glass when Mu Zhao rose from the frozen floor. His legs had gone numb, his torn meridian burned with every breath, the mountain's rhythm still pulsing beneath his ribs like a second heartbeat he could not silence. He pressed a hand to his chest and felt the hollow vein scar warm against his palm. The lamp would not relight. The oil had crystallized. He left the room without looking back. In the main hall, Mu Zhao had already banked the fire and set a pot of water to warm. She did not ask where he had been. She looked at his face once, then turned to the hearth and ladled broth into a bowl. He took it. The warmth spread through his hands, his throat, his chest, but it did not reach the cold the mountain had left in him. "I meet to speak with them," he said. "Chao, he dekong, wrote to yin maro." Mu Zhao did not turn. "How many will you tell?" "Enough." "Enough for what?" He set the bowl down. "To change the terms." She turned then, her hands still holding the ladle, her eyes searching his face for something she was not sure she would find. "You came back different from that room. I came back knowing what I am racing." "And what is that?" He did not answer. Not because he did not trust her, but because the truth would sit in her chest like a stone, and she already carried enough weight to crush a lesser woman. "Send word to the retainers," he said instead. "Tell old Luo and Chen to wait at the tannery. Tell He Dekong to bring the boundary witnesses." She held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once and reached for her shawl. Chao Lingshu arrived first. She came through the courtyard gate with her medical satchel and a hard set to her mouth, the same look she had worn when she yanked him through the back entrance of her clinic with 5 assassins bleeding in the street behind them. "You should be in bed. I should be many things." She stopped 3 paces from him and studied his posture. The way he held his weight shifted to his right leg, the slight tremor in his left hand. "Your meridian will tear again if you push it." "I know. And you are going to push it anyway." He did not deny it. She exhaled through her nose, a sound that was not quite a sigh and not quite a curse, then set her satchel on the table and began unpacking bandages, ointment, a small clay jar of something that steamed when she unsealed the lid. "Then at least let me wrap it before you break it again." He Dekong came through the gate at mid-morning, his shoulders dusted with frost, his face weathered from a night spent watching roads and waiting for men who never came. Behind him walked 3 men Mu Zhao did not recognize, 2 with surveyor's calluses on their hands, 1 with a limp and the hollowed look of a man who had worked the Frostridge slopes before the Pang overseers drove him off. "Boundary men," He Dekong said. "They remember where the old stones sat, before the Pang surveyors replaced them." The surveyors looked at Mu Zhao with the wariness of men who had learned not to trust cultivation masters. One of them, the oldest, carried a folded map wrapped in oilcloth, his knuckles swollen from years of cold and measuring ropes. "You are the Mu Heir?" the old surveyor asked. "I am. We heard you threw Pang Yuan off a tournament platform." "I did." The old surveyor nodded slowly, then unwrapped the oilcloth and spread the map across the table. The ink had faded to the color of dried blood, but the lines were still clear. The old Mu boundary, marked in frost flower crests, running from the river bend to the high pass above Frostridge. They moved the stones, the old surveyor said. I can show you where the originals are buried, but I will not swear to it in front of arbiters unless you can protect my family afterward. Mu Zhao met his eyes. You will have the Mu clan's protection. The Mu clan has a courtyard and a debt. For now. The old surveyor studied him for a long moment, then folded the map and tucked it back into his coat. I will show you the stones, but I will not put my name to paper until I see the Pang claim break. Rui Chanyi came last. She slipped through the gate like a shadow, her threadbare coat drawn tight against the cold, her sharp cheekbones standing out against skin that had not seen enough sun or food. She carried nothing but a folded paper in her hand. My cousin is driving the supply cart up Frostridge tomorrow, she said. I can ride with him as far as the village. If you want someone to see what is actually happening at the mountain, I will look. Mu Zhao studied her, the faint scarring along her wrists, the set of her jaw, the hunger in her eyes that was not for food. You know what you might find. I know what I have already lost. She held his gaze. Finding the truth will not bring my brother back, but it will tell me what to burn. He did not argue. He took the paper from her hand and unfolded it. A list of names. 15 this time, not 5. Dates, transport numbers, dispatch signatures that matched the handwriting on the tannery ledgers. How did you get this? Yin Mero found a clerk who copied the dispatch records before they were sealed. Mu Zhao folded the paper and tucked it inside his coat, next to the forged deed and the tannery ledger sheets. 15 names. 15 disciples who had been driven up Frostridge and never returned. And somewhere in the mountain, the transit seal was still burning their chi to keep the grip from slipping. Yin Mero arrived at noon, walking through the courtyard gate with the unhurried ease of a man who owned every street he crossed. You have been busy, he said, settling onto the bench by the wall. Boundary surveyors, a discarded candidate, a physician who looks at you like she is deciding whether to save your life or end it. He smiled. You are building something. I am removing something, Mu Zhao said. Same thing, different words. Yin Mero crossed his arms. What do you need from me? The Pang steward's clerk, the one who runs errands toward the tannery. I know him. I need him to deliver a message, one that sounds like it comes from his master. Yin Mero's eyes sharpened. What kind of message? That the audit has been delayed, that the forged documents can stay where they are for 3 more days. And why would you want him to say that? Mu Zhao did not answer. Yin Mero watched him for a long moment, then laughed quietly. You are not trying to win the arbitration. You are trying to make them move the evidence again, on your schedule. The steward trusts his clerk. And when the steward realizes the message was false, by then the witnesses will have given their testimony, the ledgers will have been recorded with the city arbiters, and the Pang family will have to explain why their own documents contradict their claim. Yin Mero's smile widened. You are a dangerous man, Mu Zhao. By dusk, the plan was in motion. He Dekong had taken the boundary surveyors to the Frostridge Road, where they would mark the original stone locations under cover of darkness. Rui Chanyi had left for her cousin's cart, the list of 15 names folded into her sleeve. Yin Mero had drifted toward the South Market Tea House, where the steward's clerk took his evening meal. Chao Ling Shu stayed. She sat at the table in the main hall, her hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had long gone cold, her eyes fixed on Mu Zhao with an expression he could not read. You are not telling them everything. Neither are you. I know what is under that mountain. They do not. They know enough. She set the cup down. Do they know that the seal could break before the arbitration ends? Do they know that if Shen Gaoming dies, the mountain will empty? Do they know that you are not fighting to win a claim, but to seize control of a prison before the prison wakes? Mu Zhao said nothing. You are asking them to risk their lives for a clan restoration, Zhao said. And that is true, as far as it goes. But the rest of it, the part you are not telling them, could kill everyone in this courtyard if the timing goes wrong. I know, and you are still going to do it. He met her eyes. I am going to do it because if I do not, the mountain will take everything anyway. The clan, the city, the continent, every name on Rui Chanyi's list will be the beginning, not the end. Chao held his gaze for a long moment, then reached into her satchel and pulled out a small jar of ointment. Then at least let me treat that meridian before you tear it again. She stood and crossed to him, her hands gentle as she unbuttoned his collar, her fingers cool against his skin as she spread the ointment over the scar above his heart. Neither of them spoke. The silence said enough. The first sign came just after the third watch. Mu Zhao was sitting in the main hall, the tannery ledgers spread across the table, when Chen burst through the gate with blood on his sleeve and panic in his eyes. "The Pang Heir," Chen gasped. "He has gathered men, 20, maybe 30. They are marching on the old boundary stones." Mu Zhao was on his feet before Chen finished speaking. "Where is he, Takung?" "Still on the road. But the Pang Heir knows. Someone told him about the surveyors. He's going to destroy the markers before dawn." Mu Zhao reached for his coat. "How long?" "An hour, maybe less." Mu Zhao's torn meridian throbbed with every heartbeat. He had the evidence. He had the witnesses. He had the plan. Peng Juan was not trying to win. He was trying to burn everything down before the arbitration could begin. And he, Takung, was alone on the Frostridge road with 3 unarmed surveyors and a map. Chapter 30. He Dagong had 3 unarmed surveyors and a map. Mu Zhao moved before his mind finished calculating. He grabbed his coat from the bench, snatched the folded tannery ledger from the table, and was at the door before Chen's breathing steadied. "How long ago did they leave the city?" Mu Zhao asked. "Quarter hour, maybe less. I ran the whole way." Mu Zhao turned to Chao, who had risen from her chair, her hand already reaching for her satchel. "Stay," he said. "I can help." "You can help more by staying alive. If I do not return, you know where the evidence is. You know who to take it to." She held his gaze for a heartbeat, then 2. Her jaw tightened, but she did not argue. Mu Zhao was out the gate before she could change her mind. The Frostridge road ran north through empty fields, silver under moonlight. Mu Zhao ran. His torn meridian burned with every stride, the channel screaming against the force he pushed through it. The mountain's rhythm thrummed beneath his ribs, matching his pulse, reminding him that his body was a borrowed vessel held together by will and the last traces of Chao's ointment. He did not slow. The road curved past the abandoned mill, then climbed toward the ridgeline where the old boundary markers lay buried. Bang Jueyan had a 30-minute head start and 20 men. He Dekong had 3 surveyors and a map. Mu Zhao ran harder. He saw the torches first. A cluster of orange flames bobbed along the ridgeline, moving with purpose toward the cluster of stone markers that had marked Mu territory for 400 years. Pang Jueyan's men, 20, maybe more. They spread out along the ridge, some carrying picks and crowbars, others holding blades. Mu Zhao left the road and cut across the frozen field, his boots cracking the crust of ice over the furrows. The cold air seared his lungs. His meridian screamed. He crested the ridge at a dead sprint and saw Hidekong standing in front of the surveyors, a broken cart axle held like a staff, facing down 3 armed men who had already reached the markers. "You touch that stone," Hidekong said, his voice carrying across the ridge, "and I will break your arm before you swing." The lead man laughed. "1 man with a stick against 20? Brave, Dekong. Stupid, but brave." Mu Zhao did not slow. He hit the first man at full speed, his shoulder driving into the man's ribs, sending him sprawling into the frozen dirt. Before the second could react, Mu Zhao grabbed his wrist, twisted, and used the man's own momentum to slam him into the stone marker. The third drew his blade. Mu Zhao sticked inside the swing before it completed, his palm striking the man's elbow, the blade clattering to the ground. He caught the man's collar and shoved him backward into the snow. Hidekong stared at him. "You came alone?" "I came fast." The torchlight swelled as the rest of Pang Jueyan's men crested the ridge, their shadows stretching long across the frozen ground. Mu Zhao counted 23. He counted the distance to the markers. He counted the seconds before they reached him. He turned to face them. The old surveyor behind Hidekong stepped forward, his voice trembling but clear. "That stone you are standing beside, the one with the frost flower carved into the base." Mu Zhao glanced down. The marker was half buried in ice and snow, its surface worn by centuries of wind. but the frost flower crest was still visible, the petals weathered but unmistakable. "That is the original Mu boundary," the surveyor said, "set by Tingfeng himself after the Great Accord. I walked these lines when I was a boy. I remember where every stone sat before the Pang family moved them." "Can you prove it?" The surveyor's jaw tightened. "There are old witness marks carved into the base, invisible unless you know where to look. Each stone has a number. The Pang replacements do not." Mu Zhao filed the information away, his eyes never leaving the approaching torches. 23 men, 1 broken cart axle, 3 surveyors who had never held a blade. "Stay behind the stone," Mu Zhao said. He Dekong stepped up beside him. "What are you planning?" "Delay. That is not a plan. It is the only one we have." The first wave came fast. Peng Juoyan led from the front, his deep blue coat visible even in the torchlight, his blade already drawn. He was not smiling. The arrogance that had defined him at the lantern tournament was gone, replaced by something colder. "You think a few old stones will save you?" Peng Juoyan called out as he approached. "You think witnesses matter when the city answers to my family?" "Your family answers to the city," Mu Zhao said. "And the city is watching." Peng Juoyan laughed, but there was no humor in it. "The city watches what we let it watch. By dawn, those stones will be rubble. By midday, your surveyors will be gone. By tomorrow's arbitration, you will have nothing." He raised his blade and his men surged forward. Mu Zhao moved. He was not fast enough to fight 23 men. He was not strong enough to win. But he did not need to win. He needed to hold the line long enough for the surveyors to mark the stones. He met the first man with a shoulder strike, pivoted, and sent him into the second. He caught a blade on his forearm, the edge slicing through his coat and scoring his skin. But he did not stop. He used the momentum to drive his elbow into the third man's throat, then dropped low and swept the fourth's legs out from under him. The mountain's rhythm burned through him. His meridian screamed with every heartbeat, the torn channel leaking chi into his chest like molten glass. But he held. It was the fifth man who broke him. A heavy blow caught Mu Zhao across the ribs, and he felt something crack. His vision blurred, his knees buckled. He went down hard against the frozen ground, the torchlight spinning above him. Peng Juoyan stood over him, blade raised. "This is where the Mu line ends," he said. "Not in a hall, not in a battle. In the dirt, beside a stone no one remembers." Mu Zhao looked up at him. He smiled. "Then let me leave you one more thing to remember." He reached into his coat and pulled out the ledger. The Tanre ledger. The one that proved every ore shipment taken from Frostridge was a forgery. He held it up. "You can kill me," Mu Zhao said. "But you cannot kill the evidence. There are copies, witnesses, ledgers that tie every shipment to your family's seal. The arbitration will go forward, with or without me." Peng Juoyan's face twisted. "Burn it." His men grabbed the ledger and threw it into a torch. The pages caught, curling and blackening, the ink dissolving into ash. Mu Zhao watched. He had expected this. "Burn that one," he said quietly. "There are 6 more." Peng Juoyan's hand tightened on his blade. "You are lying." "Am I?" For a long moment, the only sound was the crackling of the flames. Then the old surveyor spoke. "He is not lying." Everyone turned. The surveyor stood beside the boundary stone, his hand resting on the weathered frost flower crest. His face was pale, but his voice was steady. "I have seen the copies. I know where they are kept, and I will testify." Peng Juoyan's blade lowered. "You are dead." "Maybe," the surveyor said, "but I am old, and I have lived long enough to see a debt collected." The silence stretched, and then, from the darkness behind Peng Juoyan's men, a voice rang out. "That is enough!" Everyone turned. Elder Kudrid stood at the edge of the torchlight, flanked by 2 unarmed attendants in pale gray robes. His face was unreadable, but his voice carried the weight of decades. "The stones will remain," he said. "The surveyors will live, and the arbitration will proceed at dawn." Peng Juoyan's face contorted. "You cannot." "I can." Elder Kirit's gaze settled on Mu Zhao. The Nine Pillars sect has an interest in this dispute, and I am authorized to ensure the proceedings are fair. Peng Zhuiyan sheathed his blade. This is not over. It is not even close, Mu Zhao said. Peng Zhuiyan turned and walked away, his men trailing behind him, their torches shrinking into the darkness. Elder Kirit watched them go, then turned to Mu Zhao. You are bleeding. I am alive. Barely. The envoy's eyes narrowed. You have your stones. You have your surveyor. But you have also made an enemy of the Pang family tonight. And that enemy will not stop at the arbitration. I know. Do you? Elder Kirit's voice dropped. Because when the sect envoy who saved your life asks for a favor in return, the price is always higher than you expect. He turned and walked away, his attendants following. Mu Zhao stood alone beside the boundary stone, the frost flower crest cold beneath his fingers, the mountain's rhythm burning in his chest. The old surveyor stepped up beside him. Sect envoy signed off on a pine clung 34 years ago. Mu Zhao turned. The surveyor's face was grim. When questions reached too high, they always signed off, every time. Chapter 31. The courtyard was silent when Mu Zhao limped through the gate. Dawn had not yet broken. The frost on the windows had thickened overnight, crawling across the glass in fern-patterned veins that caught the last of the dying lamp flame. He stood in the center of the main hall, breathing shallowly through cracked ribs, and let the quiet settle around him. The tannery ledger was ash, but the surveyor would testify. The stones still stood, and the arbitration would proceed at dawn. He touched the burn scar on his forearm, the one from his first life, the one that had never quite healed. It ached in the cold, a familiar ache, like an old debt waiting to be called. He needed Chow. She was already awake when he reached the dispensary, the lamp burning low, her shadow moving behind the curtained window. She opened the door before he knocked, her eyes sweeping over his torn coat, the blood crusted on his sleeve, the way he favored his left side. You look worse than last night. I feel worse. She stepped aside and let him in. The dispensary smelled of dried herbs and the tang of old incense, a scent that had become familiar over the past weeks. Chow moved to the counter and began pulling jars down without asking what he needed. He sat on the stool by the examination table, his hands resting on his knees, his breath coming slow and measured. The arbitration is today. I know. Elder Kirit intervened. The surveyor will testify. The stones are still standing. She paused, a jar of powdered bone knit in her hand, and turned to look at him. And the ledger? Burned. Expected? I made copies. She nodded, returning to her work. Then the question is whether the evidence holds. It will hold. He paused, but the Pang family will not go quietly. They will try to discredit the witnesses, bury the trail, burn whatever records they can still reach. She set the jar down and walked over to him, her fingers brushing his coat aside to inspect the wound beneath. You need rest. I need proof. You need rest, she repeated, her voice firmer. If you collapse at the arbitration, everything you have built collapses with you. He said nothing. She began working, her hands steady and practiced, cleaning the cuts on his forearm, binding the cracked ribs with strips of cloth infused with numbing paste. She did not speak, but her silence was not cold. It was the silence of someone who had learned to work while the world burned around her. When she finished, she stepped back and wiped her hands on a cloth. There is something else. He looked up. I spent the night tracing the poison purchases. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, covered in her cramped, precise handwriting. The night bloom extract and iron dust that nearly killed you. The same compound that damaged Pang Yue. I traced it through the prescription archive back to Dr. Xiao's dispensary near the East Gate. I know. You know he compounds it. You do not know who bought it. She held out the paper. 3 purchases in the last 6 months, all signed by Pang intermediaries, the same names that appear on the forged ore shipment receipts, the same names that paid the assassins who attacked you. He took the paper and read it. The names were familiar. Minor Pang retainers, stewards, clerks who signed documents no one questioned. But one name stood out: Li Feng, the Pang family's chief accountant, the man who managed the ore revenues, the man whose signature appeared on every shipment manifest that had left Frostridge in the last decade. Mu Zhao looked up. Li Feng signed for the poison. 3 times, Zhao said. Once for the compound that damaged Pang Yue, twice for the night bloom extract. The timing matches the assassination attempt. Then Li Feng is the link. He is the paper trail. If he testifies, or if his ledgers are found, the Pang family's entire operation collapses. Mu Zhao folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. Where is Li Feng now? At the Pang compound, under guard. The family knows he is vulnerable. Then we need him before the arbitration. Chao's eyes narrowed. You cannot break into the Pang compound, not with cracked ribs and a torn meridian. I do not need to break in. Mu Zhao stood, wincing at the pull across his chest. I need to make them bring him out. How? They think the ledger is burned. They think the evidence is gone. He turned toward the door. They will be confident, overconfident, and when they are confident, they will make mistakes. He paused at the threshold. Li Feng is their mistake. He walked through the pre-dawn streets alone, the paper burning against his chest, the mountain's rhythm still thrumming beneath his skin. The frost on the windows had thickened, spreading across the glass in patterns that no natural cold could explain. The seal was weakening. He could feel it in his bones, in the hollow ache behind his ribs, in the way the air itself seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. He did not have time to rest. He did not have time to heal. But he had a name, and names, he had learned, were the most dangerous weapons of all. The Sunbird tea house was empty when he arrived, the lamps unlit, the tables wiped clean for the day ahead. Ying Maro sat alone at the rear table, a pot of cold tea before him, his face unreadable. You look worse than I expected. I need a message delivered. I assumed. Yin Maro gestured to the seat across from him. What kind of message? Mu Zhao sat down, the motion pulling at his ribs, sending a spike of pain through his chest. To the Pang compound, to Li Feng. Yin Maro's eyebrows rose. Their chief accountant? That is a deep well, Mu Zhao. What do you want me to tell him? Mu Zhao leaned forward. Tell him that the tannery ledger was not the only record. Tell him that his name appears on every purchase order for night bloom extract. And tell him that if he does not appear at the arbitration today, I will present the evidence to the Sect envoy before the sun sets. Yin Maro studied him for a long moment. That is a direct threat. It is an invitation. To what? Mu Zhao's eyes were cold. To choose which side he wants to die on. Yin Maro let out a slow breath, then stood. I will have it delivered within the hour, before the arbitration begins. Before the arbitration begins. Yin Maro turned and walked toward the back door, his footsteps fading into the silence. Mu Zhao sat alone in the empty tea house, the frost creeping across the window beside him, the mountain's rhythm pounding in his chest like a second heart. He had the names. He had the trail. Now he just had to force the Pang elders to walk into it. The arbitration hall stood at the center of Liuyan's administrative district, a low stone building with iron-bound doors and windows too narrow for escape. The crowd gathered outside was already thick. Merchants, laborers, clan representatives, all drawn by the rumor that the Mu name might rise again. Mu Zhao walked through them without meeting their eyes. He had been here before, in a different body, a different life, standing before the same carved doors, waiting for the same judgment. But then he had been the accused. Now he was the one calling the account. He pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Chao was already there, seated on the bench reserved for witnesses, her hands clasped in her lap, her face unreadable. She met his gaze as he entered, a single nod passing between them. He Dikong stood near the rear wall, arms crossed, his weathered face set in grim lines. The old surveyor sat beside him, his hands trembling but his eyes steady. And at the front of the hall, seated behind the raised bench, Elder Curate watched him enter with the stillness of a predator waiting for prey to commit to its path. Mu Zhao walked to the center of the hall and turned to face the doors. The Pang elders would arrive soon, and when they did, the real battle would begin. The doors creaked open. Mu Zhao's hand moved to his coat, where Chao's paper rested against his chest. The footsteps echoed across the stone floor, and the first of the Pang family's representatives stepped into the light. The crowd outside the hall murmured as the heavy doors groaned shut. Mu Zhao did not turn. He stood in the center of the stone floor, his eyes fixed on the raised bench where Elder Kirit sat, his face half-shadowed by the lantern light. The Pang representatives took their places on the left. 3 elders in deep blue robes, their faces smooth with cultivated calm. A clerk carrying a leather-bound ledger. And behind them, just visible at the edge of the torchlight, a man in a plain gray coat whose face Mu Zhao recognized. Li Feng, the chief accountant, had come. Mu Zhao allowed himself a single breath of satisfaction. The trap had been sprung. Now he needed the prey to walk the rest of the way in. The head arbitrator, a reed-thin man with ink-stained fingers and the bearing of a career bureaucrat, called the proceedings to order. His voice carried no weight. The room's true authority sat on the dais beside him, silent and waiting. The assembly is convened regarding the disputed boundary and mining rights to the Frostridge territory, currently administered under claim by the Pang family of Liuyan district. The Pang elders shifted. One of them, a broad-shouldered man with a silver-streaked beard, spoke first. The Pang claim is 34 years old, registered, stamped, approved by 3 prefectural auditors and a Sect envoy. He let the words settle, then added, "The Mu clan brings nothing but dust and grudges." Mu Zhao did not answer immediately. He let the silence stretch, let the room feel the weight of it, let the crowd outside hear nothing but the absence of his voice. Then he turned to face the Pang elder. "You are correct on one count." The elder's eyes narrowed. "The Pang claim was approved by a Sect envoy." Mu Zhao paused, "which is why I find it so strange that the envoy who approved it was never named in the registry." A ripple of unease passed through the Pang side. Mu Zhao reached into his coat and pulled out Chao's paper, holding it up in a motion slow and deliberate enough for everyone in the room to see. "Because the seal on your claim does not match any envoy's signature on record. It does not match any prefectural seal. It does not match any known authority in the Yunmark's prefecture." He set the paper on the table between them. "It matches the seal on a forged ore shipment ledger, and that same ledger matches the purchases of a poison used in 2 assassination attempts." The hall went silent. The Pang elder's face drained of color, and from the dais, Elder Kirit spoke for the first time. "Let me see that paper." Mu Zhao haw him. The door was open, but as he stepped forward to deliver the paper, a courier appeared at the hall's side entrance, breathless and wild-eyed, a folded message clutched in his hand. He did not look at the arbiters. He looked at Mu Zhao, and Mu Zhao saw the color drain from the courier's face. The message was from Frostridge, and it was not good news. Chapter 32. The courier's face stayed with Mu Zhao as he turned back toward the dais. He did not look at the folded message in the man's hand. He could not afford to look. Elder Kirit's hand remained extended, palm open, waiting for the paper Chao had prepared. Mu Zhao walked forward and placed it in the envoy's grip. The hall held its breath. Kirit unfolded the sheet, his eyes moving across the characters with the slow patience of a man who had learned to read lies before compliments. The lantern light carved shadows beneath his cheekbones. His expression did not change. He read it twice. Then he set it down on the bench before him and looked at the Pang elders. "The seal on your Frostridge claim," he said, his voice carrying no inflection at all, "does not match any authority registered in the Yunmarch prefecture. This witness statement confirms that the seal appearing on your ledger matches the seal appearing on a forged ore shipment record, and that same record matches purchases of a controlled poison." The silver-bearded Pang elder straightened. "The Mu clan has produced no proof that the seal on our claim is false, only accusations, only a physician's scribbles. The physician is here," Mu Zhao said quietly. "She can testify." "She is your ally," the elder shot back. "Her word is your word. That is not evidence. That is theater." Qiao rose from the witness bench before Mu Zhao could respond. I have treated every major household in Liuyan for 7 years, she said. Her voice carried no heat, only the flat precision of someone reading a prescription aloud. The Pang household included. I have records of every herb, every compound, every treatment that passed through my dispensary. If you wish to claim my testimony is biased, you will need to explain why I documented Li Feng's signature on 3 separate purchases of night bloom extract before I ever met Mu Zhao. The Pang elder's mouth opened, then closed. Li Feng shifted behind them, his gray coat catching the torchlight. He did not speak, but his hands had begun to tremble. Elder Kirit picked up the paper again. The purchase dates are recorded? 2 months before Peng Yue's Qi deviation, 1 week before the attack on the Mu Heir, and the third, Qiao paused, was signed 3 days ago. The hall erupted. The head arbitrator banged his gavel, but the noise did not stop until Elder Kirit raised one finger. The room fell silent. Mu Zhao let the quiet settle before he spoke. I do not need to prove who forged the Frostridge claim, he said, turning to face the Pang elders fully. I only need to prove that it was forged. The seal is false. The ledger entry was stamped by the same hand that forged the deed, and the man who signed for the poison used against my clan sits in this room. Li Feng's face had gone the color of old paper. The silver-bearded elder recovered first. You have no witness who saw the seal being struck, no forger to name, no proof that Li Feng acted on our orders. All you have is a physician's record and a dead boy's grudge. I have the document itself, Mu Zhao said. He pulled the folded deed from his coat and laid it on the table between them. The old surveyor had helped him confirm the seal's extra petal under daylight, the flaw that matched the ledger entry on no known registry. He had not needed the tannery records. He had needed only the one piece of paper the Pang family had never expected him to hold. Examine it, Mu Zhao said. Compare it to any official seal in the prefecture. You will find no match, because the man who struck this seal did not use an authorized stamp. He used a tool he had made specifically for this theft, and he used it 34 years ago, before the Pang family ever filed their claim. The elder's composure cracked. That is impossible. It is documented, Mu Zhao said. The registry contains the impression of your claim seal on the day it was filed. I have compared it to every ambassador's mark, every prefectural stamp, every notary emblem stored in the city archives. There is only one matching impression in the entire record. He paused. Yours. The hall erupted again. The head arbitrator's gavel cracked twice before the noise subsided. Elder Kirit did not intervene this time. He sat motionless, his eyes fixed on Mu Zhao with an expression that might have been appraisal, or might have been concern. The silver-bearded elder's face had gone dark. Even if the seal is irregular, he said, his voice low, that does not prove fraud. Clerical errors occur. Registry stamps degrade. The fact that our seal does not match a prefectural emblem proves nothing about the legitimacy of our ownership. No, Mu Zhao agreed, but the timing of your document move proves everything. He turned toward the hall's side entrance. The door opened. Yin Maro stepped through, wearing a merchant's plain coat and carrying a leather satchel that looked innocuous enough to pass for tax records. He did not smile. He did not bow. He walked directly to the evidence table and set the satchel down with a soft thump. The locked room above the old tannery, he said, loud enough for the room to hear. Empty now. But I found the men who carried your ledgers there last night. He opened a satchel. Inside lay 3 sheets of paper, each bearing a delivery receipt stamped with the Pang household seal. These were signed by your steward, Yin Maro said, looking directly at the silver-bearded elder. Dated after the challenge was filed. Your men moved the documents after Mu Zhao petitioned for arbitration. You filled the vault after the game had already started. The Pang elder's face went from dark to white. That is not evidence of forgery. That is evidence of administrative reorganization. It is evidence, Mu Zhao said quietly, that you knew your claim could not survive an honest audit, and you knew it before the challenge was ever filed. The hall fell silent. Li Feng made a sound, a small noise that might have been a word or might have been a sob. His hands were shaking openly now. The gray coat could not hide it. Elder Kirit looked at him. Chief Accountant Li, the envoy said, his voice soft as frost. "Do you have anything to add?" Li Feng's jaw worked. His eyes darted to the silver-bearded elder, then to the door, then back to the table where the forged deed lay. "I signed for the extract," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I signed because I was told it was for medical treatment. I did not know." "You signed 3 times, Qiao said from the witness bench. "The first time the compound damaged Pang Yue's qi channels. The second time it was used in an assassination. The third time was 3 days ago. What medical treatment required 3 separate poison purchases over the span of a year?" Li Feng's mouth opened. Nothing came out. The Pang elder stepped forward. "This is irrelevant. Mu Zhao has presented no witness to the forgery itself. He has circumstantial evidence at best. The claim stands until proven otherwise." "Then let me prove it," Mu Zhao said. He turned to the hall's side entrance again. This time, the old surveyor rose from his bench, steadying himself on He de Kangguang's arm. He walked to the center of the room with the slow, deliberate steps of a man who had carried the truth for decades and was finally laying it down. "I walked the Frostridge boundary lines as a boy," he said, his voice cracked but clear. "I remember where every Mu stone sat before the Pangs replaced them, and I remember the men who signed off on the claim." He looked at Elder Curate. One of them wore your colors. The room went still. Elder Curate's expression did not change, but his hand, resting on the bench, tightened almost imperceptibly. "Which color?" he asked. "The 9 Pillars envoy who approved the Pang claim 34 years ago, the surveyor said, his voice steady now. "Wore pale gray, same as you." A beat of silence. Then the hall's side door opened again. The courier who had arrived earlier stepped forward, his face still pale. He held the folded message from Frostridge in his hand, and this time he did not wait for permission. "The mountain," he said, his voice breaking, "is bleeding." The Pang elder turned. "What does that mean?" The courier's eyes found Mu Zhao. "The sealed discharge hit the village at dawn. 3 scholars who went up to measure the frost line have not come back. And the road," he swallowed, "the road is closed." Mu Zhao felt the mountain's rhythm pulse beneath his ribs, urgent and cold, as if the thing beneath Frostridge had heard its name spoken aloud. The hall was still arguing, but he was already gone. The arbitration did not matter now. The forged deed did not matter. The Pang elders could rage until their voices gave out, but the clock had just run out in a language no one in this room understood except him. He stepped forward, ignoring the head arbitrator's call for order. "The motion is tabled," he said. The Pang elder's face twisted. "You cannot table a formal, 'I can.'" Elder Karit's voice cut through the noise. "The arbitration will reconvene when the Frostridge situation is assessed." He stood. His eyes met Mu Zhao's, and in that gaze, Mu Zhao saw that the envoy understood exactly what the courier's words meant. The mountain was bleeding, and the only man in Liuyan who knew how to stop it was walking out the door. Chapter 33. The laborers came in 2s and 3s at first, then in a slow stream that filled the witness bench before the hall had finished settling. He de Kong stood at the door and let each man pass with a nod, his face set in the same weathered calm he wore when the odds were 23-1. The first to speak was a man named Go, his hands scarred from hauling unrefined ore. He stood before the arbiters with his cap twisted in his fingers and said he had worked the Frostridge seam for 11 years, that he had seen Pang overseers mark shipment weights before the ore was even weighed. "Where did they mark them?" the senior arbiter asked. "On the tally sheets. They kept 2 sets, one for the depot, one for the closed cart." The silver-bearded Pang elder rose. "This man was dismissed for theft. His word carries no weight." "Then why?" Mu Zhao said quietly. "Was he never charged?" The elder's mouth closed. Go's eyes stayed fixed on the floor. "They did not charge me because I knew where the closed cart went." "And where was that?" "Up the mountain, past the pangolin sheds, past the rope bridge where the road ends. They took the sealed crates and the closed cart up there, and the men who went with them did not come back down." The hall muttered. The senior arbiter leaned forward. "How many times did you see this?" "I stopped counting after 40. The silver-bearded elder slammed his hand on the table. "This is theater. The boy has packed the hall with disgruntled laborers and paid mouths. None of this touches the validity of the claim itself. Then let me touch it, Mu Zhao said. He drew a folded sheet from his sleeve, careful not to let the motion pull at his cracked ribs. This is a shipment manifest dated 3 years ago, signed by your depot foreman, listing 300 jin of refined frost iron extracted from the Frostridge seam. The manifest describes the ore as coming from East Ridge, Survey Marker 7. He held the sheet up. Survey Marker 7 is not on Pang land. It is on the original Mu boundary line, as confirmed by the witness marks on the stone elder Kirit ordered preserved last night. The silver-bearded elder's face went dark. The markers have been moved. Everyone in Liuyan knows the boundary shifted. Then why, Mu Zhao said, does your own manifest reference the marker by its pre-claim number? Silence. The senior arbiter took the sheet, read it, and passed it to his left. The second arbiter read it and did not pass it further. This number, the senior arbiter said, corresponds to the prefecture's original survey registry. It does, which went out of use after the Pang claim was filed. It did. The senior arbiter set the sheet down. His eyes found the silver-bearded elder. Explain how your foreman used a defunct numbering system to document ore extraction from a marker that was supposedly relocated 40 years ago. The elder's jaw worked. Behind him, Li Feng had gone very still. Chao rose from the witness bench without waiting for permission. She carried a bound stack of paper, the edges of each sheet neatly trimmed, and she placed it before the senior arbiter with the care of a woman who had already memorized every line. This is my clinic's prescription archive, she said. I have documented 3 separate purchases of night bloom extract by Pang family retainers. The first was ordered by a household manager named Hui, dated 1 month before Pang Yue's qi deviation. The second was ordered by the same Hu, dated 1 week before the attack on Mu Zhao's life. The third was ordered by the depot foreman whose signature matches the manifest Mu Zhao just presented. She opened the stack. Each purchase was paid from the same account that funds the Frostridge operation. The signature on the payment slip matches the signature on the delivery receipts Yim Maro presented earlier. The silver-bearded elder's face had gone from dark to bloodless. You are accusing my family of attempting murder and document forgery in the same breath. I am not accusing, Chiao said. I am recording. The arbiters may draw their own conclusions. The senior arbiter studied the stack for a long moment. Then he looked up. The court will recess for 1 hour to examine this evidence. When we reconvene, the Pang family will present its original Frostridge claim deed, the complete shipment ledgers for the past 34 years, and the sworn testimony of every foreman who has overseen the vein since the claim was filed. The silver-bearded elder's mouth opened. The alternative, the senior arbiter said, is a ruling of default. The hall began to empty. Mu Zhao stood at the side, feeling the mountain's pulse beat beneath his ribs like a second heart. The borrowed time was running out faster than the arbitration could keep pace. He Dekong appeared at his elbow. The laborers will stay. They have nowhere else to go tonight. Good, keep them close. And the documents? Mu Zhao looked toward the side door where the Pang elder's son had slipped out during Chiao's testimony. A shadow in motion, already gone. They will not survive the night, Mu Zhao said, unless we move first. He turned and walked into the corridor, where the cold had already begun to crystallize on the windows. The mountain was bleeding. The records would burn, and the only thing he could protect was the truth that had already been spoken into the record. But truth did not survive if no one lived to repeat it. Chapter 34. The corridor windows had crystallized by the time Mu Zhao reached the outer gate. He stopped with his hand on the wood, feeling the mountain pulse beat through his ribs. Not louder than before, different. The rhythm had shifted from a distant warning to something closer, something that pressed against the inside of his chest like a fist testing a locked door. He Dekong came up behind him. Where? The courtyard. The evidence. We'll keep until dawn if we live that long. He pushed the gate open and stepped into the alley, the cold air hitting his face like a blade. The street beyond the arbitration hall lay empty, lanterns guttering in their brackets, frost painting the cobblestones in long, pale streaks. No movement. No sound but the wind. They made it 3 blocks before Mu Zhao stopped. A smear of ash on the ground, fresh. Still warm enough that the frost had not taken hold around it. He crouched and touched the dark stain. The ash crumbled between his fingers, carrying the faint, oily smell of burnt tallow and old paper. Dekong's hand went to the rusted blade at his belt. They moved already. No. Mu Zhao straightened, the ash still clinging to his fingertips. They moved before we left the hall. He began to run. The streets blurred past him, the torn meridian burning with each stride, the mountain pulse hammering in time with his feet. Dekong stayed at his shoulder, breathing hard, saying nothing. They rounded the corner onto Bamboo Lane. The Mu courtyard gate stood open. Not broken, open. The hinges had been oiled recently enough that the wood swung without sound, and the scrap of cloth jammed into the latch gap told him someone had prepared this entry beforehand. A servant. A paid hand. Someone inside. Mu Zhao did not slow. He crossed the threshold into the courtyard, and the heat hit him first. The kitchen annex was burning. Flames poured from the split window, black smoke boiling into the night sky, and the fire had already spread to the eaves of the main hall. The roof beams were catching, the old dried timber lighting like tinder, and in the orange glow he saw them. 4 men in dark clothes moving through the smoke. 1 carried a torch, 1 carried a blade, 2 carried oil. They were not trying to fight, they were trying to burn. Mu Zhao's hand went to his empty belt. No weapon. He had not carried one to the arbitration. He had walked into the hall with paper, not steel, and the mistake screamed through him now. Dekong's was already moving past him, the rusted blade clearing its sheath with a scrape, his voice rising into a shout that cracked against the burning walls. "Fire! Fire at the gate!" The nearest dark-clothed man turned, saw Dekong coming, and swung the torch like a club. Mu Zhao did not wait for the impact. He ran past the fight toward the main hall where the flames had not yet reached the central doors, where the smoke was still thin enough to see through, where Mu Zhao had been kneading dough 12 hours ago. He hit the door with his shoulder, and the old wood held. He hit it again. The third time the latch gave and he stumbled inside. The main hall was empty. The tablets stood in their rows. The incense burner sat cold on its stand. The folded cloth Mu Zhao had been mending lay across the arm of her chair, needles still driven through the fabric. She was not there. He heard a crash from the kitchen wing, a woman's voice, sharp and unbroken. "Get back!" Mu Zhao's voice. He moved. The corridor behind the hall had turned into a tunnel of heat and shadow, flames already eating through the wall panels, the smoke dropping low against the ceiling. He ducked beneath it, keeping his head down, counting steps by memory. The kitchen door was blocked. A beam had fallen across it, burning at both ends, the wood crackling and spitting sparks across the stone floor. Beyond it, through the gap, he saw the shape of a woman pressed against the far wall, one arm raised, a cleaver in her hand. Mu Zhao had not run. She had taken the kitchen as her last stand. And standing between her and the door was a man in dark clothes, a blade in one hand, a torch in the other. He was still. He was waiting. He was not here to burn the building. He was here to kill her. Mu Zhao saw the man's shoulders shift, the weight settling for a strike. There was no time for strategy, no time for patient moves. There was only the fallen beam and the flame-fed inches between. He put his hand on the burning wood. The heat seared through his palm, through the calluses, through everything, and he lifted. The beam rose, embers showering his arms, and he threw it sideways into the widening fire. The dark-clothed man heard the sound and turned. Mu Zhao was already inside the kitchen. He did not have a blade. He did not need one. The man came forward with the torch leading, a horizontal sweep meant to drive him back toward the flames. Mu Zhao stepped into the arc, let the fire pass an inch from his chest, and brought his burned hand up into the man's throat. The cartilage gave. The man staggered, dropped the torch, his hands flying to his neck. He made a sound that was not quite a scream, and then he was on the ground, his body jerking once before going still. Mu Zhao stood over him, breathing hard. The fire crackled. Mu Zhao had not lowered the cleaver. "You are bleeding," she said. He looked down. His right sleeve was smoldering, the fabric blackened and split, and beneath it, the old burn mark across his forearm had turned an angry red. "It will wait." "Zhao," The others, where are they? Pushed out the back gate before the flames caught. I stayed to seal the record cabinet, she pointed. In the corner of the kitchen, pressed against the wall where the fire had not reached, stood a lacquered chest. The locking bars had been hammered down, the wood around it splintered from the blow. You did that? I have a good arm. Mu Zhao looked at the chest, the family ledgers, the evidence copies, everything that could not be replaced. He looked at Mu Suqin. Her sleeves were scorched, her face was smeared with ash. She was still holding the cleaver. You should have run with the others. I should have, she said, but we both know I do not listen well. The roof beam above them groaned. The flames had spread faster than he had calculated. The kitchen wing was fully involved now, and the main hall would fall within minutes. The heat pressed against him from every direction, thick and hungry, and the smoke had begun to drop toward the floor. He had two choices: take the chest and fight through the back gate, leaving the main hall to burn, or try to reach the ancestral tablets before the roof collapsed. He had already made this calculation once tonight. Help me with the chest, he said. Mu Suqin lowered the cleaver. Together they dragged the lacquered box across the stone floor, through the burning corridor, past the body of the man who had been sent to make sure she did not leave the kitchen alive. The back gate was open. Tingfeng stood in the alley, his blade red, two bodies at his feet. 4 more went over the wall when the fire caught, he said. They will be halfway to the Pang compound by now. Let them run. Mu Zhao set the chest down and looked back at the burning courtyard. The flames had consumed the kitchen roof entirely. The main hall was catching. The old wooden beams that had stood for 3 centuries were blackening, splintering, beginning to fall. The ancestral tablets were inside, the plaque Mu Suqin had planned to restore, the hall he had sworn to reclaim. He watched it burn, and he understood with the same cold clarity that had carried him through 3 centuries of waiting that he could have let the attack play out longer. He could have let Pang Juyan's men commit deeper. He could have waited until the evidence of the assault was undeniable, until the entire city witnessed the flames, and then he could have destroyed the Pang family with the full weight of public horror. But Mu Suqin would have died in the kitchen. The younger clansmen would have died in the back alley, and the clan he was saving would have been a monument to ashes, not a house of living people. He turned away from the fire. We need shelter for the chest, he said, and a place where the younger ones can sleep. The old tannery roof is still sound, Tingfeng said. Mu Zhao nodded. He picked up the chest. Behind him, the main hall's roof collapsed, sending a pillar of sparks into the night sky. The fire climbed higher, visible from every corner of Liuyan, and in the distance, he heard the first alarm bells begin to ring. He did not look back. But as he carried the chest down the alley, he felt the mountain pulse surge beneath his ribs, stronger than before, and he knew that the seal beneath Frostridge had just felt the collapse of another safeguard. The fire in the courtyard was only the beginning. The real burn was yet that come. Chapter 35. The old tannery roof leaked in 3 places. Mu Zhao sat with his back against the wall, the lacquered chest at his feet, watching the younger clansmen settle onto piles of musty sacking. A girl of maybe 12 had stopped crying. An old man with one working eye was passing around a water skin. They had all made it out. Tingfeng stood at the door, face turned toward the street. The fire glow had faded from the sky. We need to move before dawn, Mu Zhao said. The fire will have drawn every eye in Liuyan. By morning the arbiters will know where the flames started and where the men who carried the oil came from. And if they look the other way, then we show them. Mu Suqin sat across from him, the cleaver still in her lap. She had not let go of it since the kitchen. Your hand, she said. He looked down. The burn across his palm had blistered, the skin tight and raw. He had not noticed it happen. It will heal. It will leave another scar. He had no answer for that. The night passed in fragments. The younger ones slept. Tingfeng changed watch 3 times. Mu Suqin did not close her eyes, and neither did Mu Zhao. He sat with the mountain pulse beating beneath his ribs, counting the distance between each surge, feeling the seal beneath Frostridge settle into a rhythm he did not recognize. It was slower than before, deeper, as if the fire had fed it. By the time the first grey light touched the tannery window, he had made his calculation. The attackers had run toward the Pang compound. 4 men, carrying oil-stained hands and blades that had been used in a murder attempt. They had not been subtle. The city would know, but knowing was not the same as acting. He rose and pulled the lacquered chest closer. "Open it," Mu Zhao said. He lifted the locking bars. The wood splintered further. Inside, the ledgers lay stacked in neat bundles, their edges charred from the heat but the ink still legible. The evidence copies, the shipment manifests, the prescription records, every piece of paper that had cost someone something to gather. Mu Zhao reached past him and lifted the top bundle. "The household accounts," she said. 3 generations. My father's handwriting, my grandfather's. She set them down gently. "I thought they would burn." "They almost did." She looked at him then, and he saw something in her face that he had not seen since the night he opened his eyes in this body. Not trust, not forgiveness, something older. "I know what you gave up," she said. "I saw you look at the main hall. I saw you choose. I chose the chest. You chose me." The words sat between them, heavier than any ledger. He Dadong cleared his throat from the doorway. Movement on the street. 3 figures in arbiter gray, heading toward the Pang compound. Mu Zhao rose. Then it begins. The arbitration hall filled slowly. Word had spread overnight. The fire, the arsonists, the Mu compound reduced to ash and blackened beams. The city had gathered before the sun was fully up, pressing against the barriers, watching the dais where the senior arbiter sat with Elder Carrot at his side. The silver-bearded Pang elder stood alone. Pang Ruyan was not present. "Where's your heir?" the senior arbiter asked. The elder's mouth tightened. He was not informed of this session. The fire was visible from every rooftop in Liuyan. Do not insult this hall by pretending your household did not notice. Mu Zhao stood at the center of the floor. He had washed the ash from his face. He had bound his burned hand with clean cloth. He had left the lacquered chest in Mu Zhao's keeping, because if this went wrong, he wanted the evidence in hands that would not be cut down in the same room. He carried only one paper. The delivery receipt Yin Maro had recovered, showing that 4 men hired through Pang household accounts had purchased 6 jugs of lamp oil at dusk, paid in Pang script, delivered to the Bamboo Lane gate an hour before the fire. "I present this as evidence of premeditated arson against the Mu clan compound," Mu Zhao said. The attackers fled toward the Pang estate. 4 witnesses confirm their direction. The receipt confirms their pay. The silver-bearded elder's face had gone bloodless. "This is a fabrication. The receipt bears your household seal, a seal that could have been copied. Then explain why your foreman's signature matches the delivery record. Explain why the oil merchant identifies the buyer as a Pang steward. Explain why 4 men carrying blades and oil were seen entering your compound's service gate after the fire." The hall was silent. The senior arbiter studied the receipt. "Elder Pang, you will produce your foreman for questioning within the hour, or this hall will issue a judgment of guilt by default. You will produce your household's oil purchase records for the past 3 days, or this hall will assume concealment. And you will produce Pang Juyan, because his absence in the face of this accusation speaks louder than any denial." The elder's composure cracked. He turned and walked out. The hall erupted in whispers. Mu Zhao did not move. He stood with the receipt in his hand, feeling the mountain pulse settle into something almost calm, and he understood that the fire had done what no ledger ever could. It had made the city see. He found Mu Zhao at the back of the hall, standing beside He Dekong, the lacquered chest at her feet. "It worked," she said. "It worked because we survived." She looked at him for a long moment. "You chose us," she said. "Do not forget why." He did not answer, but as he walked out of the arbitration hall into the cold morning light, with the mountain pulse steady beneath his ribs and the burned hand throbbing in its bandage, he felt something shift in his chest that was not the seal. It was smaller, quieter. It felt like Mu Zhao's heartbeat, not his own. Chapter 36. The arbitration hall held its silence. Mu Zhao stood at the center, the delivery receipt still in his hand, and watched the space where Elder Pang had walked out. The crowd behind the barriers had stopped whispering. They were waiting, the way a crowd waits before a public execution or a wedding vow, holding breath collectively. The senior arbiter did not look away from the hourglass on the dais. Sand ran. Mu Zhao stood at the back wall, the lacquered chest at her feet, her hands folded in her sleeves. She had not sat down since entering the hall. He Dekong stood beside her, arms crossed, watching the door where the silver-bearded elder had vanished. The hour was nearly gone. Elder Karate sat motionless beside the senior arbiter, his smooth face unreadable, his straight bearing untouched by the tension. He had not spoken since Mu Zhao presented the receipt. He had not needed to. The senior arbiter's voice cut through the silence. The hour is complete. He did not raise his hand. He did not call for order. The room simply went stiller, as if the air itself had stopped moving. Elder Pang has not returned. His foreman has not been produced. His household records have not been presented. Pang Juyen has not appeared. The senior arbiter looked at the empty space where the silver-bearded elder had stood. This hall finds the Pang household liable for the arson attack on the Mu clan compound. The evidence of premeditation is established through the delivery receipt, the oil merchant's sworn testimony, and the 4 witnesses who observed the attackers fleeing toward the Pang estate. He paused. The Pang claim to Frostridge mining rights is hereby voided. All contested territory returns to the Mu clan, effective immediately. A sound rose from the crowd. Not applause, not cheering, a release of held breath, a rustle of fabric as people shifted, a murmur that spread from the barriers to the street beyond. The city had heard. Mu Zhao did not move. He stood with the receipt in his burned hand and watched the senior arbiter sign the judgment, watched the seal pressed into the wax, watched the document passed to a clerk who carried it to him with both hands. Mu Zhao, the clerk said quietly, the judgment is yours. He took it. The paper was warm from the seal press. He turned and walked to the back wall where Mu Zhao stood with the lacquered chest at her feet. Her face was composed. Her hands were still folded, but there was something in her eyes that he had not seen before. Recognition. Not of who he was, but of what they had become together. The mining rights, she said. All of them, she nodded once. He Dekong let out a breath that sounded like it had been held for years. I need to sit down, he said. Mu Zhao did not smile, but her voice softened. Find a bench. He did not argue. Mu Zhao stood with the judgment in his hand and felt the mountain pulse shift beneath his ribs. It had not changed. It had not weakened or strengthened, but it was there, steady, waiting, as if the mountain knew what this victory meant and was already counting the cost. The crowd began to thin. The barriers were lowered. The arbiters filed out. The clerks gathered their papers and inkstones. And Elder Curate remained. He sat on the dais long after the senior arbiter had left, watching Mu Zhao with those eyes that carried the weight of decades. His smooth face gave nothing away. His hands rested on his knees, still as carved stone. Mu Zhao walked toward him. The hall was nearly empty now. Mu Zhao had moved to the benches where He Dakong sat. The clerks had retreated to their side room. Only the 3 of them remained on the main floor. Elder Karit, the envoy tilted his head. You have won a significant victory today. I have reclaimed what was stolen. Yes. Karit's voice was soft. But stolen by whom, Mu Zhao? The Pang family held that claim for 34 years. They did not forge it alone. Someone with registry access and boundary law knowledge prepared the seal before they ever filed the paperwork. Someone who knew the Mu clan would not be able to challenge it. Mu Zhao said nothing. That person is still out there, and they will have noticed your victory. Let them. Karit smiled. It was not a warm smile. You breathe like a dead man, Mu Zhao. You move like someone who learned sword forms before you learned to walk. And now you have reclaimed Frostridge. The 9 Pillars sect will hear of this. My report has already been sent. Mu Zhao met his gaze. Then the sect will know the truth. The truth. Karit's voice carried a weight that pressed against the air. The truth about what, Mu Zhao? About who taught you to breathe like the Sword Saint? About why the seal beneath Frostridge is bleeding on the same schedule that your clan's fortune rises? The hall was very cold. Karit rose. He walked past Mu Zhao without another word, his robes brushing the floor, his steps unhurried. At the door he paused. Restore your hall. Gather your clan. But understand this, the mountain does not give back what it takes, and what you have reclaimed today is not only land. He walked out. The door closed behind him. Mu Zhao stood alone in the empty hall. The judgment paper was still in his hand. The mountain pulse was steady beneath his ribs. And somewhere beyond the city walls, in a high fortress built on stolen legacy, a pale gray eye was already turning toward Liuyan. He folded the paper and placed it inside his coat. When he walked out into the cold morning light, the frost on the windows had thickened. Chapter 37. The judgment paper lay warm against Mu Zhao's chest as he walked through Liuyan's morning streets. The frost had thickened on the windows. Merchants pulled their collars tighter. A boy sweeping a doorway paused to stare at him, then ducked inside when Mu Zhao's gaze passed over him. News traveled fast in a city that lived on whispers. By the time he reached the old tannery, Tingfeng had already heard the verdict from a passing clerk. "Arbiter Greys are nailing the notice to the Pong compound gate," he said, straightening from where he had been leaning against the wall. "Took the foreman into custody. Julian's still missing." Missing. Or hidden. Tingfeng's face was carved stone. "Same thing." Mu Zhao nodded. He stepped through the tannery door and found Mu Suqin kneeling beside the lacquered chest, running her fingers over the blackened lid where fire had reached it. The cleaver lay beside her, blade stained with ash. She looked up. "The judgment is real. The mining rights and the compound lands," he said. "The hall and the mountain access. All of it." She did not smile, but something in her shoulders shifted, a tension he had not noticed until it loosened. "I want to see it," she said. Tingfeng drove them through the cold streets. The cart rattled over frost-cracked cobblestones. Mu Suqin sat upright beside the chest, her hands folded, her eyes fixed ahead. She had not changed her clothes since the fire. Soot still darkened her sleeves. A line of dried blood ran along her knuckles where she had gripped the broken beam. She did not seem to notice. The Mu ancestral hall sat at the northern edge of the old compound district, where the streets widened and the buildings grew older. It had been sealed for 3 generations, its doors nailed shut, its windows boarded, the land around it left to weeds and the slow decay of official neglect. Mu Zhao had not seen it since his first life. The cart stopped. He climbed down and stood before the gates. The wood was warped, the paint long since peeled to bare grain. Weeds had grown through the cracks in the stone threshold. The iron hinges were red with rust. Mu Suqin stepped up beside him. "The key was lost," she said quietly, "when my grandfather died." Mu Zhao looked at the nails hammered into the doorframe, 3 of them, driven deep into the wood, their heads flattened by years of weather. He wrapped his burned hand in his sleeve and gripped the first nail. It did not move. He pulled again. The nail groaned. The wood splintered around it. He felt the mountain pulse rise in his chest, feeding strength into arms that should not have been able to budge. Iron set for decades, the nail came free. He moved to the second, then the third. When the last nail fell, he stepped back and pushed. The doors did not open. They scraped inward with a sound like stone grinding against stone, trailing dust and the smell of air that had not moved in 100 years. Light fell across the floor in a long, pale rectangle, illuminating tiles cracked by frost and warped by seasons of neglect. He walked in. The hall was larger than he remembered, or perhaps he had simply been smaller when he built it. The ceiling rose into shadow, its beams draped with cobwebs that hung like funeral veils. The walls were lined with shelves, empty shelves, where tablets had once stood in ranked rows, their names gleaming with lacquer and gold. All gone. Mu Suqin entered behind him. Her footsteps echoed in the hollow space. "There were 83 tablets," she said. "When my grandmother was alive, she told me she remembered them all." "Where are they?" "Scattered." Her voice was flat. "Some were taken by creditors. Some were burned when the old compound was seized. Some were hidden by retainers who died before they could tell anyone where." She walked to the nearest shelf and touched the bare wood. "I have kept 4, she said. "My father's, my mother's, my brother's, and the one my grandmother left for the sword saint, though she never knew his name." Mu Zhao stood in the center of the hall, and felt the cold rising through the cracked tiles. This was the place he had built, the hall where he had knelt before his own master, where he had received the Heartfrost codex, where he had sworn to guard the mountain and the seal beneath it. He had imagined returning to it 100 times in the darkness of the Jade. He had imagined triumph. He had not imagined dust and silence and the weight of all the names that had been carried out through these doors while he was gone. "Aunt?" Musukin turned. He did not have words for what he wanted to say. The apology sat in his chest like a stone, too heavy to push past his teeth. She watched him. Then she walked to the far wall where a single shelf had been built into the stone. It was empty, except for a stub of candle, its wax long since hardened to a pale stain. She picked it up. "The last person to light this," she said, "was my grandmother. On the day the hall was sealed." She held it out to him. Mu Zhao took it. The wax was cold. The wick was a black thread. He turned it over in his fingers and felt the mountain pulse beat once, deep beneath his ribs. "I need water," Musukin said, "and clean cloth, and someone to sweep." He looked up. "Today is not the day for ceremony," she said. "The hall has been empty for 3 generations. It will not be restored in an hour, but it can be cleaned." She walked it to the door and paused. "The tablets will come back, one by one. We will find them, or we will carve new ones." Her voice was steady. "But first, the dust must go." She stepped outside. Mu Zhao stood alone in the hall. The candle was still in his hand. The mountain pulse was steady beneath his ribs, and somewhere beyond the walls, a pale gray eye was turning toward Liuyan. He set the candle on the empty shelf. When he walked out into the cold light, Tingfeng was already carrying buckets from the well, and Mu Zhao was tearing strips from her spare coat to use as rags. The frost on the windows had thickened. Chapter 38. By midday, word had spread. The Mu ancestral hall was open. They came slowly at first, a vegetable seller from the North Market who remembered when Mu retainers bought from his father, a woman whose mother had worked in the Mu kitchen before the fall, an old calligrapher who had once been paid in tea and polite conversation to write festival couplets for the clan gates. They stood at the edge of the courtyard, not entering, not speaking, just watching the dust rise from the open doors. Tingfeng carried bucket after bucket from the well. Mu Zhao scrubbed the floor tiles on her knees, her sleeves wet to the elbows, dried blood still dark in the creases of her knuckles. Mu Zhao stood in the doorway with a broom. He had not swept anything in 3 centuries. The motion was humbling in a way he had not expected. Each sweep pushed dust across the cracked tiles, raising clouds that caught in his throat and settled on his shoulders. The broom handle was rough, worn smooth by some dead retainer's hands. He worked in silence. By the second hour, the floor began to show its original color, a pale gray stone that gleamed when the winter light found it. Mu Zhao straightened and pressed the heel of her hand against her lower back. "The plaque," she said. He looked up. High above the main doors, set into the lintel where it had hung for 3 centuries before the hall was sealed, the Mu clan plaque was still there. Dust caked, webbed with cracks, the gold leaf worn to faint traces. She had carried it in her arms from the burned compound. He had not noticed. "It needs to be cleaned," she said. "Properly." She did not ask him to do it. She did not ask anyone. She simply dragged the heaviest table she could find across the freshly swept floor, positioned it beneath the lintel, and climbed. The wood creaked under her weight. Mu Zhao watched her reach up and trace the first character with her fingertips, loosening decades of grime. Tingfeng stopped mid-stride, bucket dripping. "Lady Mu," he said, "let me find a ladder." "There is no ladder," Mu Zhao said without looking down. "There is a table. It will do." She tore another strip from her spare coat, wet it from the bucket Tingfeng had set down, and began to clean. Not quickly, not dramatically. She worked across the plaque, character by character, wiping away the accumulated neglect of 3 generations. The gold emerged slowly beneath her hands, dull at first, then catching the light as the grime lifted. The calligrapher stepped forward. then the vegetable seller, then the woman whose mother had worked in the Mu kitchen. They did not enter the hall. They stood in the courtyard and watched. Mu Zhao understood, suddenly, that this was the answer the city had been waiting for. Not the arbitration victory, not the judgment paper, not the fall of Pang Juiyan. This, a woman on a borrowed table, cleaning a name the world had tried to erase. He set the broom against the wall and walked outside. The crowd had grown. 24 now, 3. More arriving with every sweep of Mu Suqin's cloth. He Dekung stood at the gate, arms crossed, watching them watch her. "Never seen anything like this," he said quietly. "Nor have I," Mu Zhao said, and he meant it. In his first life, he had commanded armies. He had held a mountain pass against 3 sects with 70 men and a frozen river. He had built the hall with his own hands and received the Heartfrost codex on his knees before his master. He had never done this. He had never cleaned a clan plaque in front of people who remembered what it meant. Mu Suqin finished the second character and paused to wring out her cloth. The water ran gray. She did not look at the crowd. She did not acknowledge the silence. She simply continued. By the time she reached the last character, the winter light had shifted, casting the plaque in a pale gold that made the restored characters seem to burn. She climbed down. The table wobbled. He Dekung steadied it. Mu Suqin stood in the doorway, her hands raw, her coat torn, her face streaked with dust and sweat. She looked at the plaque. Then she walked inside without a word. The crowd stirred. A few people drifted closer, peering through the open doors at the swept floor, the wet stone, the empty shelves waiting for names. The calligrapher bowed. It was a small bow, a private one, directed at the plaque, not at the people. But everyone saw it. Mu Zhao stood in the courtyard and felt something settle in his chest that was not the mountain pulse. It was quieter, warmer, a thing he had not known he was missing. Mu Suqin emerged from the hall with the 4 tablets wrapped in clean cloth. She carried them to the empty shelf nearest the door. She did not place them yet. "The others will come," she said. "One by one. We will find them or carve new ones." She looked at him. "This is what it looks like." "What?" "A clan restored." She wiped her hands on her torn coat. "Not a monument, not a name on a judgment paper. A hall that someone cleaned, a plaque that someone remembered." He had no answer. She did not seem to need one. The crowd was still growing when Elder Kirit arrived. He came through the gate alone, his pale gray robes drawing stares. He did not stop at the courtyard edge. He walked directly to Mu Zhao, a face unreadable. "A fine restoration," he said. "It has only just begun," Mu Zhao said. "Indeed." Kirit's eyes moved to the plaque, then back. "I have received word from the 9 pillars. They have noted the outcome of the arbitration. They are interested in the circumstances." Mu Zhao said nothing. "A messenger arrived this morning," Kirit continued. "He carries a summons for you." The crowd shifted. Whispers spread. Mu Suqin came to stand beside him. "When?" Mu Zhao asked. "The summons is not for now." Kirit's voice dropped. "It is for spring. The prefectural intake hall will open after the thaw. You are expected to present yourself." He held out a folded paper. Mu Zhao took it. The seal was pale gray, marked with a frostflower crest. "But there is a complication," Kirit said. He turned toward the gate. A man in Sect gray stood there, mud splashed, his face tight with cold and exhaustion. He held a dispatch case sealed with black wax. "Frostridge," the messenger said. "The road is closed. The village at the eastern foot has been evacuated. The mountain is bleeding again." Kirit's expression did not change. 3 men went up to assess the seal, the messenger said. Only one came back. He is asking for the youth who breathes like the dead. Every eye in the courtyard turned to Mu Zhao. The mountain pulse beat once, hard beneath his ribs. Chapter 39. The messenger's words hung in the frozen air. The youth who breathes like the dead. Mu Zhao felt the crowd's attention shift toward him like a physical weight. He Dekung shifted his stance. Mu Suqin's hand tightened on the cloth she still held. Elder Kirit studied the messenger with an expression that revealed nothing. Where is the survivor now? At the Frostridge way station, the messenger said. The village elder barricaded him in the groin cellar. He kept trying to walk back up the mountain. Delirious? The messenger hesitated. Focused. That was worse. Kirit turned to Mu Zhao. His eyes carried the weight of a decision already made. Walk with me. It was not a request. Mu Zhao followed him through the gate, past the gathered civilians, past He Dakang's questioning look. Mu Suqing did not call after him. She stood in the hall doorway, 4 tablets still wrapped in her arms, and watched him leave. The street beyond the ancestral hall was nearly empty. Frost had crawled across the cobblestones in patterns that looked almost like writing. Kirit did not stop until they reached a narrow alley where the walls muffled sound. He turned. The man who came down the mountain is asking for you by description, not by name. He does not know your name. Then he is asking for something else. He is asking for the breathing. Kirit's voice dropped. For the cadence he heard in the stones before the seal bled. He is asking for Heartfrost. Mu Zhao said nothing. You did not learn that art in Liuyan City. You did not learn it from any master who lives within 300 li. I have watched you since the tournament. I know what I saw. The silence stretched. 300 years, Kirit said quietly. That is how long it has been since the true Heartfrost breathing was last heard on this continent. The public forms are shadows. Everyone knows this, but the shadows are all that remain, except in you. Mu Zhao met his gaze. Then you understand why I cannot answer your questions. I understand that I serve the 9 Pillars Sect, Kirit's voice hardened, and I have already sent my report. The first one was formal. This one will not be. He pulled a folded sheet from his sleeve. Before I seal this, I will give you the chance to tell me something I do not already know. Not for my sake, for yours. Mu Zhao looked at the paper. What does it say? That the Mu clan heir breathes with a technique recorded only in the personal accounts of Shen Gaoming's sworn brother, who died 3 centuries ago. That the Frostridge seal recognizes him. That he reclaimed the Pang claim within days of first appearing in the arbitration hall. Kirit paused. And that a survivor of the seal assessment team is calling for him by the rhythm of his breath. The words sat between them like a blade laid flat on a table. You are delivering me to Shen Gaoming, Mu Zhao said. I am delivering a report. Kirit's face did not change. What Shen Gaoming does with it is his own matter. And if I told you the truth, then I would seal this report and send it anyway. Kirit folded the paper. But I would know. And knowledge changes how a man reads a document. Mu Zhao considered him. The mountain pulse beat beneath his ribs, cold, patient. The same cold that had kept him alive through 3 centuries of imprisonment. The art you saw, he said, is the art that was stolen. The man who stole it built a sect on a lie. The seal beneath Frostridge is failing because the lie cannot sustain it. Kirit's expression did not waver. And the survivor? Is one of the men Shen Gaoming sent to die. He came back. That is why he is asking for me. He knows what the mountain is, and he knows the breathing that holds it. Kirit was silent for a long moment. Then he sealed the report with his own ring and handed it to the messenger. Ride hard. The messenger was gone before Mu Zhao could draw another breath. Kirit turned to him. I have done what I must. Now you must do what you must. He stepped closer. The intake hall opens in spring. If you survive Frostridge until then, present yourself. If not... He did not finish. He walked away without looking back. The dispatch traveled faster than a man could walk. Relay horses, warded passages, a network of stations that changed mounts every 40 li, their riders carrying the pale gray seal through sleet and frozen dark. The journey took 8 days. On the 9th morning, the dispatch arrived at a fortress built into the northern face of a mountain peak so high, its crown pierced the cloud layer. The walls were white stone veined with frost. The halls inside were warm enough to keep a man comfortable, but cold enough to remind him where he was. Shen Gaoming received the report in a chamber with no windows. He sat behind a desk of polished icewood, its surface scarred by decades of handwriting, his pale gray eyes moving across the characters with the patience of a man who had learned to read the spaces between words. The room was silent except for the crackle of a single brazier. He read the report once. Then he read it again. The third time, he stopped at a line near the middle and pressed his fingertip to the paper. The breathing cadence matches the complete Heartfrost form. Unmistakable. The seal beneath Frostridge has begun to bleed on the same schedule as his cultivation rises. Shen Gaoming set the report down. He sat for a long time, his face unreadable, his left hand resting open on the desk where the frost-shaped white mark in his palm caught the firelight. The mark pulsed. He looked at it. Then he spoke to the empty room. "So, you came back." The words were soft, almost fond. "I knew you would. You never could let a thing lie buried." He rose and walked to the far wall, where a map of the continent was painted in fading ink. His finger traced the route from Liuyan City to Yunmark's prefecture, then north, then up, to the mark at Frostridge. "The seal is failing ahead of schedule," he said, "and my brother is breathing again." He turned from the map. "Summon the inner council." The command carried no heat, no urgency. It was the voice of a man who had ruled long enough to know that panic was a tool for lesser people. "I have news they will want to hear." Chapter 40. The frost had not retreated from the ancestral hall. Mu Zhao stood beneath the restored plaque, his breath curling white in the stillness. The gold characters gleamed in the lantern light, each stroke clean and certain, the Mu name visible to Liuyan for the first time in 3 generations. He should have felt triumph. Instead, he felt the mountain pulse beating beneath his ribs like a second heart, waiting. The hall was clean now. Mu Sugin had scrubbed every floorboard. He Dakung had replaced the broken window frames, and the 4 tablets stood on the central shelf where they belonged. But the empty spaces beside them stretched like missing teeth. 83 ancestors, scattered across creditors' attics and retainers' graves. Mu Zhao ran his fingers along the plaque's edge. "You rebuilt a hall," the silence seemed to say, "but the fortress is still standing." He heard footsteps behind him. Mu Suqin came through the side door with a bundle wrapped in dark cloth. She did not greet him, simply set the bundle on the table and untied the knot. Inside lay a padded traveling coat, a coil of rope, a leather pouch of dried herbs, and a short blade in a worn sheath. "The coat was your father's," she said. "It still fits the shoulders of this family." Mu Zhao looked at the blade. The handle was smooth from years of use, the guard plain iron, but the edge had been recently sharpened. "You knew I would leave," he said. "I knew you would not stay." Mu Suqin folded the cloth back over the bundle. "The question is whether you are walking toward something or running from it." The mountain pulse thudded beneath his ribs. "I am walking toward the truth," he said. "Toward the man who stole what we were, toward the seal that will kill everyone in this city if I do not reach it in time." She did not flinch. "And the family, the people who scrubbed this floor on their knees to give you a place to stand?" Mu Zhao felt the words settle in his chest like a blade he could not drop. "I am doing this for the family." "Are you?" She stepped closer. "Or are you doing it for the dead man you used to be?" The hall was silent. The lantern flame did not flicker, but the frost on the window thickened, crawling across the glass in pale veins. Mu Zhao opened his mouth to answer, but the words did not come. Because she was right. Every step he had taken since waking in this body had been measured against a ledger written 3 centuries ago. The Mu clan he rebuilt was the Mu clan he remembered, the one that had trained 80 disciples and held Frostridge with iron honor. The living people around him, Mu Suqin with her calloused hands, He Dakung with his faded tattoo, they were the proof that the past still had meaning. But they were not the reason he woke each morning. The reason was Shen Gaoming. The reason was a fortress built on betrayal, a stolen art, a sword that had not tasted blood in 300 years. "I am trying," he said slowly, "to be both." Mu Suqin held his gaze. Then she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. "This came for you an hour ago." He Dakung found it wedged in the hall door. Mu Zhao took it. The paper was cheap, the seal plain wax with no mark. He unfolded it. The handwriting was cramped, uneven, as if written in haste or pain. The mountain knows your name now. The inner council has been summoned. They are not coming to Liuyan, they are coming to Frostridge, and they will seal the gate before spring. If you mean to enter the fortress, you must move before the snow melts. The survivor left a map. It is hidden beneath the third stone west of the pangolin sheds. Come quickly, or the path closes forever. There was no signature. Mu Zhao read it twice, then held it over the lantern flame. The paper blackened, curled, and fell to ash. Who sent it? Mu Suqin asked. Someone who knows what I am. Mu Zhao looked at the ash. And someone who wants me to walk into a trap. Then you will not go. I will go. He picked up the traveling coat and shrugged it over his shoulders. Because if they are sealing the gate, the seal beneath Frostridge is breaking faster than I thought. And if I wait until spring, there will be nothing left to reclaim. He tied the blade to his belt. Mu Suqin watched him without moving. Your father wore that coat when he went to petition the 9 pillars for justice, she said. He never came back. I know. Then come back. Her voice cracked only once. Not as a sword, as the man who chose us. Mu Zhao reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were cold, rough from scrubbing, but she did not pull away. I will try, he said. He released her and walked toward the hall door. The frost had spread across the courtyard. The stones glittered under the pale moon, and the air smelled of iron. He stepped through the gate and stopped. A figure stood in the shadow of the old well. Not tall, wrapped in a dark blue coat, eyes that moved like a player's, scanning before pieces settled. Yin Maro, he smiled his practiced smile. I heard you were leaving, he said. I came to offer a farewell gift. He held out a folded paper, the seal intact. Mu Zhao did not take it. What is it? The name of the registry official who forged the Pang claim 34 years ago. Yin Maro's smile did not waver. The one still at large, the one your envoy warned you about. Mu Zhao took the paper. Unless you no longer need it, Yin Maro added. Given that you seem to have larger enemies now. Who told you that? No one. Yin Maro spread his hands. But a man does not put on a dead father's coat and sharpen a blade for travel, unless he expects to face something that will not listen to contracts. Mu Zhao unfolded the paper. One name, one title. Shen Gaoming, Chief Scribe, 9 Pillars, Inner Registry. Elder Shen's 3rd disciple. Blood of the Inner Circle. A student of Shen Gaoming himself. You have been holding this, Mu Zhao said. I have been waiting for the right price. Yin Maro's smile thinned. The price has risen. The Sect is mobilizing. Frostridge will be locked down within a week. After tonight, I am no longer certain I can sell information to anyone and survive. He stepped back. Consider it a gift, or a bribe. I do not care which. He turned. Just know that when you walk toward that fortress, you will not be walking alone. Every eye in Liuyan will be watching to see whether the Mu name dies with you or rises from the ashes. He vanished into the dark. Mu Zhao stood alone in the frozen courtyard, the paper burning against his palm, the mountain pulse thudding beneath his ribs like a drum calling him home. He looked at the restored plaque one last time, then he walked toward the north gate. Behind him, the frost cracked across the Mu clan's ancestral hall, a thin line running from the doorframe to the plaque's golden characters, as if the cold itself had marked the place he was meant to return to, or the place he would never see again. Chapter 41. The dawn air carried the bite of frost as Mu Zhao walked the north road, the traveling coat heavy against his shoulders, the blade knocking against his hip with each step. Behind him, Liuyan slept beneath a sky the color of old iron. He had covered half a li when the runners caught up. 3 of them, dressed in the pale gray of the 9 Pillars messenger corps, their breath pluming in the cold. The lead runner held a lacquered tube sealed with wax the color of bone. Young Master Mu. The runner's voice carried no question. Elder Kirit commands your presence at the Serpent's Tail Pavilion. Immediately. Mu Zhao stopped. He did not turn fully, only tilted his head enough to see the seal on the tube. The Frostwatch sigil, a mark that should not exist in Liuyan, a mark reserved for matters tied to the mountain. I was told the gate would close within the week, Mu Zhao said. Is Elder Kirit aware I am traveling? He is aware. The runner's face was stone. He sent us to find you before you reached the pangolin sheds. Mu Zhao arrived at the Serpent's Tail Pavilion in the hour before noon. The building sat at the northern edge of the market district, 3 stories of weathered gray stone with a flag hanging limp in the still air. A tea house for Sect business, by the look of the men seated at the courtyard tables, lean, watchful, their coats cut in the 9 pillars style. Elder Kirit waited on the second-floor balcony. He did not rise when Mu Zhao entered. He sat with a cup of tea cooling before him, his hands flat on the table, his eyes fixed on the empty street below. "You are going to leave without presenting yourself," Kirit said. "I was going to leave before the gates sealed." Mu Zhao stopped at the edge of the table. "The summons said spring. The mountain is bleeding now." "The summons has been revised." Kirit touched into his sleeve and produced a folded document. The paper was thick, the seal the same pale bone as the messenger's tube. He placed it on the table between them. "The 9 Pillars Sect extends formal invitation to Mu Zhao of the Mu clan, restored heir of Frostridge, to present himself at the prefectural intake hall within 14 days. Accommodation and examination fees are waived. Your name has been entered into the spring registry." Mu Zhao did not touch the paper. 14 days, he repeated. "Travel time is accounted for. You expect me to walk away from the mountain for 14 days while the seal bleeds. I expect you to obey the summons." Kirit's voice did not rise. "The Frostridge seal is a matter for the Sect's inner council. You are a candidate, nothing more. If you wish to remain a candidate, you will present yourself at the intake hall before the deadline." Mu Zhao studied the paper. The seal was genuine. The handwriting was official, but the Frostwatch mark at the bottom corner was fresh, recent enough that the wax had not fully cured. "You sealed this after the messenger returned from Frostridge," Mu Zhao said. Kirit said nothing. "You know the gate is closing. You know the inner council has been summoned." Mu Zhao picked up the paper. "You want me out of the way while they seal whatever they are sealing. I want you alive." Kirit's eyes met his. "Whatever you believe you know about the mountain, you do not know enough to survive what is coming. The intake hall is your best chance to learn." Mu Zhao stood at the balcony rail, the summons folded against his chest, watching the city spread beneath him. Liuyan looked small from this height. The market lanes, the river, the distant smear of gray that marked the Frostridge range. He could see the pangolin sheds from here, the roof lines barely visible against the mountain's shadow. 14 days. A week to travel. A week to present himself. Meanwhile, the inner council would seal the gate, vary whatever evidence survived, and Shen Gaoming's 3rd disciple would continue to sit in the registry, writing lies into official documents. "I will go," Mu Zhao said. Kirit did not react. "You will obey. I will present myself at the intake hall. I will submit to examination. I will play the role of a promising local talent grateful for Sect patronage." Mu Zhao turned from the rail. "But I will not forget what waits beneath Frostridge." Kirit's jaw tightened. "No one is asking you to forget. Then what are you asking? To survive long enough to matter." Kirit rose from the table. For a moment, Mu Zhao saw something move behind his eyes. Not guilt, not threat, but the wary calculation of a man who had already chosen his side and was not certain it was the right one. "The Frostwatch token is yours," Kirit said. "Keep it. Show it at the intake hall. It will grant you access to the prefecture archive, the cultivation libraries, and the sealed records wing, if you know how to ask." Mu Zhao looked down at the token in his palm. Pale bone. Frostwatch sigil. A mark that opened doors a mere candidate should never touch. "Why?" Mu Zhao asked. "Because the mountain knows your name." Kirit picked up his cooling tea and drank. "And because someone with your breathing cadence should not die before the snow melts." The token was cold against Mu Zhao's palm as he walked back through the market lanes. The runners had gone. The tea-house patrons had dispersed. Liuyan moved around him, as if nothing had changed. Merchants hawking vegetables, children chasing a loose chicken, a woman beating a rug from a second-story window. He stopped at the well in the square, the 3rd stone west of the pangolin sheds, the survivor's map. He would not be reaching it today. Mu Zhao closed his fingers around the token, the Frostwatch mark pressed against his skin like a brand. He had worn the seal of the Mu clan for 3 centuries in the Jade. Now he carried the symbol of the Sect that had stolen everything from him. And yet, the token would open doors. The intake hall would grant him access to archives, cultivation methods, sealed records that could expose Shen Gaoming's lies. A leash, he had thought. Perhaps. But leashes could be pulled in both directions. Mu Zhao looked toward the north gate one last time, then turned and walked back toward the ancestral hall. The mountain would wait, the seal would bleed. And he would walk into the fortress built on his stolen life, not as a sword, but as a candidate with a Frostwatch token in his palm, a forger's name in his memory, and a dead sword saint's breath still moving through his lungs. Chapter 42. Mu Suqing was already awake when Mu Zhao reached the main hall. She stood at the low table where the traveling bundle lay open, her hands moving through the work with practiced economy. A folded change of wrappings, fire starter wrapped in oilcloth, dried strips of medicine tied with hemp string. The padded coat his father had worn lay across the back of the chair, brushed clean, the tear at the shoulder stitched with thread that matched the faded blue. He Dekong had the cart ready before the sky paled. He had driven it through the gate while the frost still crusted the cobblestones, checking the axle twice, testing the harness with a hard tug. A canvas sheet lay folded in the bed, and beneath it a bundle wrapped in stained cloth that Mu Zhao recognized as dried meat and flatbread. The household had gathered without being called. Chen stood at the well, arms folded, watching the cart as if memorizing its shape. Lua leaned against the gatepost, his scarred hands empty, his eyes on the ground. 3 women from the tannery shelter had come too, their faces drawn but steady, their hands clasped at their belts. No one spoke. It was not the silence of grief or of fear. It was the stillness of people who had learned to watch a thing through to its end because they had seen too many departures that never turned into returns. Mu Zhao stepped past them and lifted the canvas sheet to check the cart bed. "You will freeze before you reach the prefecture road," Mu Suqing said behind him. He turned. She stood at the gate with the traveling coat folded over her arm, the repaired ancestral jade hanging from a fresh cord looped around her fingers. "The coat alone is not enough for the pass," she said. "I have packed an extra layer beneath the seat cushion. Do not pretend you found it yourself." Mu Zhao took the coat. The fabric was worn soft at the elbows, the inner lining patched where frost had eaten through the old stitches. It smelled of camphor and dried herbs and something older, something that might have been the memory of smoke from a hearth long cold. "You stayed up," he said. "I counted the hours until dawn." Mu Suqing's voice was flat, but her hand did not release the jade. "The same hours you spent standing at the hall door staring at the mountain." She held out the jade. The crack that had split its surface on the night of his awakening had been sealed with a thin line of gold, bright against the pale stone. Someone had taken wire-thin gold filament and worked it into the break, fusing the halves into a single piece that bore the scar like a vein. Mu Zhao did not reach for it. "The jade broke," he said. "It was repaired." "By whom?" "The same person who has been mending everything else in this courtyard while you planned your war." Mu Suqing's eyes did not waver. "Take it. It is not a token of what the clan was. It is a reminder of what it still is." He took the jade. The gold seam pressed warm against his palm, as if the metal had absorbed heat from her hand and held it. "The last time I left this courtyard," Mu Zhao said slowly, "your brother wore this coat." He walked to the north gate with a petition in his hand and the Mu seal at his belt. He did not come back. Mu Suqing's jaw tightened. "I know. You do not seem afraid that the same fate will find me." "I am terrified." Her voice did not waver. "But terror is not a reason to hold someone still. It is a reason to send them well prepared, with a mended coat and a stitched jade and a clear understanding of what waits at home." She stepped closer. The space between them narrowed until Mu Zhao could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the faint scar across her knuckle from the night of the fire, the way her breath misted in the cold air. "You asked me once what I wanted from you," she said. "I told you to come back as yourself. Not as the sword the clan needs, not as the revenant who carries a dead man's grudges. As yourself." Mu Zhao looked down at the jade. The gold seam caught the first light of the rising sun. Define yourself, he said. I cannot. She reached out and closed his fingers over the jade. But I will know when I see it. He did. Dekong cleared his throat from the cart. Road will be worse if we wait until the thaw starts, he said. The frost turns to mud by midday, and the pass gets slush that freezes again at dusk. We should move. Mu Zhao tucked the jade inside his coat. The warmth of it settled against his chest, just above the hollow vein scar, as if the gold seam had found a place to rest against the old wound. He climbed onto the cart seat. He, Dagong, took the reins. Behind them, the household had not moved. Old Luo straightened from the gatepost. Chen uncrossed his arms. The three women from the tannery stood with their hands clasped, watching. Mu Suqin did not wave. She stood at the gate with her arms at her sides, the repaired coat already fading from her hands, the jade's cord still warm from her fingers. The cart lurched forward. The wheels rolled over the frosted cobblestones, and the ancestral hall slid past Mu Zhao's shoulder, the gold letters of the plaque catching the pale winter light. They had gone perhaps 50 paces when the runner caught up. A boy in a threadbare coat, breath steaming, a folded paper thrust toward Mu Zhao before the cart had fully stopped. From the tannery, the boy gasped. The woman with the scarred wrists said to bring it before you reached the north gate. Mu Zhao unfolded the paper. Roi Chanyi's handwriting was cramped, the ink smudged from haste. The characters pressed so hard they had torn through the fiber in 2 places. The Frostridge survivor died at dawn. Before he passed, he named the one who left him in the lower shaft. He said the man wore Sect gray and walked with a frost flower brand on his palm. He said the man's voice was soft, like a teacher correcting a student. He said the man called him Little Brother just before the seal caught them both. The man who sealed the gate from inside. The man who is still up there. Shen Gaoming never left the mountain. Chapter 43. The cart climbed the frozen road as the sun cleared the eastern ridge, pale light spilling across the frost-crusted ruts left by heavier wheels. Dekong drove with the reins loose in his scarred hands, his eyes scanning the tree line with the habit of a man who had spent years watching for rock slides and ambush points. Xiaoling Shru sat in the cart bed behind Mu Zhao, her medical satchel braced between her knees, a leather-bound notebook open on her thigh. She had not asked why Mu Zhao changed direction. She had simply climbed onto the cart when it stopped at the clinic gate, her face unreadable in the gray dawn light. "Sect supplies," she had said, answering the question before he asked it. "If you are walking into the prefectural intake hall with a Frostwatch token, you will need medical records that do not contradict themselves." Dekong had grunted. Mu Zhao had said nothing. Now the road curved north through the foothills, and the first ore caravans came into view. 3 wagons, each pulled by a pair of thick-shouldered draft horses, their wheels cutting deep grooves into the frozen mud. The cargo beds were stacked with sealed crates stamped with the Yunmarch prefecture seal, the wood still dark with mountain moisture. Sect escorts rode beside the wagons, 8 men in padded gray coats, their swords sheathed at the hip, their postures bored but watchful. None wore the full regalia of 9 Pillars' disciples, but the cut of their coats and the way they sat their horses marked them as Sect-affiliated contractors, hired muscle with official sanction. Mu Zhao watched the crates pass. The brand on the nearest crate was standard, the Yunmarch registry mark, a stylized Y within a double circle, stamped in black ink. But beneath it, at the lower right corner, a smaller mark had been burned into the wood. 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal. Dekong followed his gaze. "Seen that mark before?" Dekong said quietly. "On the crates they send up the mountain, the ones that never come back down." Mu Zhao did not answer. He had seen the mark before, 3 centuries before, when he had walked these same roads as Tingfeng, when the Mu clan still controlled Frostridge and the seal beneath it was fresh and stable. The mark was a maintenance code. It identified shipments destined for the inner chambers, the deep shafts where only the seal keeper and his most trusted attendants were permitted. Shen Gaoming was still using the same logistics, the same crates, the same brands, the same silent passage of supplies into the mountain's heart. "And the 8 escorts?" Zhao asked from the cart bed, her pen still moving across the notebook. "Standard prefecture guards or something else?" "Something else," Mu Zhao said. Pressure guards travel in 4s. 8 means the cargo is valuable enough to double the escort, or sensitive enough that witnesses are not welcome. Bakong spat over the side of the cart. Both, he said. I have hauled enough of those crates to know. The ones with the triple line mark pay triple the hauling rate, and the overseers check your name against a list before they let you near the loading dock. The ore caravan rumbled past, the horse's breath steaming in the cold air. One of the escorts glanced at the cart, his gaze lingering on Mu Zhao's patched coat and Bakong's faded Mu tattoo. Then he looked away. The caravan continued north, and the road fell quiet again. They traveled another hour before the bandits came. The first sign was the birds. A flock of crows lifted from the tree line to the west, their calls sharp and urgent, wheeling once before settling again. Bakong saw it. His hands tightened on the reins. Company, he said. The road ahead curved through a narrow cut between 2 rock outcroppings, the frost-covered stone rising 6 spans on either side. An ideal ambush point. The ground was too frozen for quick turns, and the cut was too heavy to outrun anyone on foot. Mu Zhao reached beneath the seat and found the wrapped blade Mu Qing had packed. He did not draw it. He waited. The bandits emerged from the rocks as the cart entered the cut. 6 men, thin and hard-eyed, their coats patched with scavenged leather, their weapons a mismatched collection of rusted blades and iron-tipped staves. They moved like men who had done this before, spreading across the road to block the cart's path, their leader stepping forward with a knife held low and loose. Halt, the leader said. His voice was flat, practiced. Down from the cart. Keep your hands visible. We take the goods, not the blood. Bakong pulled the reins. The cart slowed. Mu Zhao studied the bandits. They were not well fed. Their coats were worn thin at the elbows, their boots cracked from winter frost. Desperation, not greed, drove them. The kind of men who turned to robbery because the alternative was slower starvation. But their leader's knife was new. The blade caught the light with an oily sheen, unmarked by rust or wear. A weapon bought recently, not scavenged. The cart's empty, Bakong said. We are traveling light, no cargo. The leader smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Then you have coin, or that satchel the woman is clutching. Down, now. One of the other bandits moved toward the cot bed, reaching for Qiao's satchel. Mu Zhao moved. Not fast, not with the explosive speed of a cultivator drawing on qi. He simply stood, the wrapped blade still beneath the seat, his hands empty and visible. The bandit stopped. Mu Zhao looked past him, past the leader, past the rock outcroppings and the frozen road. He looked at the ore caravan that had passed them an hour earlier, now a distant line of gray-coated riders and dark wagons receding into the north. The shipment you are waiting for, Mu Zhao said, passed this cut an hour ago. 8 escorts, triple line cargo. You let it go. The leader's smile flickered. I do not know what you... 8 escorts is not the reason you let it pass. Mu Zhao's voice was flat, unhurried. You saw the mark on the crates, the 3 lines. You know what those crates carry, or you know enough to stay clear of them. But you thought a private cart with a woman and a cripple might be an easier target. The leader's hand tightened on the knife. You talk too much for a man with no sword. I do not need a sword to tell me that the man who bought that blade for you is not here to collect his payment. Mu Zhao let the word settle. Who hired you? The Peng family still has coin, but they are failing. Someone else is spending silver in Liuyan's underworld, paying desperate men to test the road. The leader's face went still. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the bandit who had reached for Chao's satchel stepped back. The leader stared at Mu Zhao, his jaw working, his new knife catching the pale winter light. He did not attack. Pull off the road, he said. Let them pass. The bandits parted. Bakong clicked the reins. The cart rolled forward, past the rusted blades and hungry eyes, the wheels grinding over the frozen ground. No one spoke until the cut was behind them, and the road opened into a wide valley, half buried in frost. Chao exhaled. They knew, she said. They saw the brand on those crates and they knew better than to touch them. What does that mean? Mu Zhao watched the distant ore caravan disappear into the foothills. It means the seal beneath Frostridge is a secret only on paper, he said. The men who work the road, the bandits who raid it, the merchants who supply it, they all know something is being fed into that mountain. They do not speak of it, but they know. He Dekong spat again, and they will not touch it, because the coin is not worth what happens to men who look inside those crates. Mu Zhao said nothing. The cart rolled north, toward the prefecture, toward the intake hall, toward the fortress built on his stolen life. But his eyes stayed on the mountain, and beneath his coat, against the hollow vein scar, the repaired jade pulsed with a warmth that had nothing to do with gold filament or his aunt's hands. The road stretched ahead, empty and white. Somewhere behind them, the bandits had already melted back into the rocks, and somewhere ahead, in the gray labyrinth of the prefectural intake hall, a record was waiting for him. A name, a seal, a thread that led from the forged Pang claim straight into Shen Gaoming's inner registry. Mu Zhao touched the jade through the fabric of his coat. The gold seam was warm against his palm. Chapter 44. The prefectural intake hall rose against the gray winter sky like a fortress carved from bone. 3 tiers of pale stone, each narrower than the last, topped with roofs of dark tile that swallowed the light instead of reflecting it. The gates stood open, flanked by 2 Sect disciples in gray wool, whose gazes swept every approaching cart with the automatic suspicion of men who had seen too many desperate talents arrive with nothing but hunger and forged papers. Dekong pulled the reins at the outer courtyard. A stable hand in Sect colors gestured toward a row of hitching posts already crowded with carts, horses, and a palanquin carried by 8 porters in matching blue. Mu Zhao climbed down. His legs ached from 3 days of frozen road, and his burned hand throbbed beneath its wrap. The hollow vein scar felt cold against his chest, the repaired Jade warm beside it. Chow stepped down behind him, her medical satchel strapped across her body, her notebook tucked inside her coat. She did not look at the hall. She looked at the candidates. They gathered in clusters across the courtyard, young men and women in fine wool and embroidered sashes, their postures sharp, their voices carrying the practiced ease of people who had been groomed for this moment since childhood. A girl in silver blue adjusted her sleeve and caught Mu Zhao looking. Her eyes flicked over his patched coat, his unbound hair, the wrap on his hand, and away again, as if he had ceased to exist. The daughter of a declining house, her look said, or a laborer's child who saved enough for the registration fee. Either way, nothing to remember. She just decided you were not worth the effort, Qiao murmured. That is the idea. They crossed the courtyard toward the intake hall's main entrance, where a clerk in gray sat behind a low table with a stack of name slips and a brush so worn the handle had been replaced 3 times. He did not look up until Mu Zhao placed the Frostwatch token on the table. The clerk's hand stopped. He stared at the pale bone disc, then at Mu Zhao, then at the disc again. His voice dropped to a murmur. You are the one from Liuyan? I am. The clerk set down his brush with exaggerated care. He pulled a registration slip from the bottom of the stack, filled it with rapid strokes, and slid it across the table without meeting Mu Zhao's eyes. Testing hall is through the inner gate, east corridor. They will call you when the array is ready. Mu Zhao took the slip. The clerk had already turned to the next candidate. They passed through the inner gate into a wide stone hall lined with benches. 30 candidates sat in rows, some murmuring prayers under their breath, others staring at their clasped hands as if willing themselves to remember every technique they had ever learned. Mu Zhao sat near the back. Zhao took the seat beside him, her notebook open on her knee, her pen moving in small, precise strokes that looked like idle doodling but were not. The crystal array, she said without looking up. I read about it in the prefectural records, a meridian resonance test. It measures how naturally your qi channels align with the sect's foundation methods. It measures how well a candidate matches the corrupted Heartfrost forms. Chao's pen paused. And you breathe the true version. What will the array see? Something it does not expect. A door at the far end of the hall opened. A Sect examiner stepped through, her robe marked with the silver thread of a senior assessor, her face carrying the particular stillness of someone who had judged thousands of candidates and remembered none of them. First group, she said. Names called in order of registration. She read the list. Mu Zhao's name came near the middle, buried between a girl from a porcelain merchant family and a boy whose father had been a Sect disciple before failing the final trial. He rose. Zhao caught his sleeve. "The array will leave a record," she said. "Every test result is filed with the prefectural archive. If yours shows something abnormal, it will follow you through the entire intake process." Mu Zhao met her eyes. "Then I had better make sure it does not show enough to be useful." He followed the other candidates into the testing chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with pale stone veined with silver that caught the lamplight and scattered it in cold patterns. At the center stood a crystal the height of a man, clear as river ice, suspended in a frame of black iron. The candidates formed a line. One by one, they stepped forward and pressed their palms to the crystal's surface. Each touch produced a faint glow. The first candidate's pulse was steady blue, his chi channels even and unremarkable. The examiner wrote something on her slate. The second candidate produced a brighter pulse, flecked with gold, and the examiner's pen moved faster. Mu Zhao watched. The crystal did not measure power, it measured alignment. How closely a candidate's natural meridian flow matched the 9 pillars foundation method. The closer the match, the less retraining required. The less retraining, the faster a candidate could be processed and deployed. It was not a test of talent. It was a test of how easily a body could be shaped. When his turn came, Mu Zhao stepped forward. He pressed his palm to the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the crystal began to pulse. Not blue, not gold. A color that was not a color at all. A deep, cold white, like frost forming on iron, spreading from the point of contact in veins that climbed the crystal's surface faster than the examiner's eyes could follow. The examiner's pen stopped, the crystal's pulse deepened. The white veins reached the iron frame, and the frame began to vibrate, a low hum that resonated through the floor and up through Mu Zhao's arm, through his hollow vein, through the scar over his heart. The examiner's hand moved toward a switch on the wall. The crystal went dark. The silence lasted 2 breaths. The examiner pulled her hand away from the switch and looked at Mu Zhao with an expression that was not quite alarm and not quite calculation, but something between the two that he recognized from 3 centuries of watching men decide whether something was useful or dangerous. "Step aside," she said. "Wait for reassignment." Mu Zhao lowered his hand. Behind him, the next candidate was already stepping forward, pressing her palm to the dark crystal, waiting for it to wake. Mu Zhao walked to the edge of the room. An attendant in gray appeared at his elbow, his face carefully blank. "The examiner requests that you remain in the waiting hall until your testing is complete." "I am not being dismissed?" "You are being accommodated." The attendant's tone made no promises. Mu Zhao followed him out, through a side door he had not noticed, into a smaller chamber where a single bench sat beneath a window that looked out onto the practice grounds below. The door closed behind him. He stood alone in the silence, the cold, white pulse of the crystal still trapped under his skin, the repaired jade warm against his hollow vein scar. He had wanted the array to reveal nothing. It had revealed too much. The door opened. Elder Kirit stepped through. He did not sit. He stood between Mu Zhao and the door, his straight bearing unmarked by the travel that had brought them both here, his eyes carrying the weight of decades and the colder weight of what he had just read in the testing chamber's reaction log. "The crystal has not resonated like that in 300 years, Kirit said. "The last time it did, the man who touched it was named Mu Tingfeng, and he walked into this hall as a candidate before he became a saint." Mu Zhao met his gaze. "I am not Mu Tingfeng." "No." Kirit's voice was soft. "You are his blood, breathing his art, carrying his seal in your chest. And the array just confirmed what I have suspected since the tournament." He paused. "The question is no longer whether Shen Gaoming will notice you." Mu Zhao waited. Kirit's hand tightened on the doorframe. "He already knows your name, your face, and the exact cadence of your breath. The only thing he does not know is how fast you are growing." The window behind Mu Zhao frosted over in a single, silent breath, and somewhere in the northern peaks, in a fortress built on a stolen legacy, a pale gray eye turned toward the south, with the patience of a man who had been waiting for this moment longer than anyone alive could remember. Chapter 45. The attendant led Mu Zhao through a covered corridor into a wide courtyard where the provisional candidates were being assembled. 23 of them stood in loose clusters, divided by the invisible lines of wealth, bearing, and the quality of their padded coats. The girl in silver blue who had dismissed Mu Zhao at the intake gate stood near the front with 2 companions, her sharp eyes tracking every new arrival with the efficiency of someone who ranked strangers before they opened their mouths. Mu Zhao stopped at the edge of the group. The cold, white pulse of the crystals still sat beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. He could feel the hollow vein scar pulsing against the repaired jade, the 2 rhythms braiding together in a cadence that no one here should recognize, but that the testing chamber had already recorded. A boy with a clerk's ink-stained fingers sidled closer. "You are the one from Liuyan." It was not a question. "I am. The front hall is talking about your reading." The boy's voice was low, careful. "They say the crystal went dark after you touched it, that the examiner cut the test short." Mu Zhao said nothing. "They are saying you broke it." The boy's eyes flicked to Mu Zhao's wrapped hand, then back to his face. "Or that you are damaged goods the sect does not know what to do with. Let them say it." The boy blinked, then retreated. The girl in silver blue turned her head. Her gaze traveled over Mu Zhao's patched coat, his burned hand, the way he stood with his weight balanced on the balls of his feet. She did not sneer. She assessed, then dismissed, then turned back to her companions. Mu Zhao catalogued her, shoulders relaxed, breathing even, hands bare despite the cold. She cultivated a warm aspect art, probably from a minor noble house with enough resources to keep her channels flushed during winter. Her dismissal of him was automatic, a reflex bred into her by a lifetime of valuing presentation over substance. He had used such reflexes before. A voice called from the hall doors. "Provisional candidates will be assigned to barracks and issued sect tokens. Those without a sponsoring elder will report to the duty rosters at dawn." The group stirred. Mu Zhao moved with them, letting the flow of bodies carry him toward the doors, keeping his head low and his movements unremarkable. He had no sponsoring elder. Curate had given him the Frostwatch token and the summons, but no formal endorsement. That left him in the gray zone between invited guest and unclaimed recruit, visible enough to be watched, invisible enough to be reassigned. He needed that invisibility to last. The barracks were a long stone building with bunks stacked 3 high, a single iron stove struggling against the cold, and the sour smell of too many bodies in too small a space. Candidates were claiming bunks by dropping packs, spreading coats, marking territory with the small rituals of possession. Mu Zhao found a lower bunk near the corner, where the wall met the stovepipe and the heat pooled weakly against the stone. He sat. The boy with ink-stained fingers took the bunk above him, dropping a worn satchel onto the mattress. "I am Ren Guang, from Duck Creek Station. My father is a papermaker." "Mu Zhao." "I know." Ren Guang dropped his voice. "Your name traveled ahead of you, too." Mu Zhao looked up. "Liuyan's hollow vein heir who beat Peng Juiyan at the lantern tournament." Ren Guang's face was earnest, curious, unguarded. "Some of the northern candidates thought that was a rumor until you walked in. And now? Now they are trying to decide whether you are worth watching or worth avoiding." Mu Zhao almost smiled. The same calculus repeated across every courtyard and testing hall he had ever entered in 2 lifetimes. The door at the far end of the barracks opened. A young woman stepped through wearing a threadbare coat faded to ash color, her sharp cheekbones catching the weak stove light. Rui Chunyi. She moved through the bunks with purpose, a folded cloth in her hands, her eyes scanning until they found Mu Zhao. She crossed to his bunk without hesitation. "Bandages," she said, loud enough for the nearest candidates to hear. "The Spencery sent me. They said a bird hand came in with the intake group." Mu Zhao took the cloth. "Thank you." Rui leaned closer, her voice dropping to a thread. "I have been here 4 days." The outer court is divided into 3 factions. The noble families who think they own the sect, the sponsored talents who are waiting for assignment, and the unclaimed, like you, who are being watched for disposal. Disposal. Silent transfer. Her eyes flicked toward the high windows. Candidates with unusual meridians or anomalous readings are sometimes reassigned to closed cultivation halls where no one sees them again. It is not a rumor. I have seen the rosters. Mu Zhao's hand tightened on the cloth. There is an examiner. Rui's voice was barely audible now. Gray robes, no ornaments. Carries a ledger instead of a blade. He walks the upper balcony during intake. He does not speak to candidates. He only watches. Why are you telling me this? Because he was on the testing chamber balcony when you touched the crystal. Rui pulled back, her face composed again, her voice returning to its public volume. Changed the dressing before the wound sours. She turned and walked out before he could answer. Mu Zhao sat very still. The stove popped. Somewhere behind him, a candidate laughed at a joke he had not heard. He looked up. A figure stood on the upper balcony that ringed the barracks hall, half hidden by the shadow of a stone pillar. Gray robes, no ornaments. A ledger tucked beneath one arm. The examiner was not looking at the candidates. He was looking directly at Mu Zhao's corner. Their eyes met across the frozen air. The examiner did not look away. He did not nod. He simply stood there, a ledger in his hands, a name already written on a page Mu Zhao could not see. Then he turned and walked into the shadow of the corridor. And the barracks door swung shut behind him with a sound like a blade being sheathed. Chapter 46. The call came before first light. A gong rang through the barracks, sharp and without warning, and a voice Mu Zhao did not recognize shouted from the corridor that all unassigned candidates were to assemble in the inner courtyard within the time it took a candle to burn a finger's width. No explanations, no exceptions. Ren Guang dropped from the bunk above, already lacing his coat. Icewell trial. They always start the unclaimed with an Icewell trial. Mu Zhao rose, sliding the ancestral jade beneath his layers, feeling the gold filament cold against his scar. You know the pattern. Papermakers hear things. Ren Guang pulled on his second boot. The Sect has a training pit dug into the permafrost north of the hall. They lower candidates in and measure how long before the cold breaks your breathing. They filed out with the others, 23 candidates shuffling through frozen corridors, breath pluming in the torchlight. The girl in silver blue was at the front, walking with two sponsored talents who did not look at the unclaimed behind them. The inner courtyard opened onto a wide stone circle ringed by tiered balconies. In the center, a dark hole dropped into the earth, its edges crusted with frost that did not melt in the dawn air. Ladders lined the shaft. Iron rungs gleamed under a film of ice. A Sect instructor stood at the rim, a thick-shouldered man in padded gray with a whip coiled at his belt. He did not introduce himself. He pointed at the hole. Descend to the third ledge. Stay until the bell rings. Any candidate who climbs before the bell fails the intake and is expelled from the registry. Any candidate who injures another deliberately is expelled and barred from future consideration. No one moved. The instructor's gaze swept the group. The cold will test your circulation, your breathing, your will. The Sect does not want heirs who break under pressure. He paused. Begin. The girl in silver blue descended first, her movements sure and practiced, her breath already evening into a rhythm Mu Zhao recognized as the public Heartfrost cadence. The sponsored talents followed. Then the unclaimed, one by one, lowering themselves onto iron rungs slick with frost. Mu Zhao went last. The shaft swallowed him in stages. The air changed with each ledge, turning from cold to biting to something that felt alive, pressing against the skin, seeking gaps in clothing, testing the seal of collar and cuff. Frost lined the stone walls in geometric veins. His breath came out in clouds that hung longer than they should. The third ledge opened into a chamber, roughly cut from the permafrost, its ceiling low enough that the tallest candidates had to duck. Blue ice glowed in the walls, casting the space in a watery half-light. The cold here was not passive. It pushed. It found the places where chi circulation faltered and dug in like teeth. Mu Zhao found a spot near the wall where the stone curved and the draft was weakest. He sat. He let his breath slow. Around him, the candidates were already struggling. The ones with proper training had settled into meditation poses, their faces composed, their breath forming even clouds. But a handful of the unclaimed had no such foundation. Their breathing was ragged, their bodies trembling, their hands pressed against their chests as if trying to hold warmth inside with sheer pressure. A boy no older than 16 collapsed to his knees 3 paces from Mu Zhao, his breath hitching, his face draining of cuff, his hands clawed at his own collarbone, fingers digging as if he could tear open the meridian blockage that was freezing him from within. Mu Zhao watched. The boy's breathing pattern was the public Heartfrost form, 2nd level. The version circulated through every sect-affiliated academy in the prefecture. It was close to correct, but not close enough. The cold was exploiting the gap, driving into the meridian junction at the collarbone, where the public version taught a shallow pause instead of a sustained spiral. The boy was going to tear his own channel if he kept fighting. Mu Zhao moved before he decided to. He shifted closer, keeping his posture low, his movements masked by the shadows cast by the blue ice. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, firm but not urgent. "Do not hold the breath at the collarbone," he said, low enough that only the boy could hear. "Let it sink. Let it circle past the joint before you draw it back." The boy's eyes snapped to his wild with pain and fear. "Trust me," Mu Zhao said, "or collapse. Your choice." The boy's breath hitched. Then, slowly, he adjusted the rhythm. His chest rose, fell, paused a fraction longer, then rose again. The tension in his shoulders eased. The frost on his eyelashes stopped spreading. He let out a shaking breath and nodded once, not daring to speak. Mu Zhao pulled back to his spot. A girl on his other side was watching him. She was slightly older, maybe 19, with a lean build and the calloused hands of someone who had worked for her training rather than inherited it. Her own breathing was stable, but shallow, careful, as if she knew the public form was flawed and was compensating with caution rather than correction. She met his eyes, held them. Then she looked away without a word. The bell did not come. Time passed in the blue glow, marked only by the deepening frost on the walls and the slow erosion of the candidate's endurance. 2 more, unclaimed, faltered. One managed to steady himself. The other was hauled up by the instructor's assistants when his breathing stopped producing vapor, a sign of meridian failure. Mu Zhao kept his breath soft, shallow, deliberately imperfect. He let his shoulders shake. He let his hands press together as if struggling. But beneath the performance, he ran the true Heartfrost cadence in microcycles, short enough to escape notice, deep enough to keep his channels open. The cold could not touch him. It recognized him. That was the terrifying truth he hid beneath the act. The ice in the walls, the frost on the rungs, the pressure in the air, it did not press against him the way it pressed against the others. It settled around him like something waiting, something that remembered an old alliance and was patient enough to see if he would claim it. The girl in silver blue opened her eyes and glanced at him, her gaze sharp and assessing. He met it with a vacant stare, teeth chattering, hands trembling. She looked away. The bell finally rang. Candidates rose on unsteady legs, some needing help from their neighbors, others climbing the rungs alone with the stiff movements of half-frozen limbs. Mu Zhao climbed in the middle of the pack, his breath still uneven, his hands still shaking. The instructor counted them as they emerged. 2 missing. He scratched a mark on a slate without comment. The candidates were dismissed to the barracks to recover before the next trial, but as Mu Zhao turned toward the corridor, the girl with the calloused hands caught his sleeve. Her grip was light but insistent. "You corrected his breathing," she said, voice flat. "The boy, I heard you." Mu Zhao did not answer. The public form has a flaw at the 2nd level collarbone pause. Everyone who trains in it knows something is wrong, but no one says it aloud. She stepped closer, her face unreadable. "Because the sect does not want candidates who notice what the forms are missing. They want candidates who obey what the forms teach." She released his sleeve. "If you keep correcting people, they will notice you." She turned, then paused. "And the ones who notice first are the ones who decide who gets silently transferred." She walked away before he could ask her name. Mu Zhao stood in the frozen corridor, the blue light still ghosting across his vision, the girl's words settling into his chest like frost forming on iron. Around him, the other candidates shuffled toward warmth and food. He did not move, because from the upper balcony, the gray-robed examiner was watching him again. His ledger was open. His pen was uncapped. and he was writing. Chapter 47. Shi Lingshu slipped through the treatment wing door before the attendant finished locking it for the night. The corridor smelled of medicinal alcohol and something faintly metallic, old blood that no amount of scrubbing had fully lifted. Rows of screened cubicles lined the walls, each one holding a narrow cot and a shelf of bandages. 2 of the cubicles had their screens drawn. From behind one came the slow, rattling breath of a candidate whose lungs had not recovered from the Icewell. She moved past them without sound, her medical satchel pressed against her hip to keep it from swinging. The records room was at the far end, a small alcove separated by a thin wooden partition. A single oil lamp burned on the desk, turned low, as if someone had left in haste. She stepped around the partition and found the ledger open to the day's intake entries. 23 names, 23 lines. She ran her finger down the column of notes, reading by the lamp's weak glow. Most entries were brief: past trial, mild meridian strain, discharged to barracks. A few carried warnings: severe cold damage, held for observation, notify sponsor. But 5 entries had something else. At the end of their lines, in a different hand, a clipped mark in faded ink: Frostwatch Reserve, cleared for transport. She read the names. 2 were unclaimed candidates she had seen collapse in the Icewell. 1 was the boy Mu Zhao had corrected. The other 2 she did not recognize at all, but their entry dates were from the previous intake cycle, nearly a month old. They had been marked as reserves before the Icewell trial had even begun. Someone was writing outcomes before injuries settled. She reached for her satchel, meaning to copy the page, but her hand stopped halfway, because she heard it. Footsteps, slow, coming down the corridor from the direction of the main hall. She blew out the lamp and pressed herself into the shadow behind the partition, her back against the cold wall. The footsteps did not pause. They passed the treatment cubicles, past the rattling breath of the injured candidate, past the drawn screens without slowing. Then they stopped. Right outside the records alcove. The silence stretched. Chow held her breath, her fingers pressed flat against the ledger's open page, the ink still smudging against her skin. The oil lamp was cooling. The room was dark. A hand reached through the gap in the partition and lifted the curtain. The gray-robed examiner stood in the doorway. He did not enter. He did not speak. He simply stood, his ledger tucked under one arm, his eyes adjusting to the dimness until they found her in the shadow. Then he said, very calmly, "The treatment wing is closed to candidates." Chow straightened, her pulse loud in her ears, but she kept her voice level. "I am not a candidate. I am the attending physician for candidate Mu Zhao. Frostwatch intake. Medical override." The records clerk was informed. The examiner's gaze moved from her face to the open ledger on the desk, then back. "Frostwatch Reserve," he said. "You have read the list." It was not a question. Chow did not answer. The examiner took a step into the alcove, and the lamp flame, though she had extinguished it, seemed to cast a memory of light across his features. His face was young and old at once, unlined but carrying a weariness that had settled into the bone. "The designation means exactly what it says," he continued. "Candidates held in reserve for Frostwatch operations. They are not harmed, they are not sacrificed. They are redeployed to duties that suit their meridians better than open combat trials." Xiao's throat was dry. "The 2 from the previous cycle, where were they redeployed?" The examiner did not answer. She pressed. "Their entry dates are a month old. The Icewell trial only began today. You wrote Frostwatch Reserve on their records before the trial even opened." The examiner's eyes did not waver. "The designation is provisional," he said. "Some candidates are identified before they enter the trial. The record is updated to reflect what the assessment anticipates. It is an administrative efficiency, nothing more." "And the 2 names marked today? The boy who nearly collapsed? The girl whose breathing failed on the 3rd ledge?" "Confirmed." Chow's hand came away from the ledger. Ink smeared her fingertips, black against pale skin. She looked down at the stain, then back at the examiner. "I want to see their current status," she said. "In person, the boy and the girl." The examiner regarded her for a long moment, then he stepped back from the doorway, clearing the path. "They're in the East Holding Wing," he said. "You may examine them, but the records room will be locked after you leave, and your access to this ledger will be revoked." Zhao did not move. "Why are you letting me see them?" "Because you will find them alive, uninjured, and properly fed." The examiner's voice was flat, almost tired. "And because the only way to stop a physician from asking questions is to answer them until she grows bored." He turned and walked back down the corridor, his footsteps fading into the cold air. Zhao stood alone in the alcove, the ledger still open, the ink still wet under her fingers. The names of the vanished candidates pressed against her vision. Frostwatch Reserve. She did not believe a word of it, but she stepped out from behind the partition and followed the direction he had indicated, her satchel heavy against her side, her mind already hunting for the pattern beneath the story. The East Holding Wing was quiet, lit by a single row of pale lanterns. The door was unbarred. The two candidates from the Icewell sat on separate cots, wrapped in clean blankets, sipping warm broth from clay cups. They looked up when she entered. They looked fine, alive, uninjured, properly fed, exactly as the examiner had said. The boy met her eyes without fear. The girl gave a small, tired nod. Chuai checked their pulses, their pupils, the temperature of their skin. Nothing wrong, nothing hidden. She sat back on her heels, the broth steam curling past her face, and felt the shape of a truth she could not quite grasp. The examiner had let her find them healthy, which meant he had not been hiding what happened to them after the trial. He had been hiding what happened to them before it. She rose, thanked the candidates, and walked back toward the barracks. The gray-robed examiner was gone. The records room door was locked, just as he had promised. But when she reached Mu Zhao's bunk and knelt beside him, she found his eyes open in the dark. "Frostwatch Reserve," she said, low enough that only he could hear. 5 names, 2 from a previous cycle. The examiner says it is an administrative reassignment. He let me see the 2 from today. They were healthy." Mu Zhao said nothing. "They were healthy," she repeated, "but their records were written before the trial ended. Someone in the Sect is deciding which candidates get marked before the test even proves anything." Mu Zhao's voice came out of the dark, flat and cold. "What were the names from the previous cycle?" she told him. One of them stirred something in his expression, a flicker, barely visible, then gone. "The second one," he said. "The girl. Did she have a mark on her records? Any annotation beside the reserve designation?" Xiao thought back. The ledger, the faded ink. "There was a symbol," she said. "A small vertical mark beside the line, almost like a tally." Mu Zhao closed his eyes. "Triple line," he said. "The same mark as the crates." The silence between them sharpened. Footsteps approached the barracks door. Xiao straightened, pulling her satchel close, but the footsteps did not stop. They passed the threshold, moved between the bunks, and stopped directly behind her. She turned. The gray-robed examiner stood in the aisle, his ledger closed, his hands clasped behind his back. "Candidate Mu Zhao," he said, "you are summoned to the warden's office, immediately." Mu Zhao rose without a word. Xiao's hand shot out and caught his wrist. He looked down at her fingers, then up at her face. She said nothing. She did not need to. He freed his wrist with a gentle pull and walked past the examiner into the dark corridor beyond. The examiner did not follow immediately. He stood in the aisle, looking at Xiao with an expression she could not read. "Physician," he said, "you have until dawn to decide whether your curiosity is worth the price of satisfying it." He turned and walked away. The barracks door swung shut behind him, the latch clicking into place like a lock turning. Xiao sat alone in the dark, the ink still staining her fingers, listening to the silence where Mu Zhao's breathing had been. Chapter 48. The warden's office smelled of old ink, cold stone, and something faintly medicinal, the residue of a man who spent more time with documents than with people. Mu Zhao stood 2 paces inside the threshold, his burned hand hidden in his sleeve, his breathing deliberately shallow. The gray-robed examiner had not followed him in. Behind the desk, a figure rose from a low chair. Not the warden. Elder Karit, his smooth face unreadable, his bearing as straight as a blade set on a stand. He wore the same austere robes he had worn in Liuyan, no ornament, no rank badge, but the air around him pressed differently here. He was not a visitor in this hall. He belonged to it. "Sit," Karit said. Mu Zhao did not move. Karit gestured to a wooden stool against the wall. "You are not here to be punished. I asked the examiner to bring you. There are things I need to know before the Frostwatch roster is finalized." Mu Zhao sat. Karit lowered himself back into his chair and studied him in the silence. The lamp between them burned low, casting long shadows across the stacked ledgers and sealed scroll tubes that filled the shelves. "You answered the crystal with a resonance that has not been recorded in this hall for 3 centuries, Karit said. "The examiner filed his report before you reached the barracks. It is already sealed and addressed to the inner council." Mu Zhao said nothing. "That report will reach Frostridge before you could walk there," Karit continued. "Shen Gaoming will read it. He will recognize the signature. But he will not act on it immediately because he does not know what you know, how much you remember, or whether you are a threat he must crush or a variable he can still control." Karit leaned forward. "So I will ask you directly, and I expect you to answer with the same precision you used on Peng Juyan's forms. How much of the old Mu lineage survived the disgrace?" Mu Zhao met his gaze. "The ancestral hall was sealed for 3 generations. The tablets were scattered, the records burned." "That is not what I asked." "I know." Kirit's eyes narrowed. "You have been breathing the true Heartfrost cadence since the tournament. I heard it in your footwork, your recovery time, the way you let Pang exhaust himself before you moved. A boy who learned from stolen fragments could not reproduce that rhythm. You learned it somewhere, from someone, or from something." Mu Zhao kept his voice flat. "I learned it in the courtyard." "From whom?" "From the Heir." Kirit's hand moved, not fast, not threatening. He reached into his sleeve and drew out a folded sheet of paper, creased and yellowed at the edges. He laid it on the desk between them. "This is a copy of the original Mu clan registration from the year the sect was founded. It lists every artifact, text, and relic the Mu clan held at that time. Most were marked as destroyed or missing after Tingfeng's death." He tapped the paper. "But one entry was never closed. A codex leaf, handwritten, said to contain the opening measures of the complete sealing sequence." Mu Zhao's chest went cold. "You know where it is?" Karit said. It was not a question. Mu Zhao said nothing. Karit watched him for a long moment, then folded the paper and returned it to his sleeve. "I am not asking you to produce it," he said. "I am telling you that if Shen Gaoming believed you possessed it, he would not wait to see what you become. He would burn Liuyan to the ground before spring thaw to ensure the leaf never reached Frostridge." The lamp flickered. Somewhere in the corridor beyond the door, a bell rang once, marking the hour. Mu Zhao kept his breathing even. The cold in his chest spread slowly, deliberately, the way ice forms on still water. "I do not have it," he said. Karit's expression did not change. "But you know where it is." Mu Zhao said nothing. Karit rose from his chair and walked to the window. The glass was frosted, the night beyond a solid wall of dark. He stood with his back to Mu Zhao, his hands clasped behind him. "There is a supervised excursion leaving for Frostridge in 3 days," he said. "Maintenance inspection. The sect sends a small team to check the outer seal markers before the spring convoy season begins. The work is cold, dangerous, and beneath the notice of anyone with real authority." He turned. "You will join them." Mu Zhao did not flinch. "As a candidate or as cargo?" Karit's mouth tightened. "As an observer. You will see the approach. You will see what the sect has built around the mountain. You will see the camps, the lifts, the schedules, and you will report back to me. And if I refuse?" Karit's voice dropped. "Then the Frostwatch designation on your record will be changed to failed, and you will be quietly reassigned to a closed cultivation hall where no one will remember your name. The choice is yours." Mu Zhao sat in the silence and let the weight of the offer settle. Supervised excursion, 3 days. A team that would watch his every move, his every breath, his every reaction to the mountain's pressure. Karit wanted him to see Frostridge, wanted to know what he would do when he felt the seals pulse through the ice. It was a test. It was also a disposal order, if he failed it. When do I report? Kirit's eyes held something that might have been approval or might have been warning. Dawn, 3rd day. The muster point is the lower supply yard. Bring only what you can carry. Mu Zhao rose. He did not bow. One question, he said. Kirit waited. The gray-robed examiner, the one who watches me, who writes in the ledger, who summoned me here. Who does he answer to? Kirit's face did not change, but something shifted in the air between them. He answers to the name the Sect gave him when he was marked for Frostwatch Reserve himself 30 years ago. Kirit paused. The same designation that now bears your name. The words hung in the cold air. Mu Zhao turned and walked to the door. His hand touched the latch. Candidate, Kirit said. He stopped. 3 days. Use them wisely, because once you step onto Frostridge, the leash will belong to someone else. Mu Zhao opened the door and stepped into the dark corridor beyond. The gray-robed examiner was gone. The barracks door was still locked, and behind him, in the warden's office, the lamp guttered and died. Chapter 49. The convoy moved at dawn. 3 wagons, 12 outriders in Sect gray, a supply cart loaded with seal-casing lumber and iron brackets. Mu Zhao sat in the second wagon bed beside a candidate named Feng, a broad-shouldered boy from the river towns who had not spoken since the muster. The lower supply yard fell away behind them. The road narrowed, the trees thinned. Frostridge rose ahead. Mu Zhao had seen it in his first life as a range of dark shoulders against the sky, familiar as his own hands. Now it looked different. The slopes were stripped. Timber scaffolds climbed the lower cliffs like exposed ribs. A cable lift hung between 2 peaks, its basket swaying in wind that did not reach the ground. Everything was organized. Everything was maintained. Nothing was beautiful. The convoy passed the first warded pass an hour before noon. A stone gate spanned the road, its lintel carved with 9 pillars, and a frost flower seal that pulsed faintly as each wagon rolled beneath it. The outriders did not slow. Mu Zhao felt the ward brush across his skin like dry fingertips, searching for a pulse. It found nothing. He had already drawn his chi into the hollow vein channel, shallow and still as standing water. The candidate beside him shifted. They say the wards take a fingerprint of your cultivation on the way in, match it on the way out, or you do not leave. Mu Zhao did not answer. The road climbed. The air grew colder. The trees gave way to scrub, then to bare stones streaked with ice that never melted, even in the sun. Mu Zhao counted the markers along the way. Old Mu clan boundary stones, repurposed. The clan seal had been chiseled off each one, replaced by the 9 pillars frost flower. They had not even bothered to replace the stone, just the mark. The first camp appeared around the second bend. A cluster of timber barracks built into the mountain's lee, roofs weighted with stone against the wind. Men moved between the buildings with the slow, deliberate pace of those who had been doing the same work for years. Their coats were patched. Their faces were blank. Mu Zhao watched them as the wagons rolled past. None of them looked up. The second pass was tighter. The ward here was older, cut into the living rock instead of carved on a gate, and the pulse of it vibrated through the wagon wheels into Mu Zhao's bones. He felt the mountain beneath the road, thick, waiting. He kept his breathing shallow, but the mountain noticed him anyway. It was not a sound. It was not a movement. It was a shift in pressure, deep underground, like a sleeper turning in a dream too heavy to wake from. The cold around Mu Zhao thickened. The hollow vein scar over his heart glowed faintly through his coat, hidden but burning. He forced it down, clamped the breath, counted his pulse until the pressure receded. Feng was staring at him. "You look pale." Mu Zhao shook his head once. The convoy pressed on. The third pass opened into the main staging ground, a wide basin carved into the mountain's flank, ringed by timber walls and watchtowers. Ore lifts climbed the far cliff face, their chains groaning under the weight of raw stone. Storage sheds lined the eastern edge, a mess hall, a forge, a long, narrow building with no windows and a single iron door. Mu Zhao cataloged it all. The meditational cells were not built for comfort. They were built for containment. The labor camps were not staffed for work. They were staffed for control. Every detail matched the pattern Rui Chanye had described. Disciples went in. They did not come out. The convoy halted at the central depot. The outriders dismounted. A foreman in Sect gray approached the lead wagon carrying a clipboard and a ledger. Mu Zhao stepped down. The ground felt wrong, not unstable, alive. The stone conducted something upward, a low vibration that traveled through his boots into his spine. He stood still and let it settle. The foreman was speaking to the lead outrider, something about the northern lift being down for maintenance, something about a collapsed shaft in Section 7. Mu Zhao listened with half his attention. The rest was fixed on what lay beneath his feet. He had known the seal was failing. He had not known it was failing this fast. The pulse beneath the mountain did not beat in rhythm with the heart he shared with Mu Zhao. It beat faster, irregular, strained. Shen Gaoming had been feeding the seal with small sacrifices for decades, burning one life at a time to keep the pressure contained. But the system was crumbling faster than the sacrifices could sustain it. The seal was starving. "The inspection begins at the northern marker," the foreman said, louder now, addressing the candidates. "You will follow the marked path. You will not deviate. You will not touch anything. You will not ask questions." He looked directly at Mu Zhao. "You will observe only." Mu Zhao met his gaze, nodded. The group moved north along a path cut into the rock, winding between storage sheds and abandoned ore carts. The wind carried a sound that might have been chains, or might have been something else. Mu Zhao kept his hands at his sides, his breathing measured, his eyes taking in every detail. The northern marker was a stone pillar set into the mountainside, carved with the same frost flower seal as the wards. But the seal was wrong. The petals were cracked. The center was dark, crusted with something that glittered like frozen blood. Mu Zhao stopped 3 paces from it. The pressure beneath his feet surged. He felt it rise through the stone, through the ice, through the cold air that wrapped around him like a second skin. It recognized him. Not as a candidate, not as an intruder, as a successor. The hollow vein scar burned, and deep beneath the mountain, something answered. Not a voice, not a word, a presence, vast and patient, stirring in the dark where the seal had held it for 3 centuries. It turned toward Mu Zhao like a sleeper recognizing a familiar footstep at the door. The ground trembled. The foreman shouted something. The candidates stepped back. The outriders drew weapons. Mu Zhao did not move. He stood at the cracked marker with the burn scar glowing beneath his coat and the mountain's pulse hammering through his chest. And he knew. The seal had already begun to fail. Not in months, in days. And Shen Gaoming knew it too. Because the maintenance inspection was not for the seal. It was for witnesses. The foreman grabbed his shoulder. "You felt that?" Not a question. Mu Zhao turned. The man's face was close, his breath clouding in the cold, his eyes holding a fear he was trying very hard to hide. "The ground shook," Mu Zhao said. "Everyone felt it." The foreman's grip tightened, but his eyes did not believe. Chapter 50. The foreman held his gaze a heartbeat too long, then released his shoulder and turned back to the convoy. The inspection continued. The candidates filed past the cracked marker like sheep too numb to bolt. Mu Zhao followed at the rear. His hollow vein scar pulsed beneath the coat, a fading warmth where the mountain had reached through stone and ice to touch him. He kept his breathing shallow, his hands still, his eyes on the path ahead. But the pattern was already forming behind his calm. The maintenance inspection was a mask. The foreman was looking for people who could feel the seal failing, and there was only one reason a sect would need to identify witnesses before a collapse: cleanup. They walked the northern perimeter for another hour. Cracked seals, empty shafts, a collapsed aerial lift whose cables had frozen mid-snap, hanging like dead vines. The foreman pointed at each defect with the same hollow authority. The candidates took notes. Mu Zhao memorized everything. By the time they returned to the staging ground, dusk had settled fast, the mountain shadow swallowing the basin whole. The foreman dismissed them to quarters, a long timber bunkhouse wedged between the forge and the containment block. Mu Zhao did not go inside. He circled the edge of the staging ground instead, keeping to the shadows where the torches did not reach, and found what he was looking for behind the mess hall. A smaller building, zinc roof, single window, dark, the labor office. Khan had described it on the road north, said the paperwork for every shift, every worker, every accident and replacement passed through this room before they reached the Sect's higher registry. Low-level clerks, poor oversight, bad filing, exactly the kind of place where men who should not exist could be erased. Mu Zhao tested the door. Locked. He pressed his palm flat against the wood, let a thread of Heartfrost chi seep into the grain, and felt the bolt mechanism on the other side. Simple iron, old oil. He pushed with a focused pulse of cold and heard the latch groan, shift, and slip. The door opened. The room inside was narrow, stacked with ledgers and loose papers, the air thick with dust and the ghost of stale tea. A single lantern hung from the ceiling hook, unlit. Mu Zhao did not light it. He moved by memory and touch. The transport records were in the third stack from the left. He had watched the clerk file them that afternoon, a thin man with nervous hands who sorted papers in alphabetical order by shift sight. Mu Zhao found the lower shaft ledger. He opened it at the edge of moonlight filtering through the window. Page after page of names, dates, assignments. Most were laborers, dead laborers. The section headers changed every few entries. Fall from lift, crushed by ore cart. Exposure, exposure, exposure. Too many exposure deaths. A healthy man did not die from exposure in a mine shaft warm enough to sweat in. Mu Zhao turned the pages slowly, running his finger down the columns. The pattern emerged before he reached the second half. Every fifth entry was a different hand, cleaner, more deliberate, written in a script that did not match the tired scrawl of the clerks. Those entries had no bodies, no burial notes, no family notification, just a name, a date, and the word transferred. He counted them. 23 in the last cycle alone. 23 men who never existed, fed into a system that erased them cleanly. And in the margin of the 23rd entry, a small mark in faded ink. 3 vertical lines, 1 horizontal. Mu Zhao's blood went cold. He pulled Rui Chanyi's folded list from inside his coat, the names she had copied from the old intake rosters, the vanished disciples she had traced for years. He pressed it flat against the ledger page and read through the 2 columns together. Name after name matched. Renguang's older cousin, the girl with calloused hands' younger brother. A sponsored talent from the previous intake who had been marked as a training dropout, and at the bottom, circled in Rui's own hand, Chanyi, Luo, the brother. Mu Zhao traced the ledger entry beside the name. Restricted lower shaft, ceremonial maintenance. Date, tonight. He read it twice. The ink was fresh. The entry had been written that afternoon, hours after the convoy arrived. Hours after the foreman had grabbed his shoulder and asked if he had felt the mountain wake. The shaft was scheduled for maintenance in the dark, and Luo Chanyi was listed as personnel assigned to the shift. Mu Zhao closed the ledger. The lantern hook swayed above him, stirred by a draft he had not caused, and somewhere deep beneath the staging ground, the seal beat once, hard, like a heart catching mid-stroke. Chapter 51. Mu Zhao folded the ledger shut and pressed it back into its place on the shelf. The lantern hook had stopped swaying. The seal beneath the staging ground had gone silent again, but the echo of that single hard beat still pulsed through the floorboards like a question he could not answer yet. He did not light the office lantern. He did not need it. The moon through the window was enough to find the door, and the darkness outside was enough to cover his movement as he slipped back into the staging ground's shadows. The bunkhouse was quiet. Most candidates had already eaten and settled. A few lamps still burned behind oiled paper, casting dim rectangles across the frozen ground. Mu Zhao counted windows until he found the one Rui had described on the road north, third from the forge side, a crack in the frame where the cold had split the wood. He tapped twice against the pane, paused, tapped once more. The window slid open a hand's breadth. Rui's face appeared in the gap, sharp cheekbones catching the faint light. Her mouth set in that permanent line of held-back words. You found something? It was not a question. I found your brother's name, Mu Zhao said. Written this afternoon. Restricted lower shaft. Ceremonial maintenance. Tonight. Her breath caught. Her fingers tightened on the frame. How do we get in? The service entrance to the lower shaft was not guarded. That was the first wrong thing Mu Zhao noticed. A facility that erased 23 men in a single cycle, that scheduled ceremonial maintenance in the dark, that fed people into a mountain as if they were fuel for a hearth, did not leave its back door unwatched by accident. The second wrong thing was the door itself. It was iron, recessed into the rock face behind the containment block, and it bore no lock, no ward, no seal, just a rusted handle and the gap at the bottom wide enough to slide a hand through. They want people to go in, Rui whispered beside him. She had changed into dark clothes, her faded gray candidate coat abandoned. They do not want people to come out. Mu Zhao pulled the door open. The hinges cried once, a sound like a small animal in pain, and then the dark of the shaft swallowed the noise. The air that met them was not cold. It was warm, damp, thick with the smell of mineral heat and something else, something that sat at the back of the throat like old iron and wet stone. The shaft sloped downward at a shallow angle, its walls marked with tool scratches and the occasional splash of dried mud that had hardened to ceramic. Mu Zhao moved first. Rui followed. They walked for 300 heartbeats in silence, the only sound their own footsteps and the distant drip of water somewhere deeper. The passage curved twice, then opened into a chamber. Mu Zhao stopped. The walls were scarred, not by tools, not by rockfalls, by frozen chi that had been driven into the stone with such force that the grain had crystallized, leaving jagged white lines that branched and wove in patterns he recognized. Geometric, repeating, deliberate. Mu ceiling array patterns, but warped, twisted. The angles were wrong, the intersections forced, the flow disrupted at every node by a signature that did not match the original design. Someone had taken the old Mu ceiling geometry and hammered it into a shape it was never meant to take. The incomplete codex, Mu Zhao breathed. Rui stepped up beside him. What? This chamber was built to hold a Mu ceiling array. He traced one of the frozen lines with his eyes, following its crooked path to where it terminated in a burst of shattered Rubik. Whoever reinforced it used the public Heartfrost forms instead of the true sequence. The seal holds, but it fights itself. Every junction bleeds power where it should contain it. He turned and saw the survivors. They sat along the far wall, arranged in a row like goods on a shelf. 7 of them. Men and women, their ages impossible to guess in the dim light, their faces slack, their chests rising and falling in a rhythm that matched the seal's pulse. Each wore a collar, iron, fused at the nape, with a single frost flower mark pressed into the metal at the throat. Trance collars. Rui made a sound that was barely human, something between a gasp and a sob, and then she was moving past him, her feet carrying her toward the third figure from the left. A man, thin, dark hair that had grown long and matted. His eyes were open but empty, fixed on nothing, his lips moving slightly as if reciting words no one could hear. Chanyi. In his teeth, Liuyan City rubbled with grabbing him through the feature of the voiced accusing students. Bloodily he rise. Weddy's voice cracked. She dropped it to her knees in front of him and pressed her palms to his face. Chanyi, I am here. I came. I told you I would come. The brother did not respond. His chest rose. His chest fell. His lips moved in that silent litany. Mu Zhao crossed to the nearest survivor, a woman in her 30s with frost scarring visible along her jawline and down into the collar. He touched her wrist. The skin was warm, but the pulse beneath it beat at the same irregular rhythm as the seal. He lifted her eyelid. The pupil was fixed, dilated, the iris rimmed with a fine white thread of crystallized chi. They were not prisoners, they were conduits, alive, breathing, fed, maintained, and wired in the seal's self-destruction. The collars did not restrain them. The collars connected them. Every beat of the mountain pulled a fraction of their life essence through the iron and into the warped array, bleeding them slowly into the system Shen Gaoming had built. You said we would get him out. Rui's voice had gone hard. You said you would help me. Help me lift him. She stared at Mu Zhao for a breath, then nodded and moved to her brother's other side. Together they hooked their arms under his shoulders and lifted. He weighed almost nothing, as if the mountain had already drank most of what made him solid. They had taken 3 steps toward the passage when the first alarm rang. It was not loud. A single chime, high and clear, that echoed through the rock as if the mountain itself had spoken. Mu Zhao froze. The second chime came faster, then a third, and then the door at the top of the shaft, the rusted iron door they had left open, slammed shut with a sound that drove through Mu Zhao's chest like a blade. Rui turned. Her eyes were wide, but her jaw was set. He knows we are here. Mu Zhao lowered the brother to the ground and straightened. The hollow vein scar burned against his chest, cold and bright, as the seal beneath the chamber beat once, twice, 3 times in the rhythm of a countdown. Footsteps in the corridor. Not the shuffle of laborers or the measured tread of a clerk, deliberate, weighted. The step of someone who knew the shaft better than their own reflection. The warden stepped into the chamber. He was tall, built like the mountain itself, with a face that had been weathered into hardness and eyes that had seen too many men walk in and never walk out. He wore Sect gray, no ornaments, and his hand rested on the hilt of a blade that did not match any standard issue Mu Zhao had seen. The warden looked at the survivors, looked at Rui, kneeling beside her brother, looked at Mu Zhao, and then his eyes tracked down to the hollow vein scar, still glowing faintly through Mu Zhao's coat, and the man's face changed. You, the warden said. You are breathing it. Mu Zhao did not move. The Heartfrost. The warden's voice dropped, not in volume but in temperature, as if the words themselves carried cold. The true cadence. The seal beat again, the chamber trembled. And somewhere deep in the trance-colored row, a survivor who had not stirred in years opened his eyes and turned his head toward Mu Zhao like a plant turning toward a sun he had forgotten existed. Chapter 52. The warden stood in the chamber, his hand resting on a blade that did not match standard issue, and his eyes never left the glowing scar above Mu Zhao's heart. You are breathing it, he said. The true cadence. Rui made a sound behind him, her arms still hooked under her brother's shoulders. We are taking him out of here. The warden did not acknowledge her. His attention stayed fixed on Mu Zhao with the weight of a man who had spent years waiting for something he had only heard described in whispers. How many have you burned? Mu Zhao asked. The question landed like a stone in still water. The warden's composure cracked, a flicker of something that might have been surprise or recognition. Those collars, Mu Zhao continued, his voice steady though the hollow vein scar pulsed against his chest, drumming in rhythm with the seal. They do not drain fully. They take a portion, enough to feed the system, not enough to kill quickly. You keep them alive for months, years. The warden's hand left his blade. You understand the array, the warden said, not a question. I built it. The silence that followed was thicker than the shaft's warm, mineral air. The warden stared at Mu Zhao as if seeing a ghost wear a living face, and in some sense, that was exactly what stood before him. 3 centuries, the warden said slowly, and you come back as a boy. 3 centuries, Mu Zhao replied, and you are still running his arithmetic. The warden's jaw tightened. Behind him, one of the tranced survivors shifted on the stone floor, a soft moan escaping a throat that had not produced sound in years. Mu Zhao studied the chamber. The array was not crude. That was the horror of it. Someone had taken Shen Gaoming's stolen, incomplete Heartfrost forms and adapted them into a working seal. Not beautiful, not stable, but functional. Each junction bore the marks of careful calculation, angles adjusted, circuits rerouted, compensation added where the original structure demanded a sequence no one alive knew how to complete. Shen had not let the seal fail. He had fed it. Not one complete sacrifice as the original design required. The successor's life offered willingly to seal the prison for another age. Shen had found a different way. He had learned to burn small portions of many gifted lives instead of one whole one, spreading the cost across dozens of conduits, keeping them alive long enough to be useful, replacing them when their essence ran thin. The arithmetic was monstrous and precise. Mu Zhao counted the surviving conduits. 7, but the chamber was designed for 23, the number that matched the vanished names in the ledger. Shen burned them like fuel, a fraction of life essence per day per person, multiplied across the array, adding up to just enough to keep the prison door closed. "How long?" Mu Zhao asked. The warden understood the question. "At current burn rate, the seal will reach critical failure within the year. Faster if the mountain wakes again." "The mountain already woke," Mu Zhao said. "It recognized me." The warden's face went pale beneath the weathering. Rui broke the stillness. "We are leaving. Now." She had her brother braced against her shoulder, her thin frame straining under his weight, her teeth bared with the effort. The other 6 survivors sat motionless along the wall, their empty eyes turned toward the glow of Mu Zhao's scar like flowers toward a light they had long since forgotten. The seal beat. Once, twice, 3 times. The chamber trembled. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Somewhere deep in the mountain, a low groan traveled through the rock like a sleeper shifting in a narrow bed. "The foreman knows you felt it," the warden said quietly. "He is already writing your name in the cleanup ledger." "Then I have nothing to lose by walking out of here with these people." The warden looked at the survivors, at Chanyi, slumped against his sister's shoulder, at the woman with frost-scarred jawline, her fingers twitching as if reaching for something just beyond her trance, at the boy no older than 15, his collar too large for his thin neck, his lips moving in the same silent litany that Mu Zhao had seen on the road to Frostridge, the mantra of a mind trying to hold itself together while the mountain drank from it piece by piece. "There are more," the warden said. "Deeper. The lower shafts run for 3 more levels. The oldest conduits have been there since before I took this post." Mu Zhao absorbed the information without changing expression. 23 names in the current ledger, more below. How many over 34 years? How many gifted disciples, promising candidates, inconvenient witnesses, had Shen fed into this arithmetic? The answer was a number Mu Zhao did not want to calculate. "Release them," he said. "I cannot," the warden said, and the regret in his voice was genuine. "The collars are keyed to the array. Cutting them without the sequence will kill the conduit and release a pressure spike that destabilizes the seal faster than natural decay. Then I need time. Time is the one thing you do not have." The warden stepped forward, and Rui tensed, but he did not draw his blade. Instead, he reached into his coat and produced a folded sheet of worn paper, yellowed, creased along seams that had been opened and refolded 100 times. He held it out. Mu Zhao took it. The paper contained a partial diagram, not the complete sealing sequence, no one alive had that, but a record of the array's lower junction points, the places where Shen's adapted system connected to the original Mu Foundation work. Someone had annotated the margins in a cramped, precise hand, noting failures, compensations, and one repeated phrase: "The true sequence is the only cure." "This was left by my predecessor," the warden said. "She spent 30 years studying the array before the collars took her. She believed that if the true Heartfrost successor returned, the array could be restored without killing the conduits." Mu Zhao looked at the diagram. The handwriting was familiar. He had taught that hand 3 centuries ago, a young archivist who followed him into the sealing chamber and asked questions no one else thought to ask. "Is she still alive?" The warden's silence was answer enough. Rui's brother made a sound, a rasp that might have been a word, and Mu Zhao folded the diagram into his coat. 3 days, he said. "Keep the system running. Do not add any new conduits." "I do not control the intake," the warden said. "The orders come from above, from the gray robes who answer only to the inner council." "Then delay, misdirect, say the shaft is unstable and needs inspection before new personnel can be lowered." The warden studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. The alarm had stopped ringing. The door at the top of the shaft stood open, the warden's arrival having overridden the lock. Mu Zhao moved to Rui's side and took her brother's other arm, lifting the dead weight across his shoulders. "How many can you carry?" Ruai asked. Mu Zhao looked at the other 6, their empty eyes still tracking his movement, their lips still moving in that silent, endless litany. "None of them, tonight," he said. "But I will come back." He meant it, and as he carried Chen Yu up the shaft toward the cold night air, the diagram burning against his chest and the seal's pulse drumming beneath his ribs like a second heartbeat, he began to calculate the arithmetic Shen Gaoming had been running for 300 years. 23 conduits per cycle, 73% of their essence harvested before replacement. 34 years of operation. The number was vast. It was cruel. It was mathematically precise. And it meant Shen Gaoming had been burning the gifted youth of the continent to stay a saint. The tunnel opened onto the staging ground. Frost cracked beneath Mu Zhao's boots. The mountain groaned once more behind him. And somewhere in the darkness, a search horn sounded. Not distant, not close, but hunting. The foreman had already begun his count. Chapter 53. The tunnel branched twice before they found the first hatch. Mu Zhao carried Chen Yi alone now, Rui's breath tearing too hard to support the weight. The diagram pressed against his ribs, the paper warm despite the cold, as if the ink remembered the hand that wrote it. The hatch led to a service corridor, old stone, water dripping somewhere ahead. The air smelled of rust and frozen lime. "Left," Rui said. "The staging ground is left." A voice echoed behind them. Not close, not distant enough. Mu Zhao did not look back. They moved through the corridor in a rhythm of strained breath and boot scuff. Chen Yi's head lolled against Mu Zhao's shoulder, his lips still moving in that silent litany, words too faint to hear but persistent, like a chant worn smooth by repetition. The corridor opened into a wider passage. Timber supports, rope coils hung from iron hooks. So a kite track ran down the center, the rails glazed with frost. "There." Rui pointed to a side door half hidden behind stacked supply crates. "That leads to the lower staging yard. From there we can reach the tree line before the search parties form." "How do you know?" Mu Zhao asked. "I mapped every exit the night before you came. While you were reading ledgers, I was walking the perimeter." He believed her. They crossed the cart track, and the horn sounded again, closer now. A single, long note, answered by another from a different direction. They were being boxed. Mu Zhao set Chen Yi down against the wall. Rui's hand shot out. "What are you doing?" "Buying time." He turned to the passage behind them. The timber supports were old, the frost having worked into the joints over years of freeze and thaw. One strike, placed correctly, would bring the ceiling down where the crossbeams met the stone. "You cannot collapse a shaft with an injured meridian," Rui said. "I am not using a shaft." He drew the Heartfrost breath. The hollow vein scar lit beneath his coat, pale and cold, and the air around his hand crystallized as he pressed his palm against the nearest support beam. The timber groaned. Ice spread from his fingers, racing along the grain in branching veins of white. The beam contracted. The stone above it shifted. A crack ran across the ceiling. Mu Zhao stepped back, pulled Rui with one hand, and the passage came down behind them in a roar of broken rock and frozen dust. The noise took a long time to settle. By the time it did, the corridor was sealed. Rock and timber filled the space where the tunnel had been, a solid wall of collapse that no one would clear before dawn. Rui stared at the ruin. That was measured. It was measured. Mu Zhao picked up Chen Yi again, the strain pulling at the meridian tear in his chest. It was also noticed. "What do you mean?" He did not answer, because the collapse had answered him. A vibration, not from the new rubble, from below, deep below. The mountain had felt the strike, the same presence that had recognized him at the boundary stones, that had stirred when he breathed true heart frost in the sealing chamber. It had shifted. And now it was listening. Mu Zhao resumed walking. Rui followed, her hand on Chen Yi's arm, her eyes scanning the darkness behind them. They found the side door and slipped through into a narrow space between service sheds. The night air hit like a blade. Snow had started falling, fine and dry, the kind that left no tracks if you moved fast enough. The staging yard lay ahead, empty. The search parties had already deployed outward toward the tree line and the main roads, expecting the escapees to run for distance. Mu Zhao went the other way. He led them along the base of the timber wall, keeping to the shadows where the torches did not reach. Chinese weight pulled at his arms, the cold seeping through the coat his aunt had repaired. At the eastern edge of the yard, the wall ended in a gap where a supply cart had broken through years ago and no one had properly fixed. The gap opened onto a slope of loose rock and frozen scree, descending into a ravine that ran parallel to the Frostridge road. "If we follow the ravine south," Rui said, "we can reach the old survey shelter before dawn. Chow is there." "Chow is there. She was supposed to wait at the way station, but she knows the shelter. She will have moved." Mu Zhao filed that information. Chow had planned for this. She had anticipated extraction. He lowered Chani to the ground at the edge of the gap and pressed 2 fingers to the hollow of his throat, feeling the meridian pulse. The tear was spreading. The Heartfrost strike had cost more than he had let show. "How far?" 2 miles, maybe 3. He looked at Ruyu. She was shivering, her threadbare coat soaked through, her sharp cheekbones standing out like blade edges in the moonlight. "If I fall?" he said. "Take the diagram. Follow the ravine. Do not stop." "You are not going to fall." "I am telling you where the diagram is. In case." She met his eyes. "The diagram is a dead woman's notes," she said. "You are the person who can read them, so you are not allowed to fall." He had no answer for that. They moved again. The ravine was deeper than it had looked, the walls steep and slick with frost, the bottom filled with loose stone that shifted under every step. Johnny's weight grew heavier as the cold seeped into Mu Zhao's arms. The meridian tear burned. He ignored it. The mountain's pulse beat beneath his feet, slower now, waiting. The collapse had disturbed something, and whatever it was had not settled back to rest. It was counting. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm matched his steps, and he could not tell if he was walking to its beat or it was walking to his. A light flickered ahead, small, steady. A lantern shuddered to a crack. Mu Zhao stopped. The light did not move. Ri drew breath, and Mu Zhao raised a hand to silence her. He set Chani down, eased forward. The Heartfrost gathered shallow in his palm. The light shifted. A shape emerged from behind it. A figure in a patched coat, a medical satchel slung across one shoulder, a smaller bag held out like an offering. Chao Lingshu stepped into the moonlight. She looked at Mu Zhao, at the blood on his sleeve, at the hollow veined scar still glowing through his coat. "I brought salts," she said, "and bandages, and a map of the old survey paths that the wardens do not patrol." She did not ask what had happened. She did not ask who the unconscious man was. She simply held out the small bag. "You look worse than I expected," she said. "Are you going to fall?" Mu Zhao took the bag. Not tonight. The mountain beneath them beat once, hard, and Qiao's eyes went sharp because she felt it too, and she knew what it meant. Chapter 54. The shelter had been a surveyor's bunk once. A cot frame rusted in the corner, a stovepipe jutted from the wall at a broken angle, and the roof beams sagged under decades of settled snow. Qiao had already cleared a space on the packed earth floor, spreading her oilcloth and arranging supplies in neat rows: bandages, salts, a small pot of tallow salve, a knife. Mu Zhao lowered Chanyi to the ground and stepped back. His arms ached. The meridian tear burned with every beat of his heart. "Sit," Qiao said. He did not argue. She peeled his coat back from the shoulder, exposing the pale scar that ran from collarbone to sternum. The glow had faded to a faint silver shimmer, like frost on glass, but the skin around it was hot and swollen. Rui watched from the corner, her brother's head cradled in her lap, her eyes tracking every movement Qiao made. "How bad?" Mu Zhao asked. Qiao pressed 2 fingers to the scar. Pain lanced through him, sharp and clean, and he did not flinch. "You have torn the channel wall," she said. "Not through, but close." "How close?" "One more strike at that intensity, and you will be breathing out of a collapsed lung." She said it the way she described any prognosis: flat, professional. But her hands lingered at the scar a moment longer than necessary, and he saw the tension in her jaw. "I need light," she said, "and heat." She fed the stove dry twigs from her satchel, coaxing a flame from a flint she carried in her sleeve. The fire caught, cracked, and sent shadows leaping across the walls. The shelter warmed slowly, grudgingly, as if the cold had lived there too long to surrender. Rui had not moved. Mu Zhao watched her. Her brother's lips still moved in that silent chant, his breath shallow and even. The trance collar glinted in the firelight, the frost thawer mark catching the flame like an eye opening. "Can you remove it?" Rui asked. "Not yet," Mu Zhao said. "You said 3 days." 3 days, until the foreman files his report. Not 3 days until I can cut a collar without killing the wearer. Rui's hands tightened on her brother's shoulders. She said nothing. Chao worked in silence. She cleaned the burn on Mu Zhao's forearm, spread tallow salve over the cracked skin, and wrapped it in clean linen. She mixed a paste of powder and water and pressed it to the meridian scar, where it cooled and hardened, drawing the heat from the damaged channel. "Leave it until morning," she said. "Do not cultivate tonight. I cannot afford to stop. You cannot afford to rupture." He met her eyes. She did not look away. "One night," she said. "Your body needs to remember it is not a weapon." The words landed strangely. He did not think of himself as a weapon. He thought of himself as a hand holding one. But the distinction had blurred somewhere in the days since Frostridge, and he was no longer certain where the grip ended and the blade began. Outside, the wind picked up. The shelter's walls groaned. Rui spoke without looking up. "Did you know?" The question hung in the air. "Did I know what?" Mu Zhao said. "Did you know this would happen? Before you brought me?" The fire crackled. Chao's hands stilled. "No," he said. The word came out clean, honest, and insufficient. Rui lifted her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face hollowed by exhaustion and something deeper, something she had been holding for years. "You knew about the lower shaft," she said. "You knew about the collars. You knew there would be a trap. You walked in anyway." "I did." "And you brought me?" "Because he is your brother." "And if I died in there?" The shelter felt smaller. The walls pressed closer. Chao had stopped breathing. Mu Zhao opened his mouth to answer, and found no words. Because the truth was that he had not considered her death, not as a risk he needed to weigh. He had seen a vanished brother, a sister who would follow any path to reach him, and he had laid that path at her feet without asking if she could survive the journey. "I should have warned you," he said. "Yes, I did not. Because you needed me. Because I needed you," he said. "And because I did not want to give you the choice to refuse." Rui's laugh was dry, hollow, without humor. "At least you are honest," she said. "At least there is that." She looked down at her brother's face. The trance collar glinted. The fire adjusted itself, a log settling into ash. "I would have come," she said quietly. "Even if you had told me. He is my brother. There was never a choice." Mu Zhao said nothing. "A friend warned me," Mu Zhao said. Rui's eyes snapped up. "Who?" "I do not know." Note in the hall door. "Before I left Liuyan. It said the inner council had been summoned to seal the gate, and that a survivor left a map beneath the third stone west of the pangolin sheds." "A map where?" "I do not know. I never found it." "You told me the diagram was a dead woman's notes." "It is. The predecessor's diagram. The note is something else. A different path." Rui's jaw tightened. "You should have told me." "I am telling you now." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and turned her attention back to her brother. The fire settled. The shelter breathed with them. Mu Zhao looked at his hands. The burn across the right forearm, the white scar that ran from his heart to his throat, the calluses from hours of training with improvised tools. They were the hands of a 17-year-old who had never held a real blade in combat. They were also the hands that had collapsed a tunnel to save 3 people. The distinction had blurred. He did not know if that was strength or failure. The search horn sounded, close, closer than he had expected. Mu Zhao was on his feet before the second note finished, his hand already reaching for the coat Zhao had folded. She was packing her supplies, her movements efficient, her face unreadable. "How close?" Rui asked. "Half a mile, maybe less. They will find the shelter." "Yes." Mu Zhao crossed to the door and pressed his ear to the cracked wood. The horn sounded again, answered from another direction. 2 parties, converging on the ravine. "They are not tracking us," he said. "They are sweeping. Does that matter? It means they do not know where we are. They are covering ground." He turned. Zhao was already at the stove, scattering the embers and smothering the flame with ash and loose dirt. The shelter went dark. "East wall," Mu Zhao said. "There is a gap behind the stove. It leads to the old drainage channel." "How do you know that?" Chiu asked. Rui answered for him, "Because he is the survivor who left the map." The horn sounded again, closer. Chapter 55. The drainage channel was barely wide enough for shoulders. Mu Zhao crawled first, the trance collar cold against his chest where he had slung Qianxia across his back with a strip of torn lining. Water trickled past his knees, icy where the frost had not reached, warm where something deeper bled heat into the stone. Behind him, Rui crawled with her brother's head cradled against her neck. Zhao brought up the rear, covering their tracks with handfuls of loose gravel and mud. The horn sounded again, muffled. The stone above them absorbed the worst of it, but Mu Zhao felt the vibration through his palms. They had not found the shelter yet. They would, soon enough. He kept crawling. The channel sloped downward, then curved east. The trickle of water widened into a shallow stream that lapped against his forearms. The walls smelled of old iron and mineral salts, the same scent that had filled the lower shaft. 20 breaths, 50. The channel opened into a low cavern where the ceiling rose just high enough to kneel. Water pooled against the far wall and disappeared through a crack too narrow for a child. Mu Zhao stopped. He listened. No horns. He let Qianxia slide from his back and propped him against the driest section of wall. The boy's head lolled. His lips moved, still shaping that silent litany, the same words he had been repeating for years. Rui crawled out behind him and took her brother's face in her hands without a word. Zhao emerged last, her coat wet to the elbows, her breathing controlled but shallow. She looked at Mu Zhao. "How far down are we?" "Beneath the ravine floor," he said. "Maybe 30 feet. Will they find us?" "Not tonight." He said it with certainty he did not feel. The mountain knew where he was. The presence beneath the seal had been counting his steps since the tunnel collapse. It had not stopped, but the mountain was not the one carrying the horn. Mu Zhao sat back against the stone and let the silence settle. Water dripped. Chao's hands moved over her supplies, checking what had stayed dry. Rui did not move from her brother's side. The space between them felt like the shelter had felt, charged, waiting. Rui spoke without looking up. "You said the map was a dead woman's notes." "It is. And the note, the one you never found." "Yes." She lifted her head. Her eyes were dry now. The exhaustion had passed into something harder, something that had made peace with being awake. "What else have you not told me?" Mu Zhao felt the question land in his chest. It was not accusation. It was the same clean, honest demand he had failed to meet when she asked if he had known. He could lie. He could deflect. He could offer fragments shaped to control what she believed. He had done it before. To her, to Chao, to Mu Suqin, to everyone who had ever trusted him with something real. The habit was old, 3 centuries old, a fortress built in the dark. But the horn had sounded close, and Rui had crawled through a drainage channel with her brother's head against her neck, and Chao had smothered the fire without being asked, and the truth was still sitting in his chest like a stone he had been swallowing since the day he opened his eyes in a body that was not his own. "Shen Gaoming murdered me," Mu Zhao said. The words came out flat, uninflected, the same way he had once recited forms to beginners who needed to hear the shape of a technique before they could feel it. Chao's hands stilled over her satchel. Rui did not move. 300 years ago, Mu Zhao said, we were sworn brothers. We built the Heartfrost art together. We were meant to seal the mountain together. He paused. The water dripped. He poisoned me at the threshold of ascension, took the complete codex, left my body in the ice, and told the world I had betrayed the oath. Then you became the saint, Rui said. It was not a question. Yes. And the seal was mine to guard. The art I built with him was the key to holding it. He took the completed forms and buried the ones he could not use. Then he rebuilt the array from memory, with gaps he filled by burning gifted disciples instead of proper cultivation. Mu Zhao looked at his hands, the burn across the right forearm, the white scar over his heart. The incomplete art bleeds power at every junction, he said. Shen has been feeding it for 3 centuries with stolen life. He cannot stop. If he dies before a true replacement seal is formed, the mountain wakes and the continent burns. The cavern held no sound but water. Qiao spoke first. Then killing him is not the answer. No. What is? Mu Zhao looked up. Her face was sharp in the darkness, cheekbones carved by shadows. She was not afraid. She was listening. I have to reach the seal before he does, Mu Zhao said. Complete the sequence from inside. Replace the living conduits with proper anchoring. And then, only then, strip him of the codex and the name he built from theft. And if you reach the seal and complete it, Rui said slowly, what happens to the people already wired into it? Mu Zhao did not answer. The silence stretched. You do not know, Louis said. The predecessor's diagram calls the true sequence the only cure, Mu Zhao said. But the predecessor never finished it. She spent 30 years studying the array and died in a trance collar. So the men in that chamber, my brother, I do not know if they can be saved. Louis closed her eyes. Qiao set down her satchel. She crossed the cavern slowly, her steps careful on the wet stone, and knelt beside Mu Zhao. Not close enough to touch, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her presence. You should have told us this before Frostridge, she said. Yes. Why did not you? He had no answer that would satisfy her, no answer that would satisfy himself. Because I am used to carrying weight alone, because I did not know if you would follow if you understood the cost, because I am still learning that the people beside me are not pieces. He said none of it. Instead, he reached into his coat and drew out the folded paper Ian Morrow had given him. The forger's name, Shen Chanyu, chief scribe of the 9 Pillars Inner Registry, Shen Gaoming's 3rd disciple. This is what I was not going to tell you, he said. The forger who prepared the Pang claim. He is Shen Gaoming's direct disciple, the same man who signed the cargo manifests for the trance collars. He held it out. Rui did not take it. Neither did Qiao. Why are you telling us now? Qiao asked. Because I am tired of carrying it alone. Mu Zhao looked at the paper in his hand. The ink had blurred from the damp, the name still read. Because if I fall tomorrow, someone needs to know where to cut. Qiao reached out and took the paper. She folded it into her sleeve without looking at it. You are not falling tomorrow, she said. The words were not comfort, they were instruction. Before Mu Zhao could answer, a sound stopped him. A breath. Not from Rui, not from Qiao, from the slumped form against the wall. Chani's lips had stopped moving. His eyes were open. They were white. Not the white of a blind man, but the milky, unfocused white of someone looking at something far beyond the cavern walls. His mouth opened. A rasp escaped, thin as old paper. Rui was at his side in an instant, her hands framing his face, her voice breaking as she said his name. Chanyu did not look at her. He looked at Mu Zhao. 3rd hinge, he said. The words scraped out of him like splintered bone. The pivot chamber, beneath the oldest shaft. She built it to turn. His head sagged. The white receded, his eyes closed. He was gone again. But Mu Zhao understood. The predecessor, the dead archivist who left the diagram, She had not only studied the array, she had built a way to turn the seal from inside. The third hinge. And Chan Yu had been carrying its location in his trance-shattered mind for years. The mountain pulsed, deep, hard, counting still. And Mu Zhao knew, with the same cold certainty that had guided his hand through 3 lifetimes, that the third hinge was not a rescue point. It was the place where the seal would break, or the place where he would have to become its living key. Chapter 56. The horn sounded again, closer. Mu Zhao pushed himself upright, ignoring the pull in his chest where the torn meridian burned. Chan Yi hung limp in Rui's arms, his lips already still, the white faded from his eyes. The third hinge. The word sat in Mu Zhao's skull like a blade lodged between ribs. "We move," he said. "Now." Qiao was already at the drainage channel's mouth, peering up into the ravine. Her silhouette tensed. "Riders," she said. "Coming down the switchback." Mu Zhao counted. 1 set of hoofbeats, precise and unhurried. Not the hammer of search parties. A single horse picking its way through the frozen slope. He knew that cadence. Elder Curate rounded the bend with a lamp swinging from his saddle, his straight bearing unchanged, his face unreadable in the shifting light. He reined in 30 feet from the channel mouth and looked down at them without surprise. Without accusation, his gaze passed over Mu Zhao's torn coat, Rui's white-knuckled grip on her brother, Chao's medical satchel clutched against her ribs. He said nothing for a long moment. Then he dismounted. "The shaft collapsed," Curate said. His voice was flat, a statement of fact rather than a question. Mu Zhao did not correct him. "Unauthorized excavation in the restricted lower shaft," Curate continued. "Structural failure. 3 candidates and a Frostridge laborer barely escaped with their lives." Rui opened her mouth. Mu Zhao caught her arm before she could speak. Curate saw it. His eyes flickered to Mu Zhao's hand on her sleeve, then back to Mu Zhao's face. "The inspector's report will reflect that," he said. "The foreman has been instructed to file accordingly." Silence. Mu Zhao understood. The shaft incident was being erased. Not punished, not investigated. Wiped from the ledger as if it had never happened. The 7 conduits, the warped array, the trance collars, none of it would exist in the morning logs. "Why?" Mu Zhao said. Kira looked at him, the lamplight carved hollows beneath his cheekbones. "Because the watch commander owes me a debt from 30 years ago," Kirit said. "And because I am not ready to explain to Shen Gaoming what his sworn brother is doing beneath his mountain." Chao went very still. Rui's grip on Chan Yi tightened. Mu Zhao felt the words land like frost settling in his lungs. Kirit had known. Not suspected, not guessed. Known. "You intercepted the report," Mu Zhao said. "I burned it," Kirit said, "before it reached the inner council relay. And the gray robes who saw us have been reassigned to the eastern perimeter. By the time they return, you will be gone." Mu Zhao studied him. The smooth face, the straight bearing, the eyes that carried decades of kinful compromise. Kirit was not offering mercy. He was containing a leak. Mu Zhao was a variable that could not be allowed to break loose before Shen Gaoming's attention was ready for him. "You are buying time," Mu Zhao said. "I am buying options," Kirit said. He stepped closer. His voice dropped. "The shaft is sealed. The survivors in that chamber will be processed as maintenance casualties. They will not be replaced with new conduits until the inspection cycle closes its spring thaw." Mu Zhao's chest tightened. "That gives us 3 months. 3 months, Kirit agreed. To find what you need, to decide what you are willing to become." The wind carried frost across the ravine. Chan Yi stirred in Rui's arms, a thin sound slipping through his cracked lips. Kirit's gaze traveled to the slumped form. "The third hinge," he said quietly. "The predecessor's pivot. You know where it is now." It was not a question. Mu Zhao said nothing. Kirit nodded as if Mu Zhao had answered. "Then go back to Liuyan," he said. "Heal, prepare. When spring comes, the gate will be unsealed, and I will not be able to protect you from what walks through it." He turned toward his horse. "Elder Kirit." Kirit paused. "Why are you doing this?" The lamp swung. Kirit's face was half in shadow, half in gold light. Because I was Frostwatch Reserve 30 years ago, he said. I saw what Shen Gaoming built. I watched the predecessor die in a collar because no one with the true Heartfrost cadence remained to complete her work. His voice did not waver. I have been waiting for someone who could finish it. He mounted. Return before the thaw, he said, and speak of nothing. He rode up the switchback without looking back. Mu Zhao stood in the frozen ravine, the mountain's pulse still counting beneath his feet. Chinese rasping breath threading through the dark, and Kirit's last words echoing in the hollow of his chest. The protection was not mercy. It was a loan, and the payment would come due the moment spring broke the Frostridge gate. Xiao stepped beside him. Her hand found his wrist, her fingers pressing against the hollow vein scar. He knows, she said. He has always known. Can we trust him? Mu Zhao looked up at the switchback where the lamp had vanished. No, he said. But we do not need to trust him. We only need to reach the third hinge before he decides we are more valuable as a corpse than a key. Rui shifted Chan Yu's weight. Then we go back to Liuyan. We go back, Mu Zhao said. The mountain pulsed once, deep and final, as if confirming the count. 3 months. The saints were running out of time, and Mu Zhao still did not know which of them would fall first. Chapter 57. The cot crested the last rise before Liuyan as dusk bled across the rooftops, the city walls stained amber and gray. Mu Zhao sat beside Hutakang, Chan Yu's shallow breath threading through the creak of wheels behind them. Qiao had bound his own hand again at the checkpoint, hiding the hollow vein glow under layers of linen and tallow paste. The ancestral hall appeared through the haze of cooking fires, its repaired roof black against the fading sky. Smoke rose from the side kitchen. Someone had lit the lamps. Hutakang pulled the reins before the gate. I will see to the horses. Mu Zhao nodded and climbed down. His legs held, barely. The meridian tear burned each time his heart beat, a pulse that reminded him of the mountain counting. Qiao stepped down behind him, her medical satchel still stained with frost residue. Ryu followed, Changyi draped across her shoulders like a sleeping child, his trance collar removed but his eyes still closed. The hall door opened before Mu Zhao reached it. Mu Suqin stood in the threshold, sleeves rolled, flour dusted across her knuckles. She looked at them for a long moment, taking in the torn coats, the blood crusted on Mu Zhao's collar, the unconscious body in Rui's arms. Then she stepped aside and held the door wider. The back room is warm, she said. There is broth. Inside, the hall smelled of boiled roots and beeswax. 3 lamps burned on the repaired ancestor shelf, their flames steady. Mu Suqin had restored order while they were gone. The dust was gone. The broken offering table had been replaced with a pine board laid across sawhorses. Winter tablets lined the walls, their names freshly painted in uniform strokes. Mu Zhao stopped before the tablets. His eyes found the newest one, a clear plaque without inscription, waiting for the name he had not yet decided whether to carve. He laid the folded records on the offering table. Frostridge shaft logs copied by lamplight in the ravine shelter. Names erased by transfer. Dates that stretched 34 years. A tally of 23 conduits per cycle. Mu Suqin approached. Her hands were still damp from flour. She did not touch the papers. What is this? The cost of what we reclaimed, Mu Zhao said. She read the first page in silence. Her face did not change, but her thumb pressed against the paper's edge until the fibers creased. 23 per cycle, she said. For 34 years, and deeper shafts we have not opened. She set the page down. Her eyes traveled to Chan Yu, who Rui had laid on a straw mat by the hearth, then back to Mu Zhao. You brought witnesses. Survivors. The word hung between them. Mu Suqin had endured 3 centuries of siege, debt, and public mockery without breaking. She had watched her brother walk to the north gate with a petition he could never present. She knew what the Mu name cost. But she did not know this. Now she understood. You mean to stop it? She said. I mean to finish what Shen Gaoming could not. She looked at the tablets, at the empty plaque waiting for its name, at the lamp flame that did not flicker. Then the danger does not stay on Frostridge. It will follow us here, Mu Zhao said. When spring thaws the gate, the Sect will send eyes we cannot deflect. Shen knows something is awake beneath the mountain. He will look for the source. Mu Suking turned from the tablets. The lamplight caught the new lines in her face. The Mu clan survived 3 centuries of hunger, humiliation, and silence, she said. We did not do it to become spectators when the truth finally rises. She stepped to the corner of the hall where the winter tablets were arranged by generation. Old ones, some cracked, some repaired with gold filament like the jade she had mended. Her fingers moved along the 3rd shelf, counting by touch. There are things in this hall no sect knows to look for, she said. Things my brother did not tell me until the night he left for the North Gate. She stopped before a tablet whose surface bore no inscription at all. A blank panel, older than the others, its wood darkened by centuries of smoke and incense. He said if the name ever returned to Liuyan, the jade would remember what words could not. Mu Zhao reached into his collar. The ancestral jade hung against his chest, still warm where the gold filament caught the light. He held it before the blank tablet. The jade did not glow, but the pale scar beneath his collarbone did, a thread of cold light that pulsed once, twice, and then settled into steady rhythm. The tablet's surface rippled. A seam appeared at the edges, hair fine, so precise it had been invisible until the light touched it. The entire panel shifted forward a finger's width, then slid to the side with a scrape of hidden runners. Behind it lay a compartment no larger than a scroll case, lined in cloth that had once been crimson. Inside rested a single codex leaf, preserved in waxed silk. Mu Suqing's breath caught. Mu Zhao reached in and lifted it. The silk parted. The leaf was yellowed, the characters written in a hand he had not seen in 3 centuries, but recognized as surely as his own pulse, his own handwriting. The opening measures of the complete sealing sequence. At the bottom, a line that had not been in the original codex. The successor who completes this must be prepared to become its living conduit. Mu Zhao read it twice. The mountain pulsed beneath his ribs. He did not tell you everything, Mu Zhao said quietly, because he did not know. Mu Suqing's face was pale. What does it mean? He folded the leaf, placed it inside his coat, and looked at her. It means the Mu clan is not done paying for Frostridge. The lamp flame guttered. From the hearth, Chanyi stirred and opened his white, unfocused eyes. Chapter 58. Mu Zhao held the leaf in both hands, the waxed silk still clinging to one corner. The characters were his own, the same slant, the same pressure on the brush that had marked every scroll he wrote 3 centuries ago. He read the opening measures once, then again. The sealing sequence was not a cage. It was a weave. 3 structural anchors, each one a pivot point that redirected the pressure building beneath Frostridge. The first anchor sat at the mountain's root, where the oldest permafrost met the bedrock. The second lay beneath the original survey shrine, keyed to the Mu bloodline. The third was the 3rd hinge, the pivot chamber beneath the oldest shaft. She built it to turn. Chanyi's words, still fresh. The predecessor had not finished her work, but Tingfeng had known what she was building. He had left the sequence here, in the clan hall, waiting for a successor who could read it. Mu Zhao's vision blurred at the edges. The lines below the anchors listed the cost. Heartfrost must circulate through the conduit's core meridian for the full duration of the weave. The conduit's chi anchors each pivot in sequence. When all 3 are locked, the seal binds to the living channel and cannot be transferred. The successor who completes this must be prepared to become its living conduit. He had written that. He remembered the night. The lamp had burned low. The ink had frozen in the well before he finished. He had sealed the leaf in waxed silk, placed it in the hidden compartment, and told himself he would return when the seal needed renewal. He had not returned. Shen Gaoming had made certain of that. Mu Zhao folded the leaf carefully, the waxed silk crackling between his fingers. What does it mean to become a living conduit? Qiao said. Her voice was quiet. Not a question, a demand. Mu Zhao did not look at her. It means the seal binds to my meridian network, the same channel that carries Heartfrost breath. Once locked, the seal and I become inseparable. If the seal breaks, I break. If I die, the seal dies with me. Mu Zhao's hand pressed against the offering table. Then you would be bound to Frostridge for the rest of your life. The rest of my life, or until the mountain's pressure dissipates. He paused. That could be centuries. The lamp flame steadied. Mu Zhao did not look away. You wrote that warning. You knew what it would cost. I knew. And you left it for him anyway. She meant Mu Zhao, the boy he wore. I left it for anyone who could read it. His voice carried no defense. I did not know if I would return. I did not know if the clan would survive, but I knew the seal could not hold forever with Shen's stolen method. I left a key that turns you into a lock. Heiao's words were sharp, but her hands were steady. She had not moved from the hearth where Chanyi lay breathing in shallow gasps. Is there another way? She said. Not in the sequence I left. Then write a new one. Mu Zhao looked at her. The firelight carved shadows under her cheekbones, the same sharp lines he had seen in the dispensary when she pressed a needle into his meridian and asked if he wanted to live. If I had a century to study the full codex and rebuild the weave from the ground up, he said, I might find an alternative. But the seal will not hold that long. Shen's method is burning through the conduits faster than he can replace them. When the spring thaw opens the gate, the pressure will rise. How long do we have? 3 months, before the gate opens. Less, before Shen sends eyes to Liuyan. He Dekong shifted by the door. His shadow stretched across the floorboards, head taller than any man in the room. I don't understand half of what you're saying, he said. But I understand a trap. You're saying you have to walk into that mountain and weld yourself to the thing. Yes. Then we make sure you have everything you need before you go. Mu Zhao turned to face him. He Dekong's arms were crossed, the faded Mu tattoo visible at his wrist. He did not look afraid. He looked angry. The clan just got its name back, he Dekong said. I'm not watching you throw yourself into a hole before we've even hung the plaque. Mu Zhao spoke before Mu Zhao could answer. Leaf. She extended her hand. Let me see it. Mu Zhao passed it to her. She held it under the lamp, her eyes moving slowly across the characters. She had never cultivated. She did not know the flow of qi through meridian channels, but she knew the weight of a clan debt. The third anchor is the hinge, she said, the one the trance boy spoke of. Where is it? Beneath the oldest shaft, the deepest level of Frostridge. How deep? I do not know. The survey records were burned 34 years ago. But the shaft predates the sect. It was built by the first generation of seal keepers. Mu clan. Mu clan. Mu Zhao handed the leaf back. Her fingers brushed his. Then we send someone ahead to find the hinge before you descend. We have no one who knows the shafts. I do not need a cultivator. I need someone who can walk without drawing attention. Someone the sect would not mark as suspicious. He Dekong uncrossed his arms. I know the Frostridge road. I know the haulers, the foremen, the shifts. I can get close without a seal mark. You would be seen, Mu Zhao said. Everyone sees a hauler. No one looks at a hauler. He Dekong's jaw worked. I'll find the shaft entrance, map the approach, then you come down prepared. The decision hung in the silence. Mu Zhao wanted to refuse. The old calculus, the one that treated allies as pieces, told him he Dekong was worth more alive than dead. But the new calculus, the one he was still learning, told him something else. The clan needed men who chose to walk into danger, not because they were commanded, because they believed. 3 weeks, Mu Zhao said, no deeper than the shaft mouth. If you do not return by then, I come looking. He Dekong nodded once. The trade was made. From the hearth, a thin sound broke the quiet. Chanyi's head had turned. His white, unfocused eyes stared at the ceiling. His lips moved, but no words came out. Then his hand lifted, trembling, and pointed at the codex leaf in Mu Zhao's grip. The finger traced a curve in the air. 3 times. Rui Chanyi knelt beside him, her palm against his cheek. Chanyi, what do you see? His mouth opened. The voice that came out was not his own. It was older, slower. A woman's voice, speaking through a throat too young for the sound. She built the hinge to turn against the current. If you bind to the weave as it is, the seal will lock you in the pivot. You will not be able to leave. Mu Zhao's blood chilled. Who are you? The white eyes shifted. They found him. The one who did not finish the work. The one who died in the collar you saw. The predecessor. Still there. Still trapped in the trance, carried inside Chunyi's fractured mind. Tell him, the voice said, to build the weave different. Do not bind to the hinge as the pivot. Bind to it as the door. The eyes went still. Chunyi's hand dropped. The voice did not speak again. Mu Zhao stood frozen, the leaf pressed against his chest, as the lamp flame guttered. Chapter 59. Dawn came gray through the hall's eastern windows, casting long shadows across the pine-board table where Mu Zhao sat with the codex leaf spread before him. He had not moved since midnight. The opening measures of the ceiling sequence lay in his own handwriting, 3 centuries old, the ink fading to brown along the fold lines. He knew each character. He had written them in a different body, under a different sky, while Shen Gaoming sharpened his betrayal 2 rooms away and called for more tea. Chao Ling Shu found him there. She set a cup of cold water beside his elbow and did not speak. Her hand lingered near his wrist, close enough to feel the heat of his skin, then withdrew. You have not blinked in an hour. I am reading the spaces between the characters. There are no spaces between the characters. His hand trembled on the final line. Mu Zhao touched the leaf's edge. He knew what he was asking of the successor. He wrote it anyway. Tingfeng. Me. He looked up. I wrote it. I knew the cost. I sealed the leaf and walked north to face Shen, expecting to die and take the secret with me. But I did not die. I waited in the Jade for 3 centuries, and now I am reading my own death warrant in a hall I rebuilt with borrowed wood. Chao said nothing. She pulled the chair opposite him and sat. Outside, the first sounds of labor rose from the side courts. Hidekong had started before dawn. He found 6 laborers at the South Market Gate, men who remembered the Mu clan when it paid in silver and fed its workers twice a day. He offered them copper, breakfast, and the chance to say they helped hang the plaque. 3 of them had sons who worked the Frostridge roads. They came. By the time the sun cleared the rooftops, 12 men were clearing rubble from the eastern side court, hauling broken tiles and rotted timber into a cart that would not stop creaking. 2 women from the noodle stall on Serpent Street arrived with a pot of broth and a basket of flatbread, saying nothing about payment, setting the food on the hall's step and leaving before anyone could thank them. Mu Zhao watched from the doorway. The court had been a storage yard when the clan fell. Broken furniture, moldy ledgers, the rusted frame of a plow that no one remembered buying. His past self had walked past this court 100 times, always too busy with greater matters to notice the rot creeping into the foundation stones. The boy who grew up here had noticed. Mu Zhao's memory flickered. Not Tingfeng's. Mu Zhao's. The boy had played in this court when he was 6, before the hollow vein diagnosis, before the mockery settled into daily habit. He had hidden behind the plow frame during a game of Seek the Pillar, and stayed so long his aunt had called for him until her voice cracked. That boy was gone. But the court he played in could be restored. Hidekong appeared at his elbow, sweating despite the cold. East wall is sound. Foundation needs repointing, but the stones are true. We can have the roof patched before the week turns if the lumber holds. Do we have lumber? 2 merchants at the timber yard recognized the tattoo. They are holding a credit line. I did not authorize a credit line. They did not ask you. They asked me. Hidekong's face was unreadable. I told them the Mu clan pays its debts. They said they know. Mu Zhao felt something shift in his chest, not the meridian tear, something deeper, older, harder to name. Who else? The tanner's boy, the one whose father you saved from the fire. He brought 4 friends. They are clearing the west drain. Hidekong paused. A woman came with a bag of nails, said her husband used to work for your grandfather, would not give her name. She is a witness. To what? To the fact that Liuyan remembers the clan before the forgery. Every person who brings broth, who offers credit, who refuses to give their name, they are putting themselves on record. The Sect will notice. The Sect can notice all at once. They're not paying for the nails. Hidekong's walked back to the rubble cart before Mu Zhao could answer. By midday, the side court looked like a construction site that might one day become a courtyard. The plow frame lay disassembled in the scrap cart. Broken tiles formed a neat stack near the gate, waiting for someone to haul them to the kiln for recycling. The women from the noodle stall had returned with more broth and a jar of pickled radish that disappeared faster than the bread. Mu Zhao moved through the workers, offering water, lifting beams when the younger men struggled, saying little. His hollow vein scar burned with each exertion, the meridian tear pulsing a warning he chose to ignore. A man in a clerk's coat approached the gate. He was thin, middle-aged, with ink stains on both cuffs and the careful posture of someone who spent his days bowing to magistrates. He stopped at the threshold, looked at the cleared court, at the men eating broth on stacked bricks, at the restored plaque visible through the main hall's open door. He bowed. "Young Master Mu?" Mu Zhao straightened. "I do not know you." "I am the third clerk of the South Market Land Office. I processed the transfer of your clan's boundary markers to the Pang household 12 years ago." The workers went still. Mu Zhao felt the air tighten. "Why are you here?" The clerk did not raise his head. "I witnessed the arbitration. I saw the forged deed. I signed the transfer order because I was told the seal was legitimate, and I did not have the courage to verify it." His voice trembled. "I have come to ask if the Mu clan requires a clerk who knows the land office's filing system." "You are offering to work for us?" "I am offering to work against them." Mu Zhao studied him. The clerk's hands were shaking. His collar was frayed. He had come alone, without a letter of introduction or a witness to protect him. "What is your name?" "Song Jian." "Song Jian. Do you know what happens to clerks who shift allegiance in Liuyan? I know the Sect is sending inspectors to examine the Mu estate for forbidden relics. I know the order came from the prefectural office this morning, sealed with the 9 pillars frostflower. I know that if I am found here, my career ends and my family may suffer." Mu Zhao's blood chilled. "Say that again." "The Sect has instructed the Liuyan magistrates to inspect this estate. They are looking for relics, forbidden cultivation texts, anything that does not conform to the orthodox canon." Song Jian's voice dropped. "They will come within the week. I do not know who ordered the search, but the seal on the document was clean. It came from the inner council." Mu Zhao forced his breathing to stay steady. The codex leaf was in the hidden compartment. The compartment was keyed to his bloodline. But the Sect did not know about the compartment. They were guessing. They were applying pressure, watching, waiting to see what the Mu clan would hide. "Thank you, Clerk Song." Song Jian finally raised his eyes. "Am I employed, young master?" "You are employed. Report to Mu Suqiat at dawn tomorrow. She will find you a desk." Song Jian bowed again and withdrew, his ink-stained hands disappearing into his sleeves. The workers had resumed their labor, but the rhythm had changed. They moved faster now, as if the deadline had become visible, a shadow spreading across the stone. Yin Maro arrived at dusk. He came alone, without his usual smile, wearing a gray coat that blended into the fading light. He found Mu Zhao in the main hall, sitting before the winter tablets with the codex leaf folded in his lap. "The land office clerk reached you before my message." "Yes." Yin Maro sat on the floor without being invited. His knees cracked. He looked older than he had a week ago. "The inspection order is genuine. It bears the frostflower seal of the inner council, signed by the chief scribe's deputy." He paused. "Shen Qianyu's deputy." "Shen Qianyu knows. Shen Qianyu suspects. There is a difference. He has not seen the codex leaf. He has not confirmed your identity, but he knows the Mu clan recovered something from the ancestral hall, and he knows the recovered item was important enough for the old head's brother to hide before leaving the city." Yin Maro's voice hardened. "He will tear this hall apart to find it. Let him." "Zhao!" I said let him. Mu Zhao stood. The codex leaf pressed against his chest, folded into the inner pocket of his coat, directly over his hollow vein scar. "The leaf is safe. The compartment is sealed. If Shen Qianyu's inspectors find nothing, they will look foolish in front of the city. If they find a hidden compartment that requires an ancestral jade and a hollow vein scar to open, they will prove that the Mu clan possesses bloodline secrets the Sect cannot claim." Yin Maro's eyes narrowed. "You want them to find the compartment?" I want them to find an empty compartment. The leaf will be elsewhere. The chamber will be obvious, dramatic, impossible to miss. They will tear the wall open, expose the hollow space, and discover nothing inside. And then every elder in Liuyan will ask why the 9 Pillars sect is smashing ancestral halls to search for relics that do not exist. Yin Maro's smile returned. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a broker who had just recognized a better gambler than himself. I will spread the word, he said. By the time the inspectors arrive, half the city will be waiting to watch them find nothing. He stood, brushed the dust from his coat, and walked to the door. At the threshold, he stopped. The clerk's name was Song Jian. I know. He has a daughter in the South Prefecture. She is married to a paper merchant. If the inspectors connect him to the Mu clan, she will be used as leverage. Mu Zhao said nothing. Yin Maro left without another word. The hall grew dark. Mu Zhao lit a single lamp and sat before the winter tablets, the codex leaf warm against his skin. The side courts were quiet. The workers had gone home. He Dekong was at the timber yard, arranging the credit that the merchants had offered. Chao was preparing compresses for the old retainers who had strained their backs hauling rubble. Rui was beside the hearth, holding her brother's hand, whispering words he could not hear. Mu Zhao found him in the lamplight. She did not ask about the inspection. She sat beside him, her shoulder touching his, and stared at the tablets. The white tablet, she said. The blank one. It is still there. Empty. Yes. She nodded slowly. Then she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded piece of paper. A messenger brought this while you were in the court. He did not leave his name. Mu Zhao took the paper. He unfolded it. The message was short, written in a hand he did not recognize. The inspection is set for the 3rd day after the new moon. 9 men, led by a red-robed examiner. They will bring a crystal array that can detect altered chi signatures. They already know what to look for. They are looking for you. Chapter 60. The red-robed examiner arrived at dawn. 9 men followed him through the Mu clan gate, their boots leaving wet prints on the stones. They wore the gray of the 9 Pillars' outer enforcement, but their movements carried the precision of men who had done this before, who knew where to look before they started looking. Mu Zhao met them in the main courtyard. He stood with his hands loose at his sides, dressed in the same patched coat he had worn for the arbitration, his hair tied simply. No weapon, no guards, no defiance. The examiner was tall and clean-shaven, with a face that gave nothing away. He carried no ledger, no scroll, no visible tool, only a crystal the size of a child's fist, hanging from a leather cord around his neck, catching the gray pre-dawn light. Young Master Mu, examiner. The examiner's eyes flicked across the courtyard, taking in the cleared rubble, the new timber bracing, the freshly mortared wall where the fire damage had been repaired. Your restoration proceeds quickly. The city has been generous. A pause. The examiner's hand brushed the crystal at his throat. It pulsed once, a faint amber glow that faded before it could settle. Generosity is a fragile foundation. Mu Zhao inclined his head. So I have learned. The examiner smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Shall we begin? They moved through the main hall first. 2 men checked the roof beams for hollow spaces. Another tapped the floor tiles with a knuckle, listening for changes in the acoustic. 2 more unrolled a silk map of the hall's original construction and compared it to the current layout, marking differences with a piece of charcoal. Mu Zhao stood near the offering table, arms folded. The crystal glowed steadily, faint, searching. Chia had argued against staying in the hall during the search. She had wanted him in the rear court, away from direct observation, letting Mu Zhao handle the inspection as the acting head of the clan. He had refused. If the examiner was looking for him, the examiner would find him. Better to control where that meeting happened. The crystal pulsed. The examiner turned. Young Master Mu, remove your coat. The room stilled. Mu Zhao did not argue. He shrugged the patched coat from his shoulders and let it fall to the floor. The burn scar across his right forearm was visible now, the pale skin puckered and healed. His hollow vein scar lay hidden beneath the inner layer of his tunic, but the crystal could not see through fabric. The examiner studied him. The records note you suffered a cultivation injury during the Frostridge inspection. A tunnel collapse. Yes. Show me. Mu Zhao extended his right arm. The meridian scar, still healing, ran from his wrist to his elbow, a pale line that did not match the old burn scar beside it. The examiner stepped closer. The crystal pulsed. Amber, then green, then amber again. A torn channel wall. Yes. And yet you remain in the city instead of seeking treatment at the Sect's healing halls. Mu Zhao let his breath slow. He let the moments sit, the silence stretching just long enough to seem like exhaustion. I was told the Sect's healing halls are reserved for candidates who have passed intake. The examiner's eyes narrowed. You were marked Frostwatch Reserve. I was. Reserve candidates are eligible for emergency treatment. I was not told. A pause. The crystal pulsed amber once more, then stilled. The examiner stepped back. Put your coat on, young Master Mu. We are not finished. They searched the side chambers next, the records room, the storage alcoves, the small shrine to the clan's ancestors that Mu Zhao had restored with her own hands, repainting the tablets while the workers cleared the main hall. The crystal pulsed at each threshold, flickered, moved on. Mu Zhao followed at a distance, silent, watching. The 9 men worked with practiced efficiency. They lifted every mat, checked every beam, measured every wall cavity against the silk map. They found nothing. The examiner's expression did not change. The winter tablets stood in a row along the western wall, freshly painted, their characters clean and uniform. Mu Zhao had repainted every one of them. The blank tablet on the third shelf, the one that concealed the hidden compartment, had been repainted too. She had filled its face with a single character, Mu, in the same hand as the others. The hidden compartment was still there. It was also empty. Mu Zhao had moved the codex leaf the night before. He'd folded it into a waxed silk pouch, sealed the pouch with a drop of his blood, and wedged it into a gap between the hearthstones in the rear court, where the fire never reached and the mortar had crumbled from age. It had taken him 10 minutes, long enough to turn his life inside out. The examiner stopped before the winter tablets. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, studying the row of characters as if reading a poem he had not expected to find. The crystal around his neck was dark, silent. This is the ancestral tablet of the Sword Saint. Mu Zhao stopped 2 paces behind him. Yes, it is painted in a different hand than the others. My aunt repainted the damaged tablets. She left his original character untouched. The examiner nodded slowly. He reached out and touched the tablet's edge with 1 finger. The crystal flashed. White. So bright that Mu Zhao saw the bones in his own hands. The examiner did not flinch. He let the pulse fade, then withdrew his hand. Tell me, young Master Mu, do you believe the Sword Saint's legacy can be restored by cleaning dust and painting characters? I believe a legacy that was not worth cleaning was never a legacy at all. The examiner turned. He looked at Mu Zhao with an expression that might have been respect, or might have been recognition. The hidden compartment is in the 3rd shelf, he said, behind the blank tablet, the one you repainted to match. The room went cold. Mu Zhao did not move, did not breathe, did not let any shift in his posture betray what the words had done to him. I do not know what you mean. The examiner smiled. It was not a cruel smile. It was worse. It was a smile of knowing. Open it, he said, or I will have my men cut it out of the wall, and we will see what the crystal finds inside the stone. Silence. Mu Zhao's hand, hidden in his sleeve, pressed against the empty space where the codex leaf should have been. The compartment was empty. But the examiner did not know that. He was testing. Mu Zhao met the examiner's eyes. He walked to the winter tablets. He pressed his palm against the blank tablet, the wood smooth and cold, and bore down with his weight. The hidden seams sliced open, the panel sliding aside. The compartment gaped, dark and empty, its walls bare stone and ancient dust. The examiner stepped forward. He looked into the empty cavity. His smile did not vanish. It simply changed. Interesting. He turned to his men. Search the rest of the hall. bedroom, kitchens, study. I want the floors lifted and the hearthstones pulled." Mu Zhao stood very still. The examiner walked past him, close enough that his sleeve brushed Mu Zhao's arm. "You are clever, young Master Mu." Mu Zhao did not ask, but cleverness is not the same as safety. The examiner paused at the door, his voice dropped. The compartment was clean, but the stone inside it still smelled like waxed silk. Chapter 61. The air in the hall did not move. Mu Zhao stood with his palms still pressed against the edge of the empty compartment, the wood warm from his skin, the examiner's words hanging like frost in still air. Waxed silk. The man had smelled waxed silk. "You have a sharp nose, examiner." "It is my business to have a sharp nose." Mu Zhao let his hand fall. He turned, slowly, deliberately, letting the movement pull the room's attention away from the compartment and onto his face. "Then you also know that sealing wax leaves a different scent than storage wax. That ink from the southern prefecture has a green undertone from the pine soot they burn there, that the oil used to dress old parchment leaves a residue that crystal arrays read as residual qi." He let the pause stretch. "You already knew the compartment existed before you walked through my gate." The examiner's smile did not waver. "Prove it." Mu Zhao reached into his sleeve. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, creased and travel-stained, sealed with a crude wax emblem that bore no mark of any house. He held it up between two fingers. "I received this 5 days ago. A warning that a red-robed examiner would arrive on the 3rd day after the new moon, that he would carry a crystal array tuned to a specific resonance, that he would search a hidden compartment in the ancestral hall behind a blank winter tablet." The examiner's smile thinned. "Anonymous warnings are not proof." "No," said Chao Lingshu, stepping through the side door with her medical satchel still strapped across her shoulder. "But a sealed warrant from the inner registry, dated before the new moon, with the frost flower seal pressed at an angle that suggests the signatory was standing while he stamped it, is proof." She held up a second document. Mu Zhao had not seen that one before. The examiner went still. "The inner registry does not issue sealed warrants to outer enforcement. This one did." Chao Lingshu walked forward and laid the paper flat on the offering table, smoothing its creases with her palm. "It was pushed under the physician's dispensary door last night, addressed to the surgeon who traveled north with the Mu Heir. They wanted to know if your meridian damage was genuine or cultivated." The examiner's men had stopped searching. They stood frozen, watching their commander, watching the paper on the table. Mu Zhao looked at Chao Lingshu. She did not look back. She had not told him she had this. She had kept it, waited, chosen her moment. "Inspector?" Mu Suqin's voice came from the doorway, calm and carrying the old weight of a clan matriarch. "Is it standard practice for the Nine Pillars sect to send sealed warrants to civilian physicians before conducting a relic inspection?" The examiner turned. Mu Suqin stood in the threshold, her hands folded at her waist, her gray robes clean and pressed, her hair pinned with the plain wooden comb she had worn since before Mu Zhao's first body had died. Behind her, the street was gathering, faces in the gate, neighbors, the noodle women, the tanner's boy, the unnamed women who had brought nails. "The Nine Pillars sect," said the examiner slowly, "does not answer to civilian questioning. Then you will not mind answering to yours." She held up a third document. This one was old. The paper yellowed, the ink faded, the edges soft from handling. Article 4 of the Imperial Civilian Compacts, signed by the founding saint of the Nine Pillars sect himself. Guaranteed that no inspection of a registered ancestral hall may proceed without 2 civilian witnesses present who are not affiliated with the sect. If such witnesses are denied, the inspection is void, and any evidence found within is inadmissible in sect or civil courts. She looked past the examiner at the gathered neighbors. "Would you like me to read the rest of the article aloud, or shall I have one of our witnesses read it for you?" Silence. The examiner's men looked at him. The crystal around his neck pulsed once, amber, uncertain. He looked at Mu Zhao. "You planned this." "I planned for an inspection," said Mu Zhao. "I did not plan for you specifically. But my aunt has been keeping that compact in her sleeve since before I was born." The examiner was quiet for 3 full breaths. Then he laughed. It was a short, dry sound, like breaking ice. You are a very inconvenient young man. I try. The examiner picked up Chow's sealed warrant from the offering table. He folded it carefully, tucked it into his own sleeve. Whoever sent this to your physician wanted you exposed. They knew about the compartment. They knew about the leaf. They even knew about the waxed silk. He looked at Mu Zhao with something close to pity. You have an enemy inside the sect who wants you dead. Not transferred, not silenced. Dead. I know. Do you know who? I know it is not you. The examiner tilted his head. You would be wrong to assume that. I am not assuming. Mu Zhao stepped closer, close enough to see the flecks of gray in the man's red robe's collar. You smelled the waxed silk. You knew the compartment had been occupied, but you did not order the hearthstones pulled while you still had the authority to do so. You let me stall. You let my aunt produce the compact. You let the witnesses gather. He paused. You came here to see what I would do, not to take the leaf. The examiner's smile finally faded. You are dangerous, young Master Mu. So I have been told. The examiner turned to his men. We are done here. One of them hesitated. Sir, the hearthstones. We'll be there when we return. The examiner walked toward the door, pausing beside Mu Sukin. Keep the compact well, Madame Mu. You will need it again. She did not answer. He stepped past her, into the courtyard, his men falling into formation behind him. They filed out through the gate, past the gathered neighbors, past the tanner's boy and the noodle women and the unnamed woman who had brought nails. The gate swung shut. The hall stood still. Mu Zhao let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He knows, said Chao Lingshu quietly. He knows about the leaf. He knows about the compartment. He even knows you are hiding something in the hearth. He does not know what it is. He knows enough. Mu Sukin walked to the offering table and set down the old compact. Her hands, he noticed, were trembling. He was warned, she said. The inspection was a formality. The real message was the warrant. Yes. Mu Zhao looked at the folded warrant in the examiner's sleeve. The warrant Chao had produced. The warrant that had come from inside the sect. Someone had wanted him exposed. Someone had wanted the examiner to find the leaf, catch Mu Zhao in a lie, and destroy the Mu clan's last chance before spring. But the examiner had not taken the bait. He had seen the trap and walked around it. That examiner, said Mu Zhao slowly, is not our enemy. Then who is? Asked Chao. Mu Zhao looked at the empty winter tablets, the freshly painted characters, the restored hall that stood on a foundation of borrowed time and hidden paper. I do not know yet. He walked to the hearth. He knelt. He reached into the gap between the stones where the waxed silk pouch waited, still sealed with his blood, still containing the codex leaf that could save or damn them all. It was left beneath my physician's door, said Chao behind him. Hand-delivered, no seal, no signature, just the warrant and a single line. Mu Zhao looked up. What line? He is watching from inside your walls. The hearthstones threw back the firelight. Mu Zhao pressed the pouch against his chest and felt the mountain pulse through the floor, through the stone, through the seal his past self had written 3 centuries ago. The sect was watching. The mountain was counting. And somewhere inside the Mu clan's own walls, someone was waiting for him to turn his back. Chapter 62. The hearthstone was still warm when Mu Zhao pressed it back into place. He stood, the waxed silk pouch against his ribs, and found Chao watching him from the offering table. Mu Suqin had already banked the fire. Rui Chanyi sat in the corner with her brother's head in her lap, her fingers moving through his hair in slow, repeating strokes. Chanyi's white eyes had closed again after the examiner's departure. His breathing was shallow but steady. The leaf stays on me until I find a better place, said Mu Zhao. A better place than a blood-sealed pouch between hearthstones? Chao raised an eyebrow. That was already better than most would think of. I know. He crossed the hall and knelt beside Rui. The trance collar gleamed dully around her brother's throat, the frost flower mark etched into the iron like a brand. Is he sleeping? Pretending, said Chanyi. His eyes opened. They were pale gray now, not white. Human. tired. Ri inhaled sharply but did not move her hand. How long have you been awake? Asked Mu Zhao. Long enough to hear the red robes leave. Chanye's voice was cracked, the voice of someone who had not spoken aloud in years. Long enough to know I am still wearing this. He touched the collar. His fingers slid over the iron without finding a seam. Ri said you know where the third hinge is, said Mu Zhao. She told me what I said when I was not myself. Chanye pushed himself upright slowly, Ri's hand supporting his back. I remember the predecessor's knowledge. She stored it in me, like a ledger I did not write. Can you draw it? Chanye was quiet for a moment. Then he looked at the hearth. Charcoal, he said, and something flat. Ri was on her feet before he finished the word, returning with a burnt stick from the fire and a scrap of plank from the rebuilding pile. She set them before her brother as if laying surgical tools before a physician. Chanyu took the charcoal. His hand trembled at first, the lines wavering, but as he drew, the tremor steadied. The map took shape in dark strokes across the pale wood, a cross-section of tunnels, chambers, and vertical shafts that descended like the ribs of a buried beast. The upper levels are what you saw, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The labor camps, the staging ground, the sealed chamber where they kept us. Below that, the strata shift. He drew a horizontal line that cut across the middle of the plank. Here is the permafrost cap. The Sect does not go past this point. They cannot. The cold below is not temperature. It is something older. Mu Zhao studied the lines. The first anchor sits at the mountain's root, where permafrost meets bedrock. Chanyu looked up, his gray eyes sharpening. You know the sequence. I wrote it. The long silence. Chanyi set the charcoal down. Then you know what it costs. I do, but you are still standing. Mu Zhao did not answer. Chanyi picked up the charcoal again and resumed drawing, his lines more precise now, as if the act of mapping was pulling him back from the fog. He marked a circle at the deepest point of the descent, connected to the surface by a single thin passage that curved like a question mark. The third hinge sits here, he said, tapping the circle, beneath the oldest shaft, but you cannot reach it from the Frostridge side. Why not? Because the predecessor sealed that entrance after she built the chamber. She knew the Sect would eventually realize what the hinge was for. She collapsed the direct route and disguised the approach. Mu Zhao leaned closer. Then how do I reach it? Chanyi's hand stopped. He drew a second line, starting from a point far to the south of the main Frostridge complex. The line curved east, then north, then descended at a steep angle before joining the thin passage to the hinge. Here, he marked the starting point with a small cross. The old Mu survey shrine, above the timberline on the eastern shoulder of the mountain. Your clan built it when they still controlled the range. There is a false floor beneath the offering table. The shaft drops straight down through an old geological fault, bypassing the Sect's entire operation. Mu Zhao felt Qiao shift beside him. A shrine, she said. Your clan maintained a shrine directly above the deepest approach to the seal? Survey shrines, said Mu Suqin from the doorway. She had returned without him noticing, a bundle of kindling in her arms. They marked mineral claims and sacred boundaries. Every major clan in the prefecture had them. The Mu shrine on the eastern shoulder was the oldest. Can we reach it before spring? Asked Mu Zhao. The road is still frozen, said Mu Suqin. But that works for us as much as against us. The Sect will not have men stationed at a shrine they do not know exists. Chanyi was staring at his own map now, his face slack. Chanyi? Rui touched his shoulder. He did not respond. Chanyi. His eyes flickered. The gray bled white at the edges, slowly, like frost creeping across a window. Rui, said Mu Zhao quietly. Step back. She did not move. Step back. Rui pulled her hand away. Chanyu's head lifted, his neck straightened. The trance collar clinked once, settling into a new position, and when he spoke, the voice was not his. It was older, rougher, a woman's voice, worn smooth by decades of silence. Who breathes Heartfrost above the hinge? The words echoed in the hall, carrying a weight that pressed against the lamp flame and made it gutter. Mu Zhao met the white eyes. I do. The borrowed gaze held him, searching, measuring, and something like recognition flickered in the white depths. I built that chamber, said the predecessor's voice. I sealed the false entrance with my own hands. I died in a collar because I would not tell them where it was. I know. The white eyes narrowed. Then prove you are worthy of the descent. Mu Zhao reached into his collar and pulled the waxed silk pouch free. He held it up, letting the firelight catch the blood seal. I hold the opening sequence in my own hand. I wrote it 3 centuries ago before my sworn brother poisoned me and stole my name. The predecessor's voice was silent for 3 full breaths. Then Chinese body sagged forward, the white receding, the borrowed presence withdrawing like tide pulling back from shore. Rui caught her brother before he hit the floor. The map lay on the plank, waiting, and Mu Zhao knew the shrine would not be empty when he reached it. Chapter 63. Mu Zhao carried the codex leaf through the rear corridor toward the study that had once held Mu Suqing's ledgers. The pouch felt light in his hand, waxed silk and blood seal, but the weight of what it carried pressed against his ribs like a second heart. The study smelled of ink and old paper. Repaired shelves lined the walls, their contents still sparse but growing. Song Jian had brought back a stack of land office duplicates 2 days ago. He Dekang had salvaged 3 crates of accounts from the tannery before the fire spread. Mu Zhao pulled a ledger from the middle shelf. It recorded grain purchases from the year before his first death, 3 centuries of decay compressed into crumbling pages. He pressed the waxed silk pouch between 2 leaves, tucked it into the spine's hollow, and slid the ledger back into place. It would hold until he needed it. He stood there a moment longer, hand resting on the shelf, feeling the cold seep through the floorboards. The hall was quiet. Rui had taken Chan Yi to the side room. Mu Suqing was in the kitchen, preparing broth with the kindling she had brought. Chao was supposed to be resting in the physician's alcove she had claimed as her own. Footsteps crossed the threshold behind him. He did not turn. "You should be asleep," he said. "I should be." Chao's voice was rough. "So should you." He heard her stop 2 paces back, felt her presence like a shift in pressure, the way he felt the mountains pulse now, always, beneath every thought. "I was hiding the leaf," he said. "I assumed." Silence stretched between them. The lamp on the desk guttered, casting long shadows across the ledger spines. Chao did not leave. Mu Zhao turned. She stood in the doorway, arms folded, shoulders tight. Her face was pale in the low light, cheekbones sharp, eyes carrying the same exhaustion he felt in his own bones. She had not changed out of the clothes she had worn through the inspection. A smear of dust marked her collar. "You argued with me this morning," he said, "about the living conduit. I remember. You said I needed to find another way." "I remember that too." He stepped away from the shelf. "I have been thinking about it." Chao's arms dropped. She watched him with that unreadable stillness she had perfected, the physician's mask that revealed nothing until she chose to lower it. "And," she said, "I do not know if there is another way." The words came out flatter than he intended. He heard his own voice as if from a distance, the measured cadence of Mu Tingfeng, the sword saint who had accepted his death 300 years ago and written his own death worth to a codex leaf without flinching. Chalv took a step toward him. "Then we find one. We may not have time. We make time." Another step. She was close enough now that he could see the shadows under her eyes, the faint tremor in her hands that she thought she hid by keeping them still. "You told me once," she said, "that you came back to settle a debt, that the Mu clan was the only thing that mattered." "It is." "Liar." The word landed like a blade. He did not flinch. She reached up and touched his chest, fingers pressing against the scar over his heart. Through the layers of cloth and bandage, she could not feel the hollow veins' cold burn, but she knew where it was. "You are not the man who wrote that leaf anymore," she said. "You have spent months fighting for this family, eating their food, sleeping under their roof, letting Mu Suqing scold you, and He Kum grumble at you, and that woman from the noodle stall bring you broth without asking your name." Her hand stayed on his chest. "And you stood in front of that examiner today and let him see your scar because you knew he would leave the hall faster if he thought you were broken." "I am broken." "Then we are both broken." He looked at her. The lamp carved shadows under her cheekbones, made her eyes gleam. She was not beautiful in the way the tournament poems described beauty, soft and adorned. She was sharp, practical, stubborn. She had argued with him in the ravine, pressed him for alternatives, kept his secrets, and never once asked whether he was worth the risk. "Why did you come here?" he asked. "To tell you that if you descend into that mountain and do not come back, I will find a way to follow you just to drag you out by the collar." The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile. "That is not practical. Nothing about you is practical." She was still touching his chest. Her hand was cold. His hand came up and covered hers, and they stood there in the lamplight, the ledger room silent around them, the codex leaf hidden between pages that had survived 3 centuries of decay. "Chao, do not tell me this is a mistake. It is not a mistake." She lifted her gaze to his. Her eyes were wet at the edges, but she did not blink. "It is the first thing I have chosen," he said, "that has nothing to do with revenge." He leaned down. She met him halfway. The kiss was brief. Barely a breath, barely a press of lips, something that could have been an accident if either of them had been willing to pretend. But they were not pretending. Her hand tightened against his chest. His fingers curled around hers. When they pulled apart, the lamp flame steadied, and the silence returned. Chao's voice was hoarse. "That was a terrible idea. I know. I do not regret it. Neither do I." She let her hand drop, stepped back. The mask was not quite back in place, but she was rebuilding it, line by line, as she always did. "Rest," she said. "We have a shrine to reach. You as well." She turned toward the door, and stopped. Mu Zhao felt it a heartbeat later. The shift in the air. The pressure change that was not the mountain but something nearer, something moving through the courtyard with purpose. Boots on frozen stone. Xiao looked at him. Her mask was gone now, replaced by something rawer. "Someone is here." Mu Zhao crossed to the window in 2 strides. The study faced the rear court, where the hearthstones still lay scattered from the inspection. He pushed the shutter open a crack. A figure stood in the center of the empty court. Smooth face, straight bearing, cultivation weight pressing against the cold like thunder held in check. Elder Kirit. He stood in the frozen dark, looking directly at the study window, as if he knew exactly where Mu Zhao was standing. And he smiled. Chapter 64. The cold did not move when Mu Zhao stepped into the courtyard. It waited, settled, the way frost waits for dawn to decide whether to burn or freeze. Elder Kirit stood where he had been standing, hands clasped behind his back, breath misting in slow, measured clouds. A man who had not hurried to arrive and would not hurry to explain. Mu Zhao stopped 10 paces from him. The study door clicked shut behind him, Qiao's silence pressing against the wood. "You came alone," Mu Zhao said. "Would more men have made you speak more freely?" "No." Kirit's smile did not waver. It was not warm. It was the smile of a man who had spent decades reading people and had just confirmed a page he already knew by heart. "The mountains stirred again tonight," Kirit said. "Did you feel it?" Mu Zhao did not answer. 3 pulses, Kirit continued, closer together than last week. The watch post at Frostridge recorded them. They are calling it seismic activity. They are calling it a lot of things. What do you call it? Kirit's eyes held his. I call it a seal that is running out of time. The words hung between them, cold and heavy, the same weight Mu Zhao had carried since he read his own handwriting on that codex leaf. You sent the warning, Mu Zhao said. The unsigned note, the inspection details. Did I? You are the only one who knew the examiner would bring a crystal array. You are the only one who knew exactly where the compartment was. Kirit said nothing. Why? Mu Zhao asked. Because I wanted to see what you would do when you had no time to prepare. And you hid the leaf somewhere the examiner would not think to look. You let him find the compartment empty. You stood there and showed him your scar as if it were a weakness, when it is the only thing that makes you dangerous. Kirit took a step forward. The frost on the courtyard stones did not crack under his weight. It simply accepted him. I knew the night of the tournament, he said. Not when you beat Pang Juyan. I knew when you breathed. Mu Zhao's hand stayed still at his side. Everyone in the hall saw the technique. They saw the reversal, the timing, the precision. But no one else heard the rhythm. The 3-count pause between exhale and recovery, the way the air crystallized around your hand for half a breath before you struck. He stopped. I felt it because I have been looking for it for 30 years. Mu Zhao watched him. The courtyard was empty. The compound was asleep. No one would hear if this conversation turned. 30 years ago, Kirit said, I was Frostwatch Reserve. Young, eager, assigned to a dead-end post because I had not made the right friends in the inner council. I thought it was a punishment. He paused. Then I met the Warhanot the Hinge, the predecessor. She was already in a collar by then, Kirit said. They had drained most of her, but she still had enough mind left to speak when the ventilation shafts opened. She told me what she had built, why she had built it, what the Sect was doing to keep the seal from breaking before Shen Gaoming could finish his cultivation solutions. His voice did not change, but something in his bearing shifted. She died 12 days after I met her. The collar burned her core dry. I watched it happen, and I stood there and did nothing because I was a reserve nobody and the gray robes were watching. Mu Zhao said nothing. After she died, I became a different kind of observer. I climbed. I made connections. I learned which elders took payments from the Pang accounts, which examiners knew which records had been altered. I found the name Shen Qianyu in a registry log that should not have existed, and watched him become the chief scribe he was never meant to be. He looked at Mu Zhao with an expression that was almost naked. I have been waiting for someone with true heartfrost breathing since the day I saw her die. I thought I would never find one. I thought Shen Gaoming had made sure of that. And now? Kurit's smile returned, thin, tired. Now I am standing in a frozen courtyard at midnight, talking to a 17-year-old cripple who fights like a sword saint and hides codex leaves in grain ledgers 3 centuries old. Mu Zhao held his gaze. You want something from me. I want you to survive long enough to reach the 3rd hinge. I want you to complete the seal before Shen Gaoming's draining kills every conduit in Frostridge and collapses the mountain into the old city below it. That is not what I asked. Kurit's smile faded. I want you to promise me that when you reach the seal, you will finish it before you settle your revenge. The words landed like iron on frost. Mu Zhao did not move. His breath did not change. But something behind his eyes cooled, sharpened, the way a blade catches light before a strike. You are asking me to prioritize Shen Gaoming's seal over his death. I am asking you to prioritize 300,000 people who live in the shadow of that mountain, Kirit said, including every member of your clan, including the woman who just walked out of your study, including the boy with the white eyes who carries a dead woman's memories in his skull. Mu Zhao's jaw tightened. You do not know what he took from me. I do not need to know. I was there when your predecessor died. I watched her burn because no one with true heartfrost remained to take her place. I will not watch it happen again. Silence stretched between them. The frost on the courtyard stones glittered under the moon. Somewhere beyond the walls, a dog barked once and stopped. Mu Zhao spoke. What do you offer in exchange for this promise? Kirit's shoulders dropped a fraction. Not relief, something closer to acknowledgement. Names, the elders who are already turning against Shen Gaoming, the ones who will help you if you reach Frostridge with codex evidence and a living seal sequence. That is information I could extract myself. Not before spring thaw. Not without alerting every watcher in Liuyan. Kirit reached into his sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. This is the schedule for the inner council door rotations at the gate passage. 3 days from now, there is a gap between shifts when no gray robes will be watching the eastern approach. He held it out. Take it. Use it. Reach the shrine before the Sect realizes you have left the city. Mu Zhao looked at the paper. The frost on his fingers began to crystallize at the edges. And if I reach the seal first? Kurit's eyes met his. Then you complete it, he said. And Shen Gaoming loses everything he has been feeding for 300 years. A living seal bound by a true heir of the Heartfrost lineage means his stolen codex becomes worthless. His false sainthood cracks. The elders who follow him begin to ask questions. Mu Zhao took the paper. I will not promise to spare him. I am not asking you to spare him. Karit's voice dropped, low and urgent. I am asking you to wait until the seal is stable before you kill him. The rest of your revenge will still be waiting when you surface. The words pressed against Mu Zhao's chest like a meridian he could not clear. He looked down at the paper. The ink was fresh, the characters formed in Karit's own hand. A schedule, a map, a road open for 3 hours before the Watchers returned. He thought of the codex leaf hidden in the grain ledger. He thought of Chao's hand on his chest. He thought of Mu Zhao repainting tablets in a hall that had been empty for 3 centuries. He thought of the mountain pulsing beneath Frostridge, counting toward a collapse that would bury everything. When does the shift gap open? Karit's expression flickered. 3 hours before dawn. Mu Zhao folded the paper. Then I have very little time to pack. Chapter 65. The rumor began in the tea houses. A man in a patched coat mentioned it first, too casually, between sips of cheap tea. He had heard from a cousin in the northern prefecture that the 9 Pillars sect had lost 7 disciples in a single night. Spiritual accident, the official report said. Qi deviation during a closed meditation cycle. The families had been informed. The bodies had been cremated according to sect rites. The man shrugged and ordered another cup. No one pressed him. But the seed was planted. By midday, the story had crossed 3 market lanes. By dusk, it had grown edges. Someone had heard the disciples were not from the northern prefecture at all. They had been pulled from the intake rosters at Frostridge, names erased before the families could ask questions. Another voice added that the cremations happened so fast the ashes could not be returned. Sect policy, of course, standard procedure for spiritual contaminants. Mu Zhao heard the whispers cresting through the compound walls like a tide he had set in motion. He stood in the study with the grain ledger open on the desk, the waxed silk pouch invisible inside the spine hollow. The lamp burned low. His meridian throbbed with the cold that never left him now. Yin Maro had been thorough. The rumor had blossomed through his network before dawn, planted by a man who owed the Mu clan a debt from 20 years ago and had been waiting for a chance to repay it. No direct thread led back to the courtyard. Every teller believed they had learned it first. Mu Zhao picked up the folded paper Karit had given him. The gate passage schedule. 3 hours before dawn, 3 days from now, the eastern approach would stand unguarded. He had 72 hours to make sure the sect was too busy answering questions to notice one crippled heir leaving Liuyan. The second wave hit the next morning. A woman in the grain market recognized the description of a vanished nephew among the Frostridge intake names. She had not heard from him in 14 months. The sect had told her he was assigned to a distant outpost and could not send letters. She had believed them. Now she stood in the middle of the market, clutching a cloth sack of millet, and asked, in a voice that carried, why the sect had lied. The crowd thickened. A merchant who supplied dried meat to the Frostridge way stations mentioned that the closed carts had been running heavier than usual before the winter freeze. A laborer who had worked the northern roads added that he had seen gray robes carrying bundles wrapped in oilcloth. Small bundles, too small to be supplies. Someone laughed, nervously. Someone else said the sect would never harm its own disciples. That was blasphemy to suggest. But no one walked away. Mu Zhao watched from the shadow of an awning across the street. His bare hands were tucked into his sleeves, the hollow vein scar cold against his ribs. He did not approach. He did not speak. He only stood long enough to see the seed take root. By evening, the compound had received 3 visitors. The first was a mother whose son had been accepted into 9 Pillars candidacy 2 years ago and had not ridden home since. She sat in the main hall with her hands wrapped around a cup of cold tea and asked Mu Zhao if the rumors were true. Mu Zhao answered carefully, her voice steady, her fingers still. She said she had heard the same whispers and did not know more than any other citizen of Liuyan, but she did not deny them. The mother left with her face pale and her jaw set. The second visitor came at twilight, a clerk from the magistrate's office, who had been asked to file a formal inquiry on behalf of 3 families in the southern wards. He stood in the doorway and did not enter. only wanted to confirm that the Mu clan had seen the Frostridge intake logs during the arbitration. Mu Zhao met him at the threshold. "I saw names," Mu Zhao said. "I cannot confer what happened to them after they entered the lower shafts." The clerk's pen scratched against his palm as he wrote. The third visitor came after full dark. Yin Maro slipped through the side gate without knocking, his coat wet with melted frost, his eyes scanning the courtyard before they settled on Mu Zhao standing by the well. "Your rumor is running faster than I expected," he said. 3 families have already filed missing persons petitions with the prefectural court. The Sect sent a courier to the magistrate's office at sundown demanding a retraction. Mu Zhao did not smile. "Good." Yin Maro studied him for a long moment. "The capital sent something back through my channel tonight, addressed to you but not by your current name." He held out a folded slip of paper. Mu Zhao took it. The paper was heavy, expensive stock, sealed with a pressed frost flower mark that had not been used in 3 centuries. He knew that seal. He had seen it on letters delivered to a young man who still believed his sworn brother would never betray him. He unfolded it. The message was short, 7 characters, written in a hand he had once known better than his own. "Brother, if it is you, come see what you left me." Mu Zhao's breath did not change. His pulse did not quicken. But the frost on the paper spread from his fingertips, crawling across the ink like veins of ice sealing a wound. Yin Maro watched. "Is that who I think it is?" Mu Zhao folded the paper. The frost cracked along the crease and fell away, leaving the characters intact. "He knows. He always knew." Yin Maro's voice was flat. "The question is whether you walk toward him or let him wait." Mu Zhao looked up at the sky. The moon was a thin crescent over Liuyan, pale as bone, cold as the meridian tearing inside his chest. He thought of the codex leaf in the grain ledger. He thought of Chao's hand on his scar. He thought of the mountain pulsing beneath Frostridge, counting toward a collapse that would bury everything he had rebuilt. "I go," he said, but not because he called. He turned and walked back into the compound, the paper still in his hand. Behind him, Yin Maro stood alone in the frozen courtyard, watching the door close. Mu Zhao reached the study and spread the paper flat on the desk. The characters had not changed. Shen's hand was still the same, elegant and deliberate, every stroke placed with the precision of a man who had never doubted his right to hold the brush. "Come see what you left me." He knew what that meant. The thawed hinge. The seal. The living conduits Shen had been burning for decades, feeding on the codex Mu Tingfeng had written with his own blood. Shen was not afraid. He was inviting Mu Zhao to walk into the heart of Frostridge and witness what had been built on his stolen legacy. He was daring him to see the cost of the seal and decide whether it was worth preserving. Mu Zhao's hand rested on the paper. The frost crept from his fingers, spreading across the desk, across the ledger spines, across the ink of Shen's message. The cold was not the mountains, it was his own. Heartfrost breathing, circulating through a hollow vein that had been carved for this exact purpose. He let the cold hold, then he pulled his hand back and picked up the grain ledger instead. The codex leaf waited inside the spine hollow, pressed between pages of accounts that had been settled 3 centuries before Mu Zhao's body was born. He had 3 days. 3 days to prepare. 3 days to decide whether he answered Shen's invitation with his own terms or walked into Frostridge with nothing but the truth and a failing meridian. He closed the ledger. Somewhere beyond the compound walls, the first wave of families reached the magistrate's gate, demanding answers the sect could no longer suppress. The rumor was working. But the message in his pocket was a reminder that Shen Gaoming was not a man who waited to be cornered. He was a man who opened the cage and dared his old enemy to step inside. Mu Zhao blew out the lamp. In the dark, he listened to the mountain pulse beneath the floorboards, counting the hours until dawn, and the gate, and the descent. Chapter 66. They left the city before dawn, 3 figures moving through alleys that still held last night's frost. Mu Zhao carried the ancestral Jade wrapped in cloth against his chest. Qiao Lingshu carried a satchel of medical supplies and the charcoal map Chen Yi had drawn. He Dekong walked ahead, his shoulders blocking the wind, his eyes scanning the road that curled toward the eastern shoulder. The frozen road held their footprints like a record. No one spoke until the last wall lamps of Liuyan vanished behind a ridge of bare winter trees. Then, Hidekong stopped and pointed east where the ground rose toward the mountain's flank, broken by outcrops of black stone and the remains of an old survey path that had not seen maintenance in decades. "The shrine is up there," he said. "I passed it once, 10 years ago, hauling timber. Thought it was a collapsed shepherd's hut." Mu Zhao looked at the slope. The path was barely visible, choked with frost-hardened brush and scree that had slid down from the high ridges. But the angle matched Chinese map, the eastern shoulder rising at a steady grade toward a shelf where the first surveyors had built their marker. They climbed. The cold bit deeper as they gained elevation. Qiao's breath came in white bursts. Hidekong moved with the patience of a man who had walked worse ground, testing each step before committing his weight. Mu Zhao followed, the ancestral jade warm against his chest despite the frost, as if it remembered the path. An hour passed, then another. The shrine appeared between two outcrops, half-collapsed, roof timbers exposed to the sky, walls bowed inward under decades of snow weight. It had once been a modest stone structure, maybe 15 feet square, with a doorframe that faced the mountain. The lintel had fallen. The threshold was buried under frozen debris, but the measuring pillars still stood. 3 stone columns, waist-high, arranged in a triangle around what had once been the shrine's central hearth. They were older than the building itself, worn by weather and time, their surfaces grooved with survey marks that no living surveyor would recognize. Mu Zhao stopped at the edge of the triangle. The jade pulsed against his chest. He pulled it free of the cloth and held it in his palm. The pale green stone caught the thin winter light and glowed, faint but steady, a warmth that spread through his fingers and into the cold air around him. One by one, the pillars answered. A thread of light ran along the grooves of the nearest column, pale as milk, rising from base to crown. The second pillar followed a heartbeat later. The third remained dark. Qiao watched the untouched column. 3 anchors, she said. 2 recognized you. The third is not for me. Mu Zhao stepped past the pillars to the center of the triangle. The ground beneath his feet felt different, hollow, as if the frost had sealed something that wanted to rise. He knelt and brushed the frozen debris aside. Stone. Flat, fitted stone, cut with a precision that did not match the shrine's rough construction. At its center, a narrow groove curved in a spiral, no wider than his thumbnail, leading to a small recess shaped like the hollow vein scar over his heart. Hidekong crouched beside him. "That's not survey work." "No," Mu Zhao said. "It's older. My predecessor built this before the Sect ever reached Frostridge." He pressed his palm flat against the stone. The cold bit deep, but beneath it he felt the faint tremor of something waiting. Something that had been sealed here long before the shrine collapsed, waiting for the right hand to wake it. The jade in his other hand pulsed harder. He followed the pulse to the third pillar, the one that had not lit. At its base, a crack in the stone held a thin, folded sheet of what looked like leather, brown with age, wedged so tightly that only the corner showed. He worked it free with careful fingers. The leather was stiff, cracked along the creases, but the characters on its surface were still legible, written in the same precise hand as the codex leaf in the grain ledger. Mu Tingfeng's hand. His own hand, 3 centuries ago. He read the opening line. "When the hollow vein accepts the seal, the second anchor binds where the first surveyor's shadow falls at noon." Qiao leaned in. "Is that what I think it is?" The second fragment. Mu Zhao's voice was flat. "He hid it here, beneath the pillar that would not answer the jade, the one meant for me." "Opening measures in the hall," she said. "Second fragment at the shrine, the third at the hinge." He folded the leather and pressed it into his coat. "Shen left a trail for me to follow, but Tingfeng left a trail first." The third pillar remained dark, but as Mu Zhao straightened, the jade pulsed once more, and the groove at the center of the stone triangle caught the light, the spiral waiting for blood that had not yet been offered. Hidekong looked at the groove. "Is that what I think it is?" "The activation key." Mu Zhao touched the scar over his heart. The hollow vein was meant to complete this circuit. One drop, and whatever lies beneath this stone would open. "Then do it," Hidekong said. Mu Zhao's fingers hovered over the groove. The jade pulsed again, warmer, almost urgent, as if the shrine itself recognized the moment and pressed him toward it. Then he heard them. Hoofbeats, coming fast from the lower slope, the sound bouncing off the outcrops, growing louder with each second. Multiple riders, maybe 5, maybe more, moving with purpose, not patrol rhythm, but pursuit rhythm. Chao's hand went to her belt. How far? 2 minutes, Hidekong said. Maybe less. Mu Zhao looked at the groove. The spiral waited. The blood in his hollow vein burned against his skin, ready to answer the call, ready to open whatever his past self had buried beneath this frozen shrine. But the riders were coming. He pulled his hand back. We leave nothing for them to find. Hidekong was already moving, scattering the frost he had brushed aside, kicking debris over the stone triangle, breaking the line of the spiral with a loose rock. Chao swept the ground where Mu Zhao had knelt, erasing the imprint of his knees, the disturbance of his weight. The hoofbeats grew louder. Mu Zhao tucked the jade into his coat and the leather fragment against his chest and turned toward the collapsed back wall of the shrine, where the slope dropped into a frozen ravine, invisible from the approach. Move! They went over the wall in silence, dropping into the cover of the ravine as the first rider crested the ridge and reined in before the ruined shrine, his horse's breath steaming in the cold. Chapter 67. The ravine floor was frozen gravel, slick underfoot, offering no cover. Mu Zhao pressed against the outcrop wall, the second fragment still warm against his chest. Above them, the rider's voice carried down the slope, sharp with authority. Split. 1 check the ridge, 2 with me. 3 horses, maybe more on the way. Hidekong's hand went to the knife at his belt. We run, or we fight. Mu Zhao looked up at the shrine's collapsed back wall. The spiral groove waited beneath the stone he had uncovered. The activation key his past self had built, keyed to the hollow vein, waiting 3 centuries for blood that had not yet been offered. The riders would search the shrine. They would find the disturbed debris, the cleared stone, the groove. Even if he erased every trace now, the snow had been scuffed, the frost scraped aside. Someone with eyes would see. He touched the scar over his heart. I didn't need time. How much? 1 minute, 30 breaths. Chao was already moving. She pulled Chanyu's map from her coat and thrust it into his hands. Then go. We draw them away. We meet at the tannery marker. Hidekong's jaw tightened, but he nodded. 30 breaths. Then we leave you. Before Mu Zhao could answer, Hidekong scooped a handful of loose gravel and hurled it against the far wall of the ravine. The clatter echoed, sharp and deliberate, drawing the attention of the riders above. Now. Mu Zhao turned and climbed. The back wall of the shrine was rubble, loose stones stacked by the collapse of the original structure. He pulled himself over, ignoring the scrape of broken slate against his burned hand, and dropped into the triangle of pillars. The hoofbeats were moving, circling toward the ravine's far end. He knelt. The spiral groove was still there, still waiting. The loose rock Hidekong had kicked over it scattered across the surface. Mu Zhao pushed it aside with his palm and pressed his hand flat against the stone. Cold. Old cold. He drew the belt knife from his waist. The blade was dull, meant for cutting cord, not flesh. He did not need a clean wound. He dragged the edge across the scar over his heart. Blood welled, dark against the pale skin. He pressed his palm against the groove and let the blood run into the spiral. Nothing. The stone stayed cold. The hoofbeats grew closer. Then the jade in his coat pulsed, and the groove drank. The blood spread along the spiral path, not pooling but moving, drawn inward as if the stone were thirsty. The pale liquid gleam traced the circuit from the outer ring toward the center, faster now, racing toward the recess shaped like his hollow vein scar. The hoofbeats stopped. A voice called from the ravine edge. Someone's been here. Mu Zhao kept his palm pressed to the stone as the blood reached the center of the spiral, and the ground beneath him shifted. Not a tremor, a release. The stone triangle split along the groove, the spiral cracking into segments that sank downward, exposing a narrow shaft barely wide enough for a man to descend. A ladder of rusted iron rungs led into darkness. Cold rose from the opening. Not the ordinary cold of Frostridge winter, but something older, deeper. The cold of bedrock that had never seen sunlight. Mu Zhao looked down. The iron rungs disappeared into dark so absolute it seemed solid. Below, something waited. He could feel it in the hollow vein, in the blood still running from the cut over his heart, in the faint pulse of the jade against his ribs. He took the first rung. The ladder held. He descended into the dark as the stone segments began to slide back into place above him, sealing the shaft, silencing the sound of the riders and the ravine and the frozen sky. The dark was absolute. Mu Zhao counted rungs. 23, 30. The air grew still, cold, pressed against his lungs like a hand. His foot touched stone. He stepped off the ladder into a chamber so dark it seemed to press against his eyes. The hollow vein scar burned, and the jade in his coat answered, pulsing with a pale glow that pushed back the dark just enough to see. The chamber was small, no larger than the study in the Mu compound. The walls were smooth, cut from the same stone as the spiral groove, and on every surface, carved into the rock, were sword diagrams. Not the stolen public forms, not the incomplete sequences Shen Gaoming had spread across the continent, the true transitional phase of the Heartfrost cycle. Mu Zhao's breath caught. He had written these 3 centuries ago, before the betrayal, before the poison. He had carved these diagrams into stone with his own hand, knowing his body would not survive to teach them. The first diagram showed the hollow vein fully opened, the chi path running from heart to left arm to core to throat, the cycle complete. The second diagram showed the transition from the opening measure to the sustained flow, the point where the seal would accept the living conduit and bind. The third diagram showed a hand, his hand. The fingers traced the path of Heartfrost through the hollow vein, and at the heart's center, a pulse of cold so deep it burned. Mu Zhao reached out and touched the third diagram. The stone was warm, the jade flared, and the cold that had been waiting in the chamber surged into him, not gradual, not cautious. It poured through the cut over his heart, down the hollow vein, filling the channel in a single, violent wave. The pain was immediate and absolute. His knees buckled, his chest locked. The cold reached his heart. He felt it stop. Not a flutter, not a pause, the complete stillness of a frozen lake, the silence of a winter that never ended, the void where his pulse had been. He was falling. The stone floor was rising, the sword diagrams blurred. Then the cold spoke. Not in words, but in sensation, in the pressure of a memory that did not belong to him, or that had always belonged to him, buried beneath 3 centuries of waiting. 2 men stood on a ridge above Frostridge, young, unmarked by time. One wore a sword on his back, the other carried a folded paper in his hand. They were looking down at the mountain where the seal had not yet been built, where the horror beneath was still only a suspicion. "I will guard it," the first man said. "I know," the second answered. "That is why I will stay with you." The wind carried their voices, and the sun was warm on their faces, and neither of them knew that one would poison the other before the century turned. The cold released. Mu Zhao's heart slammed back into rhythm, a single violent beat that sent blood surging through his veins. He gasped, his chest heaving, his fingers clawing at the stone floor. The sword diagrams glowed faintly, then faded, the knowledge sinking into the walls as if the chamber had given him what it held and sealed itself in return. Above him, the stone ceiling groaned. The shaft was closing. Mu Zhao forced himself upright, his legs trembling, his hollow vein burning with the new cycle of Heartfrost that had just been forced into it. The transitional phase was complete. His body had accepted the seal's template. He pulled himself onto the first rung and climbed as the stone segments ground back into place above him, the dark swallowing the chamber behind him. He reached the top as the last gap closed. The shrine was empty. The riders had moved on, their voices fading toward the lower slope. The debris was scattered where Dekong had thrown it. The spiral groove was sealed, the stone smooth and unbroken. Mu Zhao knelt on the frozen ground and pressed his hand to his chest. His heart was beating, but it was beating to a rhythm that matched the mountain. Chapter 68. Yin Maro was waiting at the tannery marker when Mu Zhao reached the ravine floor. The broker sat on an overturned bucket, his dark blue coat pulled tight against the cold, his practiced smile nowhere in sight. Behind him, Two men Mu Zhao did not recognize stood in the shadows of the collapsed wall, holding oilcloth bundles and watching the slope with the stillness of men used to being paid for their silence. He Dekong was not there. Neither was Chao. "You looked better before you went up," Yin said, not rising. Mu Zhao's hand stayed near his chest, where the hollow vein scar still burned with the new rhythm the mountain had forced into it. His heartbeat was not his own anymore. It matched the pulse that had been building beneath Frostridge for 3 centuries, and he could feel every beat as a pressure behind his ribs. "The riders," Mu Zhao said. "Yours?" Yin Maro shook his head once, slow and deliberate. "Sect scouts, not mine." He stood, brushing frost from his coat. "They passed through the lower market 2 hours before you left the courtyard. Someone told them where to look." Mu Zhao's jaw tightened. The watcher inside the compound walls. The mole the unsigned note had warned about. He had known about the threat, but knowing and acting were separated by the time it took to confirm a name, and time had just run out. "You have something for me?" Mu Zhao said. Yin reached into his coat and produced a folded paper, creased along lines that suggested it had been opened and refolded several times. He held it out but did not release it when Mu Zhao took the edge. "Passage papers for the Eastern Gate," Yin said. "Signed by a deputy registrar who owes me a debt from before you were born, in this life or the last one. They name you as a contracted ore assessor bound for the Eastern Survey depots. No sect seal required." Mu Zhao pulled the paper free and opened it. The handwriting was careful, the signature dry, the description vague enough to pass a cursory check. It was exactly what he needed to leave Liuyan without triggering the inspection networks. He folded it and tucked it into his coat. "And the witnesses?" Yin gestured to the 2 men in the shadows. They stepped forward, and Mu Zhao saw the wear on their clothes, the calluses on their hands, the way they moved like men who had spent years underground. "Haulers from the old Frostridge cruise," Yin said. "They remember the Mu clan's claim lines. They remember which shafts the sect sealed and which they left open. They have signed testimonies with the prefectural court clerk, naming dates, cargo manifests, and the names of the gray robes who signed the transfer orders." "Signed under their own names?" Yin's smile returned, thin and knowing. "Under aliases registered with the same deputy registrar. If the sect comes looking, they find paper trails that lead to dead ends and empty rooms." He paused. "They cost me a month of favors and half the silver I collected from the Pang estate after the ruling." Mu Zhao studied him. The broker had never asked for payment before, not directly. Every transaction had been framed as a debt, a favor, a future understanding. That was about to change. "Name your price," Mu Zhao said. Yin Maro's smile faded. The stillness that replaced it was not the careful blankness of a man hiding calculation. It was something older, something that had been waiting in the dark of the broker's chest for a long time. "I want legal recognition," Yin said, "as an external steward of the Mu clan, signed, witnessed, and filed with the prefectural registry before you leave Liuyan." The words hung in the frozen air. Mu Zhao understood what Yin was not saying. An external steward was not a servant. It was a formal proxy, a person authorized to act in the clan's name for specified matters, contracts, debts, and legal claims. If Mu Zhao walked into Frostridge and did not walk out, Yin Maro would hold the authority to continue the clan's recovery in his absence. If Mu Zhao survived, Yin would be bound to the Mu name by law, not by favor. "You are betting on my death," Mu Zhao said. Yin's eyes did not waver. "I am betting on your return. But I am a man who reads odds, and the odds of a single cultivator walking into Frostridge and walking out with the seal completed are worse than anything I have ever wagered on." He spread his hands. "If you die, the Mu clan needs someone who can hold the ground you took. The Pong family will try to claw back their losses. The sect will send inspectors. The lawsuits will multiply." His voice dropped. "I can keep the name alive until you come back, but not without the paper." Mu Zhao's hand rested on the folded passage paper in his coat. He thought of Mu Suqin repainting the winter tablets, of Qiao kissing him in the study and promising to drag him back from the mountain, of the ancestral hall standing open for the first time in 3 centuries. The clan was more than a name. It was a legal body, a structure of obligations and protections that could outlive any single bearer. Yin Maro was asking to become the hinge that kept that structure standing, while Mu Zhao descended into the dark. "Write the document," Mu Zhao said. "I will sign it before dawn." Yin Maro nodded once, and the tension in his shoulders eased by a fraction that only someone watching closely would catch. He reached into his coat a second time and produced a single sheet of paper, already written, already witnessed by the same deputy registrar. "I took the liberty," he said. Mu Zhao took the sheet. The ink was dry. The characters were precise. The terms were exactly what Yin had described. No hidden clauses, no extra conditions. He read it twice, then folded it into his coat beside the passage papers. "You planned this," Mu Zhao said. "I planned for you to survive the shrine," Yin corrected. The rest was preparation. He turned to the two haulers and dismissed them with a gesture. They melted into the shadows without a word, their footsteps fading toward the lower road. Yin Maro watched them go, then turned back to Mu Zhao. His face had changed. The mask was back, the practiced smile, the eyes that scanned before pieces settled. "There is one more thing," he said. "My source inside the 9 pillars vanished last night." Mu Zhao went still. "He sent a warning before he went silent," Yin continued. "The regional audience tomorrow is not an inquiry. It is a trap. The Sect has already prepared the warrant for your seizure. They are not asking questions. They are waiting for you to walk into the hall so they can close the doors." The mountain's rhythm pulsed beneath Mu Zhao's ribs, steady, patient, counting toward something. "How do they know I will attend?" "They do not need you to attend," Yin said. "They need you to be seen refusing to attend. That is enough for a contempt order which allows them to enter the compound by force, seize the records, and hold your family for questioning." He paused. "Either way, they win." Mu Zhao stared into the dark toward the distant lights of Liuyan, where the compound waited, where Mu Suqin was probably still awake, where the restored ancestral hall stood ready for a dawn that would never arrive. He had 72 hours before the eastern gate gap. The Sect had given him until morning. Chapter 69. The regional audience hall sat at the center of the prefectural compound, a dome of pale stone that caught the winter light and scattered it cold across the polished floor. Mu Zhao walked through the eastern entrance at the hour of the snake, alone, dressed in the patched coat Mu Suqin had mended 3 nights ago. The hall was half full. 3 Sect representatives sat behind a raised table of white wood, their robes the deep gray of Frostridge administration. A 4th chair stood empty at the center, carved with the frost flower mark. Behind them, a narrow gallery held local magistrates, 2 city clerks, and a woman in unmarked gray who watched the door without blinking. Mu Zhao stopped at the prescribed distance, 12 paces from the table, and bowed with the exact depth owed to Sect officials of the 3rd rank. Not deeper, not shallower. The representative on the left, a man with a jaw tightened against the cold, spoke first. "Mu Zhao of the Liuyan Mu clan. You stand before the Frostridge Regional Board on suspicion of 3 matters. He lifted a paper and read from it. Unauthorized cultivation of a restricted breathing method. Involvement in the disappearance of 7 9 Pillars candidates. Possession of a sealed artifact linked to the Sword Saint's lineage." The words hung in the cold air. Mu Zhao did not shift his weight. He kept his hands still at his sides, his breathing even, his gaze fixed on the empty chair at the center. "I am prepared to answer," he said. The representative set the paper down. "You do not ask which method, which candidates, or which artifact. I assume the board has evidence for each accusation, or I would not have been summoned. I prefer to hear the specifics rather than waste the board's time with denials of unnamed charges." A murmur ran through the gallery. The woman in unmarked gray shifted, just slightly, her eyes narrowing. The center representative leaned forward. She was older than the other 2, her gray hair pulled back so tightly it stretched the skin at her temples. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had presided over many such hearings. "The restricted breathing is Heartfrost," she said. "Detected by crystal resonance during the Lantern Tournament preliminary round. The pattern matches records from the Sword Saint's era, which are stored in the sealed archive of the inner registry." She paused. "A method that should be impossible for a hollow vein cultivator to perform." Mu Zhao inclined his head. You are correct that Heartfrost breathing should be impossible for a hollow vein cultivator under ordinary circumstances. The standard circulation path requires a closed meridian loop through the core, which the hollow vein cannot sustain. He let the silence stretch. However, he continued, the lantern tournament is not a diagnostic examination. The crystal array measures chi output, not meridian structure. What the board detected was not Heartfrost, but a modified shallow breathing technique adapted from the Mu clan's household records, designed to maximize output from a damaged meridian system. The older representative's eyes did not waver. You claim your family possessed such a technique. The Mu clan held Frostridge records for 3 centuries before the mining rights were transferred. We had surveyors, geologists, and archivists who documented every breathing method used in the mountain's lower shafts. Shallow vein adaptation was necessary for men who worked in confined spaces with limited air circulation. Mu Zhao spread his hands. Those records remain in the Mu Ancestral Hall. The board is welcome to examine them. He watched the words settle. The representatives exchanged glances. The technique he described did not exist in those records, but it could not be disproven without a full archive audit, and that would take weeks. The left representative tried a different angle. And the vanished candidates? 7 outer disciples assigned to Frostridge ceremonial maintenance who have not been seen since the 3rd snow. Eyewitnesses place a young man matching your description near the lower shaft entrance on the night they disappeared. Mu Zhao met his gaze. I was at the lower shaft that night. I was assigned to the inspection convoy as a Frostwatch candidate. I descended with the maintenance team, observed the seal inspection, and returned to the surface when the team leader ordered the shaft closed. You deny involvement in their disappearance? I deny knowledge of their disappearance. Mu Zhao's voice remained level. The shaft was sealed by order of the Frostridge warden after a structural collapse. If candidates were inside when the seal was placed, the warden's log would record their assignment. I suggest the board request that log. The older representative's fingers tapped the table once. The warden's log was submitted to the inner registry 3 days ago. It lists 7 candidates assigned to ceremonial maintenance that night. Their names match the vanished men. Mu Zhao said nothing. The representative continued. The log also notes that the shaft was sealed after a structural event, but no casualties were recorded. The 7 names were removed from the active roster and marked as transferred to a different facility. She paused. The problem is that no facility has a record of receiving them. The gallery's murmur grew louder. The woman in unmarked gray stood, walked to the wall, and leaned against it with her arms crossed. Mu Zhao kept his voice calm. If the log shows a transfer without a receiving facility, that suggests a record-keeping error or deliberate misdirection. Neither points to my involvement. The left representative's jaw tightened further. And the sealed artifact? A codex leaf linked to the Sword Saint was detected in your ancestral hall by the inspection team. The inspection team found a blank winter tablet and a sealed compartment that had been empty for generations. The crystal array's reading was anomalous, as the examiner himself noted, because the tablet had been recently repainted with fresh ink. Old ink and new ink produced different chi signatures. Mu Zhao met his gaze. If the board wishes to impound the tablet for further analysis, I will surrender it willingly. He had counted on this. The blank tablet Mu Suqin repainted was the one that had hidden the compartment. The genuine codex leaf was in the grain ledger, not the hall. Let them test the tablet. They would find nothing. The representatives exchanged glances again. The older one opened her mouth to speak, but a door at the side of the hall opened, and everyone turned. Elder Curate walked in. He was not in the gray of Frostridge administration. He wore the dark blue of the 9 Pillars Inner Council, the color that outranked every robe in the room. Behind him came 3 clerks carrying sealed bundles, their faces blank. Curate did not look at Mu Zhao. He walked to the empty chair at the center of the table, the one carved with the frost flower mark, and sat down. The regional board will receive supplementary testimony, he said. His voice carried no warmth. Sealed depositions from Frostridge reserve personnel, collected over the past 3 days, concerning the maintenance history of the lower shaft, the assignment patterns of ceremonial maintenance candidates, and the condition of the seal beneath the mountain. The clerks placed the bundles on the table. The older representative's face had gone very still. Elder Kirit, this testimony was not filed through the standard registry process. No, Kirit agreed. It was filed directly with the Inner Council, bypassing the Frostridge administration, because the Frostridge administration has been falsifying records for 34 years, and I no longer trust its registry to authenticate evidence against itself. The hall went silent. Mu Zhao did not move. He watched Kirit's hands rest on the sealed bundles, and he understood what was about to happen. The hearing was not about him. It never had been. Kirit's voice rang through the white stone dome. The board will now examine sealed testimony concerning the origin of the Frostridge seal, the unauthorized modification of its maintenance sequence, and the identity of the person who has been feeding candidates into the mountain to keep it stable. The older representative's hand trembled, just once, before she pressed it flat against the table. Mu Zhao felt the mountain's pulse beneath his ribs, steady, patient, counting toward something that had just begun moving. Chapter 70. Kirit's voice hummed in the white stone dome like frost settling on a blade. The three representatives did not move. The older one's hand remained pressed flat against the table, the tremor gone, replaced by a stillness that looked deliberate. The left representative's jaw worked as if grinding something between his teeth. The right one stared at the sealed bundles as though they might open by themselves and devour him. Mu Zhao stayed exactly where he stood. He had come prepared to deflect accusations. He had not come prepared to watch Kirit gut the Frostridge administration in front of an audience of clerks, scribes, and one woman in unmarked gray who leaned against the wall with the patience of someone who had already seen the ending. The older representative spoke. Elder Kirit, you are making a grave accusation. I am not making an accusation, Kirit said. I am presenting sealed testimony. The accusation will be made by the Inner Council after they review the depositions. The depositions were not filed through proper channels. The proper channels have been compromised for 34 years. Kirit's hands rested flat on the bundles, unmoving. If I had filed through Frostridge administration, the witnesses would have been reassigned before the ink dried. Their testimony would have been lost in a filing error. The records they signed would have been amended by morning. The left representative's jaw tightened further. You are accusing this board of complicity. I am accusing the Frostridge Administrative Registry of systematic falsification. The board can decide whether that implicates its members or whether the board was also deceived. Kirit's voice carried no edge, but the words landed like hammer blows. That is what the depositions will determine. Mu Zhao watched the older representative's hand. She had stopped trembling. That was worse. The left representative turned to him. Mu Zhao, you are dismissed. This hearing will continue in closed session. Mu Zhao did not move. The mountain pulse pressed against his ribs, steady and patient, counting something only it understood. He felt the rhythm in his teeth, in the hollow space behind his sternum, where the transitional phase had taken root. His heartbeat and the mountain's heartbeat were the same thing now. If Kirit's gambit succeeded, that connection would become the most important fact in this room. The candidate remains, Kirit said, because the candidate is central to the testimony. The older representative's eyes snapped to Kirit. The candidate is a 17-year-old from a disgraced clan with a hollow vein and a reputation for luck. He is not central to anything. He survived the lower shaft collapse. He found the sealed chamber. He breathed the Heartfrost cadence in the Icewell trial, and the crystal recognized him. Kirit paused, and his ancestral tablet flashed white when the inspection crystal touched it. The room went silent. The woman in unmarked gray shifted her weight, uncrossed her arms, and stood straight. Mu Zhao kept his face empty. The tablet flash. He had not told Kirit about the tablet flash. The examiner had not reported it either, or Kirit would have mentioned it weeks ago. Which meant someone else in the inspection team had reported to Kirit directly, bypassing both the red-robed examiner and the Frostridge chain of command. Kirit had more informants than he had admitted. The older representative opened her mouth to respond, but her hand moved, almost involuntarily, toward a red cord hanging beside the Frostflower chair. She caught herself, pulled her hand back, and pressed it like it to take the again. The left representative saw the gesture. His face went pale. Mu Zhao understood in that instant. The red cord was a summoning mechanism. The older representative had reached for it without thinking, a reflex trained by years of service to someone who required immediate response. She did not reach for it now because that would admit whom she served. "The closed session will proceed," the older representative said, her voice tighter than before. "Mu Zhao will wait in the outer chamber." "Mu Zhao will remain," Kirit said. The left representative stood. "Elder Kirit, you overstep your authority. This board answers to the Frostridge Regional Director, not to the Inner Council's investigative division." "The Frostridge Regional Director resigned this morning," Kirit said. His letter of resignation was forwarded to the Inner Council at dawn. "The acting authority for this region now falls to the senior Inner Council representative present, which is me." The left representative sat back down. The older representative's hand reached for the red cord and pulled it. The sound that followed was not a bell. It was a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the floor and up through Mu Zhao's feet, into the hollow vein scar, into the rhythm of the mountain that now lived inside his chest. The hum deepened, became a frequency that pressed against his teeth, and then the air above the frostflower chair began to glow. A projection talisman ignited. The image that formed was not a face Mu Zhao had ever seen in this life, but he knew it. He knew the set of the shoulders, the way the head tilted slightly to one side when listening, the stillness of the hands at rest. 3 centuries had passed, but the shape of the man was unchanged. Shen Gaoming sat in a chamber of pale stone, gray robes draping over a frame that had not aged a day since the ridge above Frostridge. His cultivation pressed against the projection like a distant storm, felt rather than seen. His pale gray eyes found Mu Zhao immediately. "Brother," Shen said. His voice was calm, almost warm, carrying the cadence of old familiarity. "I wondered when you would walk into a room with a talisman I could reach." The room seemed to contract. The representatives had gone rigid. The clerks had stopped breathing. The woman in unmarked gray had her hand inside her coat, not reaching for anything visible, just resting there, waiting. Mu Zhao did not answer. Shen's mouth curved slightly. "Still patient, I remember that." He turned his gaze to Kirit, and the warmth did not leave his voice, but something underneath it shifted. "Elder Kirit, you have been busy." "The seal is failing," Kirit said. "You know it is failing. You have been feeding its stolen lives for 34 years because you never learned the complete sequence. And the incomplete one is burning through the anchors faster than you can replace them." "I know what the seal needs," Shen said. "I have been maintaining it for 3 centuries. You have been watching from the margins, collecting grudges, hoping a true Heartfrost heir would appear so you could use him to undo what I built. You built it on murder. I built it on necessity." Shen's voice did not rise. "The mountain was waking when Tingfeng and I reached it. The seal we designed together was never meant to last this long. I have kept it stable by any means available, and I will continue to keep it stable until a replacement is ready." "The replacement requires the complete sequence," Kirit said, "which you never recovered." Shen's gaze slid back to Mu Zhao. "No, but I know who holds it now." The mountain pulse under Mu Zhao's ribs surged once, hard enough that he felt his heart skip. Shen leaned forward slightly in the projection. "Bring the Liuyan heir to the mountain," he said, and his voice carried the weight of an order that expected no resistance. "Alive, unharmed. I will receive him at the 3rd hinge, where I left him 300 years of unfinished business to settle." The projection talisman cracked. A line split across the image, straight through Shen's face, and the glow flickered. The pressure in the room did not release. It intensified, as if the cracking talisman had opened a wound in the air itself, and the darkness behind the light was pressing through. Shen's voice came through the fracture, quieter now, almost intimate. "You always knew I would call you back, brother. You just did not know I would be glad to see you." The talisman shattered, light died, silence fell. The red cord hung still, vibrating with the after-echo of the projection's collapse. The older representative's hand trembled again, and this time she could not stop it. Mu Zhao stood in the center of the white stone hall, the mountain's pulse counting time inside his chest, and understood that every path he had left had just been sealed by the man who had already killed him once. Chapter 71. No one moved. The silence stretched like a wound that had not yet begun to bleed. The older representative's hand still trembled above the red cord, frozen in the gesture of having pulled it, as if she too was waiting for the earth to open beneath them. Then the right representative moved. He lunged not toward Mu Zhao, but toward the door, his gray robes snapping as he crossed the white stone floor. "Seal the hall," he shouted at the clerks. "No one leaves, no one speaks until I return." "On whose authority?" Kirit's voice cut across the room like a blade. The right representative stopped, turned. "On the authority of the Nine Pillars Sect," he said, "whose founder just ordered this man brought to the mountain. Or did you think that projection meant nothing, Elder Kirit?" "It meant everything," Kirit said. "It meant Shen Gaoming admitted to feeding the seal with stolen lives for 34 years. It meant he confirmed the seal is failing. It meant he spoke to Heir as brother in front of a room full of witnesses." He stepped around the frost flower chair, his dark blue robes stark against the white stone. "If you seal this hall, you seal the testimony with it." The older representative's hand dropped from the cord. "Testimony?" she said, and her voice cracked. "You call sealed depositions testimony. You call a dead woman's voice from 30 years ago evidence. You call—" She stopped, looked at her own hand as if it belonged to someone else. "What have I done?" The woman in unmarked gray was no longer at the wall. She stood 2 paces from Mu Zhao's left shoulder, close enough that he felt her presence before he saw her. Her hand was still inside her coat. Her gaze was fixed on Kirit. "You have 3 breaths before the outer guards arrive," she said. The right representative shout carried. "They will seal the hall from outside. If you want the Liuyan air to reach the street, you need to move now." Kirit's eyes met hers, held. Then he turned to Mu Zhao. "The rear corridor leads to the kitchens. The kitchens have a servant's door onto Silkweed Lane. From there, every alley in the district feeds into the market square. Can you run?" Mu Zhao's heartbeat answered before his voice did. The mountain pulse surged under his ribs, counting time, measuring distance, mapping the space between this white stone hall and the 3rd hinge that Shen Gaoming had just named in front of everyone. "I can run," he said. "Then go." Kirit reached into his sleeve and pulled out a folded paper, pressed it into Mu Zhao's hand. "This is the Eastern Gate Passage schedule. The gap is still 3 days away, but the Deputy Registrar's signature holds. Use it when you can." The right representative saw the transfer and charged. He made it 3 steps before the woman in unmarked gray stepped into his path. She did not touch him. She simply stood there, her weight settled, her hand still inside her coat, and the right representative stopped as if he had hit a wall. "You do not know who I am," she said. "You do not want to." Mu Zhao did not wait to see how that ended. He moved. The rear corridor was narrow, unlit, lined with storage shelves that smelled of dried herbs and old wax. His footsteps echoed off stone that had not been walked on in years, maybe decades. The mountain pulse drove his pace, faster than his lungs could sustain, and the hollow vein scar burned with each breath. Behind him he heard the hall erupt, voices overlapping, a chair overturning. The older representative's voice rising in protest, then cut off. Kirit's calm, measured tones cutting through the noise like a knife through frozen water. Then the corridor ended at a wooden door banded with rusted iron. Mu Zhao pushed. The servant's door opened onto Silkweed Lane, a narrow, frozen alley between 2 buildings whose roofs leaned together like old men sharing a secret. The air hit him cold and clean, carrying the smell of wood smoke and the distant sound of voices. Not distant, close, gathering. At the mouth of the lane, where Silkweed emptied into the market square, a crowd was forming. Not a mob, something more organized. Men and women in patched winter coats, carrying oiled cloth bundles and sheets of paper, their breath clouding in the cold as they turned to face the white stone compound. At their head stood Mu Zhao, She wore her best robe, the blue one she had saved for the restoration of the ancestral hall. Her hands were bare, red from cold, and in one of them she held the Imperial Civilian Compact, unrolled, its seal catching the gray winter light. "The Mu clan demands an open hearing," she called out, her voice carrying across the square with a steadiness that belied the tremor in her fingers. "The Imperial Civilian Compact guarantees civilian oversight of Sect disciplinary proceedings. You cannot seal a hall that holds a Liuyan citizen without civilian witnesses." Behind her, the crowd murmured assent. Mu Zhao saw faces he recognized. The calligrapher who had bowed to the restored plaque, the mother who had visited the compound asking about her missing son, retainers from the old tannery, Hidekong's surveyors. A dozen ordinary Liuyan citizens standing in the cold because Mu Suqin had asked them to. She had been preparing for this. Not for the projection, not for Shen Gaoming's voice, but for the moment when the sect tried to close its doors on the truth. The sound of boots on stone came from inside the compound. Multiple sets, moving fast, the outer guards, responding to the right representative's shout. Mu Zhao turned and ran, not away from the compound, into the crowd. Past the startled faces, past the calligrapher who stepped aside to let him through, past the mother who grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Is it true about the mountain?" And he did not have time to answer. He found Chao Lingshu at the edge of the square, behind a fishmonger's stall that had been closed for the season. She had Rui Chanyi with her, and her brother, Chanyi, still pale, still wearing the too large trance collar, but standing, awake, watching. "The witnesses," Mu Zhao said. "Scattered," Qiao said. "The two haulers with testimonies are in the North Market. The clerk who saw the forged seals is at the Sunbird Tea House. The surveyor who drew the boundary lines is with Hidekong at the tannery." She reached out, touched his arm. "Your aunt did this. She had runners out before dawn." "I know." She also had someone at every entrance to the compound. The sect's arrest party walked into a crowd before they could form a perimeter. "I know." Mu Zhao looked back at the white stone hall. The crowd had thickened. Mu Suqin's voice was still rising, still steady, still reading from the compact as if she had been preparing for this moment her entire life. She had not been preparing for this moment. She had been preparing for the moment the sect tried to silence truth. The mountain pulse under his ribs shifted. Not a warning, a recognition. And then Shen Gaoming's voice came again, not from the hall, not from any visible projection, but from inside his own chest where the mountain's rhythm lived. "You did well to escape the hall. But you will not escape the hinge, brother. When you are ready to stop running, come to the heart chamber below the third hinge. The entrance you seek is beneath the oldest shaft, where the predecessor built her pivot. I will be waiting in the place where nothing echoes." Mu Zhao's hand went to his chest. The scar was warm. Chapter 72. The restored Mu Hall was too small for the crowd that followed them back. Mu Zhao stood at the threshold and watched them pour through the gate, faces he knew and faces he barely recognized, all carrying the same question in their eyes. The calligrapher who had bowed to the plaque, the fishmonger whose stall Chao had used for cover, 3 of Hidekong's surveyors still wearing their canvas aprons, a woman he remembered from the market, the one who had sold them grain on credit when no one else would. They filled the courtyard first, then spilled into the main hall, standing between the freshly painted tablets and the repaired offering table, their breath fogging the cold air. Mu Suqin moved through them like a current. She did not ask why they had come. She did not thank them. She simply began folding blankets from the storage chest, stacking them on the bench by the wall, her hands moving with the same steadiness she had shown in the square. "The compound has 2 working hearths," she said, not looking up. "We will need fuel for both. The well in the rear court is still frozen, so melt snow in the iron pots. There are dried provisions in the root cellar under the kitchen floor." A boy of maybe 14 nodded and ran. Someone else started gathering kindling from the woodpile beside the gate. Mu Zhao watched, his hands still pressed against his chest where the warmth had faded. Chao appeared at his side. "She has been preparing for this since before dawn. While you were in the hearing, she was moving witnesses, stockpiling supplies, and telling every loyalist in Liuyan where to find us when the doors closed." "I see that. She also had a message for you." Zhao's voice dropped. She said to tell you that the hall is rebuilt. The rest is just walls. Mu Zhao looked at his aunt, who had finished folding the blankets and was now counting the oil in the lamps, her lips moving silently as she tallied. She had not looked at him once since he entered the hall. She did not need to. The hall was rebuilt. The rest was just walls. The mountain pulse shifted under his ribs. He walked to the offering table and laid Karit's folded paper flat, smoothing the creases with his palm. The Eastern Gate passage schedule. 3 hours before dawn, the only window that would not be watched. Daikong appeared on his other side, shoulders still carrying the dust of the tannery escape. The surveyor is safe. The 2 haulers are at the Sunbird tea house. Your aunt's people are keeping them fed and quiet. He paused, looking at the paper. That the route? Yes. Then we need to move before the Sect seals the passes. The Sect will seal the passes the moment they confirm I have left Liuyan, Mu Zhao said. They will seal them sooner if they think I am still here. His Daikong grunted. Then we make them think you are still here. Mu Zhao's fingers traced the edge of the paper. He could feel the mountain's pulse beating in the space between his breaths, a second rhythm layered beneath his own heartbeat. The seal was waiting. Shen Gaoming was waiting. Every hour he spent in Liuyan was an hour the Sect used to tighten its net, but the hall was rebuilt. He looked up at the gathered crowd. Some were staring at him with the desperate hope of people who had nowhere else to go. Others watched with the hard, measuring gaze of those who had chosen a side and wanted to see if their choice was sound. Mu Zhao walked to the center of the hall and turned to face them. Everyone who is here because they believe the Mu clan owes them a debt of safety, she said, her voice carrying, Go now. There is no shame in it. The Sect will not forgive anyone found under this roof tonight. No one moved. The Sect will not forget either, she added, softer now. If you stay, you become a target. If you have family elsewhere, send word before dawn. If you have nowhere else to go, the hall will shelter you as long as it stands. A murmur passed through the crowd, but no one left. The calligrapher stepped forward. I have already sent my wife and daughter to the southern villages. My place is here. He held up a brush, ink-stained from years of work. What do you need written? Mu Zhao looked at his aunt. She met his gaze for the first time since the square. The mountain, Mu Zhao said, turning the paper toward the crowd so they could see the Eastern Gate passage, the shift times, the route markers. I'm going to Frostridge before dawn. Through the eastern approach, while the gate gap holds. If I do not return, the seal beneath the mountain will break within the month, and everything north of Liuyan will burn. The hall went silent. He could feel the weight of their attention, the fear and the stubborn refusal to break, pressing against him like the cold that seeped through the walls. I am not asking anyone to follow me, he said. I am telling you what is coming so you can prepare. The calligrapher's brush was still raised. And if we want to follow? Before Mu Zhao could answer, a new voice cut through the hall from the doorway. You will not need to follow. Renguang stood at the threshold, still wearing the pale gray of a Frostwatch candidate, his ink-stained fingers wrapped around a folded oilcloth bundle. His face was pale, his breath short, as if he had run through half of Liuyan to reach the hall. The Sect has posted watchers on every road leading to the eastern shoulder, he said. They are not waiting for you to leave. They are waiting for you to try. Mu Zhao went very still. Then they already know the route. Everyone knows the route now, Ren said. The hearing collapsed. Shen Gaoming spoke through a projection. The truth about Frostridge is no longer a secret the Sect can bury. He walked into the hall, unwrapping the oilcloth to reveal a map drawn on stiff hide, detailed enough to show the tunnels beneath the oldest shaft. The only thing they do not know is when you will move. The hall watched him lay the map flat beside Kirit's schedule. Mu Zhao stared at it. The eastern approach, the surveyor's shrine, the geological fault, and beneath it, drawn in careful, deliberate strokes, the third hinge. Renguang met his gaze. I have been holding this since before you left the intake hall. I spent my last night in Frostwatch, tracing the fault lines from old surveyor records. No one knew what I was drawing until I showed them the predecessor's pivot. Who else saw it? The warden. Ren's jaw tightened. He is dead now. That is why I ran. The mountain pulse under Mu Zhao's ribs slammed once, hard, then steadied into a rhythm that felt like counting. He looked at the map, at the schedule, at the hall full of people who had chosen to stay. Mu Suqin picked up the oil lamp from the offering table and carried it to the map, holding it steady so the light fell across every line. "Then we do not move tonight," she said. "We move when they expect us to be waiting." The calligrapher's brush touched paper for the first time. The war room had begun. And somewhere beneath the oldest shaft, in a chamber where nothing echoed, Shen Gaoming was counting the same hours. Chapter 73. The oil lamp burned low as Mu Zhao traced Renguang's map with his finger, following the fault line from the eastern shoulder shrine down through the geological break, past the collapsed Frostridge entrance, into the chamber where the predecessor built her pivot. The calligrapher had stopped writing. The fishmonger had stopped breathing. The entire hall watched his hand move across the hide, as if the path itself might burn through the ink. 3 hours before dawn, Mu Zhao said, not looking up. The eastern gate gap. Karit's schedule gives us that window and no more. He Dekong leaned over the table, his scarred arm casting a shadow across the tunnel markings. The watchers on the shoulder road, if they see us move, the gap closes before we reach the shrine. Then we do not use the shoulder road. Mu Zhao's fingers stopped at the surveyor's shrine. We use the old dry creek bed that runs behind the tannery. It bends east 2 li before the ridge. From there, a man who knows the ground can reach the shrine without crossing open stone. He Dekong's jaw worked. That creek bed has not carried water in 40 years. The banks have collapsed in 3 places. Then we climb. Silence. Chow stepped closer to the table, her shadow falling beside his. You are describing a route that leaves no room for a cart, no supplies, no retreat. Correct. And if the shrine entrance is compromised? If the sect found it while we were sitting in this hall? Mu Zhao looked up at her. The mountain pulse beat under his ribs, steady, patient, counting. Then we die in the fault instead of on the road. The fishmonger crossed himself. The calligrapher set down his brush. No one left. Mu Suqin moved through the crowd without asking permission, carrying a second lamp, which she placed at the map's northern edge so the light fell across the 3rd hinge. You have the codex fragments, she said. You have the gate schedule. You have a map no living sect official has seen. Her voice was flat, practical. The voice of a woman who had spent 30 years counting coins in the dark. What do you lack? Mu Zhao looked at the map. He thought of the second fragment's riddle. When the hollow vein accepts the seal, the second anchor binds where the first surveyor's shadow falls at noon. He thought of the 3rd measuring pillar that had not answered his Jade. He thought of the predecessor's warning, spoken through Chun Yi's throat. Bind to the hinge as a door, not a pivot. I lack the 3rd fragment, he said. The final sequence. Shen Gaoming has held it for 3 centuries. He built his entire sect around keeping it from me. Then the plan is to take it from him. No. Mu Zhao pressed his palm flat against the 3rd hinge on the map. The plan is to reach this chamber before he expects me, to seize control of the pivot mechanism, to free the surviving reserves from their collars, and to re-key the seal using the 2 fragments I already hold, forcing the 3rd into alignment through the blood bond. Renguang's head snapped up. You can re-key without the complete sequence? I can re-key enough to stop the bleeding. Mu Zhao's voice was calm, precise, the voice of a man who had spent 3 centuries calculating the cost of every word. The seal will hold for another decade if I bind the first 2 anchors to the mountain's root and the bloodline shrine. The 3rd anchor, the hinge itself, will remain vulnerable. But Shen Gaoming will not be able to feed it from outside. The flow of stolen lives stops the moment I lock the first 2 anchors. And then? Chow asked. Mu Zhao looked at her. He did not answer her. The silence stretched long enough for everyone in the hall to understand what he had not said. The first 2 anchors would hold for a decade. The 3rd would remain a wound. And the man who bound himself to the hinge as the living conduit would be the wound's keeper. He Dekong broke the silence first. How many go? 4, Mu Zhao said. Myself, Ren Guang, who knows the tunnels, He Dekong, who knows the ground, and one more who can read the predecessor's marks if Chinese knowledge surfaces again. That is not enough to fight through the oldest shaft. We are not fighting through the oldest shaft. We are walking through a door the sect does not know exists. Mu Zhao folded the map along the fault line and tucked it inside his coat. The survey shrine route bypasses every guard post, every detection array, every watcher Ren Guang saw on the shoulder road. We will be inside the mountain before Shen Gaoming realizes we have left Liuyan. And the reserves? Chao's voice was quiet, controlled, the voice of a physician who had learned to ask the worst questions last. The ones still in collars. If you reach the hinge and rekey the seal, what happens to them? Mu Zhao's hand stopped over his coat. The trance collars are powered by the same energy that feeds the seal. If the seal's flow is interrupted, the collars will fail within 100 heartbeats. He paused. The survivors will wake, the ones who are still alive. The calligrapher's breath caught. The fishmonger turned away. Nu Suqin said nothing. She stood beside the lamp, her hands steady on the table, her face unreadable. She had known the cost before Mu Zhao spoke it. She had known since the moment she picked up the lamp and carried it to the map. When? She asked. Tomorrow night. The gate gap opens 3 hours before dawn. We move when the moon sets behind the ridge. It is not enough time to prepare. It is all the time we have. Mu Zhao straightened, the map pressed against his chest, the codex leaf burning in the hollow of his hidden pouch. He looked at the faces around the table. The calligrapher, the fishmonger, the haulers who had followed him from the square, the women who had raised him in a body that was not originally his. I am not asking anyone to die for the Mu clan, he said. I am asking you to live long enough to bury what comes out of that mountain. No one spoke. Then Qiao Lingshu stepped forward and placed her hand on the map directly over the third hinge. You said 4, she said. I will be the 4th. Mu Zhao's chest tightened. Qiao, you need someone who can read the predecessor's marks, someone who knows how the collars fail, someone who can keep you alive long enough to bind the first 2 anchors. Her eyes did not waver. I have been preparing for this since the night you showed me the codex leaf. If the seal collapses while we are inside, then I die in the mountain with you. She said it flatly, as if the words had already been rehearsed. But if I stay here, I spend the rest of my life waiting for news that never comes. I would rather walk into the dark than watch it swallow you from a distance. The hall held its breath. Mu Zhao looked at her. The mountain pulse beat in his chest. The scar over his heart was warm, patient, waiting. He did not argue. He turned back to the map and began marking the route in charcoal, his hand steady, his voice calm, as if he had not just agreed to carry the physician's daughter into the heart of a dying seal. Behind him, the calligrapher picked up his brush again. The war room moved on, and somewhere beneath the oldest shaft, in a chamber where nothing echoed, Shen Gaoming felt the pulse shift under his feet and smiled. Chapter 74. They moved before the moon cleared the ridge. Mu Zhao led them through the tannery's back wall, past the collapsed kiln where He Dekong had once stored salvaged brick, through a gap in the fence that opened onto nothing but frozen weeds and the dry creek bed's first bend. No lanterns, no torchlight. The sky held enough star glow to pick out the stream bed's shape, a scar of darker earth ending between frost-silvered banks. He Dekong walked second, his shoulders brushing both sides of the cut where erosion had narrowed the channel. Ren Guang followed with the map folded inside his coat, his ink-stained fingers touching the rock wall at intervals, as if reading the stone by touch. Qiao walked last. She carried a satchel of medicine, bandages, and the wrapped packet of dried herbs she had prepared before leaving the hall. Her footsteps were light, precise, the gait of someone who had learned to move through darkness without announcing her presence. No one spoke. The creek bed twisted north, then west, then north again, cutting through terrain that had no road, no path, no reason for anyone to follow. Twice they climbed over collapsed sections where old rock falls had buried the channel. Once they crouched in the lee of a frozen overhang while a patrol passed on the ridge above, their lanterns swinging, their voices carrying thin and bored across the gap. They did not see the creek bed. They did not look for it. Mu Zhao counted the pulse in his chest, matching it to the mountain's rhythm, feeling the beat grow stronger with each step north. The scar over his heart was warm, not painful, patient. The surveyor's shrine appeared as a darker shape against the tree line, its roof slumped under decades of snow, its doorframe listing east where the foundation had settled. No lights inside, no watchers. The sect had not bothered to post guards at a ruin no one had visited in living memory. Mu Zhao pushed the door open. The hinges did not protest. Hidekong had oiled them during the earlier scouting trip, a precaution that seemed absurd at the time and now felt like the difference between survival and discovery. The chamber inside was exactly as they had left it. The central stone floor, the 3 measuring pillars, the spiral groove carved into the stone, invisible until you knew where to look. Mu Zhao knelt and pressed his palm flat against the groove. The hollow vein scar flared pale under his sleeve. The stone shifted. A section of the floor sank 3 inches, then slid sideways into a recess, revealing a dark opening and the rusted iron rungs that descended into the shaft beyond. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of ancient stone, undisturbed dust, and something else, something metallic and wet. Hidekong frowned. That was not here last time. It was, Mu Zhao said. It was waiting for the blood key. He swung onto the first rung and began the descent. The shaft dropped 30 rungs, then opened into a natural fissure that slanted downward at a steep angle, its walls marked with old chisel work. Mu Tingfeng's chisel work. Mu Zhao recognized the angle of the cuts, the spacing between marks, the precise economy of a man who had carved this passage alone and in haste 3 centuries ago. The fissure widened into a tunnel, and the tunnel opened into Frostridge, not the upper levels, not the maintained shafts with their lantern brackets and ventilation grills. This was the mountain's bone structure, the place where the original seal had been anchored before the sect built its administration above it. The walls here were carved with the old Mu geometry, interlocking circles, spiral progressions. The same patterns that had decorated the hidden chamber beneath the shrine, repeated across the stone in lines so fine they might have been painted rather than cut. The lines glowed faintly, not with light but with memory, the residue of qi that had been channeled through this space for centuries before the sect ever reached Frostridge. Renguang unfolded his map and held it up to the faint glow. We are beneath the second fault line. The third hinge is another 100 yards north, but... He stopped. But what? But the geometry has been altered. Mu Zhao stepped closer to the wall. Old Mu circles were still there, but someone had carved new channels over them, deeper cuts that followed a different logic, a cruder rhythm. These channels did not spiral. They ran straight, converging at a central basin carved into the floor, a depression the size of a man's torso, its rim dark with residue. To contract packs a basis and cohesion to a denary. He break-classed the terrified first last weef. I am not letting about that to your breath. He Tayak's watching him. He clarifies us shod walkest, the floorbis actorly. Da Kyung crouched beside it. This is new. How new? Months, maybe weeks. He touched the rim, then lifted his fingers to his nose. Blood. Dried, but not old, not ancient. Chow knelt on the opposite side, her physician's hands moving over the basin's edge with practiced precision. The cuts are fresh. The rock is still sharp where they broke through the old surface. She looked up at Mu Zhao. Someone has been modifying the original geometry, fitting it for a different purpose. Mu Zhao's scar pulsed. The mountain's rhythm shifted under his feet, a beat that was not quite aligned with his own heartbeat. Wrong, out of phase. He followed the new channels with his eyes, tracing their path from the basin outward into the darkness, where they disappeared into a tunnel that had not been on Renguang's map. The maintenance cycle, he said quietly. Renguang turned. What? Kuri had said the seal has been failing for 30 years, that the sect has been feeding it stolen lives to keep it stable. Mu Zhao pointed at the basin, the fresh cuts, the darker tunnel. This is not maintenance. This is preparation. Someone is adapting the old Mu geometry to accept a different kind of offering. Qiao's hand stopped over the basin. How different? Mu Zhao did not answer. He walked toward the Docker tunnel, his footsteps echoing against stone that had been carved twice, once by his own hand in a past life, and once by someone who had studied that hand well enough to overwrite it. The tunnel bent left, then right, then opened into a chamber that stopped him mid-stride. The walls here were lined with channels, not carved channels, not geometric lines etched into stone. The walls themselves had been grooved, hollowed, shaped into conduits that ran from floor to ceiling, each one dark with residue, each one leading upward toward a point he could not see. And in the center of the chamber, suspended from the ceiling on chains that gleamed with frost, hung a single bronze bell. It was not moving, but the air around it shivered, as if the bell had been struck moments before they entered and the sound had not yet finished traveling through the stone. Mu Zhao's scar burned. The mountain's pulse beat once, hard against his ribs, and the bell rang, a single clear note that traveled through the channels, through the walls, through the floor beneath his feet, carrying something that was not sound but intent, a message that had already been sent, already received, already answered. In the darkness beyond the chamber, something stirred. Hidekang's hand went to his belt knife. Chao's breath caught and held. Ren Guang unfolded his map with shaking fingers, his eyes scanning the lines, the fault marks, the places where his old surveyor records had shown empty stone. "It should not be here," he whispered. "This chamber was not on any map. The predecessor never recorded it." "No," Mu Zhao said, his voice flat, cold, certain. "She did not build it." He looked at the channels carved into the walls, the fresh cuts overlaying the old Mu geometry, the bell still trembling in the frozen air. Shen Gaoming built it, and in the silence that followed, the mountain's pulse shifted again, closer now, pressing against Mu Zhao's chest like a hand placed over a wound that had not yet healed. Chapter 75. The bronze bell still trembled overhead, its note bleeding into the stone. Mu Zhao stood at the chamber's threshold, the hollow vein scar burning under his coat. The channels carved into the walls glowed faintly, each groove filled with residue that caught the light like frozen breath. Hidekang's hand rested on his belt knife. Chao's breathing had gone shallow behind him. Wen Wang's map trembled in his grip. "Wait here," Mu Zhao said. "He remens the shadow of the Eirish drawl. He dut under the hits risking, are found us, I am really a lot. You are not going alone." "Yes, I am." The tunnel beyond the bell chamber narrowed into a throat of rough stone, the walls closing until his shoulders brushed both sides. The pulse inside his chest beat against the mountain's rhythm, out of sync, wrong, but growing closer with each step. The passage opened. He emerged into a chamber carved from the mountain's original bone, walls of black stone veined with frost that glowed from within. The ceiling rose into darkness. The floor descended in concentric rings toward a central platform where a figure stood with his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him, gray robes hanging loose on a frame that had not changed in 3 centuries. Shen Gaoming turned. His face was the same face Mu Zhao had last seen across a campfire on the ridge above Frostridge, young, sharp, capable of laughter. The silver at his temples was new, the lines around his eyes were new, the stillness in his bearing was new. But the pale gray eyes were exactly as Mu Zhao remembered them. "Brother," Shen said. The word hung in the frozen air. Mu Zhao did not answer. He stood at the edge of the concentric rings, the mountain's pulse pushing against his chest, his scar burning, his hands empty of weapons because he had not come to fight. Not yet. Shen studied him with an expression Mu Zhao could not name, not triumph, not fear, something closer to recognition, the way a man might look at a wound he had carried so long it had become part of his shape. "You look like him," Shen said. "The boy you were wearing. You have his face, but not his posture." I knew the moment Carrot's report reached me, the breathing cadence could only be one man. Mu Zhao's voice came out flat. "You poisoned me." "Yes." "You stole the codex." "Yes." "You built your sainthood on my murder and fed disciples into the mountain to hold a seal you never learned to complete." Shen's jaw tightened. The word came slower this time. Yes. The chamber's glow pulsed once, deep and patient, like something breathing beneath the stone. Mu Zhao stepped forward. 1 ring. 2. The distance between them shortened to the length of a sword. I have spent 3 centuries inside that jade, he said, watching, waiting, feeling the years crawl past while my clan rotted and my name became a curse, and you stood above it all, building your legend on the bones of the Mu legacy. Shen did not look away. Then you know what I did, he said quietly. Not the version the Sect tells, the truth. I could have let the seal break. I could have told the continent what slept beneath this mountain and let them decide their own fate. But I knew what would come. Millions dead, cities swallowed, the age collapsing into the kind of dark that does not end in a generation. Mu Zhao's scar burned harder. So you killed me. I killed you, Shen said, because you would not. You stood on this ridge 3 centuries ago and told me the seal could be completed without sacrifice. You believed there was a way to bind the prison without giving anything. I knew there was not, and I knew you would never make the choice I was willing to make. Mu Zhao felt the mountain's pulse shift under his feet. You are wrong, he said. Shen's eyes flickered. About what? The seal can be completed without sacrifice. The codex you stole was incomplete by design. I fragmented it before you ever reached the mountain because I knew what you would do if you had the full sequence. The chamber went still. Shen's face did not change, but something in his shoulders shifted, a crack in the armor he had worn for 3 centuries. Show me, he said. Mu Zhao held his gaze. I will. The mountain groaned beneath them, a low sound, deep, resonant, traveling through the stone like the bell's note had traveled through the channels. The frost on the walls brightened, the floor trembled. Shen's hand moved to the center of his chest, pressing against the fabric of his robe. She is waking, he said. The seal has been failing for 30 years. I have been feeding it with stolen cultivation to keep her asleep, but the structure she was built in was never designed to hold her this long. The Mu geometry was the original cage. Everything I carved over it was a patch, a desperate patch. Mu Zhao felt the pull. The mountain's pulse was no longer pressing against his chest. It was pulling, drawing his heartbeat upward, aligning it with the rhythm beneath the floor. Then we do it now, he said. Shen's eyes widened. A crack, a hairline fracture in his composure. You cannot complete it without the 3rd fragment. I do not have the 3rd fragment, Mu Zhao said. But I have the first 2. I have the transitional phase flowing through my hollow vein, and I have the knowledge that I left for myself 3 centuries ago, knowing you would never find it. The chamber shook again, harder. Dust fell from the ceiling. The frost on the walls cracked and reformed. Jen looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached inside his robe and pulled out a folded sheet of leather, stained with age, creased at the edges, bound with a thread that had been frayed for centuries. The 3rd fragment. You think I did not know you fragmented it, Shen said. You think I spent 3 centuries guarding this mountain without finding every piece of the truth you left behind? Mu Zhao's scar pulsed. I found this in your handwriting the year after I killed you, Shen continued. I have been reading it ever since, trying to understand why you made it impossible to complete, why you condemned the living to die so your conscience could stay clean. Because I knew you, Mu Zhao said quietly. I knew you would find the ugliest path and call it necessity. I knew you would tell yourself the ends justified the means, and I knew that if the complete sequence was available, you would use it to bind me to the seal and feed it with whoever came closest. Shane's hand tightened on the leather. The chamber groaned again. Then we are both prisoners of what we chose, Shen said, and the only question left is whether we let her wake while we argue about who is right. Mu Zhao stepped forward. Give me the fragment. Shen held his gaze. Give me the fragment and I will bind the seal. 2 anchors. 3. I will become the wounds keeper if that is what the sequence demands. But I will do it with the complete codex, and I will do it without feeding another living soul into the mountain. Shen's hand moved. He held out the leather. And as Mu Zhao reached for it, the floor beneath them split. A crack ran through the concentric rings, straight and black and deep, and from that crack came a sound that was not stone breaking. It was breath. Slow, wet, ancient, waking. Shen's face went pale. She is not supposed to wake this fast. The frost on the walls turned black. The bell in the outer chamber rang once, a note that carried through the stone like a scream. Mu Zhao's heartbeat stopped, then started again, uneven, wrong, pulling toward something beneath his feet. He looked down. The crack was widening, and in the darkness below, something was looking back. Chapter 76. The crack ran deeper than the bell's note. Mu Zhao's hand hung in the air, the third fragment still a hand's breadth from his fingers, and the floor beneath him tilted. Not a tremor, a shift. The concentric rings of the platform were sliding along the fracture line like a door coming unlatched. Dekong's voice hit him from the threshold. "Boss!" Mu Zhao pulled back, caught Shen's wrist instead of the leather, and hauled them both sideways as the ring they had stood on dropped 3 inches. Stone ground against stone. The black frost climbed the walls in seconds, spreading from the crack like veins filling with ink. Shen's composure cracked wider than the floor. "This is not supposed to." He stopped. His gray eyes tracked the frost pattern, reading it the way Mu Zhao read sword forms. "The reserve array. She is drawing from the secondary lines." "Where is the reserve regulator?" Mu Zhao demanded. Shen looked at him. A beat of shared recognition. The old rhythm. The way they used to divide a problem before either had finished speaking. "East wall," Shen said. "Behind the false pillar." Mu Zhao was already moving. Behind him, the chamber filled with sound. Not the bell. A low vibration that traveled through stone and bone and made his hollow vein scar burn cold. The air thickened. Frost chi, compressed for centuries, was bleeding from the crack in a white haze that crystallized on every surface. Dekong grabbed Qiao's arm and pulled her across the tilting platform. Renguang kept one hand on the wall, map crumpled in his grip, eyes fixed on the shifting geometry. "East wall, false pillar," Mu Zhao repeated under his breath, counting steps. The chamber had changed. The concentric rings were no longer concentric. The crack had shifted the center, and the pillar he remembered from the bell chamber was not where it should be. Shen reached it first. He pressed his palm flat against the stone, and a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a cavity packed with curled copper strips and frozen oil. The reserve regulator. Ancient new engineering. Mu Zhao recognized his own handwriting etched into the copper, the ceiling characters he had carved 3 centuries ago. "The lines are reversed," Shen said. "She reversed the polarity of the draw." "Because you carved over the original geometry," Mu Zhao said. "You broke the circuit when you cut your channels." They stood on opposite sides of the regulator, and for a moment the 3 centuries between them did not matter. Shen's hands moved across the copper strips the way they had once moved across formation diagrams in a shared study, adjusting, recalibrating, reading the flow of qi by touch. Mu Zhao matched him. His hollow vein scar pulsed, and he could feel the mountain's pulse through his chest, the rhythm of the seal, the places where it was tearing. "She is pulling from the secondary array to accelerate the melt," Shen said. "If the reserve regulator collapses, the frost chi in the eastern conduit will invert and flood the hinge. Then we redirect the flow before it peaks." "Where?" Mu Zhao's hand stopped over a curled copper strip. The character etched into it was the one for release. He had carved it there as the emergency drain, the final failsafe if the seal ever needed to be vented instead of contained. "Here," he said. "We open the drain and let the frost chi cycle through the outer hinge instead of the central column." Shen's eyes widened. "That will flood the 3rd level. How many people are on the 3rd level?" "Sect maintenance. 3 teams, 12 men." Mu Zhao looked at him. "Do you want to save them, or do you want to argue about who put them there?" Shen's jaw tightened. Then he nodded. They moved together. Old instinct. Shen held the copper strip while Mu Zhao traced the release character with his fingertip, pushing a thread of Heartfrost chi into the etching. The copper warmed. The frozen oil in the cavity began to thin. "Shen," Mu Zhao said, not looking up, "when this opens, the frost chi will hit the outer ring first. You need to clear the maintenance teams." "The teams are not loyal to me." Then tell them a senior cultivator ordered the evacuation, and if they argue, let the Frost Chi argue for you. Shen's hand left the copper. He turned and walked toward the corridor, his gray robes brushing the black frost that had climbed the wall. Mu Zhao stayed at the regulator. Behind him, Hidekung's boots scraped stone. "Boss, the crack is widening." "I know. The thing in the dark. It is rising." Mu Zhao did not turn around. He could feel it. The presence beneath the floor was closer now, pressing against the seal the way a hand pressed against a wound. He could smell it. Ancient stone and wet earth and something that had not breathed free air in millennia. "Chow," he said. "How many of the reserves are awake?" She answered from the outer chamber, her voice steady despite the tremor in the bell's chains. 6. The collars went dark when the first array ruptured. "Can they walk?" "Barely." "Get them moving. Up the shaft. Do not stop for anything." He heard her relay the order, heard the scrape of feet, the murmur of voices, the cough of men and women who had been sitting in trance collars for years, waking to a mountain that was breaking open around them. The release character on the copper strip glowed white. The frost chi in the conduit shifted, and the black frost on the walls receded by half an inch. Mu Zhao let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The drain was working. The pressure in his chest eased. The mountain's pulse slowed from a gallop to a run. But the copper strip was still hot. And in the center of the chamber, where the concentric rings had tilted and split, the darkness below was not retreating. It was waiting. Shen returned. His face was pale. "The maintenance teams are evacuating," he said. "But the third level is already flooded. Frost chi is pouring through the outer conduit faster than the drain can cycle it." Mu Zhao looked at the regulator, at the etched characters, at his own handwriting 3 centuries old. "How fast can we close the outer conduit?" "We cannot," Shen said. "The outer conduit valve is in the same chamber as the regulator." She knew. She designed the geometry so we could only choose one. Mu Zhao's scar pulsed. He had built this. He had carved every line, every character, every failsafe. And in his rush to prevent Shen from using the complete codex, he had fragmented not only the sealing sequence, but the emergency protocols. There was a solution somewhere in the missing section. A third option neither fragment contained. The final missing section of the codex, the one neither of them had. "Then we need the third option," Mu Zhao said quietly. Shen's eyes met his. "There is no third option." "There is. I fragmented the codex into 3 pieces. The opening measures, the sealing sequence, and the piece I hid inside the mountain itself, the piece I carved into the bone structure of Frostridge, the piece neither of you found." Shen's face went still. "Where?" Mu Zhao turned from the regulator and walked to the edge of the crack, where the darkness breathed upward and the black frost clung to the stone. "Under the floor." The bell screamed again, and the crack split wider. Chapter 77. The darkness beneath the crack did not retreat. It breathed. Mu Zhao felt it first in his chest, the mountain pulse that had synced to his heartbeat since the transitional phase completed in the hidden chamber. The rhythm was wrong now, slower, deeper, a pulse that came from somewhere beneath the stone, beneath the seal, beneath the 3 centuries of patchwork Shen had carved over the original Mu geometry. "Step back," Shen said. Mu Zhao did not move. The black frost on the walls began to crawl, not spreading, but moving. The veins of dark ice shifted like writing being rewritten, rearranging themselves into patterns that were not characters, not symbols, but something older, something that predated the Sect, the codex, the seal itself. Then the ice spoke. It came as a chorus, voices layered so thick they sounded like one voice pressed through too many throats. Men and women, young and old, some laughing, some weeping, all speaking the same words in the same breath. "Tingfeng." Mu Zhao's scar burned. "You built this cage." "No," he said. "You carved the lines. You wove the geometry. You knew what slept beneath the mountain, and you chose to bind it instead of ending it." The voices shifted. The laughter stopped. What remained was a woman's voice, low and precise, a voice that might have been beautiful once, before centuries of darkness wore it smooth. "You chose to cage me." Did you think I would forget your name? Mu Zhao's hand pressed against his chest. The ancestral jade was warm through the fabric. Not hot. Warm. Like a body that had been sleeping and was beginning to stir. You are speaking through the dead, he said. The voices you are using, they belonged to people. They belong to me now, as you will. The black frost on the wall nearest him shifted again. The patterns resolved into an image. A face. Young, sharp-cheeked, with eyes that held the light of a city that no longer existed. Mu Zhao recognized it. He had drawn that face once on a training scroll 3 centuries ago. His own face. Mu Tingfeng's face. Before the poison, before the jade, before the long waiting. I remember you, the chorus said. I remember how you smelled of steel and winter herbs. I remember the way you breathed when you carved the final ring. I remember your doubt. The frost shifted. Now it showed another face. Older, silver at the temples, with pale gray eyes and a jawline scarred by a burn he had never explained. Shen Gaoming. But Shen as he had been, before the sainthood, before the lies. The Shen who had stood beside Tingfeng on the ridge above Frostridge and promised to guard the mountain together. He was easier, the chorus said. His grief was loud. It filled the spaces where his courage should have been. Yours was quiet. Yours built monuments. Mu Zhao's fingers curled against his palm. I could give you what you want. The black frost on the floor in front of him rippled. The surface smoothed, then cleared until he was looking through it as if through a window. He saw Liuyan, the Mu ancestral hall. Mu Suqin standing beneath the restored plaque, her hands clasped, her eyes dry. He saw He Dekong walking the Frostridge road, a load of ore on his shoulder, no longer afraid. He saw Chao Lingshu in a courtyard he did not recognize, older, lines around her eyes, but alive, smiling. I could give you years, the chorus whispered. Years you lost, years he stole. I could give you the ending you never got to write. Mu Zhao's throat tightened. The frost rippled again. Now he saw the third hinge. Complete, the seal hold. Shen Gaoming on his knees, not dead, but broken. Publicly, lawfully, stripped of every title, every honor, every lie he had built on Tingfeng's murder. The city watching, the continent watching, the Mu name rising from the ashes of 3 centuries. I could give you vengeance, the chorus said. Perfect. Total. The vengeance you planned before you started caring about the living. Mu Zhao's hollow vein scar pulsed. The voice softened, became almost tender. All you have to do is stop. Stop what? Stop holding. Stop binding. Open the cage and let me rise. I will take nothing you do not offer. I will leave everything you love untouched. I only want the ones who put me here. The frost showed Shen Gaoming's face again, and behind him, faces Mu Zhao did not recognize. Sect elders, administrators, the impostor who had been sealing the gate in Shen's name, the ones who had fed disciples into the mountain for 30 years, the guilty. That is all I want. You would not even have to kill them yourself. I would do it for you. Mu Zhao looked at the faces in the frost, at the offer written in black ice. His scar burned. His heartbeat did not match the mountain anymore. It was beating faster. His own rhythm, not the seal's. He thought of what Qiao had said in the study, that the kiss was the first thing he had chosen that had nothing to do with revenge. He thought of what Mu Suqin had asked, whether he was rebuilding a clan or a monument. He thought of the trance-collared reserves waking in the upper shaft, the ones Qiao was leading toward light, people who had been fed into this mountain because Shen Gaoming did not know another way. Do not listen, Mu Zhao said. He said it to himself. The frost rippled, the images dissolved. The chorus laughed, softly, like a mother laughing at a child who did not understand the grown-up world. You think you can seal me again? I know I can. You think because you have 2 fragments and a memory of the third that you can reweave what your past self broke. Mu Zhao's hand went to his robe, to the ancestral jade. It was hot now. I have been listening to your kind for longer than your lineage has existed, and I know one thing you have not yet learned. The frost on the walls began to pulse. The black ice glowed at its edges, a deep violet light that came from somewhere far below. You are strongest where grief and identity blur, and you are weakest there too. Mu Zhao felt it, a pressure against his mind, not an attack, something gentler, something that slid into the spaces between his thoughts, seeking the places where Mu Zhao ended and Mu Tingfeng began. The voices returned, but now they spoke in his mother's tone, his first mother, the one who had died when he was 7, whose face he had almost forgotten until this moment. "Let go, my son. No, you have carried this long enough." His hand pressed against the jade. "Let go, and I will carry you." The jade cracked. The sound was sharp, louder than the bell, louder than the chorus, a single clean fracture running from the top of the stone to its center. Mu Zhao looked down. The fracture was exactly like the first one, the one that had woken him in the freezing back room 17 years ago. But the light bleeding from this crack was not white. It was violet, and it was warm. Chapter 78. The violet light spread from the crack like a root finding soil. Mu Zhao's hand pressed against the jade through his robe, the heat climbing from warm to sharp, from sharp to burning. The fracture line branched, a second crack splitting from the first, then a third, the stone groaning against a pressure that had been building for 3 centuries. The frost on the walls went still. The chorus cut off mid-breath. The entity's voice, his mother's voice, vanished as if a door had slammed shut between them. Mu Zhao pulled the jade from his robe. The stone was hot enough to blister skin, the violet light bleeding from every fissure now, weaving a web across the surface that pulsed with each beat of his heart. Not the mountain's rhythm, his own. The jade cracked again, a piece fell away, and then the rest of it opened like a flower. Light spilled across the chamber, violet and warm, cutting through the black frost like a blade through silk. The shadows recoiled. The entity's presence withdrew, not defeated but waiting, watching from the edges where the light did not reach. Something else filled the space, a voice Mu Zhao had not heard in 3 centuries, his own voice. "You found it then?" Mu Zhao's knees hit the stone floor. The light coalesced above the broken jade, spinning into a figure, a silhouette, a man whose face he had last seen in a reflection before Shen Gaoming's poison took him. Mu Tingfeng. Not as he had been in the final moments, desperate and dying, but as he had been at the ceiling. 33 years old, the codex complete in his mind, the weight of Frostridge already settling across his shoulders. The figure looked at him with eyes that held no surprise. "I knew you would. I left this for you." For the moment when the jade cracked a second time and the entity tried to claim what was not hers, Mu Zhao's throat worked. "You planned this. I planned everything." The figure smiled, a tired, crooked thing. "I planned for Shen's betrayal before he knew he would betray me. I planned for my death before I drank the wine. I planned for this moment, standing in the dark beneath a mountain I built to hold something no one should have woken." The figure stepped forward. The light rippled. "I fragmented the complete Heartfrost Codex 3 days before Shen reached the mountain. I did not break it to keep it from him, though that was the result. I broke it because I knew, even then, that the complete sequence could only be wielded by someone who understood the cost. Shen would have used it to chain himself to the seal forever, a sacrifice he would have called necessary, then called noble, then called holy. He would have become the prison." Mu Zhao's hands trembled against the stone floor. "And I would not. No, you would not. Because you are not him, and you are not the man I was either." The figure's gaze softened. "I bound the 3rd fragment into the bone structure of Frostridge, yes. But I also bound something else, a remnant of my final intent, the knowledge of what the complete sequence truly costs." The figure raised a hand. Light poured into Mu Zhao's chest. The missing section of the codex bloomed behind his eyes, not as words, not as diagrams, but as understanding. The weave of the 3 anchors, the blood bond that would tie the wielder to the seal. The price of holding Frostridge closed. Complete the replacement seal with the true sequence, and the user became the seal. Not metaphorically, physically. Every heartbeat would answer to the mountain's pulse. Every breath would draw frost into the lungs. Every step away from Frostridge would pull against a chain anchored to the continent's oldest cage. The user would never leave. Mu Zhao saw it, felt it. The decades stretching ahead, bound to a frozen fortress, watching the world move while he stood still, the living cost of everyone else's safety. That is what Shen was willing to become, the figure said. That is what he believed was the only way. And that is what I refused to accept. The light dimmed. The figure began to fade. I left the third fragment hidden because I believed there had to be another method, a way to seal without chaining, a way to hold the cage without becoming the cage. I never found it. But I left the fragment and this remnant so that whoever came after would have the complete picture before they chose. Mu Zhao lunged forward. Show me the other method. If you searched for it, you must have found something. A clue, a direction. The figure's smile turned sad. I found a whisper, a name. The one who built the original cage before I modified it. The one who placed the first anchor before the Mu clan ever claimed Frostridge. She knew a way that did not require a living chain. Who? But the figure was already dissolving. She died before I could reach her. But her work survives. Deeper than the third level, older than the Sect. If you want the answer, you must descend past the place where the seal remembers what it was before we bound it. The light collapsed. The violet glow drained from the air, from the broken jade shards scattered across the stone floor, from the cracks in the walls. The chamber went dark. Mu Zhao's chest burned. The missing section of the codex was inside him now, complete, whole, vivid as a scar that had never healed. He could feel the three anchors, could feel how they would bind, could feel how they would chain. The black frost stirred. The entity's voice returned, low, amused, no longer wearing his mother's tone. So, he left you a gift and a curse, the knowledge to seal me, and the certainty that using it will cost you everything. Mu Zhao's hollow vein scar pulsed. Do you still think you can refuse me, when the only alternative is to bury yourself alive? He did not answer. He was already thinking of the predecessor Sealkeeper, the one who reversed the polarity to accelerate the melt, the one whose chamber Shen had carved over, the one who knew a way that did not require a living chain. She had left something behind, deeper than the third level. Mu Zhao rose, the frost pressed closer. He turned his back on the entity and walked toward the crack in the floor where Shen Gaoming still waited below. Chapter 79. The crack in the floor was wider now, black frost crawling up its edges like fingers reaching for purchase. Mu Zhao stepped over the threshold without looking back. The descent took him through a corridor that did not belong to the Sect. The walls were older here, dressed in the same interlocking circles and spiral progressions he had carved 3 centuries ago, before Shen, before the betrayal, before the mountain learned to drink blood instead of cold. His hollow vein scar pulsed with each beat of the mountain's heart. Shen Gaoming stood at the bottom, one hand pressed flat against a panel of ancient bronze set into the far wall. The frost around his fingers did not blacken. It crystallized, then fell away like rain. You felt it, Shen said without turning. The shift in the geometry when the remnant spoke to you. I felt the seal trying to invert itself. Mu Zhao stopped 10 paces back, close enough to see the fine trembling in Shen's shoulders. You broke the original circuit. She reversed the polarity. Between the two of you, you turned my cage into a bleeding wound. Shen's hand dropped from the bronze. He turned. Then fix it. The words carried no mockery, no challenge, only the exhausted weight of a man who had spent 3 centuries patching a wall that was never his to maintain. Mu Zhao walked past him and pressed his palm against the bronze panel. The complete codex understanding rose inside him like a second skeleton, cold, certain, absolute. The 3 anchors, the blood bond, the weave that would bind the seal to a living heart, or to a heart that was no longer living but would not stop beating. He felt Shen watching. He felt the entity listening from somewhere deeper than sound, and he felt the reserves, the trance-collared survivors scattered through the lower levels, their life force still feeding the geometry because no one had ever shown them how to stop. Mu Zhao pushed. The bronze panel groaned, and the interlocking circles on the walls began to realign. He worked without words, his hands tracing patterns that the old Mu geometry remembered. The first anchor locked into place beneath the mountain root, sealing the primary draw. The second anchor found the bloodline shrine, redirecting the flow away from the living conduits. The third anchor required 2 hands. Mu Zhao pressed both palms against the bronze and let the complete sequence pour through his hollow vein, through the scar that glowed pale violet in the darkness, through the heartbeat that had answered the mountain's pulse since the day he first touched the shrine. The seal shuddered. Somewhere above, the bell screamed again, but its note changed, rising, then falling, then settling into a hum that had not been heard in 3 centuries. The black frost on the walls receded. Behind Mu Zhao, someone cried out. He turned. Renguang stood at the edge of the crack, ink-stained fingers gripping the stone, his map crumpled against his chest. Behind him, Hidekong's broad shoulders filled the passage, and Chao Lingshu's lamp threw shadows across a dozen faces Mu Zhao did not recognize. Trance-collared survivors, hollow-eyed, trembling, alive. "The collars," Chao said, her voice raw. "They failed 100 heartbeats after you started, just like you said." Mu Zhao looked at the bronze panel. The seal was stable, not complete, not permanent, but stable enough to buy months instead of days. He turned to face Shen Gaoming. "The third fragment is underneath this chamber," he said. 3 layers below the bone structure, carved into the original cage the woman built before the Mu clan ever claimed Frostridge. Shen's eyes narrowed. "You knew where it was this entire time." "I knew where I left it. I did not know if it was still there." Mu Zhao stepped away from the bronze panel. The woman who built the original cage knew how to seal without chaining. She died before she could teach anyone, but she left her method carved into the foundation. Shen was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. "Then you have already won, brother." He spread his hands. "You have the complete sequence. You have the knowledge. You have the survivors as witnesses." He inclined his head toward the new arrivals. "And you have the moral ground." Mu Zhao did not move. "But I still have the 9 pillars sect." Shen's palm opened, and a pale seal bloomed in the center. The frost flower mark that had once been Mu Tingfeng's own sigil, repurposed, corrupted, grown into the emblem of an empire built on a lie. "The moment I step out of this mountain, I will issue a continent-wide order. The Mu clan heir has been corrupted by a rogue artifact. He has seized control of Frostridge through forbidden arts. He has seduced loyal sect personnel and freed convicted prisoners." He looked at the survivors. "Their testimony will be invalidated before they reach the first prefecture." Mu Zhao felt the cold settle in his chest. Shen Gaoming was not retreating. He was withdrawing, pulling back into the fortress of a sainthood that had taken 3 centuries to build, a fortress that could not be breached by truth, only by war. "You are not leaving this mountain," Mu Zhao said. "I am not leaving Frostridge at all." Shen's frost flower seal pulsed once, then faded. "I will seal myself into the heart chamber beneath the oldest shaft. I will continue to maintain the modifications I carved, and when you descend to retrieve the 3rd fragment, you will find me waiting." He turned and walked toward a passage Mu Zhao had not noticed, a narrow slit in the wall that the black frost had been hiding. "Next time, brother, do not hesitate so long." The passage sealed behind him. The survivors stared, the bell hummed, and Mu Zhao stood alone against the bronze panel, the complete codex burning inside him, the entity still listening from beneath, and 3 centuries of unfinished business pressing against his ribs like a blade that had not yet been drawn. Chapter 80. The passage sealed behind Shen Gaoming, with a sound like stone grinding against centuries. Mu Zhao stood at the bronze panel, his palms still pressed flat against the warm metal, the complete codex burning through his chest in a rhythm that matched the mountain's pulse. Behind him, the freed survivors made sounds that were barely human. A woman weeping, a man coughing, the shuffle of feet that had forgotten how to walk on level ground. Hidekong reached him first. "Zhao!" No title, no formality, just the name, spoken like a prayer. Mu Zhao lowered his hands. The hollow vein scar glowed once, pale violet, then faded. "The seal is stable," he said. "Not complete, but stable enough for months." Dekong looked past him at the sealed passage. He is in there. He is waiting. Mu Zhao turned from the bronze panel. He has been waiting for 3 centuries. Chao Lingshu crossed the chamber with the lamp raised, her eyes moving from the freed survivors to Mu Zhao's face, reading what he did not say. You knew he would seal himself in. I hoped. Mu Zhao looked at the narrow slit where Shen had disappeared. A cornered saint is more dangerous than a confident one, but a sealed saint is predictable. You knew. He met her gaze. I knew what he would choose. He has spent 3 centuries believing he alone could bear the weight of the seal. He will not abandon it now. Chao said nothing. She did not need to. Ren Guang stood at the edge of the crack, his ink-stained fingers pressed against the stone as if he could feel the receded frost through the rock. His map lay crumpled at his feet, useless now. The survivors, he said. 12 of them. The collars failed like you said, but they have been under for years. Some of them have not spoken in decades. Mu Zhao walked past him to where the freed prisoners huddled against the chamber wall, hollow-eyed, thin. Their skin bore the pale sheen of prolonged darkness, and their eyes tracked him with the wariness of animals that had learned to expect pain from every human shape. He stopped before a woman whose face was lined beyond her years. I am Mu Zhao, he said. You are no longer bound. She stared at him. I remember, she said, and her voice cracked from disuse. I remember the collar. I remember the dark. I remember the breathing. Her eyes focused. You are the one who breathed in the mountain. Mu Zhao did not answer. We heard you, she said. Through the stone, through the collar. We heard your heartbeat, and it matched the old rhythm. She reached out and touched his sleeve. You brought the frost back. Mu Zhao felt the cold settle deeper into his bones. The woman was not grateful. She was territorial. She had been under so long that the mountain had become her only reality. I brought the seal back, he said, not the frost. She pulled her hand away. Same thing, she whispered. Chao stepped forward and placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, gentle but firm. There is warm food above, she said. Blankets, a fire. You do not need to stay in the dark anymore. The woman looked at Chao as if the concept had not occurred to her. Then she nodded. Dekong began organizing the survivors, his broad frame moving through the chamber with a quiet authority that had nothing to do with rank and everything to do with presence. He lifted a man who could not stand, carried him toward the shaft where the hidden passage led upward. Ren Guang followed with the map still clutched against his chest, his eyes scanning the walls as if committing every groove to memory. Mu Zhao turned back to the bronze panel. The seal hummed. The bell had fallen silent. The black frost had receded, but he could feel it, waiting in the cracks, patient as an old enemy. He pressed his palm flat against the metal one last time. The mountain answered. A vibration, deep and almost warm, passed through his hand, his arm, his chest. It felt like recognition. Next time, he said quietly. Then he turned and followed the others up the shaft. The journey back to Liuyan took 4 days. The survivors traveled slowly, their bodies unaccustomed to daylight and open air. Chao treated them with limited supplies, cleaning old wounds and binding joints that had frozen into crooked shapes. Dekong traded his own rations to a supply caravan for blankets and a cart that could carry the weakest. Wen Guang walked beside the cart, silent, his map folded into his coat. Mu Zhao walked at the front, his heartfrost breathing steady, his hollow vein scar cold against his chest. The mountain's pulse beat beneath his ribs in a rhythm that no longer felt foreign. He did not speak of what waited below. He did not need to. The Mu Hall gates opened at dusk on the 4th day. Mu Suqin stood at the threshold, her sleeves rolled up, her hands stained with ink from hours of repainting tablets. She had not changed clothes in 3 days. She looked at the cart, at the hollow-eyed survivors, at Dekong, at Ren Guang, at Chao, then at Mu Zhao. She did not ask if he had succeeded. She walked down the steps, past him to the cart, and helped the first survivor down with hands that did not tremble. Inside, she said, we have broth, we have beds, we have warmth. The survivor stared at her, tears cutting tracks through the dust on his face. Mu Zhao led him inside. Behind her, the restored plaque caught the evening light, the characters carved fresh, the wood polished by hands that had refused to let the Mu name die. Mu Zhao stood at the gate and watched his aunt tend to strangers who had been sacrificed to keep the continent safe. He did not go inside until the last survivor was fed, washed, and sleeping by the hearth. That night, Mu Zhao sat alone in the restored ancestral hall, the complete Heartfrost codex burning inside him like a second pulse. The door opened. Mu Zhao entered without asking permission. She carried a lamp and a cup of tea that had long gone cold. She placed the tea on the floor beside him and sat down, her knees cracking, her hands folded in her lap. "He sealed himself in," Mu Zhao said. "I assumed. He will issue a continent-wide order. The Mu clan heir has been corrupted. The survivors are accomplices. The seal is a hoax." "And if he does?" Mu Zhao looked at the restored tablets, at the names of ancestors who had never lived to see this hall reopened. "Then we fight a war on two fronts, the mountain and the sect." Mu Zhao was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Her palm was rough, warm. "Then we fight," she said. "We have done it before." Mu Zhao looked at their joined hands. He did not pull away. Far beneath Frostridge, in a chamber that had not seen light in 3 centuries, Shen Gaoming pressed his frost-flower-marked palm against a bronze panel identical to the one Mu Zhao had touched. The seal hummed beneath his hand. He closed his eyes. The passage behind him had sealed, and he was alone with the knowledge he had carried for 300 years. "Brother," he said, "you have learned the cost. You understand what I have been carrying." The seal pulsed. "But you still do not understand why I chose to carry it." Shen Gaoming opened his eyes. In the darkness, he began to write. His fingers moved across the bronze surface, tracing characters that glowed pale white before fading. Orders, communications. The machinery of a continent-wide sect that had been built on a stolen foundation. The first order was addressed to every major sect fortress. Contain Liuyan, no correspondence in or out. The second order was addressed to the inner council. Prepare the succession protocol for Frostridge. The current seal keeper has been compromised. The third order he wrote only for himself. He is coming, and next time he will not hesitate. Shen Gaoming looked up into the darkness above the bronze panel, where the entity that had been sealed for 3 centuries breathed in rhythm with the mountain. "Neither will I," he said. Mu Zhao stood beneath the restored plaque. The hall was silent. The survivors slept. His aunt had returned to her ledgers. Cha had fallen asleep with her head on the table, a half-finished bandage in her hand. He had not moved from this spot for an hour. The complete codex burned inside him. The mountain's pulse beat in his chest. The third fragment lay beneath 3 layers of ancient stone, waiting for him to descend. He reached up and touched the plaque. "The fortress will not hold me," he said. His voice was quiet, steady. "And the saint who built it will fall." The frost spread from his hand across the wood, thin and pale, then receded. In the darkness above the plaque, something shifted. Not a person, not an entity, a presence that had been waiting for this moment since the day the first cage was built. It did not speak. It did not need to. Mu Zhao felt it anyway, and he knew with absolute certainty that the war for Frostridge had only just begun.